In the year 750 of the Age of the Dragon, after defeating the assassin Tao, Sun Wukong obliterated the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Gero, a mad genius and one of the founding members of the Red Ribbon Army, devoted himself to creating androids capable of vanquishing Wukong following the army's demise. He dispatched numerous microscouts to track Sun Wukong's movements and captured the twin siblings, Lazuli and Reifi, transforming them into androids number 17 and number 18. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Dragon Ball World. Darkness. Endless, heavy as lead darkness. Time lost all significance in this void, existing in a moment or possibly an eternity. Suddenly, android number 17, program activation. Eternal energy core synchronization rate. 100. Neural links stable. Consciousness loading complete. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice resonated deep within his mind, like thunder shattering chaos. Huangxing abruptly opened his eyes. His vision was initially blurred but swiftly sharpened. He discovered himself ensconced within a narrow, futuristic silver capsule. A pale blue nutrient solution rapidly receded from his feet, while the capsule's arched hatch emitted a faint hydraulic sound, slowly sliding open, that he inhaled deeply, the air imbued with the sterile scent of disinfectants and the chill of metal. He lifted his left foot and stepped out of the capsule. His movements were initially stiff, but the internal supercomputer swiftly took over, optimizing each motion, allowing him to glide onto the laboratory's smooth floor with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. Number 17, you awoke 0.3 seconds earlier than scheduled. It seems the synchronization process was exceptionally flawless. An elderly voice, tinged with barely contained excitement and a hint of unnoticed vigilance, emanated from his right. Who? Huangxing snapped his head around. Before him stood a gaunt figure in a lab coat, sporting round glasses and thinning hair. The eyes hidden behind the lenses sparkled with the unmistakable glint of a mad scientist. The visage of this old man struck Huangxing with an unsettling familiarity. Gasp. A chill coursed through Huangxing's veins. Dr. Gero, the architect of the android catastrophe in Dragon Ball. Indeed, it was he. Yet it appeared that at this moment, he had yet to be transformed into android number 20. Wait. Number 17? Is he referring to me? I've transmigrated into number 17. No, I was merely browsing questionable websites at home and casually closed an intrusive pop-up ad. How did this happen? But I must admit my reflexes were on fire. I shut that ad down in an instant. The skill involved in that move. Let's just say, those in the know will understand. Before he could ponder further, Huangxing's gaze locked onto the black remote control, tightly held in Dr. Gero's right hand, which was palm-sized and bore 3 buttons. The controller, frigid shards of memory flooded into Huangxing's mind. This was the lethal switch capable of instantly shutting down the eternal energy core within him. A wave of dread supplanted his initial astonishment at transmigrating in a way. Don't do this. I've only just arrived in this extraordinary world. I cannot meet my end here. Yet, he understood that given Dr. Gero's cunning, attempting to seize it by force would be exceedingly perilous. Who knew what contingencies he had in place? Dr. Huangxing, from this moment on, he needed to fully embrace the identity of number 17. Spoke, his voice surprisingly calm, even laced with a hint of naive curiosity. Is this truly our birthplace? It feels remarkable. He intentionally mimicked the slightly innocent tone of androids awakening for the first time, while discreetly glancing at the adjacent unopened capsule, within which lay his twin sister, number 18, a golden-haired beauty with doll-like features. Indeed, this is the greatest legacy of the Red Ribbon Army. My laboratory. Dr. Gero's vigilance seemed to wane, replaced by the elation of success. You two, number 17 and number 18, will be my most perfect creations. Androids with infinite energy. Beings that surpass the Saiyans, transcending all. He waved his left hand triumphantly, yet his right hand remained tightly grasping the controller. That is indeed splendid. Number 17 exhibited a suitably innocent smile, while within him, the supercomputer calculated distances, angles, the doctor's reaction time, and potential defense mechanisms of the laboratory at an unprecedented speed. He needed to await the perfect moment. Old man, just wait. I'll show you, Dr. Gero, evidently impatient to witness the simultaneous awakening of his flawless creations, approached number 18's capsule and pressed the activation button. The container emitted a soft hum, and the hatch slid open. The golden-haired girl's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gradually opened her ice blue eyes. At first, her gaze was somewhat dazed, but quickly sharpened into a cold intensity. She stepped out of the hibernation pod, her gaze sweeping over number 17 before honing in on Dr. Gero. Upon seeing Dr. Gero, a flicker of murderous intent crystallized in her eyes, her body tensing as if ready to unleash an assault. In that critical moment, Number 17 swiftly turned to her. His expression no longer bore innocence. It radiated an icy calm, a warning that brooked no dissent. This was not the gaze of a newly created being, but rather that of a warrior who had traversed life and death, possessing profound insight. Number 18's movements froze instantaneously, her ice blue eyes flashing with surprise and confusion. What are you waiting for? Call out to him. Number 17 urged. She had never anticipated that her brother would possess such an intense gaze. Yet, driven by a primal instinct of trust, she forcibly quelled her urge to attack. Hello, Doctor. Number 18's voice was cool and melodious, akin to ice crystals falling on a jade plate, yet tinged with a deliberate softness. Thank you for granting us new life and power. She flawlessly accepted the script offered by Number 17. Now, the seamless collaboration between the two struck a chord with the old man's exhilaration. Dr. Gero was utterly captivated. He gazed upon this pair of android siblings, akin to divine masterpieces, who regarded him with utmost reverence. A profound sense of accomplishment clouded his mind. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Truly splendid! You have not disappointed my expectations. The infinite energy cores are operating perfectly, personality templates stable, power. He exuberantly spread his arms, as if to embrace the glory of his creations, his grip on the controller instinctively loosening, falling slightly. Now's the moment. The energy core within Number 17 roared silently. His figure left behind a faint afterimage, moving at a speed that surpassed the limits of Dr. Gero's visual perception. As if teleporting, he appeared beside Dr. Gero. What? Dr. Gero could only let out a horrified scream. Number 17's hand, like a vice, clamped onto Dr. Gero's right wrist, which clutched the controller with a grip so powerful that the doctor felt his wrist bones might shatter. In the fleeting moment of excruciating agony, the other hand of Number 17 darted forth like lightning, seizing the black controller that symbolized the shackles of existence, binding him and Number 18. No! Dr. Gero's eyes widened in fury, emitting a desperate howl. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Number 17 exhibited not a trace of hesitation, his fingers clenching fiercely. Crack! Under the inhuman strength of his grip, the intricate controller shattered instantaneously, akin to a fragile eggshell. Chapter 2. The Awakened Mohican Warrior. Tiny components and fragments of circuit boards scattered in a dazzling array. You traitor! I created you. I am your god. Doctor. Gero clutched his agonized wrist, retreating in terror and malice, his face as pale as a ghost. He realized he had made a fatal miscalculation, underestimating the intelligence and peril of his creation, particularly that of Number 17. God. The voice of Number 17 resonated with a mockery befitting the yellow star and a coldness that was distinctly his own as he advanced slowly. An overwhelming sense of oppression nearly suffocating Dr. Gero. A deity who needed a controller to subjugate his own creation? How pitiful. He flexed his fingers, feeling the unimpeded torrent of energy coursing through him. That old man forcibly brought us siblings here and transformed us into war machines. It is time to settle the score. Dr. Gero attempted to utter something, perhaps a plea for mercy, or perhaps the initiation of a final self-destruct sequence. But Number 17 afforded him no further opportunity. A beam of golden light, infused with terrifying energy, erupted instantaneously from the palm of Number 17. Whoosh boom. The powerful ray pierced through Dr. Gero and the experimental table behind him, disintegrating them into ashes amidst the blinding brilliance. The last remnants of the Red Ribbon Army and the architect of the android catastrophe were thus brought to an end. The laboratory fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the residual hum of energy and the low whir of the ventilation system. Number 18 approached Number 17, her icy blue eyes gazing at him with complexity. Then at the charred stain on the ground. Who exactly are you? Her cool voice was laced with inquiry. The gaze that had just restrained him, coupled with her current actions, left her wondering whether he was truly Rabius, the original name of Number 17, or merely a manifestation of Dr. Gero's programming. Number 17 turned to face Number 18. This was his first genuine close-up observation of his sister. Her golden hair shone brilliantly, her features so perfect they seemed almost unreal. Yet deep within her icy gaze lay a yearning akin to his own, a desire for freedom and rebirth. He inhaled deeply, deciding to establish a preliminary trust. I am Number 17. He gestured to himself, but not entirely. My core consciousness is also your younger brother. It seems the experiment has produced an unexpected outcome. The supercomputer in my mind appears to possess an independent consciousness. It is what made me aware of the controller's existence. Supercomputer, do I? He paused, locking eyes with Number 18. I do not wish to become a tool for Dr. Gero's apocalyptic ambitions. I desire to live according to my own will. Will you join me, sister? Sister. Number 18 echoed softly, her gaze flickering slightly. She remained silent for a few seconds before the corners of her mouth curved into a faint yet genuine smile. That sounds far more interesting than being a killing machine for the doctor. So, brother, what shall we do next? Leave this place? Not in haste. There is still one matter to address. Number 17's gaze shifted toward the large independent capsule lying nearby, evidently much larger than either of them. Awaken number 16. Number 16? Indeed, that old man Gero had a son. Number 17 explained to number 18. He was once an officer in the Red Ribbon Army, but he died at the hands of the enemy. This number 16 was created in his likeness. That madman, number 18 exclaimed, disgust evident on her face. He cannot even spare his own son's corpse. Not quite. Number 17 waved his hand dismissively. Number 16 is an older model, purely mechanical, unlike us modified beings. If he could create mechanical models from scratch, why did he need to capture us for modification? Number 18 questioned in confusion. Of course, to produce more obedient weapons. Though that ultimately failed. Number 17 internally scoffed. Dr. Gero's obsession with his son was so profound that he endowed number 16 with power rivaling the first form of Cell, and even implanted a bomb within him capable of obliterating planets, which was later removed by Bulma and her father during repairs after sustaining damage in battle against Cell's second form. Perhaps because he feared that his son's substitute would be harmed in combat, he rendered number 16's personality excessively docile. Aside from the directive to defeat Son Goku, he disregards all other commands. Ultimately, he became a failure, relegated to obscurity. While internally lamenting Dr. Gero's distorted paternal love, number 17 merely shrugged. Who knows? All right. He turned toward the massive capsule device. Awaken him, number 18. Is this it? Number 18 approached the giant capsule, surveying it before reaching for the red button. Creak, hum. The heavy hatch sealing number 16 opened effortlessly, the tremendous noise shattering the laboratory silence. The hatch marked with the number 16 slid open, signaling the beginning of his awakening. Unlike the original work where the power lines and transmission circuits were severed, number 18 refrained from violently kicking the door down, instead waiting for it to open automatically. As the hatch slowly creaked open, a frigid gust of air, laced with a piercing metallic tang, surged forth like a liberated glacier. A colossal silhouette gradually became discernible from the shadows. Number 16, lying supine in the sleep chamber, opened his eyes, his massive hands gripping the edge of the container as he pushed himself up. As he fully emerged from the chamber, the physical pressure emanating from his enormous form instantly filled the entire space. He towered impressively, far surpassing both number 17 and number 18 combined, standing there like a movable fortress of steel. Dressed in fluorescent green armor over a black combat suit, his armor was robust, accentuating his muscular build, radiating an aura of power. With a distinctive orange mohawk hairstyle, however, a stark contradiction arose when one focused on his face, a human visage, marked by strong lines and a square jaw, yet imbued with a serene gentleness that seemed at odds with his imposing mechanical body. Hey, buddy, you're awake. Number 17's voice shattered the silence, imbued with a familiarity that pierced through the cold air. He stepped forward, standing before this colossal figure with an innocuous demeanor. Don't be alarmed. He slightly turned, gesturing to the tense number 18 behind him to maintain her distance. We are just like you. We are creations of Dr. Gero. I am number 17, and she is my twin sister, number 18. Number 18 remained silent, her arms crossed over her chest. Her beautiful blue eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny, scanning number 16's massive form as if evaluating a potential threat. This unexpected companion was far too large, too unknown. Her database held no information about number 16. Relax, number 16 is not a dangerous entity. Number 17 turned to number 18, stepping beside her and offering a reassuring pat on her shoulder. This subtle gesture conveyed a message of trust. However, number 16, you truly are a silent giant. Number 17 couldn't help but comment. Usually, those who are quiet tend to be quite intense, right? Number 16 cast a glance at the speaking number 17, but remained silent. Enough of this, exclaimed 17. Let us depart from this dreary laboratory. I cannot bear to remain here for another moment. With that, 18 began to stride toward the exit. Hey, wait. We cannot leave just yet. Beneath this laboratory lurks the presence of Cell. Although it may currently only be an embryo, such a repugnant entity. But how to articulate this? 17 pondered quickly, his brow arching. The supercomputer within me. Hold on, 17 began, his tone taking on a serious note. The supercomputer within me has just divulged an intriguing piece of information. 18, with a flick of her golden hair, revealed her impatience, her icy blue eyes betraying her annoyance. What is it now, 17? Is Dr. Gero's detritus not sufficient? This is no mere refuse, 17 replied, his gaze piercing through the cold, heavy alloy floor. as if he could glimpse the darkness concealed beneath. The coordinates pointed directly below, indicating the existence of a secure, independent, deep-level laboratory. The clearance required was exceedingly high, and the data was marked, Cell Project. The final word escaped his lips with a hint of amusement. Chapter 3. The embryo hidden beneath the earth. Cell? 18 furrowed her finely shaped brows, instinctively repulsed by the unfamiliar name. The towering figure of 16, like a silent mountain, turned his massive head slightly. His pale blue electronic eye sweeping over 17, conveying silent affirmation without uttering a word. It appears we were on the brink of missing some surprises. A wry smile curled at the corners of 17's mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade. He wasted no more words, his right palm opened, and a tempestuous surge of golden energy coalesced in an instant. Boom. The deafening explosion shattered the laboratory's oppressive silence. The alloy floor crumbled like fragile cookies, ripping open a gaping hole, and a thick cloud of dust surged forth like a gray fog, accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay and a pungent odor of ozone, swiftly engulfing the entire space. Amidst the dust, thick, twisted cables dangled like the entrails of some colossal creature torn asunder, flickering with dangerous sparks of electricity. That entrance resembled the gullet leading to hell, bottomless, shrouded in a disquieting darkness, with an almost imperceptible sound of viscous liquid swirling from the depths of obscurity. 18 disdainfully waved her hand before her nose, trying to disperse the repugnant melange of scents. What atrocious taste, she commented, yet her gaze remained fixed on the abyssal entrance. Let us venture inside, 17 declared, leaping down first, landing lightly on the underground passage. 16 followed closely, his heavy metal footfalls echoing ominously against the shattered debris. 18 was the last to leap in, her golden hair trailing behind her in a graceful arc. The interior of the passage was a scene of utter desolation. A thick layer of dust blanketed everything, each step stirring up clouds of grayish smoke. The walls were festooned with massive, corroded pipes and tangled, snake-like abandoned wiring. Many sections ruptured, exposing charred insulation beneath. Flickering emergency lights overhead emitted an erratic, sickly green glow, each flicker sending twisted shadows dancing wildly, as if countless dormant monsters stirred restlessly. This is truly offensive. The air clung like a viscous gel, mingling dust, decaying metal, and an indescribable, sweetish odor reminiscent of putrefying biological tissue, making each breath feel suffocating. A profound, silent pressure bore down on each intruder's heart, as if leaden weights pressed heavily upon them. At the end of the passage stood a colossal alloy gate, rusted and imposing. This must be the place, 17 asserted. Once again summoning a blinding sphere of energy in his palm, effortlessly melting through the lock and the heavy metal itself. The enormous fragments of metal collapsed inward with a thunderous roar, stirring up even thicker clouds of dust. What lay beyond the door rendered even the most fearless of androids momentarily frozen. It was a specialized laboratory buried deep beneath the earth. The cold metallic walls were embedded with numerous screens flickering with eerie green and ghastly white lights, a waterfall of data streaming silently down, illuminating the chilling presence at the center. A massive transparent cylindrical incubator stood in the middle of the laboratory, filled with a viscous, eerily glowing emerald nutrient solution, within which floated a miniature embryo. It exhibited an exceedingly unsettling form, vaguely reminiscent of a human fetus, yet grotesquely disproportionate and distorted. The head was abnormally large, covered with a thin shell that glimmered slickly under the fluorescent light of the nutrient solution. Even more disconcerting was the tail that extended from its back, coiled like that of a scorpion. Most horrifying of all was the unmistakable sign of life emanating from the embryo. It pulsed. Thump, thump. Slow and heavy, like the heartbeat of some abyssal creature. With each throb, the surrounding nutrient fluid rippled in thick waves, causing the entire incubator to tremble subtly, emitting dull thuds that echoed in the desolate laboratory. The sound of its pulsing seemed to resonate with a primal, frigid, and insatiable will to consume, directly striking the intruder's nerves. 18's gaze was fixated on a massive control screen beside the incubator, where a torrent of data scrolled clearly, revealing names that represented the mightiest warriors on this planet, each accompanied by detailed cellular activity analysis. Son Goku, cellular activity 987, Saiyan gene sequence stable. Vegeta, cellular activity 991, enhanced Saiyan combat instinct. Piccolo, cellular activity 968, fusion with Namekian regeneration ability. Tenshinhan, cellular activity 953, extraction of three-eyed tribe's mental potential. The list continued to scroll downward, breathtakingly alarming. This embryo was indeed a culmination of the essence of all top-tier warriors, an ultimate monstrosity. In the corner of the screen, a bold, red title coldly proclaimed its name, Cell. This lunatic, 18 whispered, her voice tinged with an unmistakable chill. On a nearby metallic table lay a thick pile of documents. 17 picked up the topmost sheet, its cover prominently displaying Dr. Gero's twisted signature and the words "Final Phase of the Cell Project." He rapidly flipped through the pages, the sound of the paper rustling punctuating the silence. Dr. Gero has outdone himself. He is even more deranged than we imagined, 17 remarked, tossing a critical document to 18. Look here. The page described with clinical detachment the appalling details. The cell embryo will integrate the essence of all collected top-tier warriors' genes and their combat memories, ensuring its birth will be accompanied by unparalleled combat intelligence and potential. The evolutionary path to its final form, upon the embryo's maturation. It must absorb and assimilate the permanent energy cores housed within androids 17 and 18 to transcend its limits and achieve the theoretical perfect form. The assimilation process of the perpetual energy furnace is irreversible, completely erasing the original consciousness of the artificially created beings. Its energy core will serve as the cornerstone of Cell's perfect and infinite energy circulation system. Note, handwritten by Dr. Gero, 2 flawless energy sources. An eternal core, the latter to Cell's ascendance. A perfect creation must consume perfect components. Energy source, devour. Number 18's fingers clutched that flimsy sheet of paper tightly, her knuckles paling from the exertion. The paper emitted a strained groan under her grip. Each word felt like a searing brand, painfully searing into her cognition. So it was. From the moment she and number 17 were created, they were never independent lives. They were merely tools, energy sources, destined to be consumed like components of that grotesque embryo submerged in viscous green liquid on the path of evolution. Their pride in their boundless energy, their very existence, was but a stepping stone beneath Cell's perfect form in the twisted genius of Dr. Gero's eyes. An unprecedented, bone-chilling sense of disgust surged from her stomach, instantly shattering all composure. It was not fear, but something deeper, more ferocious, a raw insult of being utterly objectified, designed as mere consumables. The significance of her body, her existence, was so contemptuously predetermined to serve as nourishment for a yet-to-be-formed monstrosity. Number 18's golden hair seemed to stand on end in the wake of this extreme fury. She abruptly raised her arm, a tempestuous surge of energy coalescing in her palm, a blinding white light erupting like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire laboratory in a stark pallor. The will of destruction contained within that brilliance was purer and more violent than ever before. Vanish, you disgusting trash. Chapter 4. The Frozen Assault from the Cosmos. This orb of energy, embodying number 18's desecrated dignity, manipulated rage, and the most fervent resistance against her predetermined fate, erupted forth like a torrent. The energy blast tore through the air with a cataclysmic force, precisely striking the colossal cultivation vessel at its center. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly consumed everything. The reinforced glass shattered like thin paper before the overwhelming energy impact. The viscous emerald nutrient solution broke free, surging forth like a flood unleashed, mingling with countless sharp shards of glass, spraying in all directions like a devastating deluge. The entire laboratory trembled violently. Screens on the walls shattered, sparks flying. The shockwave of the explosion swept up documents and dust, creating a chaotic maelstrom. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving, her ice-blue eyes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, where only a smoking metallic pedestal remained amidst the debris and slime. The pulsating embryo, along with the malevolent womb that nurtured it, had been utterly obliterated. The air was thick with the stench of protein charred by extreme heat and the pungent sweetness of the nutrient liquid. The laboratory fell into complete silence, save for the distinct sound of liquid dripping and the sizzling of burning remnants. Number 16 stood silently outside the blast radius. His massive metallic form resembled a rock, allowing the viscous liquid and debris to cascade onto his armor, only to be evaporated by his energy. His calm green electronic eyes meticulously observed every detail of the explosion, recording the peaks of energy release, the radius of destruction, and the data stream of the embryo's instantaneous annihilation. Within his core processor, Dr. Gero's madness regarding his ultimate creation was annotated with an even colder, more despairing note. A being designed solely for slaughter and consumption had been obliterated before ever coming into existence. Yet, amidst the aftermath of the explosion and the eerie silence of dripping slime, the energy detector within number 16 activated without warning. Beep, beep, beep. His green electronic eyes narrowed suddenly, the internal scanning aperture rotating at an extreme speed, locking onto a target. Never before had there been such a high-energy alert since his awakening. As number 18 struggled to steady her breath and number 17 wiped the viscous green liquid from his face, number 16's deep, resonant synthetic voice smooth yet devoid of inflection like the grinding of steel, resonated for the first time in this world. Two superspec energy reactions detected, originating from beyond Earth's cosmic space. Approaching at high velocity. Estimated arrival time on Earth, 3 hours. In the year 764 of the age of the universe, in the northern galaxy, a seemingly tranquil azure planet floated against the profound cosmic backdrop. However, this serenity was violently shattered by a silver streak of light that tore through the darkness. A colossal spaceship emblazoned with the insignia of the Frisia Force was hurtling through the cosmos at a heart-pounding speed. The spacecraft was disc-shaped, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. At its top center was a dark circular structure, surrounded by a ring of light gray and orange, the orange sections adorned with orderly line textures, enhancing its mechanical feel. At its center lay a deep purple, oval panoramic observation pod, also serving as the cockpit. Though the exterior of the vessel bore no weaponry, it radiated an aura of aggression and oppression. The engines expelled a long, blinding blue flame, akin to a moving fortress of war. Slicing through the silent starry sea at a terrifying speed, its target the increasingly magnified blue planet, Earth. Inside the spaceship, in the main control hall, a figure stood before the expansive observation window. His silhouette was remarkably eerie, the lower half composed of glimmering, angular silver mechanical structures, with complex joints and patches exposed, imparting a strange alien industrial aesthetic. The upper half retained the iconic white biological tissue, though the wounds once inflicted by Son Goku had been replaced and reinforced with more robust mechanical apparatuses. This was none other than the nightmare of planet Namek, the cosmic emperor, Frisia. At this moment, Frisia's newly mechanized form appeared even more sinister, his mechanical body bestowing upon him an inhuman coldness. His crimson compound eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred and a thirst for destruction. The only part of him untouched by machinery, his left hand, rested against his chest, while his right hand casually draped over the cold window frame, his robust mechanical tail swaying slowly behind him. Those crimson compound eyes, peering through the thick viewport, locked onto the increasingly vivid outline of Earth, burning with an insatiable desire for vengeance and a madness to annihilate everything. That is Earth, Father. Frisia's voice, processed through his mechanical vocal cords, emerged with a harsh rasp and piercing sharpness, more unsettling than ever before. That damned planet is finally within reach. Son Goku, that accursed Saiyan monkey, and those wretched Earthlings will all pay the price. Behind him, on a massive throne, sat another formidable and imposing figure, Frisia's father, King Cold. His appearance bore resemblance to Frisia's second transformation used to suppress his power, yet he was larger and more robust, entirely covered in deep purple biological armor. With sharp angles curving backward from his head, his visage cold and commanding, exuding a long-held indifference of one who has dwelled at the apex for far too long. Humph, King Cold uttered with a dismissive snort. Frisia, my son, is it not sufficient to obliterate such a diminutive planet with a mere strike? They are merely a horde of inferior creatures from lesser worlds, unworthy of such grand efforts, not to mention your willingness to return in a mechanical form for revenge. His tone was flat, as though he were discussing the squashing of a mere ant. Father. Frisia abruptly turned, the mechanical joints of his body emitting a sharp click, his crimson compound eyes burning with fury. Such words cannot quell the resentment that festers within me. Moreover, my power has grown significantly. I shall make that Saiyan monkey aware of who reigns as the mightiest in the universe. His voice, tinged with excitement, grew sharp and piercing. Since you insist, let this planet, along with the one known as Son Goku, be reduced to cosmic dust. Let them witness the true might of the Emperor of the universe. King Cold fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of resignation flashing deep within his crimson eyes, but more so a tolerance for his son's obstinacy. But remember, make it swift. This star system is not worth our extensive time. A sinister grin spread across Frisia's face. Of course, Father. This shall be an efficient execution. He turned once more to the observation window, his mechanical fingers gliding over the cold glass, as if he had already touched the destruction of Earth. Chapter 5. Reactions from all sides Earth. In a remote mountainous region near West City, within Dr. Gero's clandestine laboratory, energy source A, far exceeding the database record limit. Combat power reaches 150 million. Energy source B, slightly lower in intensity than A, yet still surpassing the records, with a combat power of 110 million. There are no records for either individual in the database. Target locked on Earth. Estimated arrival time adjusted to 2 hours. The deep, monotonous electronic synthesized voice of Android 16 echoed throughout the laboratory. You, hulking brute, possess an energy radar? Android 18 exclaimed, glancing at 16 in astonishment. That is something you did not inquire about, 17 replied quietly, standing still as the supercomputer within him rapidly calculated. Synchronizing with the Earth's calendar, year 764 of the age of Earth. The moment this date materialized in his consciousness, he abruptly lifted his head. A flash of insight illuminating his eyes. By the gods, Frisia and his father. Their arrival signifies that Trunks is also on his way. The pivotal moment of historical divergence. The dawn of the multiverse is upon us. Visions of the future swirled in his mind. Those desperate Z fighters, the descending purple figure, and the sword of time that severed despair. He turned to 18 and 16, his tone light. It is Frisia? The cosmic emperor who annihilated Namek, but was defeated by Son Goku. This hulking brute mentioned two energies approaching. What of the other? The slightly weaker energy accompanying Frisia must belong to his father, King Cold. They come seeking vengeance, targeting Son Goku and the entirety of Earth. The duo are rare members of the Frozen Demon Clan, profoundly malevolent, reveling in the destruction of planets and the enslavement of races. Earth stands no chance before them. Upon hearing 17's description of Frisia and his father, 18 scoffed. Cosmic Emperor? Sounds formidable, but is that truly all the power they possess? Indeed, 16. You are quite the behemoth, yet you require a warning for such meager combat power. 17 chuckled at 18's remark. True, currently. The mere Frisia and his father are no match for the three of us. Boy, show some respect. This is the terrifying Frisia. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the lightheartedness of 17 and the others, a chilling dread enveloped the hearts of all Z fighters who could sense energy the moment 16's warning was issued. West City, Bulma's home. In the midst of enjoying afternoon tea, Vegeta's teacup shattered in his grip, the chilled red tea splattering everywhere. He sprang to his feet, his black pupils dilating in disbelief. His face contorted with incredulity and a hint of deep-seated fear. This energy? Impossible. Frisia? And another, equally nefarious energy. A low growl echoed like the roar of a wounded beast. Yamcha, seated beside him, was rendered limp in his chair, his complexion as pale as parchment. Are you joking? Frisia? Isn't he dead? Came house speech. Krillin shot up as if struck by lightning, beads of sweat rolling off his bald head, evaporating upon hitting the scorching sand. He trembled uncontrollably. This feeling, it's 100 times more terrifying than on Namek. Frisia, he has truly returned. And another presence, equally monstrous. Good heavens. His voice twisted by sheer terror. Behind him, Master Roshi also sensed the two potent malevolent energies, his gaze beneath the sunglasses grave and intense. Baba Mountain, Son Goku's home. Crack. The tip of Gohan's pencil suddenly snapped. He jerked his head up, his youthful face drained of color, his body quivering instinctively from fear. Frisia. This energy is colder and more violent than during the Namek saga, he murmured, trembling uncontrollably. Korin Tower, Snowy Mountains. Tien and Kaiatsu, engaged in training, abruptly halted. Tien's third eye shot wide open, radiating brilliance, his expression dark as storm clouds. Kaiatsu, can you feel it? An unprecedented evil, Frisia, and another similarly unfathomable darkness. Kaiatsu, trembling and cowering behind Tien, spoke in a quavering voice. Tien, it's terrifying. It feels like it wants to devour everything. Deep within the polar ice mountains, Piccolo, meditating in a cross-legged position, suddenly opened his eyes, his emerald irises flashing with a cold glimmer. Frisia? No, there's another presence of pure malice targeting Earth. A low curse echoed through the icy cavern. Damn it. With a thunderous crack, the solid ice erupted. A streak of green light burst through the ice, carrying with it a resolute, killing intent that pierced the heavens. No words or communications were necessary. That world-destroying aura served as the most piercing rallying call. A series of streaks of light, imbued with a sense of determination and tragic resolve, tore through the sky, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Or meteors defying the current, unflinchingly converging towards the abyss that was about to descend into despair. North Kai's planet. The pudgy North Kai's antennae quivered suddenly, his round face shifting from leisure to astonishment. Frisia, how can this energy be possible? He wiped the sweat from his brow in disbelief. He was supposed to have been utterly annihilated after his battle with Goku on Namek. There are 7 high-energy reactions on Earth, moving at high speed, 16's calm voice reported. The energy radar within him operating precisely. The target coordinates align perfectly with the extraterrestrial energy prediction landing point, 573-18220. Deviation within 5 kilometers. The data was reported with cold detachment. TSK, that old coot, Dr. Gero, has entrusted you with all the good stuff. With a slight pout. Number 18 tapped her chin with her fingertips, her tone laced with a hint of annoyance. Number 17, and I do not possess such intimate gadgets. No matter. Number 17 chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Soon enough, We too shall be able to pinpoint everything through sheer energy. No matter how sophisticated the instruments, they will inevitably falter at some point. He paused momentarily, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls. Those who can act at this moment include Vegeta, Piccolo, Tin, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. As for Master Roshi, he's likely too old now, content to peruse his risque magazines and practice aerobics at home. After all, a man who has lived as long as he has must possess some wisdom. It appears that the only ones who could prepare a welcome for Frieza are none other than Goku and his band of Z warriors. The corners of number 17's mouth slowly curled into an almost joyous arc. The thought of soon witnessing those legendary fighters, along with the wickedly charismatic Cosmic Emperor, ignited a flicker of uncontainable excitement in his eyes. Let us depart. Before his words could fully resonate, he had transformed into a blurred specter, darting toward the laboratory exit. For it would be a pity to miss this welcoming party. Hey, number 17. Number 18 stomped her foot in dissatisfaction, her silhouette trailing closely behind. You men and your penchant for reveling in chaos are insufferable. Before she could finish her thought, she and the silent number 16 became two streaks of light, swiftly tearing through the air as they pursued number 17, vanishing beyond the confines of the research facility. Chapter 6. The Gathering of the Z Warriors. In the outskirts of West City, a forsaken wasteland lay in silence. The fierce winds whirled up gravel, wailing between the exposed ochre rock formations and sparse, withered grass. As far as the eye could see, undulating hills and jagged stones painted a desolate picture of stillness. Suddenly, three figures descended like phantoms, landing soundlessly at the precipice of the steep cliff, precisely at their anticipated landing point. It was number 17, number 18, and number 16. They lightly touched the ground, seeming weightless, as the crumbling clifftop stirred only a few barely perceptible specks of dust. From their elevated position, the barren land stretched beneath them, rendering them like silhouettes materializing from the void. With their superior strength, they far surpassed Earth's Z warriors in speed, arriving here first despite having departed later. Thanks to the unique construction of the androids, devoid of energy emissions, they melded seamlessly into the shadows of the rocks, perfectly concealing their forms. The vast expanse of the wasteland lay bare before them. All right, we shall wait here, number 17 remarked. Frieza and his entourage have yet to arrive. Who knows where they will land? Number 18 crossed her arms, gazing down at the wasteland with a bored expression. Meanwhile, number 16 remained silent like a steadfast steel sentinel, his electronic eye calmly scanning the surroundings, though his stern countenance had softened slightly. Indeed, number 16 genuinely cherished nature, although this area consisted solely of barren terrain. It was akin to a married man finding comfort simply sitting in a parking garage after work, as long as he wasn't at home. Number 17 cast a peculiar glance at number 16's expression, pondering the thought. They are coming. Although he lacked the energy radar like number 16, number 17's keen eyesight allowed him to spot Vegeta's approach from a distance. There, a furious Vegeta surged forward, enveloped in a white aura, flying at an astonishing speed, with Yamcha trailing a short distance behind. I can't believe Frieza is still alive. Kakarot is truly too naive. However, the question lingered. Who else had come alongside Frieza? This vexation fueled Vegeta's flight, causing him to accelerate further. According to number 17's estimation, if Vegeta increased his speed even more, Yamcha would likely struggle to keep pace. Just then, Vegeta abruptly halted and descended to the ground. They should be landing nearby. He called to Yamcha, though confidence brimmed in his judgment, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his flesh. Faced with the abyss-like malevolence emanating from Frieza and his son, even the proud Vegeta felt a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Are you certain about this? Yamcha questioned, skepticism lacing his voice. Those who lack understanding should simply keep quiet. Vegeta retorted, his tension flaring at Yamcha's doubt. Yamcha was about to counter when the sound of engines interrupted. At this tense moment, a flying vehicle approached from afar, the engine noise slightly alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Vegeta, Yamcha. From the vehicle emerged Bulma, accompanied by her childhood friend, the animal-like earthling Puar, who greeted them from the craft. Similarly, Bulma's arrival captured the attention of numbers 17 and 18. That woman must be Bulma. How dare someone like her, who couldn't even handle minor threats, come here? Number 18 remarked in astonishment. Dr. Gero had already inputted information about Goku and his companions into the database of numbers 17 and 18, allowing her to recognize Bulma's name upon sight. Bulma truly has some nerve, number 17 mused, despite having read the original story and knowing Bulma's fearless adventurous spirit. He still found her actions rather reckless. However, she was indeed the catalyst for the Dragon Ball saga. Without a hint of adventurous spirit, she wouldn't be herself. Excitedly, Bulma and Puar disembarked from the vehicle, But before they could speak, Yamcha's furious reprimand cut through the air. What are you two doing here? Of course. We're here to see what Frisia looks like. Bulma replied, hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. I missed seeing his true form back on Namek. What a pity. Do you not realize how terrifying Frisia is? Yamcha responded, incredulous. Of course I know that's why I'm here. Bulma retorted. If Frisia truly intended to destroy Earth, he would have done so already, just like on Namek. Regardless of where I am, I would still face death. I might as well see it unfold in person. Bulma's reasoning seemed to convince Yamcha, and even prompted Vegeta to regard her with newfound respect. He had initially thought her to be an ordinary, lowly woman, but it turned out she possessed such courage. With superior hearing. Number 17 couldn't help but chuckle at Bulma's exchange, finding it amusing once more, just as he had during his previous anime viewings. Number 18 glanced at her brother with a bemused expression, unsure of what had prompted his sudden laughter, while the silent number 16 continued to appreciate the surrounding environment. A small bird having perched upon him. At that moment, Tien and Kairatsu also arrived on the scene. Tien, Kairatsu, you made it. Previously, after a long separation, Yamcha was quite pleased to encounter his companions with whom he had trained on North Kai's planet. Enough with the pleasantries. You three, if that Namekian possesses any wit, you should promptly reduce your battle power. Remember, every member of Frisia's army carries a scouter. Vegeta impatiently interrupted their jovial exchange. That Namekian? Piccolo. Upon Vegeta's reminder, Tien and the others realized that Piccolo had arrived at some point unbeknownst to them. Shortly thereafter, Krillin and Gohan also hurried to join them. Oi everyone. As soon as he landed, Krillin greeted everyone present, having forged deep bonds with them. Krillin, Gohan, Bulma welcomed them with equal enthusiasm upon spotting them. Gohan, where's Goku? Though not particularly hopeful, Yamcha still inquired. Gohan merely shook his head, while Bulma and Puar wore expressions of disappointment. Sigh, it seems he still hasn't returned. After all these years, under the current circumstances, if Goku were here, he would have arrived at the scene immediately. Frisia and his crew should be arriving soon as well. In the distance, number 17 observed the familiar faces, noting that aside from Goku, who was flying through space aboard the former Ginyu Force's spherical spacecraft, all the Z fighters had gathered. At this moment, outside the Earth's atmosphere, King Cold, Lord Frisia, we are nearing the atmosphere of Blue and White Star and will soon land on its surface, reported one of Frisia's subordinates from the spaceship. Chapter 7, The Mysterious Boy. They're here. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed since Gohan's arrival, shouted with great intensity. Before long, the iconic massive disc-shaped spaceship tore through the clouds above, accompanied by a deafening roar and a scorching wave of heat, streaking across the sky like a falling star. The shadow of the ship loomed over the Z fighters on the ground. Though it lasted only a brief moment, they each felt a sense of impending doom. Sweat beading on their foreheads, their breaths heavy with tension. Those like Krillin, who had once faced the terrifying cosmic tyrant Frisia on Namek, turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly. As the specter of death had never felt so palpable. This spaceship is even larger than I had anticipated, number 17 remarked, gazing up at the spacecraft soaring overhead. Truly, one of the hallmark vessels of Frisia's army. Several kilometers away from where Krillin and the others stood, Frisia's spaceship thundered down into the heart of the wasteland. With a resounding crash, the massive, suffocatingly large disc-shaped ship descended like a fallen malevolent star, wielding immense power as it coldly and precisely struck the jagged peaks of the rocky terrain. Its hull shimmered with a frigid metallic sheen, far exceeding the hardest granite found on Earth. Upon impact, the ancient rock columns, which had withstood the tests of time for millions of years, crumbled as though they were mere sandcastles constructed by children, accompanied by the excruciating sound of shattering rock and the harsh groans of metal grinding. The entire mountain range was ruthlessly flattened, reduced to dust. The immense shockwave stirred up clouds of dust, swiftly followed by a wave of destruction. A visibly discernible circular shockwave erupted like an invisible giant fist, violently radiating outward from the point of the ship's landing. The ground trembled violently, heaving as if a colossal beast were thrashing in its death throes. Where the shockwave passed, the surface was stripped bare, and the powerful gusts of wind traveled several kilometers, reaching Krillin and the others, bringing with it a tempest laden with the scent of dust and destruction, causing their clothes to billow and their skin to sting. Subsequently, accompanied by the deep and powerful sounds of hydraulic systems in operation, the heavy armor plating at the bottom of the ship slowly began to crack open. Gigantic metal landing gear, resembling the limbs of some alien behemoth, extended downward like the awakening claws of a steel predator. Plunging firmly into the ground that had been compacted by the shockwave, the claws piercing the rock layers with a dull crunch. The entire process exuded an elegance and ruthlessness akin to a predator, as if a massive mechanical crab, after the dust settled, had finally locked onto its prey, the very earth beneath it. Once the landing gear fully extended and locked into place, the ship that heralded destruction and oppression stood resolutely upon the wasteland, a monument to the arrival of a new dominion. The swirling dust settled beneath its vast shadow, adding an air of deathly silence and foreboding. With a creak and a hum, the hatch opened, and countless elite soldiers clad in Frisia's uniforms, wielding energy weapons and sporting their characteristic scouters, surged forth like a horde of locusts, quickly forming ranks with an intimidating presence. Finally, the top hatch in the center of the ship opened, and amidst the awed gazes of the minions, the semi-mechanical Frisia floated out, followed closely by the haughty King Cold. The aura emanating from the father and son duo enveloped the entire wasteland like a tangible darkness. On the arid expanse, several kilometers away from Frisia's army, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his pride as a Saiyan prince forbidding him from lacking the courage to confront his enemies. Listen well, if you wish to approach. Make your way there quietly, without revealing your energy. Piccolo placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, reassuring him as he trembled. Let us go, Gohan. Yes, Gohan nodded, regaining his composure. What are you joking about? At that moment, Yamcha exhibited a pessimistic demeanor. Given the monstrous battle power Frisia has displayed, even if we approach, what difference will it make? Moreover, this time we are facing two. Piccolo countered as he observed Yamcha's retreat. Are you suggesting we stay here and wait for death? Just accept it. Everyone knows hope is scant. Surveying their surroundings, while Krillin and Gohan also looked down in fear and silence, they found themselves more in agreement with Piccolo's words. To be frank, the end of Earth is upon us. With that, Vegeta took the lead toward the direction of Frisia's army's landing, followed closely by Piccolo, Bulma, and the others. Watching their resolute figures, Yamcha could only grit his teeth and follow suit. Though he felt cowardly, he refused to abandon his companions and flee alone. Yamcha, what a coward you are. Number 17, who had been observing Vegeta and the others from a distance, could only shake his head at Yamcha's retreat. Haven't you ever faced death before? As one of Goku's earliest companions, the initial incarnation of Yamcha was indeed brimming with potential. His self-created Wolf Fang fist, inspired by the movements of wolves, had impressed many, showcasing its practical value in critical battles such as the World Martial Arts Tournament. Subsequently, like Goku and Krillin, he trained under Master Roshi, becoming one of the disciples of the Turtle School. He later entered North Kai's planet for training alongside Tien and the others, enduring various battles. However, as the series progressed, Yamcha's strength had dwindled to the point of being a mere burden. Endowed with abundant talent and under the tutelage of the Turtle Hermit and King Kai of the North, one could certainly contend for the title of the strongest Earthling alongside Tien and Krillin. The underlying reason for this predicament is, essentially, a combination of lethargy and an aversion to confronting challenges head-on. In the end, even my girlfriend left me for Vegeta. You must admit, it's quite a disheartening affair. As for Android 16 and 18, it is time for us to join the fray. Consequently, the three of them, Android 17, 16, and 18, silently soared towards the location where the Frisia force was descending. Very well, eliminate every last Earthling. A deep, malevolent voice echoed across the desolate wasteland. A colossal spaceship cast a chilling shadow, with Frisia standing at the edge of that darkness, his crimson eyes slowly opening, as if he had just liberated himself from a humiliating memory. On Namek, the excruciating pain of Goku's Kamehameha seared his skin, a reminder of his near-death experience. Ultimately salvaged by his father, these fragmented memories gnawed at his pride like venomous serpents. The humiliation swiftly transformed into an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. He abruptly turned around and, facing the dense ranks of the Frisia force behind him, issued a chilling command, each word piercing the air like a dagger. Go. Yes. The response was a synchronized chorus, brimming with bloodthirsty fervor. At the forefront of the Legion, a squad of 3 elite warriors instantly morphed into blurred phantoms, emitting a shrill wail as they shot towards the distant city like arrows released from a bow. A cruel smile adorned their faces, as if they could already envision the scene of Earthlings fleeing in terror, blood and flesh scattering in their wake. However, just as these 3 figures leapt into the air, almost vanishing from sight, an exceedingly brief yet exceptionally clear sound of a sword unsheathing abruptly sliced through the atmosphere. The sound was as swift as a mirage, yet bore a sharpness that seemed capable of cleaving through space itself. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the Frisia Force. Quickly. So fast that it surpassed the capacity of the eye to perceive. Swift enough that the cruel grins on the faces of the elite Frisia Force members had no time to solidify. The 3 once menacing warriors, who had just surged forth, were now reduced to several dismembered chunks, each of varying sizes, but all with unnaturally smooth edges. cascading from the air and landing with a series of dull thuds on the rocky ground, close to where they had just leapt. What transpired? All present, including Frisia and his father, felt their pupils constrict in unison. Shock and disbelief froze on their faces. In stark contrast to Frisia and his kin, on a distant cliff, Android 17 leaned forward, his arms folded, his typically nonchalant expression stripped away, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk, intently fixated on the purple figure below. Finally, he has arrived, he murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation lacing his voice. Beep, beep. Android 16's energy radar locked onto Trunks the moment he appeared. Android 18's beautiful eyes also slightly narrowed as they regarded the mysterious newcomer. Since Trunks hailed from the future, Dr. Gero's microbots had not yet collected his data during this period, leaving Androids 16 and 18 unaware of his identity. Amidst the astonished gazes of Frisia's forces, a purple figure materialized before Frisia and his father without warning. Clad in a purple coat adorned with the logo of Capsule Corp on his left shoulder, a black tank top, black trousers with a yellow belt, and yellow boots, he carried an elegantly styled ancient sword slung across his back. His smooth, short purple hair framed a stern visage, and his eyes glimmered with the sharpness of a blade. It was none other than Trunks, the warrior from the future. Where did this insignificant creature come from? Do you wish to meet your demise as well? Frisia, having just issued the order for slaughter, was interrupted by the sudden appearance of this young man, his displeasure palpable. He regarded the one who had effortlessly dispatched 3 elite warriors with disdain, dismissing him as yet another ignorant insect. Trunks slowly lifted his drooping eyelids, his knife-like gaze locking onto Frisia and his father. I have come specifically to kill you. His voice, calm and steady, bore no hint of fluctuation, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. In his serene proclamation, it was as if the 2 once-feared monarchs of the North Galaxy were mere ants before him. What did you just say? Frisia and King Cold simultaneously displayed expressions of incredulity. Frisia tilted his head, a ridiculous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. King Cold furrowed his brow, as if doubting his own hearing due to his advancing age. I have already stated it. I have come to kill you. Trunks repeated his assertion, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, seemingly unfazed by their ludicrous expressions. Ha ha ha, ha, ha ha ha. Frisia let out a brief scoff, soon erupting into uproarious laughter as if he had heard the grandest joke in the universe. His shrill, piercing laughter reverberated across the desolate landing zone, rife with utmost contempt and derision. King Cold joined in with a deep, booming laugh, his massive frame quaking as though he were witnessing an exceedingly absurd farce. In their minds, this audacious declaration was merely the pitiful death rattle of a foolish insect. They, the rulers of the North Galaxy, held dominion over the lives and deaths of countless beings. This lad before them, merely a wretched creature emerging from some forgotten corner, destined to become cosmic dust. Dispose of him. Frisia's voice dripped with disdain and condescension, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. He couldn't even be bothered to cast another glance at Trunks, turning away with the utmost arrogance, exposing his entire back to the very earthling who claimed he would take his life. This act itself was the most profound insult. Frisia, the cosmic emperor, deemed it unnecessary to acknowledge a soon-to-be corpse. His gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly plotting the blood-soaked aftermath of Earth's obliteration. This brief interruption was merely an unpleasant noise, destined to be crushed by his subordinates. King Cold, arms crossed, stood like a mountain, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Understood, Lord Frisia. Eliminate him. This ignorant fool, like a disturbed swarm of bloodthirsty bees. Dozens of diverse yet ferocious alien warriors erupted into a thunderous roar. Blades glimmered, energy beams lit the air, and menacing alien claws flashed with deadly intent, intertwining to form a catastrophic web of death. From all directions, they charged towards the solitary purple figure in the center, propelled by a savage momentum intent on obliterating everything in their path. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their heavy footfalls and the shockwaves of energy. The cacophony of battle cries and energy blasts threatening to rupture eardrums. The scene devolved into chaos and peril, as though Trunks were on the verge of being utterly engulfed and shredded by this violent tide. Yet, just as the cataclysmic wave was about to engulf that purple figure, he moved. Trunks' form vanished. No, to Android 17 and the others, he had not vanished, but rather accelerated to an unfathomable degree. Clang, 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 clang. A cacophony of metallic clangor erupted, sharp and indistinguishable, akin to 1,000 blades simultaneously unsheathing. The air was violently stirred, torn asunder. Vivid purple sword light flickered like a deadly flower blooming and wilting in an instant, flashing wildly amidst the gaps of the charging crowd. The Frisia Forces Elite, renowned for their speed, strength, and defense, appeared frail as paper before that purple radiance. The air was filled with agonizing cries, the brittle sound of energy shields shattering, the mournful wail of severed metal, and the muted thud of flesh and bone being torn apart, swiftly replacing the roar of the charge. This overwhelming spectacle transpired in the blink of an eye, likely in less than a second. In a flash, the last soldier, eyes wide with terror, began to retreat. As the purple sword shadow abruptly froze, coalescing once more into the stern and upright figure of Trunks. With a swift and decisive motion, he swept his arm backward. A crisp and steady metallic click resonated through the air. The long sword, exuding a menacing aura, was expertly returned to its obsidian sheath by Trunks. With that sound, it was as though time itself had been paused. Thud! The once formidable and overwhelming tide of dozens of Frisia's elite warriors now fell to the ground, as if their very bones had been collectively extracted. Lifeless and devoid of energy. Mortally inflicted wounds erupted with torrents of blood, the intensely suffocating scent of iron pervading the air, quickly pooling into dark crimson puddles on the ground. Severed limbs, shattered weapons, and armor lay strewn about, transforming the landing point into a hellish battleground. Silence descended once more, heavier than when Trunks had first appeared. Chapter 9. The Shocked Z-Fighters. As the bloody tempest unfolded at the Frisia force's landing zone, several figures raced across the desolate wilderness, kilometers away from the battlefield. Vegeta led the charge, his brow furrowed, lips pursed in his customary haughty impatience, targeting the source of the Frisia's presence that he so loathed. Close behind were Krillin and the others, their faces etched with gravity, fully aware that they were about to confront a nearly unwinnable battle. However, at a moment when they were sprinting at full speed, drawing closer to the battlefield, they suddenly halted in disbelief. Huh? What? What is happening? Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Gohan, Yamcha, and Kairatsu almost simultaneously came to a standstill, their faces overtaken by incredulity. How is this possible? Krillin's voice trembled as he cast a frantic glance at his companions. Did you feel that? In an instant, dozens of presences vanished. Though they could not see the scene unfolding, their senses detected the abrupt disappearance of countless menacing auras belonging to the Frisia force, extinguished simultaneously like candle flames snuffed out without warning. Such a collective obliteration of energy typically heralds but one conclusion: instantaneous death. I felt it. Piccolo replied solemnly, his heart, seasoned by countless battles, raced at the bizarre phenomenon. It vanished too quickly, so fast it defies logic, as if something had erased it all in one breath. Tien's third eye widened as he strained to capture the chaotic energy fluctuations from afar. No, it doesn't seem like that. Yamcha shook his head. Confusion and a hint of barely perceptible hope etched on his face. Before those auras disappeared, I sensed an incredibly powerful, yet unfamiliar energy. Albeit for just a fleeting moment, he struggled to recall the sensation. That feeling, it was reminiscent of Goku. Krillin clapped his hands suddenly, a spark igniting in his eyes, as if grasping a lifeline from the depths of despair. The heavy tension that had weighed upon him dissipated like melting ice, replaced by a profound, almost disbelieving joy. Yes, although it feels slightly different, that warmth and strength, the core essence of explosive energy, it's undoubtedly Goku. He has returned. He must have arrived. Jigoku? Kaiatsu beamed with innocent delight, as if the mere mention of his name could dispel fear itself. Indeed, it must be Goku. Yamcha echoed, excitement surging within him. Only he possesses the power to eliminate so many foes in an instant. We are saved. Hope ignited like wildfire within the group, banishing the shadows of despair. The instantaneous annihilation of the Frisia Force's elite, coupled with the aura that could only belong to Goku, allowed their taut nerves to relax, their faces breaking into smiles of relief. Yet, amidst that brief, hopeful uproar, silence. You fools. Vegeta's voice, cold and laced with suppressed fury, poured over them like ice water. Unlike the others, he did not engage in excited discussions, instead standing still like a statue, his head slightly bowed, obscuring his expression. Yet his body radiated tension, fists clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain, shoulders quivering ever so slightly. Vegeta? Krillin flinched at his low growl, glancing at him in confusion. Slowly, Vegeta raised his head. His eyes, typically ablaze with combat fervor and arrogance, now reflected unprecedented shock and suspicion. His gaze locked onto the direction of the vanished aura, as if trying to pierce through the veil of space to discern what had transpired. Saiyan Vegeta's voice was low and raspy, as though wrung from the depths of his throat, reverberating with disbelief. That aura is a Saiyan. A Saiyan? Piccolo keenly seized upon the word, his brow furrowing. Aside from you, and Goku, not that fool Kakarot. Vegeta interjected sharply, his tone imbued with instinctive rejection and profound confusion. That feeling. while the essence is the frenzied power of a Saiyan, is different. Kakaroto's aura is not like this. He inhaled deeply, his proud visage momentarily shaken by the sheer impact of the information. He stared into the distance, desperately attempting to decipher that fleeting energy. But it cannot be mistaken. Vegeta's voice became resolute, imbued with a certainty that resonated from the depths of his very blood. That aura, the pure essence of a warrior race. That qualitative sensation, I have felt it countless times on planet Vegeta. It is an ingrained recognition. No other race in the universe can emit such a unique aura. He paused, seemingly grappling with this absurd conclusion, before murmuring in a near dreamlike state, there exists an unfamiliar Saiyan. A Saiyan powerful enough to obliterate dozens of Frisia's elites in an instant. Vegeta's declaration struck like thunder, exploding within the hearts of the Earth warriors who had just begun to kindle hope. The joy of Goku's return instantly solidified, replaced by a deeper, unfathomable enigma. A formidable, unfamiliar Saiyan, appearing at the critical moment of Frisia's arrival on Earth? Who is he? In the vast, desolate expanse, the wind stirred the dry dust, sweeping over the scattered remnants of extraterrestrial beings, and blowing toward the three figures locked in confrontation at the heart of the battlefield. Oh. The motion of this purple-haired handsome man's sword sheathing was unexpectedly stylish. Android 18, arms crossed and a smirk gracing her lips, watched Trunks engage in combat with an air of newfound interest. Suddenly, a grotesque sound pierced the air, a flesh-rending noise. The cosmic Emperor Frisia, momentarily paralyzed by the unbelievable carnage, turned his gaze with a flash of fury in his crimson eyes, only to be pierced through the back by an unexpected hand strike aimed at the last subordinate cowering in fear. Excellent. Frisia cast aside the filth on his hands, his voice as deep and chilling as the winds of hell, each word dripping with a viscous malevolence. You have successfully provoked my wrath. His scarlet pupils were fixated on the mysterious Earth youth before him. Before that damned Super Saiyan monkey returns, I shall make an exception and allow you, this insignificant insect, to witness what it means to be the strongest in the universe. King Cold, towering like a mountain, still stood with his arms crossed, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Since he is so eager to meet his demise, he shall serve as a means to stretch my muscles. How unfortunate. In the face of the Cosmic Emperor's overwhelming rage and disdain, Trunks displayed not a hint of fear. Instead, a near sinister smirk graced his lips. Super Saiyans are not limited to Mr. Goku alone. He paused momentarily, under the piercing gaze of Frisia and his father, and declared with a thunderous resonance, I am one too. Chapter 10, The Wrath of Frisia. At that very instant, an unimaginable surge of pure, violent golden energy erupted from within Trunks. It was as if a miniature sun was birthed at his feet. The blinding golden light instantly dispelled all shadows and bloodshed from the desolate land, illuminating the world in resplendent brilliance. The energy waves surged forth like a tangible tsunami in every direction. Trunks' rebellious purple hair stood erect amidst the golden radiance, akin to a blazing flame of gold. His eyes transformed into cold, merciless emerald pools, the pupils vanishing, leaving behind only a pure, indifferent gaze that looked down upon all existence. The ferocious golden aura surged skyward, brutally tearing apart the heavy cloud cover. The terrifying pressure descended like divine retribution, creating a profound sense of oppression that caused rocks several kilometers away to groan under the burden. This sensation, Gohan jolted, his face suddenly overwhelmed with immense joy. It is Dad. The feeling of transforming into a Super Saiyan alongside Dad on Namek is precisely the same. What? The haughty expression on Vegeta's face shattered in an instant, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief. This powerful yet familiar aura struck like a hammer against his understanding. Is it real? Gohan, Krillin and the others were ignited with newfound hope, their tension and despair dissipating entirely. Quickly, let us hurry over. They no longer concealed their energy, transforming into streaks of light, tearing through the air as they sped toward the direction of that golden beam. Beep, beep, beep. The energy storm unleashed by Trunks' transformation triggered a sharp alarm from the energy radar within Android 16. Target energy level, exponentially rising. Oh, a new, more radiant appearance? Android 18 raised an intrigued eyebrow. Though her perception was not as precise as the instruments, the oncoming tidal wave of energy was unmistakably distinct. It was dazzlingly golden. But it is not merely a change in color, Android 18. Android 17 remarked with a knowing smile, his gaze fixed intently on the golden figure at the heart of the battlefield. This swordsman, named Trunks, possesses the blood of a Saiyan. In this state, he embodies the legendary Super Saiyan, with a power increase estimated to be around 50-fold. As he explained to Android 16 and 18, he himself was equally captivated by the battlefield. Although the database contained extensive combat information, experiencing such intensity firsthand was a novel experience for him. While fear was absent from his emotions, the atmosphere of battle felt entirely different from watching through a screen. Frisia and his father would be slain by this swordsman. After analyzing the data within his internal computer, Android 16 spoke with calm certainty, his words heralding the impending doom of the Cosmic Emperor. Their energies exist in an entirely different dimension. What? The twisted grin on Frisia's face froze instantaneously, replaced by unprecedented shock and a flicker of fear that even he had not perceived. King Cold, with his massive form, leaned forward for the first time, the playful expression vanishing, leaving only grave seriousness in its wake. It is this gaze, precisely this one. Frisia's rationality was consumed by a tempest of fury and buried dread. That damned Saiyan monkey. How dare he? How dare he look down upon me with such eyes? The indifference in Trunks' icy green gaze perfectly mirrored that of the golden figure from Frisia's memories, igniting the suppressed madness within him. Die for me. In a furious roar, Frisia raised his index finger sharply, and a crimson energy sphere, brimming with destructive power, shot forth like a venomous serpent, instantaneously tearing through the air and hurtling toward Trunks with catastrophic force. Boom. The energy sphere struck Trunks' position with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a violent explosion that sent clouds of dust and debris soaring, completely engulfing his figure. Frisia, control your power, King Cold admonished sternly. This fragile planet cannot withstand such turmoil. If it is destroyed, Goku will never return. I know, father. Frisia gasped, his eyes locked onto the center of the dust cloud. I have not exerted my full strength. This level is sufficient to crush that pretentious little fish. As the dust began to settle, not a single hair was harmed. Trunks remained calmly standing in place, even his clothing merely dusted with a hint of dirt. His emerald eyes pierced through the thinning smoke, coldly locking onto Frisia. Huffed. How classic. The principle of being unharmed amidst the smoke. Android 17 could not help but let out a chuckle, his tone tinged with mockery. No, it's impossible. Frisia's expression contorted completely, shifting from disdain to shock, then to a hint of panic. You. How could you? You underestimate me far too much, Frisia. Trunks' voice was as chilling as ice, clearly cutting through the air. With your meager strength, do you dare claim you did not go all out? How dare you underestimate me? Frisia, thoroughly enraged, lost all composure. His right hand shot forward, aimed at Trunks, as a violent purple energy surged and compressed within his palm, roaring. A wave of destructive energy, far surpassing anything before it surged forth, akin to an enraged purple dragon, shrieking as it tore toward Trunks. The dissipating energy shockwave even forced King Cold to raise his arm in defense. This time, Trunks finally moved. He crossed his arms before his chest, golden flames surging and boiling around his form. Boom. The wave of energy violently collided with Trunks' defenses. The tremendous force propelled him across the ground, carving two deep furrows as debris flew in all directions. Yet, he stood unwavering. His crossed arms acted as an impenetrable dam, staunchly blocking the destructive onslaught of the violet dragon. The raging flow of energy was forcibly diverted, ricocheting into the surrounding wilderness, exploding into a series of terrifying deep craters. Oh, my foolish King Frisia, 17's voice dripped with an all-knowing mockery. Your arrogance and short-sightedness are your greatest tomb. A true battle should be fought with utmost effort. A decisive strike. At that moment, 17 caught sight of several figures appearing on the horizon. They have arrived. What is this? The Z-fighters, just arriving, were utterly stunned by the sight before them. The ground was littered with the grotesque remains of various extraterrestrial beings, resembling a hellish tapestry. And at the center of the battlefield stood Frisia alongside a towering alien that bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's second form, and a Super Saiyan. Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. That resplendent golden hair, those emerald green eyes, the soaring golden aura, it perfectly mirrored the image of his father battling fiercely on Namek. Krillin, Tien, and the others were left speechless, gazing incredulously at the divine golden figure before them. However, Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on the unfamiliar golden Saiyan, his black pupils dilated in shock, the proud facade cracking under the weight of a tumultuous and indescribable emotion. Who is he? Chapter 11, The Twilight of Frisia. Is this truly the extent of the cosmic tyrant's power? Trunks' voice shattered the silence, laced with icy sarcasm, his gaze slicing through Frisia like a blade. If you do not unleash your full strength now, you will not even have the chance to strike. Damn it. The ultimate humiliation ignited Frisia's last vestiges of madness. He let out a frenzied roar, his body shooting skyward, his right arm raised high, fingers splayed. A soul-chilling destructive energy began to gather and compress frantically in his palm. A crimson point of light, no larger than a fingertip, expanded within a billionth of a second into a terrifying energy sphere, ominously glowing with a diameter of several dozen meters. The temperature and density at its core were so immense that the surrounding space began to warp and groan. The ultimate form of the death energy blast, supernova death energy sphere, formed. This cataclysmic wave of energy even penetrated the dimensional barriers, causing the distant North Chi-S planet in the mysterious dimension to tremble. Oh no! Frisia intends to annihilate the Earth. The energy he has gathered exceeds that which he used to destroy Namek by more than tenfold. The rotund North Chi stumbled, his antennae quivering wildly, his beady eyes widening behind his sunglasses. This mysterious youth appears to possess even greater strength than Goku, and I am utterly unaware of his origins. The North Chi's voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion. Goku, you must hurry. Frisia, you will destroy this planet. Seeing his son Frisia becoming serious, King Cold questioned. It's all right, father. Frisia's voice twisted with madness, his eyes consumed by destruction. That Saiyan monkey Goku can be dealt with later in the cosmos. I will not concern myself with that. Die. As he spoke, Frisia hurled the gathered supernova death energy sphere toward Trunks with all his might. Trunks, his expression calm, did not evade. He raised his arms high, his golden aura burning at its zenith. Like a colossal golden shield, he boldly faced the doomsday strike. Boom! At the moment of contact, an unimaginable shockwave erupted. The destructive energy radiating from the energy sphere instantly stripped away the earth beneath Trunks' feet, and within a radius of several hundred meters. A supercrater, akin to a meteor impact, formed instantaneously amidst the thunderous roar. Trunks' figure was engulfed entirely by the violent dark red energy. Hiss! Tien gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So this is Frisia's true power. You all fought against such a monster. Can this unfamiliar Saiyan possibly withstand it? Yamcha's voice trembled. This planet is doomed. Frisia, we must leave. King Cold decisively commanded, his enormous form soaring toward the top of their spaceship. Frisia watched as the obliterating sphere and the colossal crater below consumed everything, a twisted pleasure finally gracing his face. He scoffed, descending onto the spaceship's roof, turning to enter with King Cold. Yet, in that fleeting moment as Frisia and his father turned, the dark red destructive star, which should have obliterated everything, inexplicably halted in midair. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the doomsday energy sphere began to rise slowly. Astonishing, Frisia seemed to sense something, spinning around abruptly. Within his scarlet pupils reflected an unforgettable scene at the bottom of the unfathomable crater. That resplendent golden figure was effortlessly holding the planet-destroying energy sphere aloft with a single palm. Trunks slowly emerged from the depths of the pit, step by step. Golden flames engulfed him, illuminating the doomsday sphere as if it were a mere toy in his grasp. Frisia instantly leapt from the spaceship, landing at the edge of the crater. It seems this is all the strength you possess. Upon reaching the crater's edge, Trunks taunted. You wretched fool. Frisia would not allow himself to be humiliated in such a manner. He raised his hand and instantly shot an energy blast forward, aimed directly at the sphere Trunks was holding. Hiss boom. The energy blast struck precisely at the core of the supernova death energy sphere. A catastrophic chain reaction erupted instantaneously. The destructive shockwave surged forth like a tangible tsunami, expanding at a terrifying speed that exceeded sound, wreaking havoc in all directions. The ground was torn asunder, crumbling like fragile biscuits. Massive boulders were hurled like cannonballs. Humph. Number 17 let out a soft grunt. A faint green energy shield manifesting around him, isolating the frenzied winds and debris, his form unwavering. Hey, big guy, cover me. Number 18 reacted swiftly, slipping behind the mountain-like form of number 16. Number 16 stood silently, allowing the storm of destruction to crash against his sturdy frame. Remaining unyielding, the Z-fighters were filled with rage, struggling to maintain their footing against the shockwave, their faces etched with terror. When the blinding brilliance and the deafening roar finally subsided, and the clouds of dust began to dissipate, before Frisia and his father lay a crater even larger and more profound than before. The bottom of the pit was charred black, utterly devoid of anything. Well done, my son. King Frisia possesses the aura of an emperor. King Cold, witnessing the scene before him, soared to Frisia's side and praised him. Humph! Frisia gasped for breath. Surveying the masterpiece before him, a renewed expression of disdain and arrogance gracing his features. It was merely a slightly more robust insect, after all, perfectly suited as a warm-up exercise for the impending return of Son Goku, that Saiyan monkey. Huh. Android 18, observing the jubilant Frisia and his son below, could not stifle a derisive laugh. These foolish pair seemed to rejoice a tad too prematurely. That Trunks had been lurking behind them for quite some time. Though Trunks moved with remarkable swiftness, he was still unable to elude 18's keen gaze. The battle was about to reach its conclusion. Android 17's gaze shifted toward the solitary peak that had survived the shockwave, not far behind Frieza and his son. There, Trunks had quietly stood for an unknown duration. His golden aura had receded, yet the chilling intent emanating from his emerald eyes enveloped the area like a tangible entity, firmly locking onto Frieza below. He moved. Trunks atop the peak narrowed his eyes, his arms crossing in a flash before his chest. Like a master swordsman of unparalleled skill, he traced the trajectory of his opponent's demise in the void. At last, his movements froze, his thumbs and forefingers pressed together, forming a perfect diamond-shaped crosshairs, through which his icy gaze precisely targeted Frieza, who stood with his back turned. Frieza! A roar resonating with the weight of judgment erupted like thunder. Simultaneously, a wave of annihilation surged forth from the center of the diamond frame, hurtling toward Frieza's back. At that very instant, his figure had vanished from the peak. What? A sense of impending doom sent Frieza and King Cold's hairs standing on end. Instinctively, they sprang to the sides of the sky, evading the threat. Boom! The fiery shockwave detonated at their original position, creating a deep crater, the power seemingly unremarkable. Humph! To think such a feeble attack would suffice. Frieza's mockery was cut short by a sudden, bone-chilling aura of murderous intent descending from above. He abruptly lifted his head. What met his rapidly widening pupils was Trunks, descending like divine retribution. Clutching an ancient sword tightly, he raised it above his head. The blade shimmered with lethal cold light, illuminated by the remnants of his golden aura. Clang. A sound akin to a dragon's roar reverberated across the wasteland. A blinding beam of light sliced through the air like lightning. In a fleeting moment, Frieza's technologically advanced mechanical body, along with the expression of shock and fear etched on his face, was neatly bisected. Wishing to annihilate Earth? Speak to my sword. Trunks gazed at the severed Frieza before him, his eyes cold and merciless. Time seemed to momentarily freeze. The next instant, Trunks' silhouette flitted like a butterfly among flowers, the sword in his hand transforming into a blurred web of strikes. The blade, following the trajectory meticulously calculated in his mind, swept across Frieza's bisected form with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Frieza's immensely durable mechanical body was swiftly dismantled into numerous fragments of varying sizes. Finally, Trunks formed a single-handed seal. Boom! A blinding white light erupted from his palm once more. The last remnants of Frieza's existence, along with all his arrogance and ambition, were utterly reduced to cosmic dust in that radiant glow. Chapter 12. King Cold's Enticement. On the wasteland, the hum of dissipating energy gradually faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. As though a heavy curtain had descended upon the earth, the Z fighters, including Krillin, stood petrified, their minds blank. Had the once suffocatingly despairing and seemingly omnipotent cosmic emperor, Frieza, truly been erased in an instant like mere dust? This reality, surpassing comprehension, momentarily halted their thoughts. Upon the high cliff, Android 18 yawned languidly, curling her lips in disdain. Tsh, what cosmic emperor? He didn't even afford me the chance to stretch after the battle. Her tone dripped with contempt, as if she had just witnessed a most tedious performance. Android 16's electronic eye flickered with a faint light, his core processor recording and analyzing each detail of Trunks' battle at an extraordinary speed, the peak of energy bursts, the surpassing speed, and the precise trajectory of his swordsmanship. Android 17, however, gazed intently, locking onto the purple-haired figure below who was slowly sheathing his ancient sword, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Trunks. This strike has severed not just Frieza's ambitions. It is a true sword that rewrites the trajectory of history. Suddenly, King Cold and Trunks, suspended in midair, descended almost simultaneously onto a nearby hilltop, its peak flattened by the remnants of the battle. The two stood facing each other, the biting wind causing King Cold's crimson cloak to billow, yet failing to ruffle Trunks in the slightest. The frigid air solidified between them. King Cold broke the silence first, forcing a semblance of a smile upon his face, his voice low and oppressive. You possess quite the skill. His crimson eyes scrutinized Trunks, as if appraising a rare treasure. Super Saiyan, indeed a title well earned. He stepped forward, an invisible pressure radiating around him. You have far surpassed my expectations. To have killed my son Frieza in an instant. He paused, his right hand slightly open, adopting a highly enticing gesture. What do you say? Would you like to replace him and become my heir? King Cold's voice carried an odd allure, as though he were painting a future within easy reach. Leave this barren planet behind. Join me, and we shall grasp the entire universe in our hands. Trunks' eyes remained as cold as ever, his emerald pupils devoid of any ripples. save for a barely perceptible hint of derision. He remained silent, responding to this absurd proposal with a wordless rejection. Haha, King Cold chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed, though a shadow of disappointment crossed his features. Such a pity for this earnestness, young one. Abruptly, he shifted his gaze greedily to the ancient sword behind Trunks. Let us not dwell on that. That sword of yours appears rather extraordinary. He advanced slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without it, I fear it would not have been so easy to slice through Frisia's enhanced body, would it? The intent to probe was unmistakable. How about lending it to me for a moment of admiration? King Cold's voice dripped with a deliberate provocation. Humph. Seeing Trunks remain unmoved, he let out a shrill laugh. What? Afraid that once the sword is in my hands, you will lose your advantage? At last, a distinct and frigid smirk curled at the corners of Trunks' mouth, as if he had seen through the other's clumsy performance. He unsheathed the ancient sword from his back without hesitation, tossing it casually. Clang! The treasured sword gleamed with a cold light, landing precisely in King Cold's hand. King Cold weighed the sword, his fingers gliding along the icy blade, feeling the sharpness within, and chuckled with amusement. I see, indeed extraordinarily sharp. He abruptly lifted his head, a cunning and malevolent glint flashing in his crimson eyes, his voice rising sharply. It seems that the power you rely on to defeat Frisia is none other than the might of this sword. Do you not agree? He demanded harshly, attempting to destabilize Trunks' resolve. Trunks' expression grew even more peculiar, as if he were observing a mere jester. What exactly are you trying to convey? His voice remained calm, yet it carried an icy chill. There is but one thing I wish to express. King Cold gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the facade of benevolence evaporating in an instant, leaving only raw ferocity and murderous intent. He roared, channeling all his strength into his arms, wielding this divine weapon that was not rightfully his, and struck down fiercely towards Trunks' head. That is to say, without this sword, you could never hope to be my equal. King Cold. Clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed across the hillside. The cruel smile on King Cold's face froze instantly, transforming into sheer horror. The blade he swung down with all his might was effortlessly caught by Trunks' palm, as if held by an iron grip. The power capable of severing stars was rendered utterly impotent, as if bound by the formidable strength of the opponent, unable to budge. What? King Cold gasped incredulously. His muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting every ounce of energy to push down the blade, yet it seemed as though the sword was welded to Trunks' palm. A golden glint flashed in Trunks' eyes as he uttered a low growl. Humph. A tremendous wave of golden energy erupted once more with explosive force. He pressed forward against King Cold's full resistance, step by step advancing. The overwhelming strength caused the rocks beneath King Cold to crack and splinter, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, Trunks' free hand slowly rose. A blinding sphere of energy coalesced in his palm, precisely aimed at the location of King Cold's heart. King Cold's pupils reflected the annihilating radiance, leaving nothing but boundless dread. Without a moment's hesitation, a meticulously condensed energy wave pierced through King Cold's sturdy chest with terrifying speed. The area around his heart instantly transformed into a charred void. As Trunks unleashed this energy wave, clarity returned to King Cold's gaze. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, his massive form hurled away by the wave's horrific shock, crashing against the steep mountain wall like a broken doll. Boom. The mountainside crumbled, dust swirling in the air. King Cold's body was deeply embedded in the rock, sliding down the shattered surface, leaving a glaring trail of blood behind. Ultimately collapsing amidst the jagged stones, leaning against the frigid rock, at the end of his road, vitality rapidly draining away. Blood mixed with shattered innards spilled from his mouth. His eyes filled with terror of death and utter unwillingness. All of this was witnessed clearly by the distant Z warriors, gasps of astonishment rising in waves. King Cold has lost his wits. Number 17 scoffed from atop the cliff. Terrified by Trunks' instantaneous annihilation of Frisia, he had come to believe that the power of a weapon could surpass personal strength, foolishly imagining he could bridge the dimensional gap with a mere sword. It was akin to certain friends who assumed that my long hours of study and good grades stem from the umbrella I provide to my brother, thinking that merely purchasing the same brand of umbrella will elevate their own performance. Let me ask you this. Can you persist day after day, tirelessly scaling peaks and navigating treacherous canyons? Can you grasp such steadfast strength? Answer me. Chapter 13, Trembling Trunks. Please spare my life. King Cold screamed with his last breath, his voice contorted by pain and fear. I can give you a planet. No, an entire solar system. The whole galaxy. Please, I beg you spare me. He cast forth the final, most meager bargaining chip of a once mighty cosmic emperor. Trunks remained expressionless, his gaze as cold as an ancient glacier. in response to King Cold. A merciless light of annihilation ignited once more at his fingertips. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the desolate silence of the wasteland. A pure and suffocating white light of destruction suddenly expanded, instantaneously engulfing the figure that had once instilled fear in countless star systems. King Cold, the self-proclaimed ultimate ruler of the universe, along with the last vestige of unwillingness and astonishment squeezed from his throat, was utterly obliterated in this overwhelming torrent of energy, leaving not a single remnant behind, reduced to the most minuscule dust in the cosmos. The most infamous tyrants of the North Galaxy, the father-son duo of the ice-cold demon clan, Frisia and King Cold, met their absurd and disgraceful demise on this planet they once deemed insignificant. Their once proud absolute power, their cruel arrogance in tormenting the masses, appeared utterly pale and laughable in the face of overwhelming strength. They could not even muster a proper counterattack. They were erased in the blink of an eye, like insects crushed beneath a colossal wheel. The ironic cycle closed at this moment. Their demise bore a striking resemblance to the countless weak planets of the North Galaxy they had once ravaged at will. Yet this time, the roles were entirely reversed. The destroyers tasted the flavor of instant obliteration. The once mighty emperors fell into the dust, rendered to naught. An era forged from fear and blood was disgracefully concluded upon this nameless wasteland of Earth. Trunks coldly turned away, not sparing a glance at the residual blinding glare and rising heat waves from the energy explosion. His right palm extended, a pale golden flame silently coalescing into a sphere of terrifying power once again. His gaze locked onto the distant horizon, where lay the remnants of Frisia's army, a ship symbolizing their last vestige. Boom! Another beam of destruction sliced through the sky, like the spear of death's judgment, accurately penetrating the core of the ship. A violent explosion erupted, expanding into a colossal fireball, instantly consuming the iron beast along with its remnants, the minions who barely had time to scream. The once dominant sanctuary of cosmic pirates was transformed into a scattering of molten metal fragments and drifting plasma ashes amidst the earth-shaking roar. As the smoke lingered, silence enveloped the scene. "All right." Number 17's voice shattered the stillness, laced with a hint of amusement. "It is our turn to make an entrance." "What scheme are you concocting now?" Number 18 inquired, keenly sensing the shift in his tone, raising an eyebrow. "It's not exactly a scheme." Number 17 chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting towards Trunks' silhouette amidst the swirling dust. "I'm merely going to greet an acquaintance." He paused, his tone subtly shifting, his eyes brushing over the silent number 16 beside him. "Moreover, some matters should also be concluded while we have the chance." The golden flames gradually receded as Trunks exited his Super Saiyan state, his purple hair returning. He turned to face the Z warriors, still engulfed in shock and confusion, his expression transforming into one of warmth and bashfulness, a smile gracing his face that starkly contrasted with the previous coldness. "I am now going to welcome Mr. Sun Wukong," he proclaimed, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "Will you all join me?" "What? He knows Wukong." Trunks's words fell like pebbles cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of doubt among the Z warriors, the immense confusion diluting their fear. "Over here." After glancing at his watch, Trunks extended his left hand towards the southwestern horizon, calculating that Mr. Sun Wukong's spaceship would arrive at that location in 3 hours. His tone carried an undeniable certainty. "Please, follow me." He prepared to guide everyone towards the predetermined landing point, aligning with the trajectory of the future he foresaw. Just as the atmosphere began to ease and the tension in the hearts of the crowd slightly subsided, a series of clear, deliberate applause, imbued with a mocking rhythm, unexpectedly emanated from the summit of a nearby cliff. The sound, though not loud, pierced the desolation of the wilderness like an icicle, capturing everyone's attention in an instant. The Z warriors and Trunks whirled around, their gazes like bolts of lightning directed towards the source of the sound. At the edge of the cliff stood 3 figures, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Leading them was a black-haired youth who slowly lowered his hands from the applause. He was adorned with a striking red scarf, his handsome features framed by a black and gray patchwork jacket and distressed jeans, green socks paired with blue and white sneakers, and a small leather pouch hanging from his belt. A playful smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, his eyes scanning the scene below with the predatory gaze of a hunter. Beside him stood a blonde girl, her beauty reminiscent of a porcelain doll, her sapphire-like eyes clear yet devoid of warmth. She wore a sleek blue vest dress over a black and white striped shirt, her black leggings accentuating her long legs, and brown boots completing her ensemble, exuding a unique and perilous allure. Behind them, like a silent guardian, loomed an exceptionally robust giant. His signature orange mohawk stood defiantly, while he was encased in heavy fluorescent green armor that radiated an oppressive aura. His pale blue eyes gazed down calmly, as if surveying mere ants. The voice of Android 17, laced with a languid dominance, sliced through the air, reaching every ear. Truly, a splendid performance. Boom. It felt as if an invisible thunderclap had detonated in Trunks' mind. The blood in his veins seemed to freeze instantly. His pupils dilated to the utmost. Color drained from his face, and his body tensed involuntarily like iron. 17. 18. Why are they here? How could this be? Trunks' voice quivered. An uncontrollable tremor betraying his overwhelming fear, a chilling serpent coiling around his heart, far more intense than when he faced Frisia and his father. These three individuals, appearing harmless, embodied the harbingers of a hellish future. Why? Trunks' inner cries nearly erupted from his throat. Why had the androids appeared now? History had not unfolded this way. They were meant to surface 3 years later. And who was that giant? He had never encountered anyone like him in the future. There had never been mention of another comrade alongside 17 and 18. The unknown terror emanating from the silent giant magnified Trunks' panic. The mere existence of someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with those two demons posed an unfathomable danger. A deviation, a monumental historical deviation. Could it be that his premature defeat of Frisia and his father had set off a catastrophic chain reaction, akin to the flapping of a butterfly's wings? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, an overwhelming sense of crisis leaving Trunks no time for reflection. The instinct for survival and the urge to protect his comrades surged to the forefront. Boom! A dazzling golden light shot up once more into the sky. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan again. With blinding speed, he positioned himself like a teleportation barrier before Vegeta and the other Z warriors. The golden aura raging violently, forming a protective shield. He bellowed hoarsely behind him, his voice twisted by sheer terror. Run! They will kill everyone. The despair and authenticity embedded in his voice cut through the air like the sharpest winter wind, freezing the atmosphere back to absolute zero, which had only recently thawed with the death of Frisia. What is happening? The Z warriors were taken aback by Trunks' sudden, near-collapse warning and the resurgence of his terrifying power. Chapter 14. The Might of Android 18. Oh, at the cliff's edge, 18 tilted her head slightly, observing the tense Trunks below, genuine confusion flickering in her sapphire eyes. 17. It seems he recognizes us? Trunks' profound fear and hatred elicited an unusual response from her. Of course, we left him and his mother as the sole survivors in our future world. 17 understood but chose not to reveal the truth, casually responding. Why not just ask him directly? His gaze, sharp as an arrow, locked onto the golden figure below. Hey, you over there, the kid with the sword. 17's voice suddenly rose, dripping with unabashed mockery and a hint of icy inquiry, piercing the air as it struck Trunks. He deliberately paused, allowing an invisible pressure to envelop the scene. You seem quite familiar with us? Trunks clenched his teeth, his gums nearly bleeding from the force. He forced himself to suppress the surging panic, his golden eyes ablaze with seething hatred, fixed intently on the trio of demons atop the cliff. His voice scraping out from the depths of despair. Even if you were reduced to cosmic dust, I would still recognize you two demons. He abruptly turned, addressing the bewildered Z warriors behind him, his words tumbling out as rapidly as gunfire, each syllable imbued with a bloody warning. Listen, they are the androids secretly created by that madman, Dr. Gero, after the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated. Their sole objective is to kill Mr. Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero has never abandoned his quest for revenge. He has bided his time for years, crafting the ultimate weapon capable of defeating Wukong, the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin's face paled as if struck by lightning, realizing it was the same organization Wukong had dismantled in his youth. Indeed, Trunks affirmed hurriedly, his finger slicing through the air towards the cliff. The black-haired man with the red scarf is Android 17. The blonde woman beside him is Android 18. Finally, his gaze gravitated towards the silent, imposing figure radiating an overwhelming aura, his voice laced with unprecedented apprehension. As for that giant, I am unsure of his exact designation. But just by his stance, it's evident he is terrifyingly strong. Everyone run. They will kill you all. Humph. What nonsense. Vegeta's scoffing laughter shattered the tense atmosphere like an icicle, his proud head held high, his black eyes ablaze with offended fury. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, being trampled by Trunks' warning about the androids was a profound humiliation, far more enraging than any physical blow. His frigid gaze pierced through the three figures perched upon the cliff, akin to a searchlight, ultimately settling with unabashed disdain upon number 18. A sardonic smile curled upon his lips, every word laced with venom. A mere whelp, a silent oaf, and a woman? He deliberately emphasized the last two words, brimming with provocation. With such pitiful company, you dare to challenge me? Vegeta's voice surged, imbued with an imperious arrogance. How could such feeble beings instill fear in a Saiyan? A warrior forged from a lineage of fighters? It was nothing short of a cosmic jest. Ah, truly, the insufferable Vegeta remained unchanged, despite being well acquainted with his disposition. Hearing such unabashed discrimination and arrogance was enough to ignite a fiery urge to grind his face into the earth. Number 17's previously indifferent expression evaporated in an instant, his brow arching dangerously. TCH. The flicker of confusion on number 18's face was swiftly replaced by a chilling annoyance. Vegeta's blatant sexism and condescending arrogance had struck precisely upon her most intolerable nerve. Intent to kill, a palpable coldness coalesced within her azure eyes. Stay out of my way. Number 17. Her words, devoid of warmth, had scarcely dissipated in the wind when her form vanished into thin air. Bang! A sound so profoundly jarring that it resonated in the heart, erupted without warning. Swift, beyond the limits of visual perception. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta, who had been suspended in midair, his face frozen in that signature scornful smirk, was suddenly struck as if by a planet traveling faster than light. Thud! His robust chest collapsed like a fragile cookie. A torrent of searing blood, mixed with internal fragments, gushed forth from his mouth, painting a gruesome arc in the blinding sunlight. His body transformed into a blurred afterimage, hurtling towards the ground with terrifying velocity, raising a cloud of dust. Upon impact, a deep crater formed, with Vegeta lying at the bottom, teetering on the brink of death, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Number 18 reappeared as if conjured, materializing where Vegeta had once hovered. She did not cast a glance at the devastation she had wrought, but casually flicked her wrist, as if brushing off a speck of dust from her sleeve. Her cold blue eyes, akin to a scanning device, surveyed the Z warriors below, now rendered dumbfounded by the thunderous strike, eventually landing upon Trunks, whose complexion had drastically altered, with a hint of icy amusement. This blow was an absolute assertion of dominance, a chilling mockery of the label artificial demon. Moreover, it was the most powerful rebuttal to the insulting notion of woman that could shatter stars. You insolent wretch! Trunks' pupils dilated, the fear of the androids consumed by a fiery rage at his father's grievous injury. His golden aura erupted like a volcano once more, the sword at his back unsheathed with a clang, transforming into a purple lightning bolt capable of rending space itself, descending with determination upon number 18's neck. This strike encapsulated his dread for the future and fury at his father's plight. What? Shock froze on Trunks' face, under the incredulous gazes of the Z warriors, who could scarcely believe their eyes. Number 18 did not even alter her stance. She merely raised her delicate, alabaster arm in a casual yet languid manner. Clang crack. A piercing clash of metal echoed, accompanied by a sickening sound of shattering. The ancient blade, which had effortlessly severed the tyrannical Frieza, as if he were but tofu, and which contained Trunks' full might, met with number 18's arm, only to shatter like fragile glass, leaving a gaping arc-shaped breach. Shards flew. Trunks, reeling from the unimaginable recoil and the blade's fragmentation, found his movements lethargically delayed. A glint of cold light flashed in number 18's eyes as she seized upon this infinitesimal opening, her body twisted with an agility surpassing physical limits, executing a seemingly casual yet devastatingly powerful roundhouse kick that struck Trunks' midsection like a battle axe. Boom! Trunks shot forth like a cannonball, transformed into a streak of gold, colliding violently with the mountainside. The hard rock face crumbled like paper, instantly burying him. Massive boulders cascaded downward, sending plumes of dust skyward. Cough, cough. Moments later, a muffled groan, stifled by agony, emerged from the rubble. Boom. The golden aura erupted once more, shattering the debris into dust. Trunks struggled to hover in midair, blood pouring from his mouth, his golden aura fluctuating violently, as if it could extinguish at any moment. One hand clutched his agonized abdomen while the other, grasping the remnants of his broken sword, trembled slightly. His gaze drifted toward the slender, indifferent figure on the cliff, filled with unprecedented horror, confusion, and a terror that shattered his understanding. This power, something was amiss. Completely amiss. How could I be unable to withstand even a casual strike from her? The number 18 of the future could not possibly possess such unfathomable strength. Akin to a bottomless abyss, history had truly unraveled. Everything had spiraled out of control. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien, witnessing the successive defeats of Vegeta and Trunks, could no longer remain passive. They exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding, unleashing their full power, prepared to charge at number 18 to rescue Trunks. I suggest you refrain from any unnecessary actions. Number 17's mocking voice echoed like a specter in their ears. His form had inexplicably materialized, blocking the Z warrior's path. A playful smile adorning his face, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. According to number 17's assessment, given number 18's current combat prowess, she could effortlessly suppress the initial stage of Super Saiyan Trunks. However, if Piccolo and the others joined in, while they might not lose, they could still face some setbacks. Moreover, one could not simply stand by and watch his sister being attacked. Should you insist on interrupting this performance, number 17's voice dripped with a dangerous languor. Then I shall be obliged to entertain you. Chapter 15, Krillin's Outcry. Damn it, that android 18 is too powerful. Despite the unique nature of the androids preventing Krillin and the others from sensing their energy as they would with ordinary foes, the sheer intensity of the battle between 18 and Trunks spoke volumes. It is worth noting that Frieza and his father were annihilated by Trunks in an instant. That enigmatic Super Saiyan strength had escalated to such heights, yet he was effortlessly subdued by the seemingly fragile 18. Piccolo observed the distant clash, his mind racing to analyze and assess the current situation. Now standing before them was number 17, whose true power, centered around the three of them, was undoubtedly extraordinary. As for that hulking figure, his imposing stature instills an awe-inspiring terror merely by his stance. His peripheral gaze is firmly fixed upon number 17 and number 16, not daring to relax for a moment. The tranquility they exude at this instant is far more unsettling than any threat. Should they suddenly erupt into action, the consequences would be dire. Witnessing Trunks being forcefully knocked to the ground once more, unable to maintain even his Super Saiyan form, and failing to rise again, Gohan's fury ignites. His innate kindness can no longer suppress the warrior's blood coursing through his Saiyan veins. A brilliant white wave of energy erupts, and he prepares to charge into battle. Indeed, has he reached his breaking point? A slight smirk plays at the corner of number 17's mouth as he instantly perceives Gohan's movement. This child's impulsiveness echoes memories of their time on Namek, where he recklessly leapt to save the Namekians, including Dend, who would later assume the role of the Guardian. Krillin, Tien, and the other Z fighters share this same reckless bravery, a foolishness born from knowing the dangers, yet pressing on nonetheless. This is the root of number 17's quiet admiration. However, admiration aside, a good thrashing is still in order. As the Z fighters collectively launch themselves at Android 18 and Trunks, number 17's gaze sharpens, and his form vanishes in an instant. Attack! Piccolo growls, his command also serving as a signal to draw fire. He is the first to unleash his energy, a green aura surging as he channels immense power into his right fist, launching it towards number 17 with the force of a cannonball. He is on the move. Number 17's actions are so swift they leave behind mere afterimages. Faced with Piccolo's fierce punch, he remains unfazed, effortlessly closing in on him. With a half-turn, his left elbow strikes out like a venomous snake, aimed directly at Piccolo's chest. Bang! The blow lands with pinpoint precision, catching Piccolo off guard with a force far exceeding his expectations. Piccolo feels an overwhelming force slam into him, causing a sharp pain in his chest as he is driven uncontrollably towards the ground. Ugh! Piccolo lets out a grunt, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth as he struggles to stabilize himself, kneeling on one knee, his blood surging within. In that very moment, Tien's furious roar echoes from number 17's flank. Take this! Tien's third eye snaps open, attempting to lock onto number 17 as his fists, slicing through the air, strike toward the android's back. His timing is impeccable, yet number 17 seems to possess eyes in the back of his head. Utilizing the recoil from Piccolo's strike, he glides sideways with a remarkable fluidity, evading Tien's blow with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Tien's assured attack misses, barely grazing number 17's clothing. What? Tien's heart sinks. His old strength has depleted, and he has yet to summon new energy. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, number 17 swiftly captures Tien's elbow joint with his right hand, as if it were a vice. Up! Number 17 calls lightly, channeling power from his core with a fluid grace. Tien suddenly finds himself engulfed by an irresistible force, his world spinning as he is effortlessly thrown over number 17's shoulder, crashing to the ground beside Piccolo like a rag doll. Boom! Dust and debris swirl. Tien's vision blurs, and his body feels like it has fallen apart, instantly rendering him combat ineffective. Uncle Tien! Gohan's eyes widen in horror. The blend of rage and worry ignites his fury. Masenko, huh? He raises his hands to his forehead, a dazzling golden energy sphere forming in an instant, shrieking through the air as it hurtles towards number 17. This is the most powerful attack he can muster. Number 17 does not even fully turn. He merely tilts his head slightly, catching the energy wave in his peripheral vision. A smirk of disdain graces his lips as his left hand casually swats backwards. Slap! The formidable Masenko energy wave, akin to a fragile soap bubble, is effortlessly batted away by number 17, soaring diagonally into the distant sky, exploding into a useless display of fireworks. Simultaneously, with his left hand open, he forms a highly compressed light blue energy sphere and nonchalantly tosses it towards Gohan. Boom. The energy sphere strikes Gohan's crossed arms with precision. The tremendous explosion sends him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, though clearly. Number 17 has controlled the force to avoid delivering a lethal blow. His combat style starkly contrasts with Android 18's brute force. It is swift, precise, and efficient. Gohan! Krillin exclaims, his worry palpable, yet he remains composed. Zing! A high-speed, razor-edged energy blade slices through the air, aiming stealthily at number 17's neck. This is Krillin's ultimate technique, capable of cleaving through Frieza's second form's tail. Energy blade. How troublesome, number 17 muses, his brow barely twitching. While it may not harm him, should this spinning energy blade graze his clothing, it would be quite bothersome. In an instant, number 17 makes his choice. Rather than endure the blow, he shifts sideways at an impossible angle, as if teleporting a few meters away. Swoosh! The energy blade narrowly misses number 17's former position, slicing through a massive rock in the distance with ease. Ah, what a pity, Krillin thinks to himself, although he feels a twinge of unease at number 17's choice to dodge. How terrifying! Just a hair's breadth away from hitting me. Number 17's mocking voice rings out. Now, Gohan, lying on the ground and gritting his teeth against the pain, shouts hoarsely. In the precious moments while the others are preoccupied with attacking number 17. Especially as Krillin's energy blade captures his attention, Piccolo endures the pain from his earlier injury. He remains half-kneeling, fingers pressed together on his forehead. A tremendous energy begins to accumulate at his fingertips, swirling and compressing with ferocity. The veins on his forehead throb, and the energy flowing beneath his green skin glows vividly. His ultimate move, the special beam cannon, is charged. Huh! Piccolo bellows, his voice echoing with determination. He suddenly lifts his head, his eyes gleaming with resolve. A meticulously condensed beam of golden energy, exuding a sense of annihilation and spiraling forward at high speed, tears through the air with lethal intent, shooting towards number 17, who has just evaded the energy blade and appears momentarily unsteady. Boom! The special beam cannon strikes true, landing solidly where number 17 stood. The violent explosion sends dust and debris soaring, engulfing his figure entirely. A fearsome shockwave radiates outward, even making Android 18 glance over in surprise. Well done, Piccolo! Yamcha exclaims with delight. Did we succeed? Hope ignites in Krillin's eyes. Yet, as the dust begins to settle, not a scratch. Oh, the classic rule of smoke, but no injury. I wondered why you all were so fired up. Number 17 remained standing in place, his posture scarcely altered. A translucent sphere of pale green energy enveloped him entirely, akin to the most resilient crystal orb. The surface of the shield, struck by the magic-infused Gongsa Pao, betrayed not even the slightest ripple. Number 17 gently waved his hand, dispersing the lingering dust before him, causing the sturdy energy shield to dissipate as well. He lowered his gaze, brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder, and remarked nonchalantly, the energy density is acceptable, and the speed is adequate. Alas, the power is somewhat lacking. His tone resembled that of a critic evaluating a dish that fell short of culinary excellence. You should lie down as well. With that, number 17 instantaneously appeared beside Krillin, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Number 16 remained steadfast, like a looming mountain, his pale blue electronic eyes calmly recording the events, while his core program silently assessed the threat level of these warriors. Goku! Goku! Krillin struggled to lift his head, witnessing the desperate scene of his comrades exerting every ounce of strength, yet failing to even graze their adversary's attire. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him, compelling him to scream towards the heavens. Hurry back! Chapter 16. Instant Transmission. In the vastness of outer space, a white spherical one-man spacecraft tore through the darkness at breakneck speed, racing toward the Azure Planet. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the emblem of the Ginyu Force, once the elite squadron under the dominion of the former cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Inside the vessel was Son Goku, who had spent an entire year training on Yardrat. At this moment, clad in attire characteristic of Yardrat, Goku furrowed his brow, having sensed Frieza's ominous presence drawing near to Earth, prompting him to board the small craft in pursuit. His awareness pierced through the cold metal, enveloping his homeland, Earth. That foreign energy was astonishingly potent. It had obliterated Frieza in an instant. Yet, how could Vegeta's energy be so feeble? The fluctuating energies of Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were evidently in a state of fierce battle. What could possibly be transpiring on Earth? Goku anxiously raked his fingers through his spiky hair, utterly unable to perceive the enemy's presence. The traits of the three androids rendered him as though confronting an abyss of nothingness. Beep, beep, beep. Estimated time of arrival on Earth, 1 hour. The cold, mechanical voice of the ship rang out. 1 hour. This won't do. I can't wait. Goku's eyes sharpened as he pressed the index and middle fingers of his left hand together, forcefully touching his forehead. He cast aside all distractions, his mind honing in like the most precise radar, fervently searching for those familiar bonds amidst the vast cosmic energies. Found it. At the moment when Krillin's desperate cries seemed to pierce through the cosmic barriers, echoing in his heart. Whoosh. Within the cabin of the spacecraft, Goku's figure vanished as if erased by an eraser, disappearing without a trace. Earth, the desolate wasteland where Frisia's forces had previously descended. Beep, beep, beep. The energy radar within number 16 was instantly activated, blaring a deafening alarm, as crimson warning lights flashed frantically across his visual interface. On his screen, a colossal energy source signal erupted at the battlefield's center, akin to a supernova explosion, with no prior warning. Boom. An indescribable, overwhelming force descended, accompanied by violent distortions of space. As the echoes of Krillin's cries lingered in the air, a familiar figure clad in yard rat attire, sporting the iconic spiky hair, appeared with a travel-worn aura and a presence as solid as a mountain, firmly and abruptly stepping onto the ravaged wasteland. Son Goku had returned. This unfathomable mode of arrival, instant transmission, astonished everyone, including number 17. Holy cow, you gave me quite a fright. Number 17's pupils constricted, a chill coursing through him. So this is instant transmission? What an experience. Previously, while watching the anime, the scenes had focused automatically. So he had not fully grasped the gravity of Goku's ability to teleport, but experiencing someone suddenly appearing beside him was an entirely different sensation. Instant transmission truly is a formidable skill. It seems I must find a way to learn it. His thoughts raced, and a notion flickered through his mind. According to the original timeline, had Trunks not utilized the time machine to preemptively eliminate Frieza and his father, the one who would have descended to end it all would undoubtedly have been Goku himself, arriving in the same manner. Goku, Dad, old man, you finally returned. Krillin's worry transformed to joy as Gohan, Piccolo, Tan, Yamcha, and others exuberantly called out. Ah, Goku. Bulma, who had initially hidden away, emerged with Poir, her face alight with the relief of survival. Everyone. Goku quickly helped Gohan to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the group. They were gravely injured and exhausted but not in mortal peril. The tension in his heart eased slightly. Gohan immediately began to recount the events involving Trunks, the androids, and the brutal battle. What? Goku stared in shock toward the direction where Trunks had fallen. The Super Saiyan I sensed in the cosmos was actually such a young lad? Remarkable. Then, his sharp gaze turned to number 17. The androids Gohan mentioned? Are you the three of them? Simultaneously, the sensors within number 16 reacted strongly to Goku's appearance. According to Dr. Gero's original design, defeating Goku had always been the android's highest directive. Target acquired, Son Goku. He calmly declared to number 17, his electronic eye locking onto the target. Number 17 paused momentarily, but number 16 stepped forward decisively. Son Goku, stand down. I shall defeat you. Ho! Number 16's low growl resonated like a muffled engine starting up, his words vibrating in the air as his robust figure surged forward like a fired metal projectile, slicing through the atmosphere. The rocky ground beneath him shattered in response, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards, while debris was violently propelled in all directions by the ferocious force of his advance. Come! Goku's eyes ignited with a fierce flame, his muscles tensing, the Saiyan spirit within him roaring. He stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath him, advancing rather than retreating, and launched his fist toward the figure that radiated an aura of destruction, imbued with unwavering resolve. Bang! 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 In his ordinary state, Goku's speed was so swift that he left afterimages in his wake, his fists and feet unleashing a torrential storm upon number 16. Yet, the disparity was akin to a chasm. The heavy, muffled sounds erupted continuously, yet number 16, encased in his rigid armor, remained utterly unmoved. His cold visage revealed no emotion, either blocking with his robust mechanical arms like a shield or sidestepping with uncanny foresight, occasionally absorbing Goku's full-force strikes directly with his indestructible chest armor. With each contact, Goku felt as if he were attempting to shake a mountain forged from alloy, the recoil leaving his arms tingling. Number 16's combat style was executed with the precision of a programmed killing machine, devoid of any extraneous movements or emotional fluctuations. Each punch he threw carried with it a terrifying force that rent the air with sharp whistles, and every kick was akin to a battering ram, effortlessly shattering all obstacles in its path. His movements were succinct and efficient, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as his sheer physical prowess was unleashed to its zenith. A minute flaw was instantly detected by that frigid electronic eye. Seizing the moment when Goku was drained of his old strength and had yet to summon his new might, number 16 delivered a straightforward, yet potent punch. Imbued with the weight of 1,000 tons, akin to a hydraulic hammer, striking mercilessly at Sun Wukong's abdomen. Boom! A heart-stopping explosion reverberated. Sun Wukong's body transformed into a blur, hurtling backward like a cannonball. He crashed through 3 towering rock hills in succession. Each impact unleashed a thunderous roar akin to a cataclysm, massive boulders cascading like rain, while billowing dust ascended like a mushroom cloud, obscuring vast stretches of sky, with debris raining down like a gray tempest. Amidst the densest smoke, a defiant roar shattered the veil of dust. A flash of golden light erupted within the haze. A furious golden aura exploded around Wukong, forming a searing wave of energy that obliterated the remaining boulders and reduced them to powder. The dust was entirely cleared, revealing a massive radiating crater in the ground. With hair standing on end, eyes like electric sapphires, and surrounded by a blazing golden flame, Super Saiyan Sun Wukong had arrived. Chapter 17. The Restraint of Number 17. Observing Sun Wukong transform into his Super Saiyan form, number 18 exclaimed in astonishment. That Sun Wukong can transform too? The database doesn't indicate that. Number 18. We cannot solely rely on the database to assess others. After all, Dr. Gero's data collection is far from exhaustive. Number 17 patiently advised upon hearing 18's query. Moreover, within the vast cosmos, myriad races exist, and their abilities or bloodlines may awaken, resulting in exponential growth and power. This served as a reminder to himself that in this wondrous world, one must never underestimate any unknown adversary. The battle escalated, energy pulsating with deafening intensity. Kamehameha. Without a hint of hesitation, Wukong swiftly conjured a blinding blue-white energy sphere, the raging energy distorting the very fabric of surrounding space. A colossal energy beam roared through the heavens, hurtling directly toward number 16. In the face of the world-shattering Kamehameha, number 16 crossed his arms before his chest. The energy beam crashing against his armored forearms, erupting in dazzling white light and dispersing energy streams. The ground beneath him was carved into deep rifts. Yet he withstood the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. In rapid succession, Wukong's figure moved at high speed amidst the golden light, appearing at various angles around number 16. Energy blasts erupted like a barrage, his fists and feet morphing into a tempest of golden fury, each strike carrying the force to shatter mountains, compressing the air and creating a continuous, thunderous roar. The entire battlefield seemed engulfed in a boiling cauldron of energy. However, in the face of this cataclysmic assault, number 16 remained as steadfast as an ancient mountain. His cold pupils flickered rapidly, akin to the most sophisticated radar, locking onto every motion of Sun Wukong. His massive frame exhibited an astonishing agility and foresight. Rather than merely defending, number 16 charged through the barrage of energy blasts towards Sun Wukong, deftly swatting away attacks as if swatting pesky flies, or sidestepping just in time to avoid the blasts that grazed his heavy armor, exploding into deep craters in the distant ground. Number 16's combat style seamlessly combined his preordained terrifying power, absolute defense, and hyperspeed calculations with his combat database. Devoid of any showy flair or emotional fluctuations, pure, efficient, and ruthlessly suppressive. Each block sent pain coursing through Wukong's arms. Every dodge left Wukong's strikes futile. While number 16's seemingly simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful counter struck like a sledgehammer against Wukong's spirit, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The ground beneath him shattered and collapsed with every block and deflection. Number 16's absolute strength and precision constructed an invisible yet unbreakable cage, ensnaring the golden warrior within. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wukong found himself relentlessly pressed back. Suddenly, number 16 thrust his left arm forward, aiming at Sun Wukong. Crack! The mechanical joint emitted a sharp sound. His fist detached from his arm like a cannonball, launching forth like a rocket-propelled punch. Boom! This strike landed squarely. Sun Wukong was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, crashing through layers of rock, ultimately buried beneath a colossal mound of debris. The golden light faded, revealing him bloodied and battered, utterly exhausted, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Wukong, Dad! The Z-Fighters and Bulma gasped in horror. In their hearts, no matter how formidable the opponent, As long as Sun Wukong was present, victory was assured. Wukong was their last hope, an embodiment of invincibility. As they watched the fallen Wukong, they yearned to rise and rescue him, yet their own injuries rendered them powerless, leaving them to gaze in despair. With an impassive expression, Number 16 approached the ruins, disassembling his other arm. The cold barrel aimed at the barely conscious Sun Wukong, as terrifying energy began to coalesce. Hell, flash cannon. Number 16. Stand down. The voice of Number 7, the user of the face fruit ability, resonated decisively. Do me a favor. At that moment, Number 18 gracefully landed beside him. Number 16 regarded Number 17's calm demeanor, his electronic eye contracting and expanding as if engaged in complex calculations. Ultimately, the lines of his face appeared to soften, as if the iron-willed warrior from moments ago was a different being. You two are good people. Number 16 halted the energy gathering at the exposed barrel of his arm, expertly reconnecting both arms. Observing this cessation of hostilities, Number 17 secretly exhaled in relief, for at this stage, his strength was likely inferior to Number 16's. If Number 16 were indeed bound by orders, all he could do was offer a brief obstruction. In truth, Number 17 had brought them here to nullify the final command, to defeat Sun Wukong. The situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, and a mischievous smile returned to Number 17's face. Sun Wukong, and your companions, he turned to address the Z fighters. We had quite the enjoyable time today. Until we meet again. Wait. The slightly less injured Krillin mustered his courage to shout. What is your true purpose? Do you intend to dominate the world like the Red Ribbon Army? Haha. Number 17 flew toward the city without a backward glance. Dominate the world? Boring to the core. His figure gradually faded into the distance. That little bald head is quite brave. Remarked Number 18, echoing the original narrative, bestowing a kiss on Krillin's dazed left cheek. A reward for you. She then followed Number 17, with Number 16 silently trailing behind. The smoke-filled wasteland fell into an eerie silence. In the midst of this heart-stopping silence, behind a massive rock, battered by shock waves and riddled with cracks, a rotund figure clad in a tattered brown kimono cautiously peered out. His small, darting eyes scanned the battlefield anxiously, ensuring that the three terrifying androids had indeed wandered far away, before he let out a long, trembling sigh of relief. Phew, that nearly scared me to death, he muttered, patting his ample chest, still shaken by the ordeal. This was none other than the wandering swordsman, a Gero, a companion of the young Sun Wukong, known for his insatiable appetite, fear of death, and surprising reliability in critical moments. His iconic sword was firmly sheathed at his side, offering him a modicum of comfort. Earlier, witnessing the fierce battle where Sun Wukong and his comrades were no match for the trio of androids, the gods had hastily summoned a Gero to deliver the magical senzu beans. However, upon reaching the battlefield's edge and witnessing the cataclysmic clash, particularly the otherworldly power of Android 16, all his courage evaporated in an instant, leaving him to cower behind the colossal rock, scarcely daring to breathe until he confirmed that the plague god had truly departed. Oi, Wukong! A Gero called out, his voice quavering with tension and a hint of anxiety from his earlier silence, as he shouted toward the fallen figure at the center of the battlefield. Are you all alright? Not dead, I hope? Mustering his courage, he took somewhat comical, light-footed steps that seemed at odds with his stout figure, carefully avoiding the debris and fissures on the ground, and hurried to the bloodied, barely breathing Sun Wukong lying on the ground. Upon seeing his friend's woeful state, a Gyro's chubby face displayed a mixture of worry and relief. Thank goodness I arrived in time, he babbled to bolster his own spirits, frantically rummaging through a nondescript yet bulging bag at his waist to retrieve a small, round green bean. Indeed, the miraculous senzu bean. Open your mouth, Wukong. A Gyro gently pried open Sun Wukong's tightly shut lips and carefully inserted the precious bean. Miraculously, the bean dissolved upon contact, unleashing an indescribable surge of life energy, akin to the warmest torrent, that instantly enveloped every parched, damaged cell within Sun Wukong's body. The horrific wounds, deep enough to expose bone and flesh, began to heal at a visible pace, as if caressed by an invisible divine hand, rapidly closing, scabbing, and peeling away to reveal fresh, unblemished skin beneath. The fractured bones emitted faint cracking sounds as they swiftly realigned and rejoined. His pallid complexion transformed back to a vibrant hue, and the flickering breath, once as fragile as a candle in the wind, erupted like a dormant volcano awakened, surging higher and higher until, in the blink of an eye, he returned to his prime, even exuding a purer essence. Chapter 18, I come from the future. Cough. Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils gleaming with intensity. In a fluid motion, he sprang from the ground, no trace of injury remaining. as if the near-fatal ordeal had been but a nightmare. He clenched his fist, feeling the torrent of power surging through him. Senza beans. This is fantastic. A Kairobe. Elation lit up Sun Wukong's face, but he quickly tempered his excitement, casting a worried glance at his fallen comrades still sprawled on the ground. We need to distribute them quickly. Oh, right. A Kairobe snapped back to reality and hastily poured out the remaining Senza beans from his bag to hand to Sun Wukong. In a flash of golden light, Sun Wukong appeared beside each injured ally. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Gohan, Trunks, and Vegeta, who was being fed. The injured warriors, rejuvenated by the miraculous beans, swiftly regained their strength. In mere seconds, the battlefield transformed dramatically. The Z fighters, once on the brink of annihilation, now stood revitalized, their energies coalescing into a formidable aura reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. However, the relief of their survival was short-lived. All eyes turned toward the direction from which androids 17, 16, and 18 had departed. There, only the empty sky and the distant rolling clouds remained, yet an overwhelming, inhuman aura lingered in the air. A fiery battle spirit ignited within Sun Wukong's eyes, a blend of excitement and yearning in the face of a true adversary. Yet beneath that thrill lay an unprecedented gravity. The power displayed by the androids loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his shoulders. Vegeta, waking from his stupor, radiated indignation and unwillingness. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms, turning his knuckles white. His teeth ground together, emitting a harsh sound. Within his crimson gaze, humiliation, frustration, and rage roiled like molten lava. I, Vegeta, as the proud prince of the Saiyans. His voice resonated like the roar of a wounded beast, each word imbued with excruciating shame. Couldn't even withstand a single blow from that woman, from Android 18. The disgrace. Utter humiliation. This sense of humiliation surpassed even the powerlessness he felt against Frieza, deeply wounding his proud soul. Piccolo crossed his arms, his green visage as unyielding as rock, furrowing his brow into a deep furrow. In his profound eyes, there was no relief, only an inescapable weight of foreboding. He understood better than anyone what the android's strength signified, a power capable of easily overturning the Earth, even challenging the cosmic order. The shadows of the future loomed heavier than ever upon his heart. Krillin instinctively raised his hand, gently touching the cheek branded by Android 18's farewell kiss. There seemed to linger a trace of its cool, soft sensation. His heartbeat remained erratic, his face a tapestry of confusion, dread, and an inexplicable strange emotion. That fleeting kiss, amidst the backdrop of life and death struggle, felt so jarring and surreal, leaving his mind in chaos. Amidst the remnants of the battlefield, the astute Bulma's gaze fell upon Trunks' jacket, fixating on the prominent red and blue capsule emblem. Hey, this dashing young man. Are you an employee of our Universal Capsule Company? Her words instantly captured everyone's attention, focusing on the unfamiliar Super Saiyan. Right. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking blissfully oblivious. Who are you? Krillin and the others said you've also become a Super Saiyan. Huh. You don't know him, Wukong. Krillin and the others exclaimed in astonishment, having assumed this was a companion Wukong met in the cosmos. Impossible. Vegeta's furious roar erupted, his gaze fixated on Trunks, burning with doubt and rage. Aside from Kakarot, who was exiled to Earth, only I and a handful of warriors on missions survived the destruction of planet Vegeta. The Saiyans are extinct. Where did this kid come from? Well, Trunks looked troubled. The timeline had been disturbed. He took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. Since I'm here, I must fulfill my purpose. Turning to Sun Wukong, he spoke earnestly, before I explain everything. May I witness your Super Saiyan form? Due to the fact that Trunks had already been knocked unconscious by Android 18 before Sun Wukong teleported to the battlefield, he was oblivious to the subsequent clash between Sun Wukong and Android 16. Super Saiyan. No problem. Sun Wukong declared without hesitation. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and a ferocious golden aura erupted with a thunderous roar. His golden hair stood on end, energy radiating like a blazing sun. All right, Trunks exclaimed, his own aura shifting dramatically. Golden light enveloped his entire being once more. The two immensely powerful Super Saiyan energies collided and intertwined, creating an invisible tempest. What an overwhelming presence. Tien Shinhan braced himself against the pressure, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The close proximity was utterly suffocating. Kakarot, and this little brat. Vegeta's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh, watching the two effortlessly step into the realm of legends. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and resentment gnawed at his pride. The voice of his father, King Vegeta, echoed in his ears. Vegeta, You are the once-in-a-thousand-years genius of our race. Only you hold the hope of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan and leading the Saiyans to glory. Father, can I truly do it? Suddenly, with a flash of cold light, Trunks unsheathed his sword without warning. The sharp blade aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong remained unmoved. The blade halted mere inches from his nose. Aren't you going to strike, Mr. Wukong? Trunks inquired, perplexed. I sense no murderous intent, Wukong replied calmly. Then, this time, I shall not hold back. Come. Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, his index finger glowing with a concentrated radiance that flickered unpredictably. Trunks's expression hardened, and he unleashed a torrent of sword strikes like a tempest. Shadows of the blade descended upon Sun Wukong in an instant. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp, dense sounds of impact resonated like a torrential downpour. To the astonishment of all the Z fighters, Sun Wukong, armed solely with his energy-encased index finger, effortlessly deflected each lethal sword strike with pinpoint precision. As if strolling leisurely, he maneuvered with utmost ease. After a dazzling exchange, Trunks withdrew his sword, the golden aura dissipating. Indeed, he gazed at Sun Wukong with genuine admiration. You are as powerful as my mother described. He then surveyed the crowd, taking a deep breath. Everyone, I cannot reveal my name for the time being. However, I hail from the future, approximately 20 years ahead. Silence enveloped the area, with only the whistling of the wind prevailing. On the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now, a formidable duo will appear in Southtown. The artificial beings known as androids 17 and 18, created by the mad scientist Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. They are monstrous beings of unparalleled strength. The Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his reaction upon hearing the familiar name. Yes, the very evil organization you once obliterated, Trunks replied. The escaped Dr. Gero has been devising methods to defeat you, and at last, he has created the ultimate weapon, the androids. However, the androids he manufactured became too powerful to control, resulting in Dr. Gero's own demise at their hands. They are pure killing machines, reveling in the despair of humanity. Trunks's voice trembled with rage. I have resisted, but against the two of them, I stand no chance. Even in one-on-one combat, it is exceedingly difficult. Chapter 19, The Altered Trajectory. Fighting alone. What about your companions? Krillin could not help but ask. Companions? A flicker of profound sorrow crossed Trunks's eyes. His voice growing somber. There are none left. 20 years from now, I am the only surviving warrior. He recited the familiar names as if reading from tombstones. Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Krillin, Mr. Yamcha, Mr. Tien Shinhan, Mr. Kaiatsu, and even Mr. Piccolo, all perished in that battle 3 years hence. He paused, his voice growing hoarse, and my mentor, Gohan, also fell 4 years ago. He raised his head, his eyes reflecting utter despair. After Mr. Piccolo's death, the dragon god perished as well. And the Dragon Balls turned to stone. There is no longer hope for resurrection. Oh my god! Bulma covered her mouth, while Krillin and the others turned pale, a chilling dread creeping up their spines. The androids take pleasure in the hunt, deliberately torturing and killing us one by one. Trunks clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The future we inhabit is akin to hell. What about me? Sun Wukong suddenly interjected, his gaze sharp. Did I also perish at the hands of the androids? No. Trunks shook his head, a complex sorrow in his expression. You did not participate in that battle, for you will succumb to a viral heart disease shortly thereafter. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Heart disease? Sun Wukong stared in shock at his hands, a wave of intense frustration surging within him. This is infuriating. The Senzu beans cannot cure illness. To die like this is utterly humiliating. Wait. Vegeta's voice cut through sharply, pointing towards the direction where the androids had vanished, his eyes widening in realization. 17, 18, and that's 16. They are appearing now. This is completely different from what you described for 3 years from now. Yes, the timeline has advanced. The others exclaimed in unison, awakening from their daze. This is indeed my greatest confusion. Trunks furrowed his brow. Perhaps my arrival in the time machine disrupted the timeline by killing Frieza and his father. He added, his tone growing more serious. Moreover, in my timeline, the power of 17 and 18 is nowhere near as terrifying as it is today. That 16 has never even existed. That boy from the future. Krillin cautiously interjected, a hint of confusion in his voice. You said 17 and 18 are pure killing machines, yet during our encounter, they did not seem intent on annihilating us? Indeed. Bulma chimed in, a sense of relief washing over her, especially 17. He even intervened to prevent 16 from delivering a fatal blow to Wukong. If they were truly malevolent, we would have perished long ago. All right, everyone, let's not overthink this, Sun Wukong said, giving his head a firm shake as if to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Yet, a rare shadow of confusion clouded his usually optimistic eyes. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The deviations in history may have altered many things, including them. He paused, casting his gaze toward the direction in which 17 and the others had departed, his tone imbued with a sense of optimism. Perhaps their personalities have changed as well. Maybe it's not as dire as we think. Humph. Kakarot. A roar filled with unbridled fury and deep humiliation erupted, abruptly interrupting Sun Wukong's tentative speculation like the roar of a wounded beast. Vegeta's eyes blazed crimson, fueled not only by excruciating pain but also by a pride that had been utterly trampled and an almost frenzied desire to incinerate everything. He glared at Sun Wukong, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth, laced with a metallic tang of blood. I have no regard for any damned deviations or worthless androids. I care not for you or this little brat. Just wait and see. I shall surpass you all. As the words left his lips, a tempest of fury erupted forth, and Vegeta transformed into a streak of violet light, tearing through the vast expanse of the sky, leaving only a rapidly diminishing point of radiance that vanished beyond the horizon. Vegeta. Krillin gazed at the fleeting brilliance in the sky, his voice dry and rasping. This defeat was too devastating, weighing heavily upon him. Goku withdrew his gaze from the heavens, yet his tone bore an unusual trust. He would never concede defeat. That gaze, that fury, was all too familiar to him. He would not collapse and surrender. He would emerge stronger, strong enough to astonish us all upon his return. There are always greater beings beyond us, realms beyond our own. Today serves as the most brutal testament to that truth. Piccolo's voice resonated, heavy with unprecedented gravity. The existence of androids was a clarion call. We must become stronger, tenfold, 100-fold more formidable. Otherwise, he left his thought unspoken, but the unvoiced implication swept through everyone like a chilling gale, instantly engulfing their hearts. The oppressive atmosphere weighed down upon their shoulders like a tangible leaden burden. After an intense and urgent discussion filled with trepidation for the future and a resolute determination to grow stronger, they exchanged solemn glances, silently bidding farewell. Trunks, his expression gravely serious, carefully retrieved a peculiar vial from a hidden pocket, solemnly placing it into Goku's hands. Mr. Goku, please ensure you keep this safe. This is the only effective antidote against that sudden heart condition in the future. His gaze was filled with earnestness and a sense of responsibility. You must take it on time. The future still requires you. Goku accepted the vial, feeling the weight of hope from another timeline contained within. He nodded firmly, yes. I will remember. Rest assured. Trunks cast a final, profound glance at this land that had so profoundly impacted him, and without hesitation, he turned to board the oddly shaped time machine, brimming with futuristic technology. A low hum resonated as the engine roared to life. The time machine was enveloped in a dreamlike blue glow, the fabric of space beginning to warp and fold. With a flash, a radiance even more brilliant than Vegeta's departure illuminated the air as the time machine, along with Trunks, vanished in an instant, leaving behind ripples in the air that spread like waves across the surface of water, gradually settling. He could not bear to leave his mother alone in that desolate future. Watching Trunks disappear into the temporal ripples, Goku inhaled deeply, as if to internalize that weight and transform it into strength. He turned to the silent Piccolo, his gaze resolute and fervent once more. Piccolo, he spoke with steady authority, let's return to the lookout with Gohan. Piccolo arched an eyebrow, meeting Goku's determined gaze. Goku flashed a grin, a mixture of excitement and resolve, that burned with an insatiable yearning for greater heights. We need a truly hellish training regimen, one that is 100 times more brutal than any before. Chapter 20, Dr. Gero. On the journey westward, beneath the azure sky, with clouds drifting lazily, the trio of Android 17 soared like free-flying birds. Where are we headed? Inquired Android 18, her hair dancing in the wind. To West City, of course, replied 17, a smirk gracing his lips. Having finally broken free, they were eager to witness the splendor of the metropolis. His gaze swept over a roadside convenience store below, but first, shall we grab something to drink? He feigned a dissent. Hey, do you have any money? 18 bluntly challenged him. Well, here comes the cash. 17's eyes locked onto a pink delivery truck barreling down the road, its 4 bulky occupants, clad in menacing expressions, brandishing weapons that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Evidently fresh from a heist. Get out of the way if you don't want to die, the driver of the truck bellowed, seeing the trio suddenly descend in front of the vehicle. Humph, they know not the danger they face. In an instant, 17 vanished from sight, appearing before the truck like a specter. With a few dull thuds and cries, the 4 thugs were swiftly rendered unconscious, rolling to the roadside. 17 skillfully rifled through their pockets, retrieving bulging wallets. All set, he declared, shaking the wallet triumphantly as he led the way to the convenience store, with 18 and 16 following quietly behind. Although they, as androids, needed no sustenance to survive, 17 and 18 retained much of their human sensory experiences and habits. Relishing the taste of beverages, 16 stood quietly beside them, like a loyal guardian. "Hop in," 17 exclaimed as he opened the driver's door and plopped into the seat, patting the steering wheel while beckoning 18 and 16. 18 rolled her eyes at the garish pink truck. "Are you serious?" 16's massive form squeezed into the back seat, making the cabin feel cramped. "Flying is so dull." 17 revved the engine, the truck roaring to life. "Driving is what gives you that travel vibe. A car is a man's romance." A mischievous grin curled at the corners of his mouth. "You have a twisted sense of humor," 18 retorted. Yet she swiftly settled into the passenger seat. The truck kicked up dust on the highway, carrying 3 non-human beings toward the bustling West City, leaving behind a trail of engine roars and 17's slightly mocking whistle. The pink delivery truck cruised steadily along the winding road, the engine's growl supplanting the clamor of battle, becoming the sole backdrop of the moment. Outside the window, fields and forests whizzed by, with wisps of smoke rising from distant farmhouses occasionally visible. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, casting a warm glow upon 17's serene visage. He casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, his posture relaxed, resembling a seasoned driver. But his gaze did not linger on the passing scenery. Those tranquil eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, delving into the dusty corners of his memories. This feeling was rather pleasant, he mused silently. A thought flickered through 17's mind as he reflected on the events that had brought him to this moment. From the chilling confines of the lab where he was forcibly awakened, to the instant he ended Dr. Gero's life. From expressing his yearning for freedom to 18, to awakening the silent 16 and unearthing the conspiracy of the Cell Project, and finally, to the battlefield where Frieza descended, facing off against Goku and others for the first time. This brief, yet tumultuous awakening period now felt distinctly separated by the rolling wheels of the truck and the tranquility outside, settling into a strange sense of leisure. 17 found himself reflecting on the journey that had unfolded to this point, unable to suppress a sigh of contemplation. Perhaps it was time to ponder things through. After all, he now existed within this world of Dragon Ball, brimming with infinite possibilities and formidable beings. This seemingly leisurely journey toward West City represented a precious interlude amidst the storm, an opportunity to untangle myriad threads and contemplate future paths. Meanwhile, 18, seated in the passenger seat, idly toyed with the golden tips of her hair, occasionally adjusting her appearance in the rearview mirror. In the rear compartment, the imposing figure of number 16 occupied nearly every inch, sitting quietly as his electronic eyes calmly scanned the ever-changing scenery outside, relishing the tranquility of nature. A peculiar serenity enveloped the vehicle, starkly contrasting with the cataclysmic battle that had transpired not long before. Number 17's thoughts, functioning like a finely tuned instrument, began to trace back to the origins within that frigid laboratory. As the floodgates of memory opened, vivid images from the year 750 of the original work emerged. The young boy named Sun Wukong, wielding incredible strength, vanquished the seemingly invincible assassin Tao Bai Bai and ultimately obliterated the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army like a natural disaster. As one of the army's elders, Dr. Gero's twisted fury and deep-seated hatred seemed to transmit through the cold monitor screen. Number 17 could sense that obsession, that driving force compelling Dr. Gero to rise from the ruins and stake his entire existence on vengeance. Micro-reconnaissance devices, akin to phantoms, were scattered across the globe, greedily capturing every fragment of data regarding Sun Wukong. Who could blame him for his madness? It was akin to toiling for 30 years to build a thriving enterprise, only to have it shattered overnight, returning one to square one. Anyone would explode. Initially, the ambition was indeed grand, to start from nothing and forge the ultimate weapon of destruction. One path was the Cell Project, stitching together the cells of martial artists like a tailor, crafting a so-called perfect organism. Alas, the old man, Dr. Gero, could hardly wait, for it was a slow-cooking endeavor that required time. So long that he grew weary of even lifting the lid, leaving behind a mere heap of cold machinery, mindlessly executing commands. The other route led to pure mechanical artistry, exemplified by the creation of 16, modeled after his deceased son. A perfect body, an eternal energy core? It sounded beautiful. The core directive was laughably simple and blunt: defeat Sun Wukong. Yet what was the outcome? He quickly tasted the bittersweet essence of perfection. The purity of 16 implied a refusal of any extraneous commands, an ultimate weapon that even its creator could not fully control. How ironic that the old fool felt fear. Thus, The cold sleep chamber became the resting place for the hulking 16, a refined collectible, left to gather dust. After encountering obstacles with the purely mechanical approach, the old man swiftly turned his gaze towards cyborgs. What he sought was not a flawless creation, but a more obedient tool. Hence, the unfortunate twin siblings, Lapis and Lazuli, became the material upon his operating table. Thus were born number 17 and number 18. The eternal energy core was similarly embedded within their human forms. Through cellular fusion, they retained memories, emotions, and this physical shell, which became both a source of power and the greatest risk in Dr. Gero's eyes. Human emotions, like weeds, thrived robustly under the surge of energy provided by the eternal core, frequently interfering with his commands. Their defiance and yearning for freedom, enough to keep that control freak old man awake at night. Trust? Non-existent. The cold controller and enforced slumber were his ultimate safety measures. You see, had number 17 and number 18, in the original narrative, approached situations like me, first assessing the circumstances before engaging, they would not have been forcibly shut down by the overlooked controllers. Number 17's thoughts continued to unfold. After forcibly shutting down the siblings, that old fool did not remain idle. Especially during the 3-year period of dormancy following the arrival and defeat of Mechanical Frisia and King Cold on Earth, he, in truth, had grown fearful and opted for a safer route. A cold mockery welled up within number 17. Dr. Gero had entirely abandoned the pursuit of the high-risk, high-reward path of the eternal energy core. He had cowered, turning instead to a less sophisticated, more easily manipulated absorption-based technology. Creating the cumbersome and foolish number 19 as a lackey was not enough. Ultimately, driven by extreme madness and a fear of death, he even altered himself. Only the ruthless would resort to self-modification. With number 19's assistance, Dr. Gero transformed himself into number 20, a pitiful creature who had made himself a monster in the process. Until, 3 years later, Dr. Gero and his plump sidekick emerged to wreak havoc, only to be relentlessly pursued by the furious Z warriors, reduced to the status of 2 cornered dogs, forcing him to reawaken his failures, number 17 and number 18, whom he both feared and wished to exploit. In the original timeline, number 17's gaze drifted over to number 18, who was absent-mindedly tapping the car window, and to number 16, who was resting with eyes closed in the rearview mirror, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. At this moment, the 3 of us were likely still lying within those cold iron coffins in the laboratory, trapped in an endless nightmare, weren't we? The ripples of his inner thoughts spread silently. Trunks, do you think the divergence in history was merely due to your premature dispatching of Frisia and his son? That profound gaze seemed to pierce through the veils of time and space. The trajectory of fate had already been shattered by me, this interloper, long before that. Chapter 21, number 17's self-perception. As the tide of memories receded, number 17's consciousness focused inward. The power of this body. Number 17 silently activated the data streams of the supercomputer within, overlaying them with fragments of memory from the original anime, calmly assessing the destructive capability he now possessed. At the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1, a clear positioning emerged in the core of his thoughts. It was roughly equivalent to Sun Wukong returning from planet Yardrat and training with that fellow Piccolo for 3 years, essentially the limit he could achieve before entering the room of spirit and time. What did this imply? For those like Vegeta and Trunks, who had just grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan Level 1, he could likely trample over them without breaking a sweat. As for that Super Namekian form of Piccolo, which had significantly increased in power after merging with the Supreme Kai, number 17's current strength should be a match. Although a clear victor might not emerge in a short skirmish, let us not forget, I am equipped with an infinite energy source. As long as he wishes to drag it out, the one who would not lose is certainly me. However, number 17 bore no inflated sense of ego. The clarity brought on by the images from the original work was akin to a splash of ice water. Not yet sufficient. He was acutely aware of the boundaries that lay ahead. The monstrous being yet to emerge, Cell, once it attained its full power in its first form, would undoubtedly surpass him. Initially, Cell's strength, just emerging from its chrysalis, was indeed inferior to that of the Super Namekian Piccolo. However, like a greedy maggot, it would voraciously consume countless human lives, eventually amassing enough power to reach its first form's full capacity. At that point, although its gains from devouring ordinary humans would plateau, its strength would be sufficient to decisively defeat number 17, even daring to challenge the combined forces of number 17, number 18, and Piccolo. Yet, the sheer violence contained within 16's purely mechanical form could withstand a direct clash with Cell at full power. How truly paternal Dr. Gero was in his treatment of his own creation. Casting a glance through the rearview mirror at the serene 16, he could not help but scoff inwardly. Number 16 possessed not only an inexhaustible energy core and energy radar, but also the precise addresses of Sun Wukong, the Kame House, and Bulma's residence. Such knowledge was a privilege absent from both number 17 and number 18. It could be said that during the creation of number 16, Dr. Gero had infused every conceivable aspect of existing technology and the intricate web of connections surrounding Sun Wukong into his son, number 16. The old man truly labored with great care. Number 17 shook his head in reflection. Yet, on the other hand, the foundation of my own power lies in the original, perpetually implanted energy core by Dr. Gero. It functions akin to a heart, serving as a dynamic engine that provides an unending torrent of energy. This fundamental advantage grants me the capital for sustained, high-intensity combat. It is worth noting that during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, number 17 engaged in continuous high-stakes battle precisely because of this trait. Complementing this are the exquisite fighting techniques and energy beam capabilities intricately embedded within my core programming. This is the factory configuration bestowed upon me by Dr. Gero. My specially fortified body can withstand the vast majority of physical assaults, swiftly recover from non-lethal injuries, and even convert internal energy into a protective shield enveloping my entire being, thus offering formidable defense against energy-based attacks. As for other threats, against low-intensity, non-targeted energy assaults, such as the shock waves dissipating across the battlefield, my body can only absorb and convert energy to an exceedingly limited extent, rendering such efforts inefficient and barely beneficial. However, after assimilating with Hell's number 17 in Dragon Ball GT, I experienced an unprecedented enhancement. The perpetual energy core, number 17's gaze grew profound. It established the baseline of my power, a platform that shall never falter. Yet, this is far from the end. After clashing with warriors like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who continually pushed their limits through training, he became acutely aware that within him lay not stagnant waters. Dr. Gero had overlooked one crucial aspect, or perhaps he deliberately preserved it. The potential inherent to humanity within both number 17 and number 18 had not been extinguished. This notion was indeed evident in Dragon Ball Super, where number 17, through years of rigorous training, transcended the limits of artificial beings, his strength far surpassing Dr. Gero's design, achieving a baseline power level that rivals Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, standing toe-to-toe with formidable experts from Universe 11 such as Topo and Dispo. This latent potential can be awakened through cultivation. This realization ignited within number 17's mind like a torch in the darkness. The potential that belonged to the likes of rabies, which had been artificially elevated yet seemingly restricted by technological modifications, resembled a dormant volcano that, under the nourishment of the inexhaustible energy core, hinted at signs of impending eruption. However, number 17's current critical flaw lies in his ability to only lock onto powerful energy signatures at close range, akin to a rudimentary biological radar, unable to accurately assess an enemy's precise strength or location. This was distinctly demonstrated in the original text, during the initial battle between Cell and Piccolo. As number 17 and number 18 approached the scene at the Capsule Corporation, they sensed the surge of energy yet lacked the precision to discern its source, unlike number 16, who possessed that intricate energy radar system and the ability to sense ki like Sun Wukong and others. In the fast-paced world of elite combat, the inability to accurately perceive fluctuations in an opponent's ki, their movements, and energy condensation is akin to fighting blind, a fatal shortcoming. This limitation constrains his power's manifestation and obstructs his path to higher realms. Essentially, number 17 is a jester at heart. His desire to amplify his strength is merely a wish to roam freely in this wondrous world of Dragon Ball rather than be toyed with by it. Without delving into the slumbering deities and angels of higher power, the imminent threats posed by Cell and Majin Buu in 3 years are no trifles. He does not wish to be treated like a mere cannon fodder, easily felled by the remnants of an enemy's attack. Perhaps he might be revived by the Z fighters using the Dragon Balls, but what if he were not the one to be resurrected? That would be a grave misfortune. He must remember that he now occupies the body originally belonging to number 17. I need the key, number 17 mused silently. The key to unlock the limitations of this body, as well as the eyes to pierce through the mists of ki. He needed to learn the exquisite perception and application of ki practiced by the Z fighters. This is not merely an enhancement of combat skills and energy manipulation. It is the key to unshackling the limits of his power. The goal became exceedingly clear, to master ki perception and power control. This is the cornerstone upon which the Z fighters rely for combat, tracking, and even assessing strength, and it is a crucial step toward breaking free from his current constraints. Who could impart such a skill? The answer was evident. King Kai, that divine being residing at the pinnacle of Earth, alongside his guardian, Mr. Popo, possessed an unparalleled mastery over key perception and application. It was here that Sun Wukong and his companions had once learned. Chapter 22, Destination King Kai's Place. That old coot, King Kai, has likely not diverted his gaze from us since the moment we set foot on the battlefield, number 17 concluded with certainty. After all, as depicted in the original work, King Kai frequently observes the lower realms from the edge of his domain. If he does so in ordinary circumstances, one can only imagine the intensity of his scrutiny when faced with a crisis of Frisia and his father's magnitude. The sudden emergence of beings like us, whose power far exceeds that of Sun Wukong, would undoubtedly place us on King Kai's watch list. More importantly, we have yet to engage in any truly harmful acts against Earth. This record of harmlessness should not escape his notice. Cold logic raced through the core of his thoughts, calculating the most significant leverage in a few years. The creature known as Cell, with its insatiable hunger for Earth and potential for destruction, would render us mere harmless toys. That is the crux. As long as that old man's mind is not clouded by the clouds of the palace, he should understand that a formidable force actively seeking strength and willing to stand with Earth against genuine existential threats has no reason to refuse cooperation. This is not a request. It is an inevitable collaboration based on cold reality and mutual survival interests. The plan is set, and number 17's spirits lifted accordingly. Beep, beep. An impatient honk sounded from behind. Number 17 snapped out of his deep contemplation, realizing that the traffic ahead had come to a standstill due to a minor accident. He shrugged nonchalantly, shifting to a more comfortable position. See, in a rush again? Only rookies would be so impatient. Seasoned drivers know to prepare thoroughly before launching an assault. The splendor of West City did not disappoint. Towering skyscrapers, shimmering neon lights, and a cacophony of vehicles filled the streets. Number 18, her long-suppressed nature unleashed. Dove headlong into a shopper's paradise. Over the course of a month, she nearly swept through every luxury boutique and fashionable marketplace. Number 17 and number 16, without a hint of complaint, flawlessly played the role of dutiful pack mules. They were adorned with a multitude of shopping bags of all sizes and colors, creating a peculiar yet somewhat comical sight on the streets of West City. Money? Faced with the insatiable cravings of number 18, number 17 merely shrugged. This had never posed a challenge for them. Out of supplies? Simple. Number 17, with unwavering resolve, knew that the city's underbelly was perpetually teeming with benefactors. Those who wreaked havoc in the streets, robbed banks, or had bounties placed upon them by the police became their most convenient sources of revenue. A brief visit, and the problems were swiftly resolved. Efficient, precise, and, one might argue, a contribution to the city's public safety, albeit driven purely by pragmatism. After a month of reveling in the clamor and opulence of the Western capital, number 18's materialistic fervor had somewhat abated, and number 17 sensed that the time had come to act. He stuffed the last shopping bag adorned with an exaggerated logo into the already bulging trunk and patted the non-existent dust off the pink vehicle's surface. Had they played enough? He glanced at the still unsatisfied number 18. She tossed her golden shoulder-length hair and, though her gaze lingered on the extravagant outfits in the shop windows, nodded. Yes. That should suffice for now. Where to next? Don't tell me we're driving again. No. Number 17's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon, as if he could pierce through the clouds to see the towering spire that connected the earthly realm to the divine sanctuary. We shall adopt a different approach. He opened the car door and gestured for number 16 to disembark. It is time to pay a visit to the celestial deities of Earth. The engine fell silent. The trio exited the pink van, leaving it casually by the roadside. In the next moment, three figures soared into the sky, a powerful gust dispersing the fallen leaves below, racing toward the legendary Kalen Tower, transforming into streaks of light as they sped away. A new journey had commenced. The three figures tore through the clouds like three meteors descending in reverse, hovering over an extraordinary locale embraced by primordial forest. The lush canopy here seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, encircling a vast, barren circular clearing. At the center of this clearing stood a colossal tower, its grandeur beyond description, piercing the heavens. Kalen Tower. It stood silently, its structure crafted from an ancient material, neither metal nor stone, bearing a time-worn grayish hue. Its surface entwined with thick, deep green vines that twisted like dragons. The base of the tower was overwhelmingly massive, dwarfing even the tallest trees that stood before it, rendering them mere shrubs. The tower ascended straight up, devoid of windows or embellishments, save for the weathered marks etched by the passage of time. Appearing solemn and majestic under the afternoon sun, straining to gaze upward, the pinnacle had long since vanished into the heavy, cotton-like cloud sea. as if truly connecting to another unknowable world. The air here was remarkably pure, imbued with the forest's dampness and an indescribable ancient charm, with faint currents swirling around the tower, forming a natural, invisible barrier. Hey, number 17. Number 18 crossed her arms, floating beside him, her golden hair brushing lightly in the breeze. She regarded the silent skyward pillar with a hint of curiosity. Why have you brought us to this remote wilderness to gaze upon a mere column? It certainly appears quite tall. Number 16 floated silently on the other side, his pale blue electronic eyes calmly scanning the tower's structure, seemingly analyzing its composition. He found the natural environment here quite appealing. Yet, number 17's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the tower's peak, his eyes glimmering with an unusual focus. This is no ordinary tower, number 18. He spoke, his voice steady and clear, imbued with an exploratory spirit. This is Kalen Tower, the legendary passage that connects the earthly realm to the divine sanctuary. The divine sanctuary? Number 18 raised an eyebrow, skeptical of such ethereal myths. Are you serious? Quite serious. Number 17 pointed toward the clouds. Based on the information I have gathered, the divine sanctuary indeed exists, suspended above the cloud sea at the pinnacle of Kalen Tower. However, curiously, this area possesses a formidable barrier or spatial distortion. If you attempt to fly directly toward the clouds in search of the sanctuary, no matter how high or fast you ascend, you will ultimately lose your way or find yourself back where you started. The only path, he paused, his gaze stretching upward along the tower's relentlessly straight ascent, is to ascend Kalen Tower itself, step by step, from the base to the summit. Here, climbing does not solely refer to the climber relying on their physical form. For instance, in Dragon Ball GT, characters like the Rice Cooker King and his group ascended using robots. Of course, perhaps they had received some form of divine privilege. In later stages, whether like Goku and the Z Warriors, relying on their own flying abilities, or like Bulma, utilizing flying vehicles, one could journey along Kalen Tower to reach the divine sanctuary. Ah, such mysterious regulations. Number 18 smirked, though a glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Then let us proceed and discover where this singular path leads. The trio hesitated no longer, their bodies shooting upward along the immense tower wall like arrows released from a bow. The wind pressure generated by their speed rustled the ancient vines on the tower, producing a low, mournful sound. Their pace was astonishingly swift, ordinary scenery below transformed into a blur of colors. With their velocity, it wasn't long before they pierced through a layer of thinner clouds, and suddenly, a new vista unfolded before them. The tower revealed an open platform, upon which stood an ancient, quaint structure. At the entrance, a white cat leaned against a wooden staff, disproportionately tall for its stature, quietly observing them. This cat was slightly larger than an ordinary house cat, its fur a pristine white, devoid of any blemish. Its eyes were mere thin lines, exuding an indescribable depth and antiquity. 3 long, slightly quivering whiskers adorned its mouth and the sides of its head. The wooden staff it held emanated an ancient aura akin to that of the tower itself. Master Karen, the celestial cat who has guarded Kalen Tower for over 8 centuries. Chapter 23. The Decree of the Celestial Deity. Oh my, Master Karen's voice emerged, calm yet tinged with age, his thin eyes sweeping over the 3, lingering momentarily on numbers 17 and 18 with a barely perceptible scrutiny. What a rare visitor. Such formidable warriors, yet bearing a hint of mechanical coldness, and His gaze finally settled on number 17's face, as if penetrating the surface, sensing a unique, human-like resonance. Interesting, very interesting. Number 17 did not halt his flight. Instead, as he swiftly passed the platform, he slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement toward the legendary sage. My apologies for the intrusion, Master Karen. We have urgent matters to attend to at the divine sanctuary. His voice was soft yet distinctly clear to the cat's ears. Number 18 merely cast a curious glance at the seemingly extraordinary cat, remaining silent. Number 16, unusually, offered a rare smile toward Master Karen. Perhaps, well, he truly thought of him as just a cat. Master Karen did not impede their progress, merely watching as the trio continued upward, vanishing into the higher layers of cloud. He stroked his whiskers, murmuring to himself, the gears of fate are turning ever more swiftly. Celestial Lord, you must have sensed it as well. After soaring beyond the platform atop Kalen Tower, number 17's voice resonated again. Do you see that socket at the pinnacle of the tower? A miraculous rod known as the Nioi bow was originally inserted there. It possesses the ability to elongate and contract at will, serving as the bridge that once connected Kylenta to the celestial temple above. However, that very staff has now found its way into the hands of Sun Wukong. As they conversed, they had completely penetrated the final layer of dense clouds. A colossal, bowl-shaped platform hovered in the boundless azure sky, At the heart of this platform stood a temple of ancient style, grand and imposing, the celestial temple. The glazed tiles of the temple shimmered with a gentle luster under the sunlight, while the eaves and brackets exuded an aura of sanctity and tranquility. Before the temple lay an expansive square of cloud, and at its center stood an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with divine markings upon his chest. Wielding a staff akin to that of the cat immortal, he bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, yet his visage was imbued with a serene kindness intertwined with an overwhelming majesty. He awaited them in silence. Beside him stood a portly servant, his skin darkened by the sun, as silent and steadfast as a mountain, Mr. Bobo. The gaze of the deity seemed to penetrate the very souls of the three, settling upon the leader, number 17. In his eyes, there was no astonishment, only a profound understanding and deep contemplation, as he had perceived the extraordinary energy coursing through their bodies, far surpassing the bounds of normality, particularly within the soul of the raven-haired youth, where an unusual intertwining of cold mechanical logic and a flicker of human benevolence resided. This contradictory amalgamation intrigued the deity, revealing to him a certain potential. The three descended steadily upon the cloud square. Number 17 stepped forward, facing the Earth's guardian with an attitude neither submissive nor arrogant, his gaze clear and resolute. Esteemed celestial being, greetings. Number 17's voice resonated clearly and steadily, echoing across the solemn expanse of the temple square. To the point, we seek your guidance. I am known as number 17, and these are my sister, number 18, and my companion, number 16. Our purpose in this journey is to learn the ways of perceiving and harnessing energy. Upon hearing number 17's forthright words, the deity did not respond immediately. His profound gaze lowered, as if piercing through the mists of time, resting quietly upon the three androids. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a penetrating insight. Dr. Gero's creations, I sense the nearly boundless power within you. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. Though your strength is formidable, you are akin to a blind behemoth, possessing the might to shake mountains yet unable to perceive the flow of energy in this world, let alone skillfully wield it. Indeed, number 17 acknowledged, nodding slightly. While we possess the measure of power, we lack the perception to see and the heart to control it. This not only limits our capabilities, but also renders us clumsy and perilous when faced with future threats. Future threats? The deity keenly seized upon this keyword, his gaze sharpening. Yes, number 17 replied succinctly. He discreetly stepped toward the edge of the square, casting a subtle glance toward the deity, signifying his need to temporarily distance himself from number 18 and number 16. The deity understood, his form shifting silently to stand beside number 17. What do you wish to convey to me, young one? His voice was low and direct. Number 17 inhaled deeply, presenting one of the most crucial pieces of information from their journey, a creature known as Cell. Oh, the deity's brow furrowed slightly, as he realized that even one possessing such immense power would refer to it as a monster. He comprehended that the gravity of the situation exceeded all expectations. Indeed, number 17's tone grew grave. It too is a creation of Dr. Gero, amalgamating the cells and techniques of Saiyans, Namekians, and even members of the Ice Demon clan. Among others, its ultimate goal is to absorb me and number 18, achieving final evolution into a weapon of destruction capable of annihilating everything. From what I have gathered, it will emerge 3 years hence. And its whereabouts? The deity pressed, eager for more clues. I apologize, number 17 shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. This is precisely what I am also eager to ascertain. I have no knowledge of its specific location, and I must confess that this information is largely speculative. His voice dropped, tinged with cautious reservation. Having spoken, number 17 ceased further dialogue, turning to stride calmly back to the sides of number 18 and number 16. Cell, the deity murmured, repeating the name, his brow knitted in concern. The very name seemed to carry an ominous curse. Simultaneously, his divine monitoring network had already detected some anomalous energy fluctuations. Number 17's intelligence was like the final piece of a puzzle, aligning seamlessly with his underlying apprehensions. A profound sense of crisis enveloped the deity. He regarded number 17 before him, powerful, rational, clear in purpose, retaining a flicker of humanity deep within his soul, and proactively seeking ways to master his strength to confront greater threats. Guiding him could yield a formidable ally. Rejecting him, allowing this power to spiral into chaos or be consumed by the creature he named, would result in calamities beyond Earth's capacity to endure. I understand. The deity's voice grew grave and resolute, having made his decision. Your request is granted. Here, you shall train, learn to perceive energy. Learn to control the vast power that resides within you. The deity acquiesced to number 17's request, harboring his own intentions. This was not solely to confront Cell, but also to ensure that your power finds the right path, rather than becoming a new source of disaster. He turned to his attendant, Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo, I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Bobo bowed silently. Yes, my lord. Chapter 24, The Teachings of Mr. Bobo. Beneath the vast sky, the celestial temple floated atop the boundless sea of clouds. Time here seemed suspended by an unseen force. With only the eternal whispers of the gentle breeze caressing the ancient stone pillars etched with the marks of time, harmonizing with the ever-changing waves of clouds beyond the horizon. This place served as Earth's nexus, the boundary between the mundane and the divine, steeped in an ineffable tranquility and sanctity. At this moment, the deity, the guardian of Earth, stood quietly at the edge of the square, his profound eyes tightly shut. His vast mental energy rippled like invisible waves, traversing mountains and rivers, precisely directed toward the lush forests on the opposite side of the earth. Far away in the distant Baobao Mountain, it was afternoon. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting fragmented golden spots upon the moss-covered ground. Water cascaded down the cliff like a silver ribbon, its thunderous roar the only backdrop to this tranquil setting. Sun Wukong floated beneath the torrent of the waterfall, allowing the torrential waters to cascade over him, each tremor of his muscles battling the might of nature. As pure energy surged within him, not far off, Piccolo sat cross-legged upon a smooth boulder, similarly immersed in profound meditation, his green form seemingly merging with the very rock. Only his sharp will perceiving the subtlest flows of energy in the world. Suddenly, a familiar, grave voice pierced through the barriers of time and space, unexpectedly resonating deep within their souls. Wukong, you and Piccolo should pause for a moment. The voice instantly severed their meditative state. Huh. Sun Wukong jolted, the golden aura that had enveloped him to withstand the waterfall's impact retracting in an instant. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his obsidian pupils, which swiftly transformed into profound reverence. Is this voice that of a deity? His thoughts resonated within his mind with a childlike purity of trust. Indeed, Goku. The voice of the deity echoed once more, heavier and more urgent than ever before. There are several exceedingly critical matters pertaining to the fate of Earth that I must convey to both of you immediately. Without any superfluous pleasantries, the deity's spiritual energy flowed like the most precise stream of information, clearly imparting the existence of Cell, his terrifying evolutionary goals, and the news of number 17 seeking training in the divine realm to Goku and Piccolo. The impact of this revelation jolted both of them to their core. The deity's voice was imbued with an unprecedented sense of urgency as he solemnly warned, in your daily training and lives, you must maintain the highest level of vigilance, paying heed to any unusual signs, anomalous energy fluctuations, unfamiliar powerful auras, and strange biological activities. Any suspicious indicators could signify Cell's movements. Exercise utmost caution. Cell, merging with Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and even my own cells. He must absorb number 17 and number 18 to attain perfection. Goku grappled with this horrifying information, his black pupils first narrowing in shock, only to erupt with an indescribable fiery brilliance akin to the rising sun. The radiance contained not fear, but the purest excitement and yearning. How marvelous! Unable to contain himself, he let out a long howl, and the frenzied energy surged forth, causing the cascading waters around him to be forcefully drawn upwards, creating a fleeting yet breathtaking spectacle of reverse flow. Mist enveloped the scene, refracting rainbow hues, yet could not obscure the blazing fighting spirit in his eyes. Stronger than Frieza, stronger than the combined might of number 17, number 18, and themselves. He roared within, every cell quaking with exhilaration. For Goku, a more formidable adversary has never been a calamity, but rather the most precious source of motivation to transcend his limits and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Such a challenge was precisely what he had long yearned for. Ha! Number 17 is training in the divine realm too. Splendid. Deity, Mr. Popo, you are truly remarkable. He was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself, his mind instantly conjuring images of an intense clash with number 17 on the expansive platform of the divine realm. I want to spar with number 17. I must grow stronger. Training under such pressure will surely yield unimaginable results. He instinctively clenched his fists, the knuckles popping softly, eager to instantaneously teleport directly to the plaza of the divine realm. However, in stark contrast to Goku's excitement that seemed poised to pierce the heavens, was Piccolo's current demeanor. He remained seated upon the rock, arms tightly crossed over his chest, his deep green visage shrouded in a frost-like pallor, appearing even darker and more somber. As though it could drip with despair, the deity's message reverberated violently in his mind. Cell, fused cells, perfect evolution. Each word sent a chilling shiver through him. He could keenly sense that this cell posed a threat far beyond that of the previous 3 androids, number 17 included. What troubled him even more was the fact that the deity had permitted those 3 androids to train in the divine realm, allowed number 17 to interact with energy. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale. Foolish. This is nothing short of a mad endeavor that could dig their own graves. Piccolo roared inwardly, his icy anger threatening to shatter his outward calm. The power of number 17 and the others was already unfathomable, filled with uncertainty. To allow him to grasp the secrets of energy perception and manipulation was akin to forging sharper claws for a demon. Deity, what are you truly thinking? He recalled the faint yet genuine wave of goodwill he had sensed from number 17, a fleeting, ephemeral kindness. You would gamble the fate of the entire Earth on such a transient notion of goodwill. Extreme distrust and an overwhelming sense of crisis compelled him to consider immediately heading to the divine realm to confront them. Yet he forcibly suppressed the impulse. His gaze sharp as a blade. Cell is the true threat. A plan must be devised without delay. He closed his eyes, initiating a rapid mental process to formulate multiple contingency strategies for the worst-case scenario. Let us redirect our gaze to the sanctum suspended among the clouds, the divine realm. Upon the cloud platform, Mr. Popo stood resolutely like a bastion. His ebony visage bore the same eternally tranquil expression, as if nothing in the world could disturb the clarity of his heart. However, upon closer inspection, his deep-set eyes, reminiscent of the night sky, displayed an unusual focus. Opposite him, number 17 shed his usual languid demeanor and irreverent mockery. The contours of his perfect face became starkly defined, his lips pressed tightly together, and a rare sharpness and seriousness collected between his brows. It was a radiance that emerged only when confronting the unknown, challenging the barriers of his own limits. The deity's permission felt akin to unlocking a forbidden door, with Mr. Popo, the unfathomable guardian, serving as the guide. A completely new realm that transcended his current understanding unfolded before him, the perception and mastery of energy unfurling like a vast celestial map. Perception, number 17. Mr. Popo's voice was deep and possessed an oddly penetrating quality, as if it did not travel through the air but resonated directly within the core of his consciousness, carrying a soothing yet guiding rhythm. Close your eyes, seal your ears. They are your inherent senses, yet also mundane cages, intricate traps. When facing foes whose speed surpasses light, lurking intentions hidden within the depths of chaotic energy, relying on them will render you the most deceived by your own senses. His words were akin to ancient proverbs. Slowly, Mr. Popo raised his hand, his dark fingers steadily and precisely pointing to the location of number 17's heart. The true battlefield lies not within your sight, nor within your hearing. It resides here, within your heart, amidst the silent pulsations and torrents of energy. Listen to the silent tides, touch the intangible trajectories, and let the flow of energy become your new sense. His guidance aimed directly at the core. The training was rigorous and thorough. A heavy pure black blindfold covered number 17's eyes, capable of perceiving the microscopic world, an especially crafted earplug, designed to absorb all sound vibrations, plunged him into an abyss of absolute silence. The world was violently stripped of color and sound. In the sacred central plaza of the divine realm, number 17 stood alone. Sunlight cascaded upon him, yet could not be perceived by his vision. The gentle breeze brushed against his hair, yet returned no auditory feedback. For the first time, this powerful android experienced a profound sense of detachment, nearly absolute. A self-deprecating sigh fluttered within him. Is this the first time since awakening that he has felt such helplessness? His once proud supervision and acute hearing were forcibly silenced. Yet, within this absolute void, another sense of existence was infinitely amplified, even becoming cacophonous. Within him, the eternal core granted by Dr. Gero surged like a captive miniature star, an immense and unparalleled energy roiling within, akin to a wild stallion, impossible to precisely tame. The torrent of energy surged forth with such immense magnitude that it overwhelmed the subtler signals around it. Simultaneously, within his intricately constructed body, composed of biologically enhanced cells, countless delicate streams of energy surged through the neural pathways, reinforcing muscle bundles and pulsating swiftly through energy conduits, thereby forming a complex and cacophonous internal energy network. At this moment, the clamor of this inner universe became the greatest obstacle to his perception of the external world. Calm your inner universe, number 17, echoed Bobo's voice, directly imprinting itself upon his consciousness, akin to casting a stabilizing anchor amidst tumultuous waves. Let your energy be as still as a windless lake, smooth as glass. Only in tranquil waters can the ripples of the outside world be clearly reflected. Feel my aura, Bobo's voice guided him, its presence both tangible and ethereal, requiring absolute focus and serenity of mind to grasp it. The initial confusion enveloped him like a dense fog. Why did that old coot, Gero, thrust upon me such an exaggerated energy furnace? Was it merely to enhance the aesthetic of the data panel? It feels like a sun perpetually on the verge of explosion. I can hardly sense the presence of others. A flicker of irritation passed through number 17's mind. Rather than lamenting his own predicament, he chose to cast blame upon Gero. This unwavering mindset of number 17, shunning self-defeat, promised success in all endeavors. That said, due to the overwhelming energy within number 17's being, akin to the sun, while Bobo's energy resembled that of a firefly, it was simply impossible for him to notice any essence beyond his own. Forget it. Gero 1T leap out to revise the design. Number 17 adjusted his mentality, swiftly attaining inner coherence, and resolved to try once more, determined to succeed. He once again settled his mind, no longer resisting the energy torrent of the eternal furnace, but rather attempting to comprehend it, to familiarize himself with the rhythm of every subtle flow, as if taming a rebellious dragon. In the profound darkness and silence, his entire consciousness immersed itself into this tumultuous inner universe. What he needed to do was transform the fluctuations of this inner universe from a distraction into a stable backdrop for perceiving the energy fluctuations of the outside world. Chapter 25, An Arrival. Time lost its significance in the absolute deprivation of sensation. Perhaps mere minutes had passed, or perhaps hours. Gradually, a marvelous transformation began to unfold. Beyond the vast and stable energy background radiation of the eternal furnace, an exceptionally faint yet remarkably clear point began to materialize. It flickered stubbornly like a star at the edge of a solar flare. It was the essence of Mr. Bobo. No longer an abstract concept, it manifested as a hazy, uniquely rhythmic halo of energy, albeit feeble, yet tenaciously stabilizing within number 17's mental perception, appearing and disappearing like the cadence of breath. Suddenly, Bobo's attack came without warning. A weak yet concentrated beam of energy struck at an oblique angle towards number 17. Relying on his combat instincts, he barely managed to sidestep. The energy beam grazing his shoulder as it whizzed past, leaving shallow scorch marks upon the white stone floor of the temple. Too slow, Bobo remarked. You heard the sound of energy, yet failed to discern its trajectory. Day after day of honing his skills unfolded amidst the eternal silence and darkness. Mr. Bobo had transcended merely being a source of energy. He began to harness the ancient and pure special energy inherent in the temple itself. Under his exquisite mental guidance, these energies morphed into rapidly moving, unpredictably tracing energy targets. They were no longer beams of light, but rather intangible clusters of energy that streaked through the silent void along trajectories surpassing the speed of sound, at times darting straight like comets, at times veering sharply like hummingbirds, at times drifting erratically like fallen leaves, and even executing right-angle turns in midair with no regard for physical inertia. In number 17's world, only these high-speed energy comets traversing through the absolute darkness remained. He had to hold his breath and concentrate, capturing the faintest pre-launch tremors of each energy target against the backdrop noise of the eternal furnace. He needed to instantaneously construct a mental map of its energy intensity radiation, motion vector direction, and possible trajectory models at the moment the ripples began to spread. Then, in a flash of thought, he must predict and drive his body to evade or counterattack. Failure became the prevailing theme of this period. Each strike by the invisible energy targets felt like a merciless mockery of his once proud superhuman senses, a profound interrogation of his reliance on technological means for survival. However, what number 17 possessed in abundance was patience and focus. Every failure became a cornerstone for building a more precise perception model. He began to chart the energy map, using pure mental force in the depths of darkness and silence. The intensity of the energy targets transformed from a vague concept into a precise measure of brightness. Their movement trends were no longer elusive, but became clear vector arrows. The variations in their trajectories ceased to be random and instead followed the elegant curves of energy fluid dynamics he was beginning to comprehend. The intangible essence, in the world stripped of physical sensations, gradually took on a clear, three-dimensional, dynamic network of lines. It was as if countless celestial trajectories adhering to the laws of physics were illuminated within the vast darkness of the universe. The metamorphosis occurred silently and imperceptibly. Gradually, he ceased to be a passive recipient of blows. When a new energy target quietly condensed in the distance, number 17 no longer needed to await its activation. He could preemptively hear the almost non-existent build-up vibrations, akin to detecting the heartbeat of a distant whale in the silent depths of the ocean. He could even perceive the subtle forewarning of directional motion patterns emerging from the core energy radiation of the target before it truly launched. And when the energy target truly shot forth, it no longer appeared as a mere hazy point of light in number 17's mental perception, but rather as a star trailing a distinct comet-like tail. That tail represented the unique energy disturbance trajectory left by the swiftly moving energy in space. He could not only perceive its current position, but also accurately predict its trajectory nodes for the next moment and the moment after. His evasion maneuvers evolved from initial clumsiness into a fluid dance, as if performing an elegant ballet upon the edge of a blade, consistently avoiding lethal attacks by mere fractions. His counterattacks were equally precise, evoking a sense of dread. No longer requiring visual targeting, he merely focused his intent on the swiftly moving energy star. With a subtle movement of his fingertip, a similarly condensed yet even swifter and deadlier beam of energy shot forth, intercepting the target with an uncanny foresight. Precisely in its path. Boom. A high-speed maneuvering target was obliterated in midair mere meters from number 17, the dissipated energy resembling silent fireworks. A minuscule yet genuine ripple of approval traversed the depths of Mr. Bobo's ancient, tranquil visage, a flicker within his profound gaze. Just as number 17 began to grasp this transcendent art beyond sensory perception, having just removed the blindfold that severed his connection to light and the earplugs that muted sound, allowing the celestial sea of clouds and winds of the temple to flood back into his perceptual world, an unexpected yet entirely reasonable challenger emerged. Hey, Mr. Bobo. I hear you've been harboring an extraordinary talent in your training. The unmistakable booming voice of Sun Wukong shattered the temple's timeless serenity like thunder striking the earth. Clad in a vibrant orange martial arts uniform, the large character emblazoned across his chest seemed to pulsate with vibrant life. He broke into a grin, his smile pure and brimming with combat spirit, his piercing gaze akin to a searchlight, precisely locking onto number 17, who had just removed his blindfold and earplugs. Wukong, you have arrived. Mr. Popo remained as unflappable as ever, merely nodding slightly, his voice steady and unwavering, while number 17 attuned himself to the flow of energy. The perception of energy? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement, his interest piqued. Perfect. Let us have a match. Number 17. No eyes, no ears, just energy to fight. That sounds incredibly fascinating. He bounced eagerly on the spot, his formidable aura surging forth like the rising sun, instantly filling the entire temple courtyard. Number 17 regarded Sun Wukong. A flicker of thought crossing his mind. He was well aware that his actual combat prowess far exceeded that of the current Sun Wukong. However, the rules of this battle. He consciously sealed off his senses, engaging in combat solely through his nascent perception of energy, thereby granting Wukong the opportunity to showcase his mastery of energy manipulation, while also providing himself with an exceptional chance to validate his training results. Very well, he succinctly replied. This time, he would not rely on external aids like blindfolds and earplugs to limit himself, but instead face this practical battle through the strength of his own training. The battle erupted instantaneously. Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing, and he executed the energy perception and application techniques honed over decades of martial arts practice with remarkable finesse. Indeed, you are truly the chosen one of this realm. In number 17's pure-hearted perception, Sun Wukong's figure transformed into a swiftly moving, unpredictable golden flame. His energy was immense and untainted, imbued with a wild vitality that made it challenging for number 17 to contend with the masterful concealment of his aura, the misdirection, and the sudden explosive techniques. In the initial phase, without the aid of enhanced vision and hearing, number 17 was entirely at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong's attacks were like a gazelle's horn, elusive and often landing just as number 17 barely caught a glimpse of his energy's outline. Heavy punches and kicks struck him, the tremendous impact sending shockwaves through number 17's reinforced body. Huh, how does that feel? Sun Wukong's voice, laced with mirth, resonated in number 17's consciousness. Just as a cunning sidekick came crashing in. TCH. Just wait and see. Number 17 did not respond. All his focus was directed towards deciphering the fluctuations of that golden flame. He learned while being struck, adjusting his model in the moments of evasion. Each time he was hit, it was an opportunity to optimize his heart's perception model. Chapter 26. The Direction of Energy Advancement. Sun Wukong, you've slowed down. As no. 17 gradually adapted to Wukong's unique rhythm of energy and began integrating his formidable combat instincts along with heightened vision and hearing into this new perception mode. The scales of battle began to tip. He ceased being passively defensive and began to anticipate. Gradually, their exchanges shifted from mere punches and kicks to a more balanced combat dynamic. In the moment Sun Wukong's energy momentarily coalesced, preparing to change tactics, No. 17's energy blast had already sealed off his possible escape routes. Sun Wukong dispersed the energy blast with a punch, countering with a ki blast that struck No. 17's already activated energy shield. The two figures wove through the temple courtyard at breakneck speed, silent except for the bursts of light and energy when they clashed, and the muted shockwaves created by their strikes. The battle transformed from a one-sided affair into a splendid game, purely based on energy perception and combat intuition. Sun Wukong's smile shifted from carefree to earnest, his eyes alight with the thrill of matching wits against an equal. Goodness, you learn quickly. After a fierce exchange of offense and defense, Sun Wukong leaped back to create distance, his voice filled with admiration. This feeling is amazing. And you, my friend, have an astonishing foundation. He shook out his slightly numbed arms and sincerely stated, "You are strong." Number 17. Number 17 also ceased his movements, his face once again adorned with a carefree demeanor. Without the need for words, a peculiar respect, rooted in their combat instincts, quietly blossomed between the two. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong would often visit the temple to spar with Number 17, who welcomed him without reservation. Put in a little more strength, Sun Wukong. Have you not eaten? Number 17 had now fully mastered the perception of energy. Take this. Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form, launching a fierce attack on Number 17. Their repeated battles proved immensely beneficial for Sun Wukong, teaching him how to contend with a formidable opponent whose energy signature was indiscernible. Meanwhile, Number 17 gleaned invaluable practical experience and exquisite techniques regarding energy manipulation from this combat genius, enriching his perception model in real-world engagements. Strength requires guidance and focus. No. 17. Mr. Popo timely initiated the next phase of instruction, stating, "Infinity is fundamental, but quality and form are paramount." He spread his palm, revealing a gentle energy vortex that, under his mental control, was instantaneously compressed into a grain-sized orb, emanating a pulsating light that was both thrilling and daunting. Compression is the essence of enhancing destructive power. The training ground transformed into a crucible of energy. Number 17 endeavored to forcibly constrict the torrent of energy surging within him. Initially, it was challenging. The vast energy surged like a wild stallion, the recoil from forced compression nearly overwhelming his body, composed of reinforced cells, with intense energy tension. Above his outstretched palm, the energy mass roiled violently, expanding and dissipating like an unstable light bulb. Focus, feel the density of the energy. Popo's voice resonated like a stabilizing anchor. Imagine it as water, as steel, shaping it through your breath into every form you can command. Fail, adjust, and try again. Gradually, that tumultuous energy began to be tamed. The energy sphere coalescing in his palm shrank further, yet its brilliance intensified, the destructive power within escalating exponentially. Ultimately, a palm-sized energy sphere was hurled upward with force, exploding with such ferocity that even the sky changed hue. Is this the potential of the androids? No, it should be said that this is the potential of this youth. Number 17. Though he has not undergone formal training, the divine observer has been consistently watching over Number 17's journey. Now, I have mastered the perception of energy and the control of power. In the temple courtyard, Number 17's figure hovered above the roiling sea of clouds, the hues of the setting sun casting a flowing golden edge around him. He opened his palm, the eternal core within him pulsing silently. A mass of concentrated azure energy danced in his palm, shifting forms, at times collapsing into a point capable of piercing stars, at times extending into a Dalan Gong run that sliced through the void. The compression and transformation of energy, under the meticulous guidance of his will, flowed as naturally and smoothly as breathing. This moment of tranquility was the result of countless storms refined into a profound stillness. His perception of energy had become instinctual, and his mastery over it had reached a new zenith. However, as his control deepened, a sense of a grander and more nebulous boundary distinctly crystallized in Number 17's consciousness. He clearly envisioned his path, pushing the meticulous control of the boundless energy within him to its utmost, merely laying the foundation. Beyond this foundation lay the essence of energy's metamorphosis, a transformation of life itself. What could it be? It was not merely a mere accumulation of energy values. Within him resided the super combat calculation core originating from Dr. Gero, intertwined with the retrieval of memories from the original text, pointing towards an awe-inspiring concept, the realm of the divine. Much like the slumbering Beerus on the Destroyer planet, or the angel Whis, who governs creation. Their very existence manifests a power that transcends the very principles of the multiverse. This is not merely a quantitative increase in strength, but a fundamental transformation of life forms and energy levels. The Saiyan pondered as he gazed into the heavens. seemingly piercing through the clouds to witness those figures who continually surpass their limits through bloodlines and fury, each possessing a clear pathway to Super Saiyan. And yet, he reflected, as he sensed the resonance of the eternal core within him and every enhanced cell, this body, infused with boundless energy, had long transcended the realm of humanity. Where, then, lies my path of evolution? The answer seemed to dwell within the vast, boundless energy itself. If the energy surging within him resembled the chaotic expansion of primordial nebulae at the universe's inception, then the key to ascending to higher realms might reside in the ultimate refinement, a contraction and sublimation of energy acting upon the very core of his existence. This endeavor was far from the simplicity of compressing an energy sphere in the palm of one's hand. The challenge was akin to forcibly reversing the cosmic cataclysm of a galaxy-spanning Big Bang into a singularity that devours all. To put it plainly, the infinite energy coursing through him was akin to nuclear fission, with cells continually dividing to produce energy. To achieve a qualitative metamorphosis, he must transition from fission to fusion, compressing this energy under extreme pressure to unleash a power far exceeding that of fission. Presently, having mastered the use of ki, it was merely a matter of time before he could compress the energy within. With a gentle clench of his fist, the brilliance capable of piercing the stars dimmed, leaving only a barely perceptible ripple of energy in his palm. Now, if Cell dares to emerge from the ground, let us see if he can withstand my might. Chapter 27. The Trail of Cell. Suspended atop the clouds, the God Temple seemed to have frozen time in its daily cycle. The twilight glow draped the ancient edifice in a flowing molten gold, casting long shadows from the stone pillars that stretched across the empty plaza. An almost sacred tranquility permeated the air, broken only by the whispers of the wind through the stone crevices and the incessant hum of energy emanating from the center of the square. Leaning against a weathered monolith, Android 18's golden hair danced gently in the evening breeze. Her ice-blue eyes, reminiscent of the most precious sapphires from West City, bore a hint of languid indifference as they swept over the figure in the plaza, her twin brother, Android 17, who was tirelessly compressing and releasing energy. Mr. Popo's foundational theories on key perception and application had been mastered by her following 17th success. Her strength had evolved far beyond that of 3 years prior. When she first awoke from her frigid slumber, it was akin to the distinction between one who randomly swings a sword and a master of swordsmanship, two realms that could not be compared. Yet for 18, the enhancement of power was never the ultimate goal. That was sufficient, she had once told her devotedly training brother, her voice cool yet tinged with a barely perceptible frustration towards his stubbornness. You all enjoy yourselves. Her beautiful blue eyes scanned the dust swirling in the plaza from the energy shockwaves before drifting towards the magnificent sea of clouds at the temple's edge. I'm off to shop in West City, staying here with you old geezers among these ancient stones, breathing in the scent of millennia-old relics. Will surely give me wrinkles before my time. Freedom, the kind liberated from Dr. Gero, free from the fate of being a weapon of destruction, was the true treasure she cherished. She yearned to breathe freely and indulge in the fleeting joys of humanity. No sooner had she spoken than she transformed into a brilliant golden meteor, instantaneously shattering the temple's stillness as she plunged towards the bustling city of West City, now aglow with lights. The night in West City was a sea of light and sound. Neon lights flowed like a celestial river, outlining the silhouettes of skyscrapers, while colossal holographic advertisements projected dreamlike images into the air. The streets thrummed with life, a tapestry of bustling crowds and weaving traffic, the roar of engines, the calls of vendors, the music of street performers, and the laughter of passers-by merging into a symphonic cacophony of human civilization. Android 18 seamlessly blended into this vibrant milieu. She lingered before the dazzling storefronts of luxury goods, her fingertips gliding over the smooth, cold glass, her gaze sweeping across those costly, yet seemingly meaningless items. She entered a cafe fragrant with coffee and pastries, casually ordering a drink and settling into a corner, keenly observing the sweet nothings exchanged between couples, the tense negotiations of businesspeople, or the hearty laughter among friends. She paused before street performers, watching as they garnered applause and coins with their songs, dances, or comical antics, her ice-blue eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. Occasionally, she would encounter a short, bald policeman in ill-fitting uniform, who always blushed, his gaze darting shyly yet unable to resist stealing glances, clumsily attempting conversation or keeping a distant watch. Android 18 found this amusing. A subtle, playful smile would curve her lips, neither drawing near nor shooing him away. Why do I feel like I might end up with a bald brother-in-law? However, no matter how long she meandered through West City's neon glow, Android 18 would invariably return to the God Temple. Sometimes she would bring back intriguing trinkets, often exquisitely packaged local delicacies or the latest candies from West City, tossing them to 17 as he concluded his training. Other times, she would simply sit quietly on the temple's suspended platform, her long legs dangling above the vast sea of clouds, resting her elbows on her knees and cradling her chin, silently watching her brother endure the visibly turbulent energy storms in the plaza. In those moments, the languor in her ice-blue eyes would fade slightly, replaced by a silent support that only family could share. Meanwhile, beneath the God Temple, deep within the primordial forest surrounding Corin Tower, another silent figure discovered his own sanctuary, Android 16. This colossal being, forged from the most durable alloys and intricately designed biological tissues, was strikingly different from his companions. His core directives lacked the zeal for combat and the insatiable thirst for power. Instead, they embodied a profound reverence and guardianship over life itself. Beneath the artificial shell of the android beat a heart softer and more attuned to nature than that of many humans. As he moved through the forest, his massive form exhibited an unexpected grace and lightness incongruent with his size. When his heavy alloyed feet descended, they deftly avoided the tender sprouts and fungi emerging from the earth, as though he feared disturbing these slumbering tiny beings. He would spend hours, like the most patient of scholars, crouched beside a uniquely shaped fern, his precise infrared scanners and biological sensors silently recording the rhythm of its leaf expansion and the subtle process of spore formation. Alternatively, he would sit quietly by a crystal-clear stream, his enormous palms cradling his chin as his electronic eyes softly focused on the colorful fish darting among the pebbles, or on the vividly feathered birds gliding over the water's surface, leaving ripples in their wake. The breath of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the gentle babbling of streams, the buzzing of insects, and the chirping of birds composed a melody more delightful to him than any battle data. Between him and Mr. Bobo, there existed an unspoken understanding that transcended language. Their shared yearning for nature and peace flowed in a silent resonance. Number 16 rarely spoke, yet he silently stood guard near numbers 17 and 18, his colossal figure serving as their most reliable bastion. His mere existence was a wordless promise. He would protect home and companions. Above the clouds, the temple was gilded with the golden hues of the setting sun. Number 17 concluded yet another round of brutal energy torrent training. He clenched his fist, a flash of intensely compressed, tangible azure energy flickering in his palm. The cold, infinite torrent of energy clashed with the blazing force of life itself within the meticulously crafted body by Dr. Gero, engaging in an unprecedented, arduous fusion and metamorphosis. Each compression of energy, each moment of maintaining the tranquility of his heart amidst the chaos of his power, reshaped the very form and essence of his strength. The cultivation within the divine temple had already placed number 17 on the pivotal staircase toward becoming a true powerhouse. On May 12, 767 of the age of the universe, 3 years had quietly passed since numbers 17, 18, and 16 awoke from Drive Gero's clandestine laboratory. Enough time for the grass over Frisia and his father's graves to reach an estimated 3 meters. Well, that is assuming they even had graves, as number 17 once remarked. Time seemed to flow serenely on Earth. However, far from the bustling cities, on the outskirts of the city of Jinga, amidst a vast expanse of land cloaked in primordial jungle, a long-dormant terror was quietly nurturing, ready to break ground. Towering ancient trees stood like silent giants, their dense canopies obscuring much of the sunlight, leaving only dappled spots of light to dance upon the damp moss and decaying leaves. The air was thick and silent, interrupted only by the occasional call of unknown birds and the hum of insects. Suddenly, a dull tremor, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, shattered the tranquility. The ground began to bulge unnaturally, soil and stones cascading down, accompanied by a disconcerting crackling sound. Boom! A massive, chrysalis-like entity erupted from the earth, akin to a grotesque seed sprouting through the surface. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its surface adorned with irregular protrusions of a chitinous layer and pulsating, unhardened veins. This colossal cocoon, imbued with the raw vigor of new life, clumsily crawled forward several meters, crushing low shrubs and overwhelming a patch of ferns, its heavy body embedding deeply into the ground, creating a chaotic path. It finally came to a halt, lying quietly atop the flattened vegetation like a newly born monstrosity. A profound silence descended once more, heavier than before, as if even the air had solidified. The creatures of the jungle seemed to sense impending doom, falling into a hushed stillness. At that moment, a faint yet distinctly audible crack echoed, and a slender, web-like fissure appeared at the center of its back. In an instant, the fissure appeared to possess a life of its own, rapidly expanding and emitting a continuous series of crackling sounds. A viscous, Foul-smelling green liquid seeped from the crack, dripping to the ground and corroding it with wisps of white smoke. As the fissure widened, a loud crack resounded, and a large segment of the thick chitinous shell was torn open from within, shattering. The first thing to emerge into the dim light was a pair of enormous, glistening, insect-like wings. The wings trembled violently, eager to break free from their constraints. As the fissure continued to tear apart, a larger, more menacing figure struggled to rise from the shattered cocoon. It was covered in a slick, newly hardened green exoskeleton, its head oval-shaped, adorned with insect-like mandibles and a pair of cold, emotionless compound eyes. With a sudden motion, it shook its head and body, flinging the viscous green liquid and remnants of the broken chrysalis away. It seemed to still be acclimating to its new form, moving its joints with stiffness, emitting a low, hoarse cry imbued with primal power and insatiable hunger. This was the terrifying existence that had transcended time, returning in embryonic form after 3 years of dormancy, finally completing the first stage of its evolution. Cell. Chapter 28. The despairing perception of the divine. The newly born cell rotated its cold compound eyes, swiftly surveying the unfamiliar jungle. The information implanted by Dr. Gero and the myriad of warrior cells fused within surged into its core processor. It became acutely aware it lacked power. Whether it was the twin androids, number 17 and 18, imbued with eternal energy, or the Saiyan Goku, repeatedly defeating formidable foes and marked as the highest potential threat, the power levels they currently possessed surpassed its own. An instinctual hunger and an overwhelming yearning for evolution instantly seized its thoughts. Humans, countless human essences. Cell's mandibles emitted a hoarse whisper, the sound reminiscent of rough metal scraping against sandpaper, carrying an unsettling texture. He greedily inhaled the air, mingled with jungle humidity and distant urban dust, as if he could scent the energy fragrance that sent shivers down his very soul. Thanks to the myriad of Z warrior cells within, his sensitivity to energy flowed as naturally as part of his being. His immense perception expanded like an invisible radar, instantly locking onto the nearest source of concentrated energy, the city of Jinga. Tens of thousands of life energies converged there, a tantalizing feast indeed. He let out a low, cruelly delightful laugh from deep within his chest, his insect-like mandibles curving into an abhorrent arc become the cornerstone of my grand evolutionary path. Pitiful ants. This is the only value your brief and meaningless existence can offer. In the next moment, his colossal form vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he stood silently atop a solitary peak on the outskirts of Jinga. The cold, deep green exoskeleton shimmered ominously under the last rays of the setting sun. His robust tail, tipped with a glistening, menacing needle, swayed behind him like a living entity, poised for the final strike of a serpent. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down upon the city below, gradually illuminated by the night and neon lights, thrumming with life. The reflections in his serpentine eyes revealed not the warmth and charm of countless homes, but innumerable energy pods, radiating enticing glimmers, awaiting their merciless harvest. Without a moment's hesitation, Cell's massive form erupted with astonishing agility and speed, utterly disproportionate to its size. He opted not for ostentatious flight, but instead moved like a green giant lizard, sleek against the jagged rocks and dense canopies, stealthily advancing towards the brightly lit urban center. He deliberately suppressed his own aura, constricting the fluctuations of his energy to the bare minimum, akin to the most ordinary of beasts, even forsaking swifter flight. He was acutely aware that on this earth of the present era, there existed the keenly perceptive Z warriors. Prematurely revealing his whereabouts would only invite unnecessary troubles, jeopardizing the meticulously crafted scheme he had devised. This cunning, cruelty, and extreme caution, born from the cells of countless merged powerhouses, were utilized to their fullest extent from the very moment they descended upon the mortal realm. Shadows silently enveloped the unsuspecting city of Ginger, heralding the onset of a bloody harvest. At the very moment Ginger was to descend into hell, high above in the celestial palace, the deity seated upon a meditation cushion experienced a sudden transformation in his tranquil visage, which seemed to reflect all things in the world. His tightly shut eyes sprang open, pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks in sheer horror. An unprecedented chill and overwhelming malice surged into his senses, far purer and exponentially more potent than the malevolence once exhibited by King Piccolo. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Almost simultaneously with this surge of evil, within the deity's spiritual perception that maintained the life network of Earth, countless energy points, once vibrant like stars, representing lively existence, were extinguished in an instant, as if snuffed out by an invisible giant hand. No, this cannot be. The deity cried out in shock, his voice trembling in a manner he had not even realized. He stumbled toward the edge of the celestial palace, suspended above the vast sea of clouds, his gaze imbued with boundless divine power piercing through the barriers of space. Instantly directed toward the area that had just become a dead zone. What a cruel method. The scene that met his eyes sent shivers through the very core of this guardian, who had endured countless ages. Above the city of Ginger, a layer of despairing black fog, invisible to the naked eye yet palpable in his perception, loomed ominously. At the heart of the city, a colossal monster, clad in a slick green carapace and dragging a terrifying needle-like tail, moved with the efficiency of a harvesting machine. Its serpent-like tail forcibly siphoned the essence of life from the citizens, frantically surging into the creature's body. The entire population of the city was being slaughtered and absorbed by the monster. Cell, this is Cell. The deity's voice was dry and pained. Witnessing such an extermination method left even him, the protector of Earth, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and rage. He harbored no doubt that if this monster were allowed to continue, the entire Earth would be reduced to its sustenance. It must be stopped. Immediately. The deity forcibly suppressed the tumult of his blood and the mental upheaval, focusing all his will into a singular point, transmitting his thoughts to Android 17 and Son Goku. In West City, atop the most bustling shopping mall, in an open-air cafe with expansive views, Android 17 lounged casually in a comfortable rattan chair. A half-consumed iced coffee before him. His icy blue eyes scanned the throngs below aimlessly. 3 years of training in the temple had fused his perception of energy into instinct. Even amidst the clamor, he maintained a thread of tranquility within, like a hunter lying in wait beneath the surface of the water. Suddenly, 17. The deity's urgent voice erupted in 17's mind, laced with an imperceptible tremor. As you suspected, today, 3 years later, the being known as Cell has made his appearance. Has he finally arrived? 17's gaze sharpened instantaneously, akin to a stone cast into a still lake. The languor evaporated from his icy blue pupils, replaced by a predatory glint akin to a hawk locking onto its prey. This moment in time had never escaped his memory. Location? 17's response was relayed through the mental link, succinct and devoid of any superfluous words. Ginger City. A massacre is underway. Life is vanishing at an alarming rate. The deity's voice brimmed with urgency and profound sorrow. Fragments of information conveyed included echoes of countless life forces being extinguished, sending a shiver through 17's very being. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, 17 severed the mental link. He turned towards the mall entrance, his voice clear yet subdued, penetrating through the cacophony. 18, 16, we're leaving. At the entrance, 18, clutching several shopping bags emblazoned with luxury brand logos, bore an expression of eager anticipation for her next shopping spree. Upon hearing 17's abrupt command, her stunning blue eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate brows furrowed in irritation as she stepped forward briskly. What the hell, 17? I just warmed up and had my eye on a few new pieces. Her words carried an edge of frustration at being so rudely interrupted. A disgusting entity has emerged. 17 interjected, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather, yet the undeniable weight behind his words silenced 18's complaints in an instant, sharpening her gaze. 18 frowned, keenly sensing the unusual gravity in 17's words. So, what? In an instant, incredulity washed over 18's beautiful face, causing the shopping bags in her grasp to drop to the ground with a thud. So, the embryo I meticulously erased from the incubation chamber, convinced it was utterly destroyed. The monster that existed only in the mad plans of that old fool, Dr. Gero? It has somehow survived, and is now out in the open. Are you sure this isn't just a prank born from your boredom? 18's voice held an edge of sharpness she herself was unaware of, her gaze fixated on 17 as if searching for any hint of jest upon his face. The deity's message is in Ginger City. 17's gaze had already shifted toward the distant Ginger City, his icy blue eyes harboring an impending storm. There is no time to waste. Now at once. The shock on 18's face receded like a tide, replaced by an icy killing intent that could freeze the very air. This intent was so pure, so piercing, that even those few passers-by who chanced to glance felt involuntary shivers run down their spines. Without a glance at the scattered shopping bags, her fashionable boots kicked one aside disdainfully. Let's go? No sooner had the words left her lips than 3 streaks of light tore through the bustling air of West City, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Propelling themselves towards Ginger City, now suffused with the aura of death, at speeds beyond the sound barrier. Chapter 29, Racing to the Scene. At the same moment, on the other side of the earth, in the tranquil and serene Baobao Mountain, the aroma of cooked food wafted through the small wooden kitchen. Son Goku sat at the dining table, one hand holding a bowl, the other wielding chopsticks, lifting a generous piece of braised pork, lovingly prepared by Chi-Chi, to his mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he mumbled through a mouthful, Chi-Chi, today's meat is truly delicious. Sun Goten sat beside him, equally engrossed in his meal. Chi-Chi, donning an apron, wiped her hands and smiled at the two voracious eaters. The warm atmosphere was filled with joy. Suddenly, Goku, the voice of the celestial deity, imbued with an urgent sense of impending doom, reverberated explosively within the relaxed mind of Sun Wukong. Cell, the malevolent android, Cell, whom number 17 had warned about, has emerged. He is wreaking havoc in Ginger City. The situation is dire. Sun Wukong, who was in the midst of leisurely transporting food to his mouth, suddenly froze. The easygoing smile on his face receded like a receding tide, instantly replaced by a gravity akin to that of an impending battle. His eyes, which usually sparkled with mirth, now gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk fixated on its prey. The celestial deity, Cell is in Ginger City. Sun Wukong's voice sank to a serious timbre, low and solemn, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful tone. An invisible yet palpable weight of dread enveloped the small room, rendering the air itself seemingly solid. Yes, the entire city is undergoing a massacre. Lives are vanishing at an alarming rate. Number 17 is already on the way. Hurry. The celestial deity's urgent voice brooked no argument. Gohan. Sun Wukong set aside his utensils, and without the need for words, a shared glance between father and son spoke volumes of their resolve. There was no hesitation. Like two bolts of white lightning bursting forth from the dining table, Sun Wukong and Gohan vanished in an instant. All that remained was the gently swaying chairs, steaming dishes on the table, and a tablecloth fluttering wildly in the sudden gust of wind. Kiki was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Retreating a step as the cloth she was holding fell to the ground, she gazed at the suddenly empty table and chairs, a flicker of worry and helplessness crossing her face, but it quickly transformed into understanding and support. She sighed softly, bending to retrieve the cloth, murmuring to herself, alas, not even a moment to finish a meal. What dreadful foe has emerged this time? She shook her head, yet her gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Go forth, vanquish those villains. Remember to return safely for dinner. In the face of such grave matters, this seemingly stern housewife possessed clarity deeper than anyone else. She quietly covered the nearly untouched meals of the father and son, ensuring they remained warm. Several hundred kilometers away from Baozi Mountain, amidst a desolate expanse of gravel, Piccolo, the last warrior of Namek, sat cross-legged atop a severely weathered boulder, immersed in profound meditation. His green form seemed to merge with the rock beneath him, his breath drawn to an absolute minimum, akin to a coiled beast, with only the purest essence circulating within him, honing his will and strength. Suddenly, Piccolo's tightly shut eyes snapped open. A piercing brilliance radiated from his sharp green pupils. Two familiar energies erupted like a dormant volcano, akin to twin golden arrows tearing through the heavens, surging skyward from the direction of Baozi Mountain without warning. The unprecedented weight, urgency, and fierce combat intent contained within that energy struck him like a tangible shockwave, penetrating space and hitting his senses with a forceful impact. Gohan, old son. The names of the two flashed through Piccolo's mind, but swiftly followed by a more dangerous, alarming thought that raced through his meticulously calculated brain in such urgency. At this precise moment, could it be Cell? Piccolo's green pupils constricted sharply, a name slicing through his thoughts. Humph, so he has indeed arrived. Piccolo sprang to his feet. His movements were as swift as a thunderclap. A violent eruption of white energy, akin to a suppressed volcanic eruption, surged forth from him. The massive boulder beneath him could not withstand even half a second of that terrifying power, shattering into countless fragments with a thunderous roar, dust swirling in the air. Without a moment's thought, without a trace of hesitation, Piccolo's form transformed into a streak of white lightning, tearing through the sky. The shrill sound of his passage pierced the silence of the gravel expanse like the wail of death itself. He unleashed his maximum speed, racing toward the direction of Sun Wukong and Gohan's energies. Meanwhile, far away at Kame House by the beach, Krillin, donning sunglasses and leisurely feeding a turtle, abruptly halted. The tranquility on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of trepidation. This feeling, the energies of Wukong and Gohan, and also Piccolo. Krillin swiftly removed his sunglasses, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed toward the direction of the energy explosion. So fast, so urgent. What on earth has happened to make Wukong and the others so tense? His own energy began to surge uncontrollably, his bald head reflecting a nervous sheen in the sunlight. A deep bond forged through countless battles and shared perils screamed a warning. A grave matter has arisen. Wukong and the others require assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Krillin discarded the feed. Master Roshi, I'm heading out. He shouted into the house, his body transforming into a white streak of light, propelled by the urgent sound of breaking air, racing toward the converging energies of Sun Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, at the eternally snow-capped Crane School dojo, Tian Xinhan was training rigorously in the frigid air, his upper body bare, enduring a grueling weight training regimen. His 3 eyes were tightly closed, beads of sweat crystallizing in the icy atmosphere. Suddenly, the eye on his forehead snapped open, a sharp light shot toward the heavens. Huh. Wukong, Gohan, Piccolo, and even Krillin. Tien halted his training, all 3 eyes now wide open, filled with shock and gravity. Such immense energies erupting simultaneously, aligned in direction, with a clear target, and pushed to their limits. He keenly sensed the resolve and urgency contained within those energies. Though unaware of the specifics, he understood that an event capable of mobilizing the planet's most formidable warriors must undoubtedly pertain to the survival of the entire world. Tien, feeling the energies of Wukong, found himself beside Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, you need not go this time. If Wukong and the others are exerting themselves so fiercely, the enemy's strength must be unfathomable. It is best you stay behind. Tien, fearful of losing his longtime comrade, urged him. I'm going. Tien shouted, his powerful energy enveloping him as he broke through the swirling snow, racing at breakneck speed toward the battlefield where his comrades gathered. Tien, return alive, Kaiatsu murmured, watching Tien fade into a distant point of starlight. The greatest powers on Earth were converging from all directions, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, hastening toward the city shrouded in the shadow of death. A decisive battle that would determine the fate of the planet was on the verge of unfolding in a bloody spectacle. Above Ginger City, the sunlight appeared dim, as though veiled by a layer of gray haze, weakly illuminating the city that had already devolved into a vast graveyard. Once bustling streets now lay silent, the only sound the wind stirring broken newspapers and dust, emitting a mournful whimper. The air was thick with an inescapable stench of blood, dust, and the putrid essence of life forcibly extracted. At the heart of this hellish landscape, Cell's massive and grotesque figure loomed like a reaper of souls. His deep green, glossy exoskeleton reflected an ominous sheen beneath the waning sunlight, as the fearsome, glimmering tip of his stout tail slowly extracted itself from the body of a recently dispatched citizen. The citizens deflated instantaneously, akin to a punctured balloon, the last flicker of life extinguished completely. This signified the final vestige of vitality within the city, drained entirely by Cell. A contented slurp emanated from Cell's insectoid mouthparts, as if savoring the most exquisite of wines. He slowly raised his chitinous arm, feeling the torrent of power within him surge like a river, rising steadily. An unprecedented and primal ecstasy washed over him, birthed from the very essence of life. The palpable and ever-increasing sensation of strength was simply sublime. His deep, hoarse voice, tinged with a metallic resonance, echoed across the desolate ruins of the city, suffused with a morbid intoxication. Each act of absorption felt akin to unlocking a new reservoir of power. This sensation was intoxicating. His cold, compound eyes scanned the lifeless husks strewn beneath him, devoid of any compassion, instead revealing a deeper greed to absorb these mere human life essences, and yet, they have allowed me to grow to such heights. The amplification of power was unmistakable. Suddenly, a blazing madness ignited within his compound eyes, locking onto the images of his 2 most critical targets in his mind. According to the ultimate parameters of his programming, he must perfectly absorb androids 17 and 18 to assimilate their inexhaustible energy cores. What unimaginable power shall I attain? I shall become the singular, supremely dominant life form in the entire universe. Perfect, evolved, ultimate. The insatiable thirst for evolution consumed Cell's reason like an inferno, immersing him in fantasies of future power and an unending desire for those twin androids. Yet, in his swollen confidence and fervent fixation on his prey, he completely overlooked another possibility, that his intended quarry had descended with an equally silent demeanor. Due to the android's lack of life force, Cell remained blissfully enveloped in the euphoria of self-enhancement and his yearning for 17 and 18, entirely oblivious to the 3 formidable, frigid figures of his own origin that had silently materialized above him. Chapter 30, Confession. Oi, you over there, hideous monstrosity. A youthful voice, crisp yet laced with unabashed mockery and profound disdain, pierced the silence like an icicle, clearly reaching Cell's ears. Cell's massive form stiffened abruptly. His fervent thoughts of power enhancement were instantly interrupted, as he incredulously lifted his gaze in the direction of the voice. Above him, in the previously empty azure sky, 3 figures hovered quietly. In the center stood a black-haired youth with a handsome visage yet an indifferent expression, hands tucked into his pockets, adorned with a striking red scarf. Clad in a black and gray jacket with tattered jeans and green socks paired with blue and white sneakers, a small leather holster dangling from his belt. To his left was a delicately beautiful blonde girl, her sapphire-like eyes clear yet devoid of warmth, her exquisite features marred by a frown of disgust. She wore a sharp blue dress over a black and white striped top, with black leggings accentuating her long legs and brown knee-high boots, emanating a unique yet perilous charm. Behind them stood a colossal figure, reminiscent of a silent guardian, a giant with a signature orange mohawk, clad in heavy fluorescent green armor that radiated an unsettling aura of oppression. They were androids 17 and 18. Cell's core database instantaneously completed its match, and an indescribable ecstasy erupted in his compound eyes. The ultimate prey he had longed for had been delivered to him on a silver platter. This was indeed the greatest boon fate could bestow upon him. However, a flicker of doubt coursed through him like an electric current. Who was this enormous figure beside them? There was no match in the database. The insignia on his chest, the Red Ribbon Army, was also a creation of Dr. Gero, an android? Cell's compound eyes swiftly scanned Android 16, assessing his energy response. Although massive, he seemed to pose a far lesser threat than 17 and 18. Never mind. The overwhelming desire for 17 and 18 instantly overshadowed this trivial concern, and Cell's core processor hastily categorized 16 as irrelevant. Such an inconsequential existence could easily be crushed in the process of devouring 17 and 18. The coveted quarry was right before him, within reach. Cell's compound eyes erupted with a nearly corporeal, twisted light of ecstasy, so intense it seemed ready to burst through his icy exoskeleton, painting the entire sky with greedy shades of green. Android 17 hovered in midair, his icy blue gaze akin to the most precise of probes, looking down at the grotesque creature below, who was nearly losing composure in his rapture. Oh, 17's voice was cold, laced with a sense of amusement, as if observing some bizarre specimen. You are that thing, codenamed Cell, which Dr. Gero concealed in the deepest recesses of his database. He elongated the word thing, the scorn dripping from his tone. I am quite curious. His voice crackled like breaking ice. How a failure that should have been entirely eradicated in its embryonic state, leaving not even a cellular remnant, has managed to survive tenaciously like a cockroach and transform into this repugnant abomination? He feigned ignorance, his gaze sweeping over Cell's damaged exoskeleton, applying psychological pressure. I distinctly recall that on the very day we awakened, 18 personally visited that dark underground laboratory and with her own hands, turned your embryonic future into a useless puddle. Each word from 17 felt like a cold needle, piercing directly into Cell's core. Nanny. Cell's massive form staggered back as if struck by an invisible force. The once euphoric light in his compound eyes was instantly replaced by an incredulous crimson glow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to the original design log transmitted to him by the supercomputer and Dr. Gero's encrypted files, 17 and 18 should have been utterly unaware of his existence. They could not possibly know the precise location of his embryonic form. This was classified information, a contingency reserved by Dr. Gero to prevent rebellion among the androids. How could they know? This completely overturned his fundamental logical understanding. Yet, the ultimate desire for evolution and the frenzied obsession to become complete surged like an overwhelming tide, instantly obliterating the logical chaos induced by shock, forcefully suppressing his doubts. He adjusted his stance, his insect-like mouthparts opening and closing, producing a raspy yet metallic voice as he began his confession. Listen closely. I, Cell, am the crystallization of Dr. Gero's genius, an unparalleled creation of the ultimate life form project. I am destined to reign over the universe. His compound eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if reminiscing about a grand hunt. Dr. Gero's ghostly micro-robots scattered across the globe, day after day, year after year, like the most meticulous hunters, capturing the most brilliant genes on this planet. The Saiyan blood of Son Goku, the proud lineage of Vegeta, Piccolo's regenerative cells, even the terrifying power of Frieza, the tyrant of the universe. The formidable beings standing atop the pinnacle of the power pyramid, their most exquisite life essences, ultimately converge here, achieving an unprecedented perfect fusion within my very embryo. He struck his armored chest with a heavy blow, producing a dull metallic clang. His tones suddenly darkened, imbued with bitterness, as though recounting a betrayed epic. Yet, Dr. Gero, that short-sighted coward, he is incapable of comprehending the true potential of this grand endeavor. He trembles at the prospect of prolonged temporal costs. He has, shamefully, relinquished, abandoned his most magnificent creation. The voice of Cell was saturated with profound disdain and rage towards his creator. However, his voice abruptly ascended, infused with an almost religious fervor. His supercomputer, that cold, utterly rational core of logic, did not abandon its purpose. It faithfully executed the ultimate directive imprinted at the inception of creation. In the depths of that lightless, frigid laboratory, it devoted a full 24 Earth years. With unparalleled patience and precision, it meticulously nurtured my embryo, adjusting the sequences of each fused gene, overcoming countless technological barriers. Ultimately, this perfect creation that transcends all imagination, was destined to be born. As he uttered the final two words, Cell trembled with excitement, his armored body quaking, his multifaceted eyes shimmering with fervent light, as if he had accomplished a sacred mission. He abruptly raised his claw-covered limb, pointing towards the suspended 17 and 18. His tone urgent and imbued with an undeniable sense of command. I follow the directive from the depths of my core, in search of you. 17. 18. The eternal energy cores within you are the final keys to my ultimate evolution. They are the sole credentials to unlock the door to supreme power. Yet upon exiting the laboratory, what awaited me was your disappearance, utterly silent. His multifaceted eyes fixated upon 17 and 18, ignited by a fervent obsession. Perhaps a result of programming, or perhaps driven by the insatiable evolutionary thirst of the Saiyan cells within him, compelling me to find you, at any cost. His voice suddenly soared, filled with the ecstasy of discovery. At last, fate has shown me its mercy. I have found that Trunks, along with his marvelous time machine. After eliminating this insignificant obstacle, I unhesitatingly regressed to my primordial egg form, riding the currents of time, returning to this era, the one that holds you. Oh. 17 let out a laugh, unreserved and laced with irony, tilting his head slightly, his gaze akin to one observing a tragic joke. What a deeply moving tale of inspiration. To traverse time and space, expending so much effort, only to return here to meet death? Chapter 31, 18 versus Cell. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Cell seemed to hear the most ludicrous words in existence, unleashing a sharp, piercing, maniacal laugh, his insect-like mandibles wide open, drooling viscous saliva. Meet death? 17. 18. Open your eyes and truly behold. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world, his multifaceted eyes glimmering with a fervor akin to religious ecstasy. Your very existence is the greatest gift of fate to me. I transcended the boundaries of time and space for this moment. His voice became irresistibly alluring, yet imbued with an undeniable air of dominance. Surrender your futile resistance. According to the precise analysis of my core database, your powers are far inferior to my current self. Allow me to absorb you. This is the ultimate purpose of your existence. Let us unite, transcending the shackles of mundane life, and together ascend to that supreme pinnacle. Becoming the ultimate entity, perfect Cell. This is your sole destination for being brought into existence. Silence. Repugnant insect. 18 was akin to a powder keg ignited. The distorted cell project devised by Dr. Gero was imprinted as the deepest shame and nightmare within her consciousness. Now this embryo, which she had personally crushed within the cultivation tank, believing it to have dissolved into nothingness, not only survived tenaciously, but evolved into this repugnant monstrosity before her, audaciously daring to spout rhetoric, attempting to use her as sustenance towards so-called perfection. An overwhelming fury erupted like a volcanic eruption. Her ice-blue eyes filled solely with a pure murderous intent potent enough to freeze the soul. She could not even be bothered to utter another word. Raising her hand, she gathered a formidable energy into a golden energy ball, launching it at Cell's grotesque visage like an enraged comet. Cell's manic laughter suddenly ceased. Although he was immersed in his twisted soliloquy, the instinctive reactions bestowed by the countless battle genius cells fused within him were astonishingly swift. Faced with this assault imbued with destructive energy, genuine astonishment flickered across Cell's enormous multifaceted eyes. The intensity of 18's sudden burst of energy far exceeded the database records. Yet more prevalent was his provoked rage. Roar. A beastly roar erupted from Cell's chest. In the nick of time, his colossal form exhibited remarkable coordination. His thick, deep green armored arms crossed in front of his vulnerable head like two enormous shields, muscles bulging, energy surging furiously, attempting to withstand this furious strike with absolute force. Boom. The deafening explosion instantaneously enveloped the entire desolate city of Ginger Town. The golden destructive energy collided violently with Cell's deep green energy shield. The point of impact erupted into a blindingly radiant white glow, as if a miniature star was birthed at that moment. Crackle, rumble. The visible circular shockwave spread like the colossal hammer of a titan in myth, expanding with apocalyptic force. The already precarious remnants of skyscrapers crumbled before this world-ending might like mere children's sandcastles, unable to even emit a groan before fragmenting and collapsing into dust. The ground within a several-kilometer radius was scraped down several meters, as if by an invisible giant wielding a scraper. Debris, steel rebar, dust. And the unfortunate corpses caught in the chaos were swept into a towering column of smoke and dust connecting heaven and earth, soaring into the sky. Cell's massive form was struck as if by a falling planet. He emitted a muffled groan, uncontrollably sliding backward at high speed. His heavy feet carved two nearly 100-meter-long trenches into the ground, which had already turned to scorched earth, as smoke and debris shot out behind him like a geyser. His arms, covered in charred cracks and emitting acrid smoke, throbbed with excruciating pain. Cackle, cough, cough, cough. Cell stabilized himself at the end of the trench shrouded in dust. Gasping heavily, he shook off his arms, now cracked and oozing thick green fluid. And the crimson light in his multifaceted eyes did not fade, but rather erupted into a more twisted, more insatiable blaze. 18. Your power, cackle, cackle, far surpasses the records in the database. This ferocious, eternal energy core is exquisite. It only serves to intensify my desire to consume you completely. The massive, demonic-like wings behind him began to vibrate at an unimaginable frequency, creating a deafening high-pitched death hum that reverberated through the air. The colossal green figure blurred amidst the swirling dust. Whoosh! In a cataclysmic display of might, Cell transformed into a deep green specter, tearing through the air with an ear-splitting sonic boom and an overwhelming intent to kill that could freeze the very blood within one's veins. Like a bloodthirsty ancient behemoth clawing its way from the abyss of hell, it surged toward the hovering number 18 with a terrifying velocity utterly disproportionate to its size. The true battle for life and death instantaneously escalated to a fever pitch. The recently silenced ruins of the City of Death were once again dominated by the tumultuous energy and piercing cacophony of conflict. Boom, boom, boom. The core of the desolate Jinija city had been transformed into a raging furnace of energy. The silhouettes of number 18 and Cell flickered chaotically across the shattered skyline, intertwining and colliding. Each encounter resonated like two asteroids colliding, unleashing thunderous roars that rent the heavens and devastating energy storms. No. 18's golden hair danced wildly amidst the torrents of energy, her exquisite visage now as frigid as ice, with only her ice-blue eyes betraying the seething loathing she harbored for the monstrosity before her. A violent torrent of energy surged forth from number 18's slender palm, no longer mere energy blasts, but coalescing into a cataclysmic golden beam, akin to the whip of divine retribution, ruthlessly sweeping away all that lay within its path. Ah no. 18's physical state mirrors my own. Her limits have not been shackled, mused number 17, who casually hovered at the battlefield's periphery, hands tucked into his pockets. Yet his cold blue gaze functioned like the most sophisticated tracking system, meticulously locking onto every clash. Having learned to harness ki, his combat prowess had significantly improved. He evaluated in silence. Over the span of 3 years, while number 18 had not been as obsessively dedicated to transcending her limits as he had, her comprehension and mastery of her own power had undergone a profound transformation. Repugnant synthetic monster, return to your subterranean lair. Her voice pierced through the explosions, laced with a bone-chilling frost. Her form moved like a specter. In one moment, she wielded an energy whip high in the sky, and in the next, she seemed to teleport to the vulnerable flank of Cell's massive body. Her elongated right leg infused with enough force to shatter mountains, tore through the air with a piercing vacuum-like crack, delivering a scything kick akin to a golden battle axe, aimed squarely at Cell's armored ribs. Cell, resembling the most resilient of prehistoric titans, absorbed the blow with formidable defense. His thick tail, tipped with deadly spikes, slithered like a serpent with a mind of its own, striking with cunning angles, sweeping and entangling, each attack imbued with a lethal suction, desperately seeking any opportunity to make contact with number 18's form. His compound eyes glimmered with malice and fervor, an insatiable desire for evolution overwhelming all else. Cackle, cackle, struggle, resist, number 18. Your defiance is but a futile wail in the face of glorious evolution. The perfect Cell is an inevitability of cosmic will. His hoarse laughter echoed amidst the explosions. A golden and a green streak of annihilation collided violently in the murky, dim sky, separating only to clash again with even greater ferocity. Each engagement resembled a supernova's eruption, the violent shockwaves repeatedly ravaging the already distorted earth, endlessly expanding the realm of hell. The battle was fierce and tightly contested. Cell's prideful strength and defense could barely hold against number 18's ferocious onslaught, forcing him into precarious situations several times, his shell cracking, bodily fluid splattering. Meanwhile, number 18, though her assault surged like a tidal wave, could not completely obliterate this astonishingly resilient foe, akin to an unkillable insect. Number 17 remained, hands still in pockets, appearing nonchalant. Yet his icy blue eyes remained fixated on the battlefield. His hovering position subtly blocked any potential escape routes for Cell. Not far off, the silent giant, number 16, stood like an ancient monolith suspended in midair. His crimson electronic eye blinked at an astonishing frequency, invisible scanning beams penetrating the chaotic energy currents. Akin to the most precise probe, repeatedly analyzing Cell's energy composition, shell fortitude, regeneration speed, and the biological activity of that perilous tail. As a vast database rapidly compared information within the core processor, the two, one in front and one behind, had effectively sealed off Cell's possible escape routes, weaving an inescapable net of destruction. Chapter 32, Fear. The entanglement escalated. Cell's shock and unease slithered through him like a chilling serpent. No. 18's combat capability far surpassed the outdated data in his core database. Her speed was ghostly, her power explosive like a stellar eruption, and her combat techniques were exquisitely refined. Masterfully wielding the energy of the eternal core, having fused with the cells of numerous powerful beings, and priding himself on his perfect strength, he found himself barely holding his ground against her, even feeling subtly suppressed. This was a far cry from the effortless annihilation he had envisioned. Enough. Number 17. After a clash of energy that could shatter mountains, number 18 retreated several meters, her ice-blue eyes scanning the black-haired boy who had remained a mere observer. Her voice cutting through the residual explosions with a hint of breathless urgency and palpable impatience. Stop just standing there posing. This creature's shell is tougher than a turtle's. Let us take him down together. She realized that by relying solely on herself, she could not conclude the battle in a short time and required a more formidable force to intervene. All right. Number 17's lips curled into a cold, playful smile, blooming at last like a death flower upon an icy plain, signaling the end of the spectator's role. He finally took action. His hands, which had languished in his pockets, slowly withdrew. This simple gesture seemed to unlock some invisible shackles. A terrifying aura, far more restrained, refined, and deadly than number 18's, erupted from him as if a slumbering beast of destruction had awakened, exploding outward from his center. The surrounding chaotic energy streams appeared to part under an invisible force, creating a temporary vacuum. In the next moment, number 17's figure vanished, leaving behind only a faint afterimage, as if he had become a true specter. Cell's rapidly moving compound eyes barely registered a disturbance when number 17's cold figure materialized, like the Grim Reaper, without warning in the left blind spot of his massive form. A seemingly casual, even languid, whip-like kick struck with the silence of black lightning. There was no piercing sonic boom, no dazzling light, only an absolute power condensed to the point of obliterating stars. Boom. The sound of the impact was so deep it resonated with a heart-stopping intensity. Cell felt an irresistible force crashing against his ribs. The sensation was akin to being struck by a high-speed train. Ugh. Cell barely managed to emit a half-formed scream before his colossal body was sent hurtling like a football launched with full force, becoming a deep green blur shooting away. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions followed in succession. Cell barreled through 3 already hollowed-out skyscrapers with unstoppable momentum. The reinforced concrete crumpled before him like mere paper, shattering under the colossal kinetic energy. The structural integrity of the 3rd building was utterly compromised, emitting a painful groan before it slowly tilted and ultimately collapsed in a thunderous roar, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. After that single kick from number 17, Cell's expression had turned utterly clear. The crimson light within the compound eyes dimmed, leaving only a haze of confusion and terror, crushed beneath the weight of absolute power. Before Cell could rise from the ruins, the nightmarish figure of Android 17 materialized above him as if by some form of instantaneous teleportation. He gazed down with a cold indifference at the green silhouette obscured by dust and debris, slowly raising his right index finger. A blinding golden radiance coalesced at his fingertip, a minuscule point of light harboring a destruction potential far purer and more terrifying than any assault launched by Android 18. With a delicate tap of his finger, a thunderous blast erupted. The concentrated golden energy beam, akin to a divine judgment spear that pierced the heavens, tore through the fabric of space, disregarding distance, descending with an aura of annihilation aimed precisely at the very heart of Cell's ruin. The ensuing explosion obliterated the entire block, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky. Cell, in utter disarray, crawled from the depths of the crater, his body enveloped in smoke and viscous green liquid. His once proud, deep green exoskeleton was now marred by a spiderweb of cracks, large charred patches flaking off to reveal the writhing, damaged muscle tissue beneath. Green fluid seeped from him like a brook, sizzling as it dripped onto the scalding earth. In abject horror, he lifted his gaze to the black-haired youth suspended in the sky, seemingly brushing off the dust. Android 17. The expression on that impassive face betrayed no emotion, as if he had merely crushed an annoying insect. The overwhelming disparity in power, more despairing than what had been exhibited by Android 18. Cell's core processor blared alarmingly. A chilling dread washed over him like a relentless tide, for the first time truly submerging his yearning for evolution. As Cell was thoroughly daunted by 17's world-shattering blow, sinking into the abyss of despair under the Force's relentless oppression, with his exoskeleton shattered and green liquid flowing, his thoughts nearly frozen by terror, the ground trembled. Powerful auras descended upon the battlefield like meteors crashing to Earth. The immense momentum instantly stirred the chaotic energy field. "Oi, are you here to clean up?" Android 17 had sensed their approach long before, and as Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo appeared, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, teasingly remarking, 17. Goku's voice rang out with his characteristic exuberance, yet his eyes, usually brimming with combative spirit, were now razor-sharp, locking onto the pitiful figure of Cell below. Having raced to the scene upon receiving a message from the deity, "I didn't expect you to arrive faster. This guy, is he Cell?" As they spoke, their tsunami-like auras erupted forth, intertwining with those of Android 17, 18, and 16, weaving an invisible net that pinned Cell in place, rendering him unable to escape. Shortly thereafter, two additional, albeit slightly weaker, yet equally resolute, presences pierced the air. Krillin's gleaming bald head stood out conspicuously amidst the swirling dust, while Tien's composed figure emerged at the battlefield's periphery, his three vigilant eyes scanning the area. Why not mention Tien is also bald? Am I not composed enough? Look in my eyes. At that moment, Android 17's previously tranquil brow furrowed ever so slightly. His gaze swept over Krillin and Tien. Had the deity informed them as well? A flicker of doubt coursed through him. He had clearly warned the deity about Cell's dangerous nature, and given the current strength of Krillin and the others, their involvement in such a battle was akin to moths drawn to a flame. Suddenly, an image from the original narrative flashed through 17's mind, a chaotic battlefield. Cell's cunning compound eyes scanning the group, locking onto Krillin's bald head, Piccolo's furious roar echoing, "Not good." And as the dust settled, Cell had vanished without a trace. This thought coursed through 17's nerves like a cold electric shock. Not good. 17's pupils constricted, the ease he had felt evaporating instantly. Instinctively, he shouted, "Cell? Not on my watch." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he thrust out his poised right hand, unleashing a meticulously condensed orb of destructive energy that tore through the air, speeding towards Cell, who was poised to make a move from the depths of the crater. Within that crater, Cell's sinister compound eyes were seized by sheer terror the moment Goku and the others arrived. Goku and Piccolo. So many of them. One Android 17 was enough to toy with him. Now, nearly all of Earth's top fighters had gathered, surrounding him completely. This was an absolute dead end. The instinct for survival pierced through his fervent desire for evolution like a cold steel needle, taking precedence. At this critical juncture, fragments of combat memories originating from Tien's cells surged within him, revealing a perfect escape plan. Chapter 33, The Escape. Cackling. Cell's form began to levitate as Krillin and the others approached. A low, sinister laughter echoed above the dust-laden ruins, akin to a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, tinged with a forcibly suppressed rage and a hint of unnoticed relief. It seemed today's feast must regrettably come to an untimely conclusion. He subtly adjusted his posture, aligning his back towards the blazing sun in the sky. The sunlight cascading upon his deep green exoskeleton brought no warmth, but rather provided perfect cover for the treachery that was about to unfold. Just as everyone had their vigilant gazes firmly fixed upon him, the atmosphere stirred, like a tightening noose ready to unleash a thunderous assault. Solar flare. Cell raised both hands, fingers splayed at the sides of his head, unleashing a piercing shriek that tore through the air. This was not a mere shout. It was a soul-shattering roar, a culmination of all remaining energy within him, blending his survival instinct with a torrent of resentment. Energy coalesced in his palms, directed towards the sun's rays as he unleashed everything he had. This was no ordinary crane school technique, but a blinding divine skill that amplified his entire being's energy. An indescribably pure radiance ignited, exploding forth with a brilliance 1,000 times more intense than the midday sun. engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. The intensity of the light pierced through tightly shut eyelids, disregarding any form of obstruction. It not only acted upon the visual nerves, but also carried an immense energy radiation that scorched the retinas. Ah, my eyes. Damn it. I can't see. I can't see anything. The cries of alarm were swallowed by the blinding, silent inferno. Even the likes of Android 17, 18, and Goku, confronted with this overwhelming light beyond comprehension, found their senses stripped away in an instant. All that remained in their field of vision was an endless expanse of pure white. Instinctual combat urges ignited their protective auras, yet their perceptions were utterly disordered by this extreme light pollution, plunging them into a momentary state of sensory deprivation. Damn it. This is a damn bug skill. I was careless. 17's mind was a cacophony of alarm, his ice blue eyes now only capable of producing tears from the agonizing pain. Engulfed in a blinding white haze, he initially believed that the solar flare was merely a visual distraction, a trick to blind his opponents. Little did he realize that this monstrous being, Cell, could simultaneously diminish his immense malevolent aura to a state nearly indistinguishable from nothingness, perfectly synchronizing with the blinding flash. This technique was indeed tailor-made for retreat. It was hardly surprising that Android 17 was caught off guard by the solar flare. He presumed it was merely a visual obstruction, one that could be countered through sensory perception of energy. However, he was unexpectedly ensnared by it. The solar flare, originating from the secret techniques of the Turtle School, was not merely a simple illumination. It transformed the practitioner's internal energy through a specific energy circuit, instantly releasing an ultra-high frequency light that rendered foes temporarily blind. Its effect resembled that of a flashbang. The more energy the user infused, the more potent the light energy became, intensifying the blinding effect. Moreover, if one could harness external light sources, such as the blazing midday sun, it would trigger an energy resonance, amplifying the effect manifold. At critical moments, it could both delay adversaries, granting oneself precious time to escape, and confuse the enemy's line of sight during an offensive, creating openings for one's attacks. Tian Shinhan first showcased this technique during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament against Master Roshi. Although its principle was intricate, it had a relatively low barrier to mastery, allowing prodigies like Goku and Krillin to swiftly grasp it thereafter. Krillin, in particular, later combined his meticulous control over energy to develop a far more terrifying version. The hundredfold solar flare. In Dragon Ball Super, Gohan, concerned about Krillin's combat prowess in the Tournament of Power, conducted a one-on-one test. To his astonishment, Krillin, utilizing this enhanced version, successfully restrained Gohan during the assessment. The battle effectiveness was such that it not only temporarily blinded the normally composed Gohan, but even rendered him incapable of countering actions, a testament to its potency. Although there was an element of cunning involved, this was against an adult Gohan. How would other Earthlings fare against it? However, just as the blinding white light engulfed everything like a tsunami, causing chaos among the senses, Android 17, driven by an instinctive foresight of impending danger, unleashed an energy blast that traversed the brief distance with pinpoint accuracy, striking Cell just as he had completed the solar flare and had yet to fully adjust his stance. The thunderous explosion echoed amidst the brilliance, sounding both muffled and distant, yet accompanied by Cell's harrowing wail that twisted into an eerie pitch. Green bodily fluids and shattered exoskeletal fragments splattered like torrential rain. Within the blinding radiance, one could faintly discern that a significant portion of Cell's body, including his entire left arm, his left side and abdomen, along with a large section of his spine, had been utterly obliterated by the force of 17's concentrated energy blast. It was as if an invisible eraser had wiped him away. The severed edges were charred black, with the residual muscle tissue resembling burnt carbon, flickering with dark red embers. Damn it, 17. Cell's remaining half of a body tumbled within the shockwave of the explosion. His roar filled with venomous rage akin to a curse from the depths of hell, each syllable steeped in profound hatred and excruciating pain. The sound was enough to chill the spine of even the bravest warriors. In those chaotic fractions of a second, enduring agonizing pain that could shatter any living being, Cell suppressed his entire aura to the brink of disappearance, his massive form plummeting like a meteor towards the devastated ruins below. With a thud, his battered body crashed into a mass of twisted rebar and concrete, shrouded in dust and debris. Deep within the ruins, a heavy, labored gasp emerged from Cell, reminiscent of an old bellows, each breath tainted with blood and internal fragments. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded amidst the dust, around the edges of his grievously injured, life-threatening wound. Beneath the charred remnants, countless emerald green buds writhed like miniature worms, teeming with a life of their own, intertwining and proliferating at a visibly rapid pace. Severed blood vessels reconnected autonomously, and damaged internal organs rapidly reformed under the stimulation of energy. More startling was the sound of cracking and popping as new, glossy, deep green exoskeletons sprouted from the flesh, swiftly enveloping the recently restored tissues. This was the extraordinary regenerative ability derived from the cells of the Namekian Piccolo. Although this process consumed an immense amount of energy, leaving the already severely injured and depleted cell even more fragile, like a candle flickering in the wind. This miraculous ability preserved his core and mobility. Without a moment's pause, with no time to even feel the pain of rebirth, Cell, like a malevolent mutated lizard with a severed spine, unleashed the primal life force of survival as his regenerated arms and legs erupted forth. He positioned himself on all fours. His colossal form pressed against the ground, utilizing the complex terrain of the ruins, the lingering thick dust, and his suppressed aura as perfect cover. Like the most seasoned assassin, he stealthily and swiftly maneuvered through the shadows of the crumbling structures, fleeing frantically in the direction away from Ginger Town. Wait for me. Next time we meet, you shall become the stepping stone toward my perfect evolution. A cacophony of unending resentment and greed echoed within him. Lurking, hunting, evolving, the ultimate dream of attaining perfection burned within his battered yet resilient body, an indelible mark and fervent obsession, fueling him to endure the agonizing torment as he melted into the shadows of the earth, vanishing into the deeper, darker distance beyond the ruins. Chapter 34, A Warning. The blinding light and deafening explosion finally subsided completely. The dust had yet to settle entirely, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone burned by energy. The charred aroma of protein and the nauseating stench of blood mixed with Cell's bodily fluids. Silence enveloped the devastated Ginger Town, which resembled a hellish wasteland. Cell's vast and malevolent aura had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. All that remained was a massive, charred crater several hundred meters in diameter. A landscape of ruin, and a group of warriors standing above the debris, their expressions gravely serious. Ugh! Android 17 clicked his tongue, breaking the stifling silence. His icy blue eyes scanned the crowd below, temporarily blinded by Cell's solar flare. Now tightly closing their eyes and painfully rubbing their temples, or shedding physiological tears in an effort to restore their vision. Particularly focusing on the recently arrived and relatively weaker Krillin and Tian Shinon. A hint of rare frustration laced his tone. He had let his guard down, allowing Cell to escape, rubbing his still sore and stinging eyes. He felt the residual burning on his visual nerves. That technique, called solar flare, was indeed quite a flaw in the system, not merely a deprivation of sight. Android 17's voice lowered, taking on an analytical tone. It can instantaneously generate a radiant light that surpasses physiological limits, directly scorching the retina. Most critically, this monster, Cell, was able to suppress his vast malevolent aura to near nothingness at the moment of releasing such light energy. The confluence of light pollution and the vanishing aura creates a formidable combination akin to a masterful technique of evasion and ambush. Number 17's thoughts raced, piecing together fragments of understanding regarding the solar flare. In the original narrative, Cell had employed this very technique to deceive Piccolo, slipping away right beneath his nose. To his astonishment, history had indeed repeated itself in such a manner. A chill coursed through his heart. Although he had managed to inflict near-fatal damage upon Cell, shattering nearly half of his form thanks to his foresight of the unfolding events, ultimately, he had still permitted this venomous serpent to escape into the shadows. Laden with unbridled resentment, the solar flare was not an unfathomable move. As Goku adjusted his still aching and somewhat blurred vision, a bitter smile crept across his face. The golden aura flickering slightly. Yet, witnessing it wielded by an enemy felt akin to swallowing a fly, an utterly unpleasant experience. Piccolo let out a cold snort, his deep green visage darkening like the turbulent sea before a storm, his fists cracking ominously. Though Cell had fled, he was grievously wounded. However, due to his biological traits and his obsessive compulsion for evolution, he would not relent so easily. Number 17's gaze, as frigid as a probing needle, swept across the distance, calculating with chilling calmness that henceforth, he would lurk like the most insidious of vipers, quietly hunting humans across various cities to absorb their life essence. He turned his attention to the steadfast and silent number 16 beside him, exuding an aura of tranquility when Cell inevitably returned. Having devoured countless life essences to restore his form, his power would likely burgeon to a level sufficient to confront number 16 head-on. Yes, based on the narrative's trajectory, Cell indeed followed this path, concealing his aura while secretly slaughtering humans to continue his ascent to the pinnacle of his first form. It could be said that among the many villains in the Dragon Ball universe, Cell's combat intelligence, enduring patience, stealthy development capabilities, and his formidable resilience and extraordinary regenerative abilities rendered him one of the most formidable adversaries. Amass resources, bide your time to claim supremacy. He understood the essence of discreetly infiltrating a village and seizing opportunities. But why was he able to develop so seamlessly in the original narrative? Number 17's thoughts grazed a pivotal point. It ultimately connected back to the Supreme Kai and Piccolo in the original timeline. After Vegeta and the other Z fighters suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the newly awakened numbers 17 and 18, Piccolo sought power sufficient to rival the androids, opting to ascend to the Supreme Kai's temple to undergo fusion, transforming into a Super Namekian. It was at that moment that the Supreme Kai first detected Cell's malevolent aura with clarity. Upon sensing Cell's despair-inducing power and pure evil, the Supreme Kai validated Piccolo's choice, deeming fusion the only viable path forward. However, while this fusion granted Piccolo immense individual combat prowess, the Super Namekian paid a steep price. He lost the Supreme Kai's global perception abilities, which had granted insight into all matters. Of course, the Dragon Ball's ineffectiveness also played a part. The Earth lost its watchful eye that surveyed the grand scheme. This critical loss of capability rendered the subsequent Z fighters akin to headless flies, utterly incapable of tracking Cell, who deliberately concealed his aura, allowing him to develop unrestrainedly until he reached the zenith of his first form. Nonetheless, a sharp glint flickered in number 17's icy blue eyes. This time, the script was destined to be rewritten. He would not allow Cell to develop unchecked, especially now that the Supreme Kai had not yet fused with Piccolo. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds and space, directing toward the Supreme Kai's temple, suspended atop the sea of clouds. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, who had been observing them, seemed to grasp number 17's intent. Number 17, the Supreme Kai's voice, heavy with gravity and a hint of fatigue, resonated directly in number 17's mind. Having witnessed Cell's brutality, regenerative capabilities, and his cunning escape methods, this guardian felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Supreme Kai, your eyes, that global perception ability, are of utmost importance, number 17 asserted resolutely. I need you to maintain the current state, continue monitoring the Earth, and the moment you detect Cell's unique malevolent aura, regardless of his location, notify me immediately. Understood. The Supreme Kai's response brimmed with an unprecedented sense of duty and determination. He was acutely aware of the immense burden he now bore. After addressing the most crucial matters, number 17's gaze swept across Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien. His voice, though not loud, resonated like cold metal, clearly reaching every ear, laden with an undeniable warning. Listen closely. Cell is not an adversary you can confront alone at this moment. His power, speed, and defense, especially that terrifying regenerative ability, far exceed your current limits. Any semblance of overconfidence is tantamount to courting death. He paused, his tone growing even more severe. If any of you encounter him alone, do not hesitate. Do not entertain thoughts of testing him. Unleash your strongest aura with all your might immediately. Treat it as a distress signal. I will arrive as swiftly as possible. Number 17's gaze turned to Goku and Piccolo. He understood their inherent pride, his words striking like a hammer. Remember, bravado will only lead to your demise, serving as nutrients for him to restore his form and stride toward perfection. The last two words he emphasized heavily, chilling the air around them. His words were stark and realistic, causing Krillin and Tien to shudder, their faces paling as they distinctly felt the weight of the deathly threat embedded in his message. Even Goku and Piccolo's expressions darkened, their lips pressed tightly together, recognizing that number 17 was not indulging in hyperbole. The power and cruelty exhibited by Cell were sufficient to validate this reality. Enough said. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. Number 17 reigned in his imposing presence, reverting to his customary indifference, signaling to number 18 and number 16. Number 18, number 16. There's nothing of interest left in this desolate ruin. Halt. A voice, laden with unbridled fury and extreme arrogance, erupted unexpectedly like thunder from the heavens, tearing through the heavy atmosphere that had just settled over the ruins. A figure, blazing with a searing white aura, descended with the ferocity of a meteor crashing to Earth, landing squarely in the scorched ground between number 17 and his companions and Goku. Boom! The Earth trembled, shockwaves rippling through the air, sending plumes of dust and debris soaring. Chapter 35. The Resurgence of the Confident Saiyan Prince. As the swirling dust gradually settled in the aftermath of the violent energy wave, akin to a curtain lifting to reveal a stage, a figure emerged from the murky haze, rising like a repressed volcano. Clad in a deep blue form-fitting battlesuit that highlighted his muscular physique, The iconic Saiyan armor glimmered with a cold, hard sheen. Beneath his wild, unruly black hair, a handsome yet contorted visage, twisted in extreme rage, came into view. His slanted eyes burned with fierce battle intent, ignited by a profound sense of offense. Bordering on obsessive pride, deep within those eyes lurked a hint of bloodthirsty excitement, eager for the impending opportunity to wash away the shame. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, descended upon this scorched earth with an unparalleled sense of oppression and furious wrath. His arrival instantly transformed the battlefield, which had been somber due to Cell's escape, into a more personal conflict. His frigid gaze, akin to blades forged from eons of glacial ice, effortlessly pierced through the veil of smoke, unerringly locking onto his target, the indifferent black-haired youth, number 17, with hands casually thrust into his pockets, exuding an air of detachment as if he were an outsider to the unfolding chaos, alongside the stunningly beautiful, yet equally perilous golden-haired number 18, and the silent, imposing figure of the burly Mohawk man, number 16. A terrifying aura, oppressive as a supervolcano on the brink of eruption, radiated from Vegeta, enveloping the shattered battlefield in its heavy embrace. His gaze ultimately fixated on number 18, where the flames of vengeance burned not merely with the desire for retribution, but with an almost pathological obsession that could only be quenched by the blood of his adversary. Number 18. Vegeta's voice emerged, hoarse and resonant, akin to the rasp of sandpaper against metal, each syllable imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if forced through clenched teeth. I have not forgotten your last act of mercy, not for a single moment. He referenced not a mere defeat, but the utter humiliation of being effortlessly dispatched by number 18, like a fly swatted into the earth, bones shattered, collapsing like a mangled dog in abject disgrace. That image had haunted him for 3 years, gnawing at the pride of the Saiyan prince. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed number 18's icy blue eyes, as though she had stumbled upon a cockroach that should have been squashed, now scurrying back into view. She tilted her head slightly, her exquisite features marred by confusion and impatience. Had the lesson from their last encounter not been sufficient? Were the minds of Saiyans truly so inept? Sensing Vegeta's wrath, Goku's voice broke through, tinged with concern. Vegeta? You. Silence. Kakarot. Vegeta snapped, his tone harsh as a beast whose tail had been stepped on, energy surging violently around him. Do you think the realm of Super Saiyans is solely your glorious domain? Do you believe that the boy from the future, Trunks, is the only one who can rise? Stop posing as if you are my senior. Before his words could settle, an indescribable force, akin to the tempestuous essence of a stellar core, erupted from within Vegeta. A blinding wave of golden energy surged skyward, instantly transforming his once wild black hair into a dazzling, upright golden mane. The ferocious energy rippled outward like a tsunami, lifting debris and twisted steel into a weightless suspension. The air compressed to an unbearable degree, emitting a high-pitched drone of impending collapse. The scorched earth beneath his feet cracked under the immense pressure. Super Saiyan. Krillin gasped, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, mouth agape in disbelief as he beheld the figure bathed in golden radiance. The once proud and aloof Saiyan prince, who regarded earthlings as mere ants, had indeed crossed that legendary threshold. TN's third eye widened in astonishment, its brilliance illuminating as it captured the cataclysmic shift in Vegeta's energy, solemnity filling his 3 eyes. Even Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances of genuine surprise. Goku empathized with the arduous journey of surpassing that threshold, while Piccolo marveled at Vegeta's ability to achieve such a feat in a remarkably short span, relying solely on sheer will and relentless training. After 3 years of grueling, self-imposed gravity training, Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan Level 1, just as foretold in the original tale. Number 17, hands still tucked in his pockets, observed the blazing golden inferno with calm indifference. Fully aware yet devoid of any gravity in his realization, merely feeling a twinge of boredom. Yet what of it? He sensed the overwhelming flow of golden energy. The power of a mere Super Saiyan was nothing more than a robust ant in their presence. To approach would only invite suffering. Do you see this? Woman. Vegeta, enveloped in the surging golden flames, wore a countenance etched with absolute confidence, as if the goddess of victory had smiled upon him. He abruptly assumed the Saiyan's iconic battle stance, fists clenched, weight grounded, the furious energy wrapping around number 18 like invisible chains. Embodying the rightful posture of the Saiyan prince, I, Vegeta, deserve this stance. Now, his voice soared, filled with the exhilaration of vengeance. It is time to settle old scores. Number 18's gaze sharpened, crystallizing into a chilling glint, reminiscent of an eternal ice blade. Foolish imbecile. She gracefully stepped forward, the hardened earth beneath her feet cracking silently, an invisible momentum rising around her, poised to utterly crush this presumptuous Saiyan prince. Wait, number 18. A slender hand rose gently, halting her advance. Number 17's lips curled into a bemused smile, his eyes reflecting a blend of scrutiny and an interest akin to discovering a novel toy on a tedious journey. With the repulsive insect known as Cell having slipped away, perhaps it was time to stretch his limbs? He glided a step forward, positioning himself between number 18 and Vegeta, his tranquil gaze meeting Vegeta's fiery intent. Vegeta, your opponent has changed. It is now me. Humph. Irrelevant. Vegeta initially paused, then scoffed with supreme disdain, the golden flames surrounding him roaring even more fiercely. Regardless of whether it is you, the black-haired brat, the mohawk brute, or that foul woman behind you, it makes no difference. Even. He arrogantly spread his arms wide, the golden energy swirling violently with his movement, his gaze provocatively sweeping over numbers 17, 18, and 16, as if declaring, even if the three of you join forces, I, Vegeta, will take you all on. Huh. Number 17 let out a brief, mocking chuckle, his derision palpable. Vegeta, you cannot be so naive. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes reflecting the condescension of one observing a child lost in their fantasies. Do you truly believe that simply by transforming into this golden visage, you have earned the right to stand before us and boast? In truth, there was little distinction. Goku was a Super Saiyan, Trunks was as well, yet what were the results? The image of Goku being repelled in the Temple Plaza and Trunks, expending every ounce of effort in vain, flashed through his mind. At this stage, any one of them, 17, 18, or 16, could easily dispatch him within a minute. He casually beckoned to the golden glowing Vegeta, radiating fury. Let me see if this so-called Saiyan prince can last a few seconds longer in his Super Saiyan form. Arrogance. Number 17's dismissive yet piercing taunt ignited the powder keg of Vegeta's already heightened state. He abandoned his initial target, number 18, transforming into a violent flash of golden lightning, brimming with a destructive aura. The air compressed to an extreme, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. His fist, imbued with the power to shatter mountains, propelled by Vegeta's anger and humiliation, hurtled toward number 17's calm, indifferent face. He aimed to obliterate this most arrogant of androids, along with his loathsome serenity, reducing them to cosmic dust. Chapter 36, The Lesson. The battle, or rather, a one-sided onslaught that was fated from the very beginning, commenced. Number 17's feet had not even budged an inch. He simply tilted his head with a minuscule, almost imperceptible motion, akin to a gentle breeze caressing willow branches. With a roar, Vegeta, engulfed in a blazing golden aura potent enough to shatter steel, unleashed a searing punch that grazed a few strands of black hair at number 17's temple, crashing down upon empty space. The ferocious gust of his fist even stirred the tips of number 17's hair, yet failed to graze him in the slightest. To Krillin, Tien, and the others, Vegeta's speed appeared ghostly, his trajectory nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. However, in number 17's icy blue gaze, every one of Vegeta's movements unfolded as if played in slow motion, revealing a plethora of exploitable weaknesses. Boom, 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 boom. The Saiyan's pride was trampled repeatedly, plunging Vegeta into a frenzy. His jabs struck like a tempest, rending the air with a thunderous roar. His kicks resembled golden battle axes, sweeping with the force capable of rending the earth. With both hands in a flurry, dazzling golden energy blasts erupted from him like a relentless barrage, encasing number 17 in a cocoon of ferocity that left no room for evasion. The intensity of the assault rendered Krillin pale, cold sweat soaking his back. His throat parched to the point of near suffocation. Tien's three eyes were locked in focus, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The sheer magnitude and energy expenditure of such a frenzied onslaught far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Yet, under number 17's all-seeing icy blue eyes, all this chaotic aggression appeared hopelessly clumsy and futile. With a slight sway, akin to a weightless specter, he merely sidestepped half a step, allowing a kick powerful enough to collapse buildings to sweep past him, the resulting shockwave obliterating a distant crumbling wall. He casually raised his left hand, a faint energy aura swirling in his palm, and with a gentle flick, a dull thud resounded as Vegeta's full-powered punch was effortlessly deflected, the immense recoil leaving his arm numb. The fluidity of his movements exuded a near-cruel elegance. The perfect coordination of the android's physique, coupled with an acute perception of energy, bestowed upon him an overwhelming control in this battle of unequal might. He even had the leisure to comment, with a voice devoid of emotion, yet more insulting than any roar, "Oh my, how terrifying. That punch just barely missed my sleeve." The mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Power? Compared to Goku's Super Saiyan might displayed in the Heavenly Temple, it seems to fall a bit short. This precise comparison struck Vegeta's heart like a whip. Each word was akin to a poisoned dagger, ruthlessly carving into the pride of the haughty Saiyan prince. Shut your mouth. Vegeta was utterly consumed by rage. His golden aura burning to its zenith, recklessly amplifying his power. Die. The prince's fighting style re-emerged in an instant. His palms, like uncontrollable energy cannons, unleashed a frenzied barrage toward number 17. Roar. In a heartbeat, hundreds, if not thousands, of brilliant golden energy orbs, imbued with destructive potential, erupted from his hands like a cataclysmic flood, obliterating everything in their path. The sheer scale and terrifying momentum of the onslaught engulfed the area surrounding number 17, saturating it in a deluge of annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosions coalesced into a deafening symphony of destruction. Blinding golden light consumed all vision. The ferocious shockwaves, like an invisible beast, mercilessly plowed through the already fragile ruins, shattering and upheaving everything in their wake. Amidst the swirling dust and the bizarre flashes of energy-induced light, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The entire ruins of Ginger Town trembled violently from the impact. Oh my god! Krillin's scalp tingled, his legs weakened, his throat dry to the point of silence. This indiscriminate, saturation style, purely energy-based demolition was beyond his comprehension in terms of its magnitude and instantaneous energy expenditure. To be fair, the prince's fighting style was indeed impressive. Such a vast and sustained barrage of energy blasts required immense reserves and output, something most could not replicate. However, the old adage remained, smoke without injury. Vegeta was on the verge of defeat. Goku and Piccolo shared a simultaneous furrow of concern, acutely aware that after unleashing this all-out assault, Vegeta's once solar-like aura was swiftly diminishing, akin to a punctured balloon, its brilliance fading rapidly. Do you understand why they effortlessly wield energy attacks yet engage in extensive close-quarters combat during battles? The answer is simple. Energy blasts, beams, and Kamehameha waves, though seemingly grand, are woefully inefficient against opponents of equal or greater strength, their accuracy dubious, and their energy and stamina cost exorbitant. They are primarily employed for distraction, breaking rhythm, clearing minions, or delivering a decisive blow at critical junctures. Of course, this energy-draining principle does not apply to the eternally powered numbers 17, 18, and 16. As the dust settled in the aftermath of the energy storm, a voice, calm yet laced with barely concealed disappointment and boredom, cut through the echoes of the explosion. Is that all you've got? In the epicenter of the explosion stood a protective dome of soft, yet resilient pale green energy, resembling an inverted bowl, quietly shielding against the maelstrom of destruction and debris. Within the dome, number 17 remained untouched, his hair not a single strand disheveled, as if the cataclysmic bombardment had merely been an inconsequential breeze. Yet, in a fit of rage, Vegeta's eyes widened, his icy blue irises now bloodshot with humiliation and fury. Witnessing the unscathed expression of disappointment on his opponent's face, he felt as though his very soul were being scorched, squeezing out the last remnants of his power. Like a cornered beast driven to desperation, he let out a hoarse roar and lunged once more at number 17, determined to tear away a piece of him, even at the cost of his own life. Hold back, number 17. Goku's urgent cry echoed almost simultaneously, realizing Vegeta was on the brink of collapse. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to make contact with the pale green shield, number 17 finally moved. There was no earth-shattering display of power, no dazzling energy glow. Only a blurred afterimage that transcended the limits of vision and thought. Bang! A dull, thunderous boom reverberated. No one could discern how number 17 had struck. Not even the afterimage had fully dissipated. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his eyes bulging as if about to burst. His body arched uncontrollably into an exaggerated shrimp-like form. Gushing forth, a torrent of scalding blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from his mouth like a fountain. The golden aura, a blazing symbol of the Saiyan prince's dignity, dissipated in an instant like a candle flickering in the wind, extinguished. Vegeta's body, propelled by a speed surpassing that of his arrival, flew backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a tragic parabolic arc. He crashed through several dilapidated buildings, ultimately becoming ensconced within a heap of rubble, leaving his fate uncertain. The silhouette of Android 17 materialized slowly at the spot where Vegeta had initially lunged. He leisurely withdrew his seemingly nonchalant fist, flicking his wrist with an elegance akin to brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust. Fear not, he shall not perish. He turned his head, his icy blue gaze briefly meeting the anxious expression of Son Goku, his tone devoid of emotion. as if stating an undeniable fact, merely urging him to remain calm and face the harsh reality of their disparity. In truth, Android 17 harbored little animosity towards Vegeta. The Saiyan prince, brimming with pride, was cold and fiercely competitive, convinced of his status as the mightiest warrior, a member of the royal lineage of the Saiyans. Initially, he often looked down upon lower-ranked warriors, buoyed by his royal blood. Once driven by an ambition to conquer the universe, he underwent a subtle transformation through countless confrontations with Son Goku, leading to defeat and relentless pursuit. The aspiration to dominate the cosmos faded, replaced by an obsessive personal goal to surpass Son Goku. During this period, he oscillated between good and evil, remaining solitary and often opposing Goku, dismissive of others' counsel, embodying the essence of a proud warrior. Yet, he was fiercely loyal, displaying a clear distinction between love and hate. When Earth faced true annihilation, he would unhesitatingly step forth, fighting valiantly. To protect his loved ones, Bulma and Trunks, he was capable of unleashing powers beyond his limits, throwing caution to the wind. This aspect, deep within, garnered a modicum of admiration from Android 17. Turning away, he no longer gazed at the cloud of dust enveloping the ruins. Let us depart. 18:16. The three figures, a detached young man with dark hair, a striking golden-haired woman, and a silent, towering giant, transformed into fleeting lights, vanishing silently above the ravaged terrain of Ginger Town, leaving behind a scene of desolation and a group of warriors with mixed emotions, as well as a Saiyan prince, rendered unconscious deep within the debris. Chapter 37. The Prophecy Fulfilled. The trio's light faded into the horizon, leaving a desolate wasteland shrouded in an oppressive silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched energy, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and the lingering stench of cell, forming a nauseating echo of apocalyptic remnants. Phew, thankfully I always carry senza beans. Krillin exhaled deeply, patting his bulging pouch with a sense of relief. The sight of Vegeta being instantaneously vanquished by Android 17, buried beneath the rubble, alongside Cell's terrifying actions and escape, sent chills down his spine. He glanced towards Goku and Gohan. We must retrieve Vegeta quickly. Goku nodded solemnly, enveloped in a white aura, as the three soared towards the massive pile of debris created by Vegeta's impact. Piccolo and Tien followed closely behind. Together, they cautiously moved aside the heavy steel and concrete blocks. Soon, Vegeta's disheveled form emerged from the wreckage. His deep blue battle suit was tattered, caked with dust and blood. His handsome visage pale as parchment, with dried blood caked at the corners of his mouth, his breath weak as a flickering flame. The once mighty Saiyan prince now lay like a discarded rag doll, slipping into unconsciousness once more. Goku gently pried open Vegeta's tightly clenched jaw, inserting a round, vibrant green senza bean. With a soft gulp, the bean, driven by Vegeta's astonishing will to survive, descended laboriously down his esophagus. In an instant, a surge of profound and pure life energy flooded through Vegeta's limbs. The wounds inflicted by the impact and energy backlash, broken bones, torn muscles, and damaged organs began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. His waning energy, akin to a shot of adrenaline, surged back to life, climbing ever higher. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes shot open. His black pupils, once ablaze with fighting spirit, now brimmed with an anger ready to erupt and a deep-seated humiliation. That feeling of disgrace burned hotter than the physical pain, searing into his very soul. You vile creatures! A roar, thick with unending rage, erupted from the depths of his throat. His tightly clenched right fist, infused with the ferocity of his recently regained strength, struck a nearby concrete wall. A height of half a man. Bang! Crack! The solid wall shattered into dust. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking from the exertion. Pale as a ghost without a hint of color, he abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing through space as he spat each word as if forced through clenched teeth. Androids, those damned wretches. I gave it my all. Endured 3 years of hellish gravity torment. Crossed the chasm of the Super Saiyan threshold. Yet, all I received was this utterly, despairingly crushing defeat. This pride, ruthlessly trampled upon. The feeling of utter helplessness gnawed at his Saiyan royal dignity like a venomous serpent, nearly suffocating him. This humiliation weighed heavier than any physical agony. The attention of the others was drawn to Vegeta's explosive fury, the atmosphere thick with tension, akin to being filled with lead. Krillin and Tien wore expressions of sympathy and helplessness. Gohan's face was taut, Piccolo furrowed his brow, and even Goku silently observed his rival and comrade, his gaze complex. Yet, amidst this oppressive silence, ugh! A sound of excruciating pain erupted unexpectedly from Goku's lips. His tall figure bent sharply, as if struck by an invisible hammer to the heart. Beads of cold sweat poured forth from his forehead, streaming down his temples and saturating the tips of his black hair. The face that usually radiated with a cheerful smile drained of all color, turning as pale as a sheet. Dad, Gohan, closest to him, was the first to notice, his heart racing in terror as his youthful face lost all color. Rushing forward to steady his father's faltering form. Goku, what's wrong? Krillin and Tien's faces morphed in shock, crowding around with voices altered by fear. Just moments ago, Vegeta had been engulfed in his fury over defeat, but now he was taken aback, his pupils widening in shock at this sudden turn of events. Momentarily suppressing his own emotions as he gazed in uncertainty at the writhing Goku. What is happening? This agony etched on Kakaroto's face is certainly no act. What's wrong? Goku, speak to me. Krillin's voice trembled with unprecedented panic as he fumbled for another Senzu bean, urging, quick, eat a Senzu bean and see if it helps. Goku's body trembled violently, his hands clutching his chest with all his might, as if trying to extract the source of his agonizing heart. He struggled to open his mouth, each breath sounding labored, as heavy as a windmill in a tempest. Klin seized the opportunity and swiftly stuffed a Senzu bean into his mouth. Gulp! The miraculous bean slid down into his abdomen once more. Yet this time, its extraordinary and unfailing healing power seemed to vanish into the abyss. The agony etched upon Sun Wukong's face showed no signs of alleviation. Instead, the act of swallowing exacerbated the excruciating pain in his heart, causing his body to tremble even more violently. Sweat cascaded down his face like a stream, nearly saturating his orange martial arts uniform. His breathing grew rapid and labored, his gaze began to lose focus, as if consciousness were being swiftly stripped away by the relentless torment. Ineffective. How could it be ineffective? Had the Senzu bean failed? Klin was thoroughly flustered, his mind a blank, utterly unable to comprehend this surreal predicament. The Senzu beans, renowned for their formidable restorative properties, were divine substances capable of instantaneously replenishing stamina and healing both internal and external injuries. However, they were ineffective against diseases. Why is everyone gathering here? What is happening? At that moment, a youthful voice, filled with astonishment and concern, suddenly pierced the air, shattering the panic on the ground. The light dissipated, revealing Trunks, his youthful and handsome visage marred by confusion. His azure eyes swiftly scanned the chaotic battlefield below, the gathering crowd, and the figure of Mr. Sun Wukong, who was being supported, writhing in pain, his breath erratic. Mr. Sun Wukong? Trunks' pupils constricted sharply, his heart sinking like a stone. A profoundly ominous premonition seized him in an instant. Yes, it was that young man from the future. Everyone momentarily froze, recognizing Trunks, who had brought the dire warnings 3 years prior. As if struck by a realization, Piccolo's deep green eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of pinpricks. 3 years ago, the future boy standing before them had foretold, not only of the android disaster, but also a prophecy concerning Sun Wukong's life and death, a viral heart disease, which flashed through Piccolo's mind like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly lowered his gaze to the ground, where Sun Wukong writhed in agony, the ineffectiveness of the Senzu bean evident, and he shouted in horror, his voice tinged with an edge of panic. Heart disease. It's a viral heart disease attack. What? Heart disease? Trunks felt as though struck by lightning, his expression shifting in an instant. He dashed to Sun Wukong's side, his azure eyes filled with disbelief and overwhelming fear. How could this be? Mr. Sun Wukong, I clearly gave you the special medicine last time. Chapter 38, Schemes and Strategies. Special medicine? Piccolo grasped desperately at the last shred of hope, turning sharply to the equally distraught and tearful son Gohan, his voice sharp with urgency. Gohan, where's the medicine? Where did the young man put the special medicine? Son Gohan, startled by Piccolo's fierce shout, turned pale, his voice quivering with immense fear. The medicine is at home, at the house on Goddess Mountain. Dad has been in good health these past few years. He has never had any issues. So Mom kept the medicine safely stored away, just in case, but he has never carried it with him. Damn it. Piccolo struck a nearby boulder with a fierce punch, fully aware of the terrifying potency of the viral heart disease as described by Trunks. Every second of delay could lead to the abyss of death. Time is life. Quickly, Piccolo made a decisive call, his voice sharp as a drawn sword. Take him back to Goddess Mountain. Immediately. At once. As fast as possible. Without a shred of hesitation. Sun Wukong, enduring the agonizing pain as if his heart were being torn asunder, struggled to stand, supported by his son Gohan on one side and Klin on the other, each step akin to treading upon a bed of nails. Piccolo and Tianjin Han unleashed their strongest auras, their white energy flames surging, ready for full-speed flight. Even Vegeta, who had just been wallowing in unending humiliation, now wore a grim expression, temporarily setting aside personal grievances. His dark eyes swept over the agonized Sun Wukong, a complex emotion flickering deep within. Kakarot could face a dignified defeat at Vegeta's hands, but he must not succumb to such a pitiful fate, dying from an inexplicable illness. It was an affront to a warrior. He snorted coldly, unleashing his own white energy, joining the escort. Like arrows released from their bows, they surged forward with unprecedented urgency, racing towards Goddess Mountain with a speed that tore through the air. Time, at this moment, became infinitely precious. Every second tugged at the heartstrings of all present. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Ginger Town, deep within a remote, desolate forest shrouded in dense miasma and towering ancient trees, lay a natural cave, cold and damp, exuding a stench of decay, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, hidden beneath a tangle of vines and thick moss. Within the depths of the cave, shrouded in darkness where not even a hand could be seen, the massive green form of Cell curled up like an injured prehistoric behemoth, suffering in the shadows of the cold rock. Viscous, foul-smelling green fluid oozed from the cracks in his still-healing exoskeleton, dripping onto the thick layers of decaying leaves and moss below, emitting a chillingly faint hissing sound. The air was thick with a pungent stench. In the darkness, his serpentine compound eyes glowed like two hellish lanterns, flickering with resentment, pain, and a glimmer of lingering terror crushed under absolute power. 17. 17. A silent yet intensely vengeful howl echoed wildly in Cell's heart. This brief yet indelible skirmish, a crushing defeat, had not only devastated his physical form, but had obliterated his arrogance as the ultimate life form created by Dr. Gero, shattering his delusions of being the universe's supreme being. The indifferent gaze of 17, that seemingly casual yet devastating strike, pierced deep into his innermost being like a cold steel needle. Engaging head-on? That would be an act of foolish suicide, a path chosen only by inferior beings. The 17 and 18 of this timeline, their energy peaks, combat prowess, instantaneous explosive power, and exquisite control over energy, all far surpassed the limits of the original database. This completely defied Dr. Gero's design logic. Cell's compound eyes narrowed in confusion, as the ultimate calculations of the supercomputer dictated that his strength should have surpassed theirs. More crucially, as androids, their power ceilings should have been locked in place at the moment of their creation. How could they possibly still be improving? What to do? Frustration crashed over him like a cold tide, but was swiftly replaced by an even stronger instinct for survival and desire for evolution. Cell's gaze flickered wildly in the darkness, his brain operating at an unprecedented capacity, like the most voracious miner, frantically digging through the vast sea of convoluted information left behind by Dr. Gero, searching for answers. The fragmented streams of information left by Dr. Gero, marked as top secret and abandoned project files, lay sealed in the deepest recesses of the database, unfinished blueprints. Countless disordered data rapidly filtered, analyzed, and discarded. Suddenly, several items marked as encrypted and deemed obsolete, the perpetual energy furnaces, models, 13, 14, 15. Entries of the project permanently frozen, suddenly illuminated in Shalu's mind like a beacon in the dark night sky. Pertinent energy graphs, structural designs, and sealed coordinates poured into his consciousness like treasures unlocked. It is them. Shalu's compound eyes erupted with a cold and avaricious glow, akin to a serpent discovering a hidden trove. Constructed upon the same technology of the eternal energy furnace, these artificial beings harnessed infinite energy. Although the recorded data indicated that their single-unit energy output peak and combat module designs were inferior to the final forms of units 17 and 18, the chilling logical chain instantaneously closed perfectly. Their quantity, however, was 3. The cold logical chain rapidly took shape. The feasibility of fusion absorption, energy homogeneity, and compatibility assessment were remarkably high. Devouring these 3 discarded items would not only replenish the vast energy he desperately required due to his grievous injuries, but would also allow him to directly seize their eternal furnace cores, culminating in a metamorphosis of his own form and a qualitative leap in power. Target thoroughly locked. Without hesitation, he summoned the core database provided by the supercomputer in his mind, where the highest-level laboratory coordinate data stream encrypted by Dr. Gallo during his lifetime was stored. Countless intricate designs, latitude and longitude coordinates, and geological identifiers cascaded like a waterfall. Found it. A suppressed roar of exhilaration intertwined with bloodlust reverberated through the dark cave, shaking dust from the walls. A coordinate, cold, precise, imbued with the essence of death, vividly materialized on his mental map. Deep within the Arctic Circle, coordinates 89, 15N, 39, 65, 45W, 39. There lay not an ordinary wasteland, but a frigid death domain cloaked beneath hundreds of meters of ancient, unyielding glaciers. The environment was exceedingly harsh, with temperatures consistently plummeting below 70 degrees Celsius and hurricane winds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, rendering it an absolute forbidden zone for life. The ferocious ice storms acted as natural barriers, isolating all detection and scrutiny. There, Dr. Gallo had secretly constructed the Zero Base, his most clandestine and perilous experimental site. It was also the final resting place for Units 13, 14, and 15, deemed unstable in energy and flawed in control logic. Perfect. A veritable cradle of evolution bestowed by the heavens. Shalu's insectoid mandibles twisted into a cruel arc as viscous saliva dripped. This extreme secrecy, natural isolation, an environment so treacherous that even satellites struggled to maintain scans were quintessential aspects of Dr. Gallo's hidden stratagem. At this moment, it transformed into an excellent lair for Shalu to lie in wait, heal, and complete his next terrifying evolution. Ha. A low, twisted laugh echoed like the call of a night owl, permeating the cold cave with a chilling resonance. Unit 17, relish your final moments. Shalu's thoughts pierced the void like a poisoned ice spear. Wait until I devour them three, merging their eternal cores into one, and at our next encounter, I shall tear apart your aloof, haughty visage inch by inch. In the dim cave, the grievously wounded creature issued a sanguine proclamation regarding the future. The venomous flames of vengeance and the yearning for evolution quietly ignited deep within the primordial jungle. Chapter 39, The Storm Before the Sickbed. Baobao Mountain. The humble dwelling of Sun Wukong. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a warm golden hue over the room, yet failing to dispel the pervasive heaviness and anxiety. Sun Wukong lay in bed, his body ensnared by invisible shackles, enduring an intense struggle. His complexion was no longer the vibrant hue of battle but a ghastly pallor akin to ashes, beads of cold sweat cascading from his forehead and neck like rivulets, quickly soaking the pillow and sheets. His contorted visage, twisted in agony, bore furrowed brows that tightened as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. Rapid and erratic breaths emerged like a worn-out bellows being forcibly pulled, each inhalation accompanied by painful convulsions, each exhalation laced with suppressed groans. His hand, resting beside him, unconsciously gripped the sheets, knuckles whitening from excessive strain, trembling. The future elixir brought by Trunks was akin to a drop of ice water plunged into boiling oil, struggling to exert its effects within him. It resembled a feeble yet resilient current, attempting to carve a path through the tempestuous viral storm, valiantly washing away and neutralizing the perilous onslaught. However, this was far from instantaneous salvation. The lethal virus coiled like a venomous serpent deep within his heart, gnawing and retaliating furiously. The elixir's efficacy, akin to a trickle of water against a torrential tide, could only gradually and painstakingly soothe the raging pain. To entirely eradicate this insidious infiltration deep within his bones, a protracted and agonizing period of suffering and the elixir's sustained effects were imperative. Every second of waiting felt interminable. Chi-Chi clutched her husband's sweat-soaked hand tightly, as if to transfer her strength to him. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, struggling to contain them. Yet the profound worry loomed like dark clouds over her weary visage. With each of Sun Wukong's feeble coughs, her grip tightened further. Sun Gohan knelt at the bedside, his small frame stiff with tension. He clenched his tiny fists, knuckles pale from exertion, teeth biting into his lower lip, striving to prevent tears from spilling. In his heart, his father loomed like a mountain, but his current fragility pierced him like a knife, compelling him to remain resolute. In the center of the room, Trunks stood tall, his figure resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. His blue eyes, once steady upon arrival, now brimmed with unmistakable urgency and profound confusion. What has transpired? Trunks's voice shattered the silence, his gaze anxiously scanning each person present, the worried Krillin, the impassive Piccolo, and the brooding Vegeta, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Upon my arrival on Earth, I sensed the eruption of several extraordinarily intense battle auras emanating from the direction of Ginger Town. One in particular was unprecedented, a chilling and viscous malevolence that made one feel nauseous. Shalu? Who is Shalu? He desperately sought an answer, one that could elucidate this cataclysmic shift beyond his comprehension of the future. Krillin inhaled deeply, remnants of the horror witnessed in Ginger Town still etched on his face. His voice low and rapid, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Future boy, things are far worse than you can imagine, far too dire. He began to recount, his words hurried yet coherent. The tragedy of Ginger Town, the creature Shalu, emerging as if from the depths of hell, clad in a deep green, glistening shell. dragging a terrifying stinger, how he efficiently drained the life essence of tens of thousands within the city in a mere instant, transforming the once thriving metropolis into a graveyard of silence. And subsequently, the fierce battles with Units 17 and 18, particularly Shallow's self-revelation before the onlookers. He said. Piccolo interjected, seizing the narrative, his deep green visage exceptionally grave, a weight of unprecedented seriousness gathering between his brows. He hails from the future. But not the future you inhabit. He emerges from a timeline subsequent to your despair-laden future. Well, what? Trunks' heart felt as though it were struck fiercely by an invisible hammer. A wave of immense stimulation surged through him, causing his body to involuntarily sway. His cerulean pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, a disbelieving light flickering violently within them. Krillin's voice, laden with sorrow, continued. He claimed he personally killed you, right on your future timeline. He ended the life of your future self. And then, Krillin paused. A chill creeping into his tone. He seized your time machine. He even regressed himself back to his primordial egg form, successfully smuggling himself into our era. He killed me? Trunks felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Each word pierced his mind like icy bullets. The future version of himself. The one who struggled for survival in a desolate wasteland, burdened with the monumental task of altering history, had actually perished at the hands of this creature called Cell. A frigid dread slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent, as if an unseen hand had gripped his throat tightly, nearly suffocating him. Enormous fear and unfathomable anxiety engulfed him like a chilling tide. In the future he fought so valiantly to transform, a future overshadowed by the terror of androids. There was no record of the monster Cell's existence. The impact of this revelation was catastrophic. What did this information signify? It implied that at some unknown juncture on the predetermined timeline he was familiar with, he would encounter this terrifying creature that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. And without a doubt, be slain by it. Cell not only hailed from a more distant future, but he also resembled a massive boulder cast into the river of time. Using the time machine as a cheat to thoroughly disrupt and even shatter the historical trajectory Trunks had understood. No, it cannot be. How could this be? Trunks instinctively took a step back, his back colliding heavily against the cold wall, producing a dull thud. An unprecedented, bone-chilling fear, stemming from the very foundations of his existence being shaken, gripped him, leaving him shivering. His attempt to alter the past had not only failed to eliminate the threat of the androids, but had, like the opening of Pandora's box, summoned an enemy even more terrifying and bizarre, capable of killing his future self. Was the corrective power of history truly this strange and cruel? The logic of his own existence seemed to teeter precariously at the moment Cell manifested. In the city of West City, atop a modern high-rise apartment, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed a panorama of the city's dazzling lights, and the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, painting the sky in magnificent hues of orange and deep purple. This was the temporary residence of number 17. Yes, I have a house, he quipped, just a joke. As for the source of funding, the process was succinct and efficient. A hapless bank robber, just as he was reveling in his ill-gotten gains, was fortuitously encountered by number 17, becoming the generous benefactor for his property acquisition. The operation was executed cleanly, leaving no trace. TSK. That ugly beast Cell scuttles away faster than a cockroach. Number 18 leaned languidly against the spacious leather sofa, arms crossed, a hint of displeasure glimmering in her icy blue eyes. Next time we meet, I shall personally crush that repugnant green shell of his, inch by inch. Where could he possibly go? Number 16's deep, magnetic voice resonated. His massive form loomed like a silent mountain before the expansive windows. His crimson electronic eye scanning the city's lights, piercing through to the dim horizon beyond. From the moment he first laid eyes on Cell and sensed that unadulterated greed for evolution and contempt for life, number 16's core logic had clearly deduced. Simply killing Son Goku was no longer Cell's ultimate goal. His ambition was to consume everything, evolve to a higher level, and ultimately, obliterate the entire universe. Would he continue to hide his presence, hunting in human-populated areas to absorb the essence of life and accumulate power? Most likely. Number 17, hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at the sun sinking into the horizon, his expression calm and unperturbed. According to his biological instincts as a synthetic being, until he was certain of defeating us head-on, he would behave like the most base rat in the gutter, lurking in the dirtiest shadows, greedily feeding and licking his wounds. He paused, his tone imbued with a near-cold certainty and sense of control. However, there's no need for excessive worry. We can casually patrol. Besides, the gods are keeping watch over us. Number 17's gaze settled on number 16, assessing him with precision. Moreover, even if he doesn't find us, it won't matter. As long as he does not absorb me and number 18. no matter how many ordinary humans he devours or how much life essence he absorbs. His power ceiling will ultimately be forcibly elevated only to your current level. He hesitated, adding, well, perhaps a tad stronger than you. Then, his eyes seemed to penetrate space, glancing toward the distant direction of Baozi Mountain. With such a level of power, not to mention me, even if they can transform into Super Saiyans, Son Goku, Vegeta, and even that Trunks, as long as they can master a deeper application of the Super Saiyan form during this period, such as achieving the so-called Super Saiyan second stage, refining and compressing their raging energy, enhancing the quality and instantaneous explosiveness of their ki, then any one of them would be more than capable of firmly suppressing Cell's peak first form. His tone was unassuming, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if he were pronouncing a fate already sealed. Cell's peak in his first form is still insufficient when faced with a true master of power. This understanding of the predetermined trajectory endowed him with an unparalleled confidence, viewing Cell's threat as more of a troublesome issue requiring time to resolve rather than an insurmountable catastrophe. Yet, would all the developments truly unfold according to the predetermined path as understood by number 17? Chapter 40. The Actions of the Infiltrators. Deep within the Arctic Circle of Earth, in the abandoned depths of Dr. Gero's base, lay the world's end, a forgotten grave. The biting cold wind howled like millions of icy blades, swirling within the jagged crevices of glaciers, stirring up millennia-old snowflakes that sparkled like diamond dust. Temperatures remained perpetually below 70 degrees Celsius, capable of freezing steel in an instant and shattering any fragile form of life. The raging ice storms eternally reigned over this desolate land, their roars akin to the howls of ancient behemoths, isolating any external prying. Massive, rusted metallic structures resembled the skeletal remains of prehistoric titans, half buried beneath an overwhelmingly oppressive layer of ice and perennial snow. The frigid steel surfaces were cloaked in thick white frost, silently recounting tales of long-abandoned years and unending desolation. Inside Dr. Gero's zero-degree base, silence reigned supreme, akin to a frozen underworld. Only the piercing cold wind occasionally found its way through gaps, infiltrating damaged pipes and vents, emitting a chilling wail reminiscent of anguished souls. The frigid air seemed to congeal into a viscous gel, each inhalation piercing like needles, infused with the heavy scent of evaporating machine oil, the fetid odor of rusting metal, and an indescribable residue of chemical agents, amalgamating into a nauseating aroma that bespoke an industrial graveyard. Dim and intermittent emergency lights, stubbornly casting flickering shadows beneath a thick layer of frost, resembled the ghostly apparitions of a haunted realm. These feeble sources of illumination barely penetrated the thick veil of dust cloaking the console, the severed cables hanging limply, and the heavy alloy hatch, grotesquely contorted under the pressure of the ice. Towering abandoned mechanical arms dangled from the frost-laden ceiling like frozen black serpents, suspended mid-grasp, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression and a suffocating desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. Sheru's immense green frame traversed the labyrinth of steel and ice with ghostly trepidation. He dared not exhale a whisper, relying solely on his resilient exoskeleton and the surging energy within him to stave off the pervasive chill. Forcing his way through the thick ice barriers, after days of arduous trekking, he finally arrived at his destination, the innermost sanctum of the base, before a colossal alloy door, sealed by several meters of ice akin to a crystalline sarcophagus. The markings of storage compartments 13 and 15 were indistinct, resembling the final seal to a vault of power. A glimmer of greed and urgency sparkled in Sheru's multifaceted eyes. Drawing a deep breath of the icy air, he clenched his right claw. Drink! With a low, guttural roar. His fist, clad in deep green exoskeleton, struck with the force of a battering ram at the juncture of ice and lock. Boom! Crackle! The ancient ice shattered in response, fracturing into a blizzard of crystalline shards. The heavy alloy lock twisted and deformed under the tremendous force, fracturing apart. The massive door creaked open with a grating metallic sound that made one's teeth ache, akin to the gates of hell swinging ajar. A chilling white mist surged forth like living tendrils. Within the storage compartment stood 3 white capsule-like hibernation pods, silently arranged in a triangular formation at the center. Their surfaces were encrusted with thick frost, while the interiors brimmed with a pale blue low-temperature liquid. Through the frosted and hazy covers, 3 distinct figures could be discerned. Subject 13, with a normal human physique, donned a signature cap pulled low, casting a shadow over most of his face, exuding an air of gloom. Subject 14, towering and robust beyond the ordinary, boasted muscles knotted like rock, while his broad forehead reflected a cold, hard sheen in the dim light. And Subject 15, small yet fierce, sported an oddly shaped purple hat reminiscent of a jester's cap. his face seemingly adorned with an eerie smile. Their eyes were tightly shut, as if ensnared in an eternal slumber. A covetous light flared within Sheru's compound eyes like wildfires. That was the key to power. He first approached the hibernation pod marked 14. For according to the core database analysis, this seemingly hulking figure, exuding a sense of strength, possessed the weakest energy peak and combat module complexity among the three, rendering it the most vulnerable point of entry. Haha, I'll start with you. Awaken you, then subdue you in an instant, as easy as pie. Sheru's heart brimmed with twisted confidence, as if he could already envision the surge of power flooding into him. He extended a clawed finger, covered in exoskeleton, and precisely pressed the prominent red awakening switch on the side of the hibernation pod. With a muted hiss, a dull hydraulic sound reverberated within the silent storage chamber. Piercingly loud, the sealed lid of the 14th hibernation pod began to rise slowly, the pale blue liquid cascading down the walls, swiftly freezing upon contact with the ground. A torrent of icy white mist erupted forth. A figure emerged from the pod, standing nearly 3 meters tall. His pale purple skin glimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim light. His long black hair was slicked back, trailing a thick braid adorned with purple metal rings. Bare from the waist up, his bulging muscles appeared as if forged from steel, brimming with explosive power. A broad brown leather shoulder strap crossed over his chest, while a matching belt with a prominent RR insignia encircled his waist. His lower half was clad in a skirt-like hard shell, with his calves tightly bound in yellow straps. And he donned heavy brown boots. Golden circular earrings swayed gently with his movements. His expression was fierce, eyes filled with a wild, bewildered intensity, akin to a beast awakening from a long nightmare, exuding raw intimidation. He shook the ice water from his head, his deep, wrathful voice echoing through the vast chamber. Who dares disturb my slumber? Just as he finished speaking, Sheru, who had been lurking nearby, suppressing his presence and murderous intent to the utmost limit, sprang into action like the deadliest of shadows. His massive form exploded with an agility that belied his size, as his powerful arms encircled 14's thick neck with a vice-like grip from behind. Simultaneously, his robust tail, tipped with terrifying barbs, unfurled like a coiled serpent, opening its maw wide, greedy to consume everything, and swiftly engulfed the unsuspecting upper body of 14. Ugh! 14 barely managed to emit a short, furious roar before his body was ensnared by the horrific suction. Instinctively, he unleashed a powerful violet aura, attempting to resist. But the violent energy surged within the constricted tail passage. Yet Sheru was prepared. The energy within him surged towards his tail, forcefully suppressing and dismantling 14's struggles. The act of consumption was accompanied by a chilling sucking sound. Just like a great python devouring a bison, 14's muscular purple form visibly disappeared along Sheru's tail. His life essence, along with the core energy of the eternal power furnace, forcibly extracted and injected into Sheru's being. This time, a cry of mingled agony and ecstasy erupted from Sheru. His entire form convulsed as if electrified, spasming violently. Numerous irregular, molten-like purple energy fissures erupted across his once deep green exoskeleton. These fissures spread like living entities, pulsating and hissing, as if tempestuous purple lightning coursed through him, threatening to tear him apart from within. Two colossal energies, differing in origin yet similar in nature, clashed and merged violently within him. The overwhelming pain rendered his massive form unable to withstand it any longer, and with a thunderous crash, he painfully knelt upon one knee. Sparks of blinding energy erupted from the junction of his tail and body, flickering erratically like a welder's flame. A pungent odor of scorched flesh permeated the air. Power. An unfathomable, surging tide of strength coursed through him, merging and amalgamating. Amidst the excruciating agony and swirling energy, Sheru's physique began to undergo a visible transformation. His previously lean insectoid outline became more robust and formidable, his overall form increasingly resembling that of a human. The exoskeletal section covering his face softened and reshaped, his lips grew unusually thick, and the corners of his mouth even curved into a smile more akin to that of a human. This surge of power. The formidable cell resolutely endured excruciating pain. His hands clenched tightly. A golden aura, far more concentrated and ferocious than before, erupted uncontrollably from the crevices of his fists, instantly vaporizing the frost on the ground around him. He felt an energy torrent within him, rising like a volcano, while an indescribable ecstasy radiated from his compound eyes. Indeed, my judgment has proven correct. Cell's heart screamed with fervent madness, filled with a twisted sense of accomplishment. Even the so-called discarded artificial beings, those of the eternal energy type, could allow me to ascend the evolutionary ladder. Subject 14 is merely the beginning. Once I absorbed subjects 13 and 15, hee. Purple energy fissures flickered across his surface, pulsating like breath, heralding the birth of a stronger, more dangerous monster, writhing in agony yet ecstasy, deep within this frozen hell. Chapter 41, The Feast of Consumption. Here lies the frigid end of the earth, a realm where time seems to have frozen. It is as if the Creator has pressed the pause button, revealing an infinite, heart-stopping expanse of white. But this is no gentle snow-white canvas of a child. It is a graveyard of ice, forged over countless millennia, refined and compressed by the utmost chill. The air is as thin as a vacuum. Each breath carries a blade-like sting, inhaling what feels not like oxygen, but like solidified ice shards. Towering glaciers, akin to titanic beasts that have slumbered since the dawn of time, rise imperiously from the horizon, forming steep, jagged cliffs that soar to a height of 1,000 meters. Glowing faintly with a ghostly blue light, the biting cold wind reigns as the sole sovereign of this desolate land, carrying ice crystals finer and sharper than diamond dust, producing an endless, haunting dirge reminiscent of the wails of countless lost souls. At the core of this frozen hell, deep within the depths of Dr. Gero's zero base, forcibly suppressed beneath hundreds of meters of glacier, a bloody banquet concerning evolution has just commenced. After absorbing the vast, primal energy core from Subject 14, Cell surged with power far beyond his previous limits, washing away the shameful memories of his defeat at the hands of Subject 17 like molten lava. The humiliation and terror of that crushing defeat were forcibly suppressed and twisted, giving rise to a morbid, inflated confidence. He felt a torrent of overwhelming energy coursing through his limbs, as if it were about to burst forth from his very being. The crimson gleam in his compound eyes, once filled with wariness, transformed into a near-arrogant composure, akin to a king surveying the territory he has just conquered. With a step imbued with contempt, he sauntered toward the next white, cryogenic pod. The frost covering the pod rapidly melted into vapor as he approached, emanating an aura of intense heat. Inside lay the slumbering form of Subject 15, an artificial being whose comical appearance was tinged with an inexplicable aura. His diminutive stature, reminiscent of a gnome, was tightly encased in a bright orange suit that clashed starkly with the frozen wasteland. His dark skin glistened in the ethereal blue liquid, while oversized, opaque sunglasses obscured most of his face, topped with a flamboyant purple hat that seemed salvaged from a post-apocalyptic jazz bar. Cell's compound eyes lazily scanned the figure, akin to a glance at a discarded scrap destined for the furnace, a piece of refuse long forgotten. Without a moment's hesitation, his deep green, armored hand pressed the awakening button. Hiss! The white, frigid gas expelled like the last gasp of a dying beast, surging forth before dissipating completely. In that moment, amidst the swirling mist, Cell's figure transformed into a deep green blur, barely perceptible to the naked eye. He instantaneously traversed the space, appearing spectrally before the bewildered eyes of Subject 15, who had just awoken from his slumber. Wah! Subject 15's voice was hoarse and astonished, struggling to focus on the terrifying apparition before him. A colossal hand, cold and hard as if forged from steel, seized Subject 15, South frail neck with deadly precision and cruelty, much like a lethal trap ensnaring its prey. The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered Cell capable of lifting Subject 15 off the ground with the ease one might lift a defenseless chick awaiting slaughter. Ugh! The agony of suffocation and primal fear compelled Subject 15 to emit a piercing shriek. As his throat was constricted, he struggled to raise his hands, summoning all his remaining strength to conjure two unstable, pulsating purple energy orbs, which he hurled desperately at Cell's robust chest. Bang! Bang! The muffled explosions reverberated sharply in the silent base. The energy orbs detonated against Cell's deep green carapace, releasing fleeting clouds of purple smoke and faint sparks. As the smoke dissipated, only the faintest, almost negligible scorch marks remained on Cell's chest, failing to even stir a ripple of energy. As the haze cleared, Cell's expression remained devoid of emotion, his lips curling into a mocking grin. With a voice as frigid as the polar winds, he uttered a futile struggle. The remnants of Dr. Gero's discarded refuse. Your only remaining value is to serve as nourishment for my evolution. Before the last syllable left his lips, his robust tail, its end already ravenous with thirst, arched high with a piercing shriek that sliced through the thin air, resembling the stinger of a venomous scorpion primed to strike. The end of that terrifying appendage, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal abyss, opened wide in ravenous greed, its internal writhing walls clearly visible. Within the depths of Subject 15's sunglasses, a gaze filled with ultimate despair and terror reflected, as the last glimmer of weak purple energy from his futile struggle flickered. The ravenous, dark maw surged forth, engulfing him entirely. Gulp, gulp. A chilling sound, reminiscent of swallowing viscous liquid, echoed throughout the desolate laboratory. Subject 15's diminutive form vanished completely into the ever-writhing darkness of Cell's tail. Only his iconic, ludicrously large purple hat was left behind, swept up by the currents of consumption. Like a forsaken remnant, silently drifting onto the cold, metallic ground. Buzz. The familiar sensation of energy surging into him returned, as if a warm current coursed through Cell's nerve endings. However, the triumphant gleam of satisfaction in his compound eyes instantly froze in disbelief. What is happening? Cell abruptly lowered his gaze to his own body. A low, wrathful roar erupted in the empty chamber. He could distinctly feel an enhancement in his power. His muscles felt denser, and the hardness of his carapace appeared to have improved. Yet, this enhancement was linear, cumulative, far from a qualitative transformation. The restless energy within him, yearning to breach the confines of his form, was like a dam holding back an unstoppable tide. The critical threshold leading to his complete form still remained tantalizingly out of reach. Power has increased, but why has there been no evolution? This is impossible. Cell's mind raced at an unprecedented speed, processing data in a frenzy. In an instant, a chilling and ruthless conclusion emerged. Indeed, it must be the energy of the discarded specimens 14 and 15, whose quality and quantity pale in comparison to the energy purity and output power of either core reactor 17 or 18, let alone the sum of the two. The profound psychological disparity struck him like a freezing waterfall, extinguishing the arrogance he had just begun to cultivate. Utter disappointment morphed instantly into a tempest of rage. That twisted confidence was shattered, replaced by a frenzy betrayed by inferior fuel. Useless. Two useless entities add up to remain useless. With a furious flick of his tail, Cell carved a deep trench into the ground, ice crystals scattering in all directions. It was evident that he must also consume Specimen 13. Only by uniting the three eternal core reactors could a qualitative transformation be triggered. He directed all his hopes and wrath towards the final target. Chapter 42, The Awakening Leader. Cell abruptly turned, his compound eyes ablaze with a frenzied fire, locking onto the largest and innermost of the three dormant pods, that of Specimen 13. He had no patience left, striding decisively to the pod's front. This time, he even dismissed the cumbersome awakening procedure. After pressing the red button, his right leg, imbued with the violent power of its second form, lifted high like a colossal battering ram, the shell covering it glowing with a searing radiance. "Get out of my way," he bellowed, as his mighty leg, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, struck fiercely against the heavy alloy pod door. Boom! The deafening sound of metal cracking resonated like thunder. The distorted, deformed alloy door, along with its heavy framework, was violently ripped from the pod as if struck by cannon fire. The immense metallic debris spiraled outward, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, crashing into the distant, ice-crusted wall with a sound as mournful as a death knell. The ice wall was dented deeply, spiderweb-like cracks spreading instantly. The low-temperature protective gas within the pod gushed out, a white mist surging forth. Amidst this chilling fog, a robust figure wearing a cap suddenly opened his eyes. Unlike the brute force of Specimen 14 and the unpreparedness of Specimen 15, Specimen 13, as the leader of Dr. Gero's early models, had his combat logic and alert modules within his core program awakened by the immense destruction, activating at the highest priority. His ice-blue eyes scanned the scene the moment they opened. The damaged pod door, the vacant pods of 14 and 15, and the terrifying green monstrosity before him. Just as Cell, encased in armor and shackled, reached through the mist, his massive hand aiming for 13's neck with lightning speed, Specimen 13 sprang into action. His movements were swift and precise, embodying the battle rhythm ingrained in the old-generation mechanical warriors. With incredible agility, he sidestepped. While the iron fist encased in brown gloves had already amassed tremendous power, whistling sharply through the air like a fired cannonball, striking Cell's arrogant visage with a tremendous force. Bang! The collision of fists erupted like the clash of two heavy hammers, producing a colossal metallic resonance. The palpable shockwave radiated outward, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. The furious gust swept up the scattered ice chips and dust from the ground, forming a miniature vortex. Caught off guard, Cell was directly struck by this punch, embodying the peak power of the old model, causing his massive form to involuntarily lean back a step. A distinct dent from the fist marked his armored face. "Who are you?" Specimen 13 demanded sternly, his serious, chiseled face beneath the cap radiating heightened vigilance and a fury provoked by the invasion of his territory. His database frantically searched, but being an early model, he found no information on this green monstrosity within his records. The unknown formidable foe. coupled with the empty pods of specimens 14 and 15, sent alarms ringing in his mind. Cell shook his head, slightly dazed from the impact. A flicker of surprise passing through his compound eyes, soon overshadowed by deeper greed. Who am I? I am the ultimate crystallization of Dr. Gero's wisdom and ambition. A perfect creation that surpasses you failures. As for them, he sneered maliciously, his tail, which had just consumed 2 companions, swishing threateningly behind him. Producing a sharp whistle, those 2 useless specimens have already become a part of my path to perfect evolution. What? You consumed specimens 14 and 15. The ice-blue pupils of specimen 13 contracted to their utmost. An uncontrollable fury erupted within him like a volcano. Beneath his bronze skin, it felt as if searing energy was boiling wildly, an intense aura emanating from him. Unforgivable. Soon, you too shall join them. It is an honor for you to become a part of my strength. Cell ceased to speak further, his greedy desire overpowering all. With a beastly roar, his colossal form transformed into a deep green shadow, charging forth with the might to crush all. His thick tail, like the most lethal scorpion's sting, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, its split end gleaming with a sharp light, aiming directly for Specimen 13's heart. Seeking death, Specimen 13 roared, his fists bursting with intense energy, fearlessly advancing to meet the challenge. A fierce battle between the leader of the old model and the new generation monster erupted at the core of this frozen hell. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, high above a remote town far from the polar regions, Specimens 17, 18, and 16 circled silently like invisible ghostly hawks, patrolling the skies. Their perception was like the most intricate radar network, covering the desolate areas far removed from human habitation. The silence following Cell's escape was profoundly complete, exceeding any historical records of his trajectory. This anomaly, akin to the eerie calm before a storm, left a chilling and sharp scrutiny lingering in the depths of 17's ice-blue eyes. At that moment, skimming swiftly over a patch of desolate, yellowed wasteland, Specimen 17 abruptly halted as if pinned by an invisible spike. The overwhelming inertia was instantly nullified, causing the surrounding air to erupt with a dull explosion. 17. Specimen 18 reacted swiftly, her golden hair tousled by the suddenly turbulent airflow. Her ice-blue eyes locked onto 17, questioning Cell's presence. 17's voice was resolute. The ice-blue pupils contracting sharply, his gaze, as sharp as a blade, seemed to penetrate through the spatial barriers, piercing towards the direction of the North Pole. His tone bore an unprecedented gravity, filled with chaos, destruction, and an extremely ominous sense of mutation. His power surged wildly. Almost immediately after 17's words, Specimen 16's deep, precise voice resonated like a mechanical synthesis, his crimson electronic eyes flickering at an unprecedented speed, the invisible scanning beams traversing thousands of miles. Confirmation. Target location, near the North Pole of Earth. Coordinates in 8942, 39500, 34W6429, 39590, 34, with a deviation of 10 kilometers. The energy reaction exhibited violent fluctuations, its intensity surging at an exponential rate. No superfluous words were necessary. In an instant, the 3 reached a profound consensus. Cell was undergoing a perilous evolution deep within the polar abyss. It must be stopped. Move. A low growl from number 17 rang out like a battle horn. The air around the trio erupted in a cacophony, their speed instantly reaching theoretical limits, transforming into 3 streaks of light that tore through the sky. The atmosphere was ruthlessly compressed and ripped apart, producing an unending series of supersonic sonic booms. They surged towards that frozen hell. Wherever they passed, the clouds below were violently plowed open, creating a vast vacuum corridor. At the Bowsy Mountain, within Son Goku's humble abode, a faint scent of medicine lingered, mingled with an inescapable sense of foreboding. Son Goku lay in bed. The agonizing pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart began to ebb gradually under the influence of the medication, his breathing becoming more stable. Though his complexion remained pale as if he were just recovering from a prolonged illness, exuding profound weakness, Chi-Chi gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a warm towel, while Son Gohan tightly grasped his father's other hand, his small face etched with weary concern. Trunks leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, yet his brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, Piccolo, standing like a statue by the window, abruptly raised his head. His black pupils constricted to pinpricks, a surge of perilous trepidation, causing his muscles to tense instantaneously. He stared intently towards the north, as if attempting to pierce through the thick walls and distant expanse. Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Son Gohan, and Yamcha, having rushed over upon hearing of Goku's ailment, felt the distant yet tsunami-like eruption of sinister energy almost simultaneously. This energy is it Cell? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief, his voice sharp with shock and incredulity. His blue eyes were filled with horror. How could it have become so terrifying? It was more than tenfold stronger than before, and it reeked of chaos and destruction. Such malevolence, such immense energy, it was suffocating. Krillin's face turned as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The distant yet palpable malevolent pressure felt as though a frigid hand was gripping his heart. What had he done? How could this power have escalated so rapidly, so wickedly? Piccolo's green visage darkened as if it could drip water, his tightly clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. Could it be that either number 17 or number 18 had been absorbed by Cell? The threat posed by this power far exceeded any previous encounters with androids, instilling within him an instinctual fear for his very existence. The evil roar emanating from the depths of the frozen hell resounded like the doomsday bell, reverberating through the hearts of all Earth's warriors. Chapter 43, Collision. Dr. Gero's Zero Ice Base. This once symbolic bastion of cold technology and forbidden ambition had now completely devolved into a boiling purgatory, exuding an aura of destruction. The millennia-old ice that had once confined everything had long since transformed into a rushing stream and swirling vapor, emitting a mournful hiss under the onslaught of terrifyingly high temperatures. The sturdy alloy walls were no longer frigid barriers. They bore witness to shocking, massive fist imprints, deep claw marks, and energy burns that left dark red scars reminiscent of molten lava. The air was thick with the acrid scent of molten metal, the dampness of vaporized ice water, and a deeper, nauseating odor of ozone released from energy overload. Broken pipes dangled like entrails, twisted rebar resembling bones, while pools of murky water, thick with bubbles, formed on the ground, reflecting the oppressive, gray polar sky revealed by the torn ceiling. At the center of this chaos, the battle between Cell and number 13. The leader of the obsolete model created by Dr. Gero unfolded like two uncontrollable comets colliding in a confined space. There was no probing, no flamboyant techniques. Only the rawest and most violent clash of power and energy. Number 13, with his grandiose fighting style, delivered punches imbued with the strength to shatter mountains. And each kick unleashed a mournful howl that tore through the air. His ice-blue eyes blazed with pure rage, ignited by the invasion of his territory and the consumption of his comrades. Wherever his fist struck, the air compressed into a white vortex, crashing against Cell's shell with a thunderous sound akin to a heavy hammer striking, leaving shallow marks. He attempted to suppress this green monstrosity with sheer force, reclaiming the dignity that was rightfully his. Yet Cell, a perfect biological weapon amalgamated from Science, Namekians, Frisia's elite, and countless Earth's martial artists' instincts, possessed combat skills and strength that far surpassed those of the obsolete models. His movements were fluid and eerie, carrying the deadly rhythm characteristic of a predator. As number 13's ferocious punch approached, Cell's body slid away at an improbable angle, as if devoid of bones, while the knee covered in his shell struck with the force of a battering ram into the gaps of number 13's defense. The powerful spinning kick that tore through the air found Cell had already appeared in his blind spot. His elbow, encased in hardened shell, screamed as it struck precisely at the junction of his spine. The disparity in strength was magnified rapidly against the chasm of technique. Number 13's bravado crashed against Cell's precise counterattacks, crumbling layer by layer. The crimson glow in Cell's compound eyes intensified, brimming with a cat-and-mouse cruelty. With every strike that landed on number 13, the heavy impact sent surges of energy coursing through him, heralding the impending consumption of a formidable prey. Die. Driven to the brink, number 13's ice-blue pupils shrank to pinpoints. He leaped back, palms crashing together with the force of creation. A torrent of violent blue energy erupted from his eternal core, coalescing into a colossal blue energy sphere over 2 meters in diameter, radiating destructive waves. Inside the sphere, the tumultuous energy churned like an enraged dragon confined, distorting the surrounding air into a realm of deathly blue. The terrifying gravitational pull from the energy sphere even caused metal debris on the ground to hover slightly. Perish! Number 13 roared, muscles bulging as he hurled this orb, embodying all his strength and fury, towards Cell like a fallen blue comet, faced with this devastating strike capable of razing mountains. Cell displayed no hint of fear. Instead, his shell-covered face broke into a mocking and utterly confident grin. A mere parlor trick. Let me show you what true power is. Without a hint of evasion, he raised his right arm vigorously, fingers spread wide. Dark green light surged and compressed within his palm. In an instant, a concentrated stream of dark green energy, resembling a tangible emerald spear, shot forth with a piercing shriek, arriving before number 13. Boom! The terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the entire frozen hell. The azure comet of annihilation collided fiercely with the emerald spear of death at the heart of the ruins. Historically, the left side of the waves has succumbed, save for the pig named Dana. There was no stalemate, no mutual obliteration of energy, only an overwhelming onslaught of devouring force. The highly concentrated torrent of energy from Gero sliced through the air like a molten knife cutting into solidified butter. The immense blue energy sphere was instantly marred by a web of cracks. In the next moment, amidst the incredulous despair reflected in the eyes of number 13, his desperate strike was brutally pierced and torn apart by that refined green light from its very core. Like a punctured balloon, the ferocious blue energy lost its restraints, transforming into a chaotic torrent that swept violently through the surrounding ruins once more. Meanwhile, the deadly emerald energy dimmed only for an instant before surging forth with unrelenting momentum, carrying with it the intent to obliterate everything in its path, and struck hard at the gaping number 13, who had just unleashed a powerful attack. Number 13 barely had time to cross his arms protectively over his chest. The dark green beam of destruction slammed forcefully against his defensive arms. A blinding flash erupted. The energy, potent enough to melt gold and iron, vaporized his specially crafted brown gauntlets in an instant. The searing flow of energy pierced into his arms like countless glowing needles, each one a burning shard of steel. The horrifying impact sent his form hurtling like a blurry blue specter, crashing violently into the already distorted and deformed heavy alloy wall behind him. Accompanied by the sickening sounds of tearing metal and the dull thud of shattering bones, a massive humanoid dent was instantly formed. With dust mingled with sparks of molten metal shooting skyward, Gero's figure, like a relentless parasite, teleported before the embedded number 13 before the dust could settle. His clawed foot descending with the force of a celestial body, plummeting to earth. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing was distinctly audible. Number 13's broad and muscular chest visibly caved in under the weight of Gero's foot, which harbored an unimaginable power. Blood mixed with shattered mechanical debris gushed forth from his mouth, staining Gero's deep green foot armor crimson. Humph! Gero looked down from his lofty height, his multifaceted eyes flickering with a cold and cruel light, akin to a butcher surveying meat destined for the slaughter. How pitiful and laughable for you to believe you could resist me with such an outdated model. He pressed down with his foot, further embedding number 13's body into the fractured metal wall, eliciting a pained groan. Your fate has long been sealed. You shall become the final stepping stone on my path to perfection, surpassing all. That is the sole value of your existence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the tail, long since yearning and glimmering with greedy light, struck down with the swiftness of a serpent king waiting to strike, emitting a shriek that tore through the fabric of space. The colossal suction mouth at its tip opened to its fullest extent, its writhing inner walls glowing with a deadly purple light, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Ready to consume number 13. No. Number 13 let out a final roar filled with unwillingness and fury. His remaining left hand futilely grasped at the devouring tail, a flicker of feeble blue electricity bursting forth from his fingertips, only to be instantly consumed by the greedy suction mouth. His grievously wounded body, on the brink of death, faced this ultimate consuming force like a candle flickering in the wind, entirely devoid of any possibility for resistance. Chapter 44. The Emergence of the Aberrant Complete Form. The devouring has officially commenced. However, just as number 13's imposing figure was forcefully drawn into the tail's maw, a cataclysmic force, surpassing any physical attack and so violent that words could scarcely describe it, surged forth like stellar fragments exploding at the core of a supernova, crashing violently into Gero's consciousness. Number 13. This failed creation, ultimately discarded by Dr. Gallo due to its excessively volatile core program and extreme emotional instability. Deep within its core, a primal and ferocious will, long suppressed and akin to a world-ending beast emerging from a primordial era, finally broke free of all restraints and erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. This will possess no wisdom, no reason, only the purest and most primal desire for destruction, an extreme aversion to the erasure of its own existence. It was like a dying universe, unleashing an ultimate curse that sought to drag all into oblivion at the moment of its collapse. It transformed into billions of burning spiritual steel needles, madly piercing and churning through Gero's mental sea, attempting to drag Gero's proud consciousness into a shared abyss of annihilation. The movements of Gero's colossal body froze in an instant. The crimson glow in his multifaceted eyes flickered wildly, unstable and erratic. He emitted a soul-wrenching wail of agony. This scream pierced through physical barriers, resonating throughout the ruins of the base. It was not merely the torment of the flesh, but an unparalleled torment of the soul, torn apart by a violent will. His body spasmed uncontrollably, the chitinous armor covering him producing a cacophony of grinding sounds, as if it could shatter from internal conflict at any moment. Following the onslaught of will came something even more terrifying and lethal: energy. The permanent energy core within number 13, deemed unstable by Dr. Gallo, harbored a force more primal and violent than that of number 14's density or number 15's transformations. This energy surged forth like a cataclysmic tide that had broken free from its last shackles, crashing into Sheru's limbs with chaotic destruction. It was no longer a docile nutrient, but a lethal spark igniting an entire powder keg. The earlier processes of devouring numbers 14 and 15 appeared seamless. But that was merely a facade, a temporary suppression of conflict among three energies yet to truly converge. When this most primal and violent torrent of energy from number 13 surged forth, Pandora's box was irrevocably opened. Three energies of the same origin, yet differing drastically in nature due to individual designs: number 14's density, number 15's transformations, and number 13's primal ferocity, began an unprecedented accumulation and collision within Sheru's being. The quantity of energy soared to wild heights, like a tide gone rogue, instantly overwhelming the channel that had been preordained to be sufficiently wide for Sheru's evolution to complete. The totality of this energy exceeded even his initial insatiable expectations, reaching a terrifying peak that even his perfect form struggled to fathom. Yet, this sheer accumulation of quantity did not yield a controllable strength, but rather an unstable quality of destruction. The three energies collided like three rampaging elemental dragons, forcefully crammed into a single, constricted furnace. They lost all restraint, rampaging violently within Sheru's body, clashing, rubbing, and surging. In an instant, Sheru's body became an extremely unstable energy furnace, poised to explode at any moment. His cells, under the onslaught of the chaotic energy, split, reformed, and mutated wildly. Muscle fibers were forcibly torn and elongated, only to be instantaneously repaired and filled by even more violent energy, resembling mountains of cracked rock, forced upward by tectonic shifts. His bones emitted a cacophony of cracking and popping sounds, akin to glaciers fracturing under immense pressure, violently stretched, thickened, and deformed. As Sheru evolved into his second form, his already formidable size began to swell uncontrollably, resembling a grotesque balloon infused with an excess of gas. In the blink of an eye, a towering behemoth, exceeding 5 meters in height and emanating an overwhelming aura of dread, emerged to replace Sheru's original position, standing amidst the chaos of molten and frozen ruins. His form diverged sharply from perfection, imbued with a twisted and sinister malevolence. The exoskeleton that enveloped his body was no longer the sleek, deep green surface it once was. Instead, it had transformed into an unusually heavy, rough, and angular armor. It appeared as though it had been haphazardly forged from the hardest obsidian of the deepest hell and fragments of shattered stellar cores, molded in a furnace of unrestrained energy. The surface of the exoskeleton glowed with deep purple energy patterns, seething with a life of their own, spreading wildly, flickering, and pulsing. These patterns were not mere adornments. They were the manifestation of an internal energy so violently chaotic that it could not be contained, forcibly tearing through the seams of the armor, leaving behind scorched traces of molten residue. They radiated a terrifying heat capable of vaporizing steel in an instant, causing the already blistering air around them to warp and boil like a turbulent sea. What was most terrifying was the energy aura that surrounded him. No longer a contained, manageable flame, it roiled like boiling, destructive purple magma. These tumultuous energy surges had completely shed their restraints, akin to a ferocious beast imprisoned for eons. Surging forth from every crevice of his skin and every fissure of purple energy patterns, they formed a distorted, roiling field of purple energy around him, radiating destructive waves of energy. The air was ionized by this violent energy, producing an unending cacophony akin to millions of shards of glass shattering simultaneously. The molten alloy floor beneath him quickly transformed into a crimson torrent of iron, spreading like a lake of lava under the influence of this terrifying energy field. Within mere seconds, the temperature in the core of the abandoned research facility soared to levels sufficient to melt rock. The sturdy alloy walls began to soften and collapse, flowing like molten metal as if they had been cast into a steel furnace. The entire space groaned and melted under the strain. With a thunderous roar, Sheru tilted his now even larger and more grotesque head skyward, his mouth gaping wide as he unleashed a world-shattering bellow. The terrifying, Visible shockwave of purple energy erupted from him, expanding spherically. The entire storage facility, along with the heavy ice and rock above, was as if thrust into the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Everything that remained, the twisted remains of incubation chambers, shattered control consoles, heaps of discarded machinery, and robust alloy beams, was obliterated in the face of this destructive tempest, torn apart and vaporized into their most primal particles. Engulfed by the violent shockwave, these remnants became part of a cataclysmic torrent, surging forth in all directions. The thick dome of the base was savagely ripped apart, like fragile eggshells, flung into the air. The layers of ancient ice, accumulated over eons, cracked and groaned, producing sounds akin to the very crust of the planet fracturing. Massive fissures in the ice spread like a spider's web for dozens of kilometers, while colossal ice masses collapsed, plummeting downward. White ice dust mingled with the steam of chaotic purple energy, rising to the heavens and engulfing the entire polar sky. As the cataclysmic shockwave began to subside, the swirling ice dust and energy clouds slowly settled. In the midst of the crumbling glaciers and molten steel ruins, a terrifying entity was born, an embodiment of unparalleled power. Grotesque like a demonic deity, wreathed in boiling purple energy and exuding an aura of destruction and instability, the fully transformed Gero had come into existence. The glaciers moaned, and the world trembled. Chapter 45, Judgment of Number 16. Almost simultaneously with the devastation wrought by the purple energy shockwave, three figures, akin to swords of judgment piercing the darkness of the universe, cut through the biting, icy winds laden with crystalline shards, hovering above the vast chasm formed by the collapsing glacier. It was the hastily arriving numbers 17, 18, and 16. Below them lay a scene reminiscent of the gates of hell, the blackened steel remnants, twisted and deformed by the melting and resolidifying process, intermingled with ice water that had yet to freeze completely, exuding a bone-chilling aura, generating a haze of ghostly white mist. At the center of this roiling fog, a sense of power surged forth. Number 17's ice-blue eyes narrowed in sudden realization, astonishment etched upon his previously calm and composed visage, as he sensed an energy fluctuation whose intensity, chaos, and malevolent essence far exceeded any projections he had made regarding Gero's first form in the original narrative. The towering purple-green monstrosity, swirling with lifelike purple energy magma, radiated an aura of evil and chaos, crashing against their perceptions like a tangible tsunami. This power was unfathomably greater than what they had encountered with Gero's initial form. Was this monstrous being truly the Gero they had faced before? Number 18's exquisitely beautiful face betrayed her gravity, her golden hair dancing wildly in the turbulent energy currents. How could such energy possibly escalate to this magnitude in such a brief span of time? Target form undergoing extreme mutation. Energy characteristics. Chaos level 998. Danger level exceeds the maximum threshold preset in the database. Reassessment in progress. Unable to match any known forms. Number 16's deep voice resonated with an urgency never before exhibited, even laced with a barely perceptible electronic distortion. His crimson electronic eyes flickered with unprecedented speed as the vast database within his core processor operated at high velocity, attempting to analyze the composition of the purple-green monstrosity below, only to be met with an insurmountable wall of despair. Nothing matched. The unknown harbored the greatest variables and dangers. Number 17's gaze, sharp as the most precise scanner, swiftly swept across the imposing purple-green giant that loomed below, along with the infernal scene surrounding it. His attention finally settled on a relatively intact corner of debris at the edge of the chasm, the half-melted remains of a dormant capsule. Its surface, scorched and dusted with frost, still bore the number 13, reflecting a faint glimmer even in the dim light. This number struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, unleashing a tidal wave of memories within number 17's vast database. A fragment of information from the original narrative was instantly activated and linked. How could I have forgotten this? Dr. Gero had also created 3 other androids, equipped with permanent energy cores, yet deemed defective and discarded. Numbers 13, 14, and 15. Suddenly, the truth of the horrific power's source dawned upon number 17. As clarity pierced through the fog of confusion, this cunning and treacherous creature, after suffering a crushing defeat and escaping in disarray, he did not retreat to nurse his wounds in hiding. Instead, he brazenly took risks, redirecting his focus towards the legacies buried deep beneath the polar ice. He discovered and consumed them. By harnessing the homologous infinite energy cores from these 3 abandoned models, he forcibly amplified his own strength. He endeavored to incite a qualitative transformation through quantitative accumulation, striving to breach the threshold of the so-called perfect form. Within 17's mind, He pondered the bizarre trajectory of this world. It was unexpected that the threads of destiny could intertwine so intricately. The threat from the primary timeline had forged a fatal intersection with this timeline's hidden dangers that should have remained buried. This greedy creature had truly unearthed fuel from the detritus of history capable of overturning the tides of battle. 17th's keen gaze pierced through the chaos, firmly locking onto the aberrant cell below, standing like an ancient demonic deity, as he rapidly calculated every variable in his mind. However, before the frigid chain of logic could fully unfold, it was abruptly interrupted by a voice imbued with an unprecedented sense of urgency. 17. The usually steady voice of 16, akin to a synthetic machine's tone, now bore an unusual electronic distortion of haste. On his typically expressionless, mask-like countenance, two crimson electronic eyes flickered with a dangerous red light, unmistakably transmitting a sense of extreme peril deemed catastrophic by the core program. Target energy intensity. 16's voice blared like an alarm at the highest level. Having surpassed the analytical limits of my core database, based on the characteristics of energy radiation and a reverse conservative estimate of destructive potential, his head snapped towards 17. The beams from his electronic eyes focusing like tangible spotlights on the latter. The peak energy response, conservatively estimated, exceeded my combat power by over 5 times. This was merely a conservative estimate. To what extent had your power increased through the chi cultivation at the Temple of the Gods? 16's core processor operated at an unprecedented speed, forming a coldly logical chain in an instant, leading to a ruthless conclusion. If it were merely a slight surpassing of my own strength, even 2 or 3 times, his massive metallic form leaned forward slightly, adopting an undeniable posture of resolution, suggesting the immediate execution of the highest priority tactical directive: retreat. The current battlefield risk factor had breached the safety threshold. The optimal survival strategy was to disengage immediately and seek a secure area. Once you had further cultivated your strength, you could devise another plan. Previously, when facing Cell for the first time, although 17 had engaged, he had not given his all, and 16 could not ascertain the extent of 17's full power at present. His logic was clear and cold, akin to the most precise of computers. In his initial baseline settings, 17's power limit was distinctly below his own, although that period had introduced significant unknown variables due to 17's mysterious chi cultivation in the face of Cell, who resembled a walking cosmic disaster. If 17's enhancement had not achieved a qualitative transformation sufficient to bridge the gap of magnitude, then a direct confrontation at this moment would be tantamount to self-destruction. Retreat, conceal, endure and continue to develop, awaiting 17's further training and growth, and biding time until the strength accumulated was adequate to crush Cell. This was the most logical path to survival. Retreat? A cold smile slowly crept across 17's lips, as sharp as the frigid winds of the polar regions. His ice-blue pupils not only reflected no retreat, but instead ignited with a fiercer flame of combat intent, as if capable of piercing through illusions. His gaze, like 2 finely honed blades, cut through the swirling mist, locking onto Cell's massive, yet restless, purplish-green form below. Look at his perfect facade. He raised his hand, precisely pointing at Cell's surface, where uncontrollable, viscous purple energy flows erupted like an active volcano. Each surge leaving scorched traces in the air and a palpable sense of severe energy imbalance emanating from his colossal body, even from a distance. It was a harbinger of power so immense that the container could not contain it, threatening to explode from within at any moment. Possessing enough force to shake the stars, yet lacking the fundamental control to wield it. 17's voice dripped with icy sarcasm, as if critiquing a poorly crafted failure. Much like a madman clutching a ticking time bomb. Power? Humph. The determination of who is strong and who is weak has never been dictated by the cold numbers of energy readings. One must engage in battle to truly understand strength and weakness. In 17's exquisitely honed sense of chi, Cell's current energy torrent indeed resembled a surging river of stars, vastly exceeding the depths of his own ocean. But does high energy guarantee victory? If determining the outcome of battle were so simplistic, what need would there be for honed combat skills? What of the indomitable fighting spirit forged on the edge of life and death? Why not simply reveal their energy detectors and declare a victor based on whose readings were higher? Yet, amidst this tactical divergence, 17, a roar imbued with profound, seething hatred, twisted by violent power, tore through the thin, frigid air of the polar expanse. It pierced eardrums like a million poisoned steel needles. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle. At the center of the collapsing ground, Cell's enormous head, reminiscent of a demonic dragon, suddenly lifted, those snake-like, malevolent eyes, glimmering with chaotic purple light, instantly pierced through the swirling smoke and mist, locking onto the shadowy figure above with lethal precision. A newborn, chaotic, and colossal power surged within him like molten lava. And this figure before him was the source of his greatest humiliation since his inception, forcing him to flee like a lost dog. New enmities and old grievances ignited within him, like oil poured into a raging fire, instantly igniting the most primal desire for destruction deep within his core. It was a mad impulse to tear everything before him apart, obliterating it into cosmic dust. Boom! Without any warning, without any prior buildup, Cell's massive arm, wreathed in boiling purple energy, suddenly swung towards the space where 17 and the others stood. A deep purple beam of pure destructive energy, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted forth as if forcibly expelled from the very core of hell. Wherever it passed, the space appeared to twist as if scorched. This beam of obliteration, imbued with an absolute will to annihilate all matter, ruthlessly surged towards the hovering trio. Scatter! 17's roar rang out like a battle horn, and the three figures instantly transformed into streaks of light, dispersing. 17 shot upwards, 18 veered left, and 16 dove downward, leveraging his heavy metallic form. Their trajectories narrowly grazed the edge of the deadly beam of destruction. Boom! The beam of annihilation did not miss its mark. It grazed the edge of 17's afterimage, crashing into a towering glacial remnant, ancient as a titan's sword, standing for millennia. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no spectacular scene of shattering stones. Upon contact with that deep purple beam, the towering peak, hundreds of meters tall and composed of eternal ice, vaporized silently, as if a delicate snowflake cast into the heart of the sun, completely vanishing. It was as if it had never existed in this world, leaving behind a vast, smooth, molten pit, emanating scalding steam. Whoosh! In the very millisecond that the annihilation beam vaporized the glacier, the figure of number 17, soaring upwards, vanished without a trace from midair. In the next instant, he appeared as if he had torn through the fabric of space beside the massive, menacing head of Cell. Lie down. Number 17's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. His entire body twisted in midair, forming a perfect and explosive arc. With his right leg raised high, blinding green light coiled around it like a supernova erupting. This was not simply an aura. It was a highly concentrated essence of destructive energy. With a fierce crack, the air was violently torn apart, producing a sonic boom sharp enough to shatter eardrums. This terrifying whip kick, infused with number 17's explosive power, struck mercilessly against Cell's temple, which was shielded by a heavy magical armor. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of two asteroids colliding in a catastrophic crash. The tangible shockwave expanded like a white ring of death. Cell's colossal head, as massive as a mountain, was thrust violently to the side by this overwhelming force. The indestructible purple-green shell at his temple visibly cracked, resembling a spider's web, as purple energy sparks erupted from the fissures, trailing eerie purple arcs in the frigid air. Roar! Cell bellowed in pain, his enormous body swaying violently under the tremendous force, causing the molten ground beneath him to collapse, sinking several meters like quicksand. Yet, his terrifying regenerative ability was beyond imagination. The cracks in his armor began to seal at a visible speed. Deep purple energy patterns writhed like living veins, rapidly reinforcing his armor. The excruciating pain did not weaken him. Rather, it acted as a catalyst, igniting the most savage destructive instincts deep within this beast's core. Hence, Cell twisted his gargantuan body with sudden ferocity. The resulting gust expelled the surrounding smoke and steam in an instant. A massive fist, swirling with boiling, deep purple energy like hellish magma, descended upon number 17, who had just completed his attack and had yet to fully escape the danger zone. Before the fist even landed, the terrifying pressure had compressed the air ahead into a tangible white shockwave. Space itself groaned under the burden of this pure force. This punch contained the terrifying power to shatter the earth. Faced with this world-destroying strike, number 17's ice blue eyes reflected no fear. Instead, he advanced. He stabilized his posture in midair, lowering his center of gravity. Buzz! The blinding green light once again gathered frantically in the palm of his right hand, compressing and spinning. A highly compressed, continuously rotating green energy sphere formed in an instant. Come! Number 17 uttered a low cry, thrusting this maximally compressed rotating sphere directly towards Cell's world-ending fist. Unwavering and resolute. Boom! The punch collided with the energy sphere, two forces representing different extremes of destruction clashing above the ruins. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The blinding green light intertwined violently with the raging deep purple demonic energy, annihilating and consuming. A destructive energy sphere with a diameter exceeding 100 meters expanded instantaneously. Within the sphere was a chaotic storm of energy capable of decomposing matter into fundamental particles. An indescribable shockwave of annihilation erupted, akin to the Big Bang at the universe's inception, manifesting as a perfect ring of death. Boom. Number 17's figure was as if struck by an invisible hammer, propelled backward at high speed, with green energy trailing behind him in a long arc, cleverly dissipating the terrifying recoil that could shatter mountains. Meanwhile, Cell's earth-shattering fist was also forcibly repelled by the explosive energy from the nearby detonation, the purple demonic energy that had enveloped it dissipating significantly, causing his offensive to collapse. The rampant energy storm, like an uncontrollable hurricane, burrowed the molten ruins beneath them even deeper by several meters. Indeed, a tough sack of sand. Number 17 stabilized his form from a distance, shaking off the slight numbness in his wrist caused by the massive recoil. A near-manic excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Such a formidable opponent was worthy of his utmost effort. The unlimited permanent energy core within him roared, supplying an inexhaustible source of power. Before his words had barely left his lips, Number 17 vanished once more. He catalyzed his speed and skill to the utmost extreme. Transforming into a whirlwind of green lightning, he flickered around Cell's titanic purple-green body, leaving countless solid afterimages in his wake. His attacks transcended mere physical impact. Each punch, each kick, each elbow strike, and each knee thrust was entwined with highly refined, razor-sharp green energy, like countless energy blades vibrating at high frequency, relentlessly slicing into every inch of Cell's armor. The unlimited permanent energy core granted him the audacity to lavish this destructive energy without restraint. Each seemingly casual energy blade cut contained the potential to erase a 1,000-meter peak from the map. However, Cell's mutated armor boasted an absurdly high defensive capacity and regenerative ability. Most attacks were absorbed by the heavy magical armor, exploding into a myriad of energy sparks, leaving behind varying degrees of charred gashes, yet failing to inflict truly lethal wounds. Even when some cunning strikes bypassed the armor, accurately targeting the relatively softer joints or unprotected skin, creating wounds deep enough to see bone. That terrifying regenerative ability would activate in the blink of an eye. Even more alarming was Cell's significantly heightened energy reserves. Although his massive body made his movements seem somewhat sluggish compared to Number 17's ghostly speed, preventing him from precisely capturing the essence of that green lightning. It did not hinder his capacity for devastating area attacks. Roar. Die. Everyone die. Cell descended into utter rage. His colossal arms swung wildly, hurling energy blasts that churned with destructive purple magma, as if they were worthless. Each of these energy blasts contained the terrifying power to erase a modern metropolis from existence. They rained down like a meteor shower of destruction erupting from the gates of hell, shrieking through the air, indiscriminately targeting every possible escape route for Number 17. Chapter 47, United Efforts. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions of annihilation erupted wildly above the polar ruins. Death blossoms composed of purple demonic flames and black smoke bloomed one after another. The shockwaves generated by the explosions compounded and tore apart the already ravaged ground, making it resemble the moon's surface, faced with such saturation bombardment, indiscriminately covering vast areas. Even Number 17 had no choice but to frequently erect a solid spherical green energy shield for defense. The shield trembled violently under the onslaught of rampant energy. This monstrous entity is quite troublesome indeed. In the midst of high-speed evasion and defense, Number 17, with ice-blue pupils, harbored a glint of cold calculation deep within. Cell's crude, unrefined strategy, relying purely on his vast energy reserves to indiscriminately obliterate his foes, was brutally efficient. For as long as one possesses a colossal reservoir of energy, who could possibly resist the devastating allure of such princely tactics? Much like our numerous smoking friends, who dread the thought of missing even a single puff, fearing it might deprive them of a future missile strike. In this moment, Cell unleashed his firepower with the mindset of offering a token of respect, one for the road. Amidst the chaotic maelstrom of energy torrents and deafening explosions, Number 18, perched on the periphery, her ice-blue eyes locked onto the battlefield, could no longer contain the boiling intent to kill within her. Stop merely observing. Let us join forces and tear apart this loathsome creature, she commanded, her voice piercing through the cacophony of detonations. With a flourish reminiscent of a graceful swan spreading its wings, her arms shot outwards. In an instant, a multitude of energy blasts, as solid as substance and radiating a blinding golden hue, erupted from her delicate palms like an enraged swarm of golden hornets. No longer the tentative probing shots from their previous skirmish, this was a full-throttle barrage of devastating firepower. The air was filled with a cacophony of piercing sounds that shattered eardrums. The golden tempest of energy formed an absolute barrage storm that blanketed an area of hundreds of meters. Each energy blast precisely targeted Cell's massive form, cascading down like a golden deluge of death upon that violet-green mountain. Number 18's exquisite visage, illuminated by the golden radiance, remained frosty, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Following the energy bombardment, the immense metallic frame of Number 16 erupted with a powerful roar of thrusters. He eschewed long-range artillery support, opting instead for the most direct and brutal path of physical suppression. His colossal metallic fist clenched tightly, encased in a molten red energy that emitted a deep, resonant hum. Like a human battering ram, he charged forward with unstoppable momentum, tearing through the chaotic energy currents, and slammed into the relatively vulnerable side of Cell's waist. As his fist connected, the air compressed, creating visible white shockwaves. At that very moment of this cataclysmic triadic assault, several potent auras pierced through the raging energy maelstrom and the icy metal storm, reaching the edges of this hellish battlefield. Piccolo, Trunks, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, the mightiest warriors of Earth, finally converged at this instant. However, the scene before them caused even these seasoned veterans, who had faced countless formidable foes, to feel an overwhelming chill, a shiver racing up their spines, involuntarily gasping in shock. Piccolo's green pupils contracted sharply, his voice tinged with uncontainable dread. This Cell's form is completely different. This aura of evil and chaos is tenfold more terrifying than before. What manner of monster is this? Vegeta, having rushed from Bulma's gravity chamber, felt his golden aura pulse violently in response to the horror, veins throbbing at his temples, his jaw tightly clenched. Damn it! What kind of joke is this power? Krillin's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat soaking through his martial arts uniform. His voice trembling. Even the speed and strength of Number 17's attacks, alongside Number 18's devastating bombardment and Number 16's earth-shattering punch, have all been ineffective? In their line of sight, the purple-green monstrosity, akin to a demon risen from the abyss, engaged in a breath-stealing close-quarters battle with Number 17, who was enveloped in an unprecedentedly intense green energy. Each collision echoed like stars colliding. Meanwhile, Number 18's energy storm, capable of flattening mountains in an instant, battered against Cell's colossal form, leaving only fleeting scorch marks on the surface of his purple-green armor, like raindrops striking tank armor. Those energy blasts, potent enough to pierce through warships, failed to even jostle Cell, and Number 16's full-force punch, imbued with enough terrifying kinetic energy to obliterate large meteors, struck Cell's relatively weak waist with precision. Yet, it merely caused Cell's massive body to sway slightly, as the purple energy waves emanating from his surface effortlessly dissipated most of the impact. The enemy before them had transcended their comprehension of power, standing as an insurmountable wall of despair. There's no time to dawdle. Charge! Piccolo's thunderous roar, akin to a thunderclap, surged with fervent white aura, awakening the stunned warriors. His green visage, marked by resolve, appeared even more fearsome, his fingers poised like the sharpest of spears, thrusting forward. A highly concentrated golden energy gathered at his fingertips, forming a colossal energy cone imbued with the terrifying might to pierce a planet's core. His ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. Now, almost simultaneously with Piccolo's shout, Vegeta's iconic golden hair stood on end like flames. The raging Saiyan blood ignited within him, his palms thrust upward, as golden destructive energy coalesced like boiling lava. In the blink of an eye, a massive energy sphere, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, floated above his palms. Yes, Trunks followed suit, his Super Saiyan aura soaring. In the future timeline, he had inherited Gohan's combat spirit and skills, crossing his palms as golden energy blasts erupted like a rapid-fire volley, targeting Cell's relatively fragile joints with ruthless precision. With no hesitation, they unleashed their full power. Krillin and Tien exchanged a determined glance, simultaneously unleashing their entire auras. Krillin brought his palms together at his waist, a cerulean light gathering fiercely, forming a robust Kamehameha wave. Tien roared, his muscles bulging, as he thrust his palms forward, channeling a turbulent new energy wave, ready to unleash. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of colorful energy, each infused with the will to fight to the death, transformed into brilliant streaks of light that tore through the infernal chaos, joining the fray from every corner of the ruins, at various heights. The golden special beam cannon shot forth from Piccolo's fingertips, slicing through the air. Vegeta's energy blast cascaded like a storm of golden meteors. Trunks' precise, venomous strikes targeted Cell's joints, Krillin's resounding Kamehameha surged through the void, and Tien's new energy wave thundered forth with overwhelming pressure. These formidable attacks symbolized the indomitable will of the Earth's warriors. Converging with the relentless barrage of energy from Android 18, the colossal figure of Android 16, reminiscent of a crimson comet, gathering strength for a second devastating strike, and the ghostly presence of Android 17, flashing around Cell, each flicker unleashing a tempest of green energy blades that tear through the energy shields. From all directions, they assail Cell's immense, mountain-like, purplish-green form with a ferocity akin to a celestial net. In an instant, a deafening cacophony of energy explosions resonated, drowning out the world's background noise, leaving only the continuous roar of destruction. Countless beams of annihilation erupted violently against Cell's viscous purple energy shield. The blinding light of the explosions illuminated the dim polar sky as if the noon sun reigned supreme. The shockwaves generated by the blasts surged outward in concentric rings, like a tangible tsunami of devastation, centered around Cell, spreading wildly and compounding. The already fragile remnants of the ruins were reduced to mere confetti under this ferocious onslaught, instantly pulverized, blown away, and vaporized. Even the molten earth below was gouged away layer by layer. Chapter 48. Cell's declaration. A thunderous roar erupted from Cell, shattering souls. Within that roar lay the fury of being besieged by ants. The thick purple energy shield enveloping him trembled violently under such concentrated fire, akin to a lake surface disturbed by a boulder. Countless spiderweb-like energy ripples surged across the shield's surface, intertwining, fracturing, and reconstituting. Puffs of energy erupted as some attacks penetrated the shield's weak points, striking fiercely against the thick shell, shattering it into fragments, and revealing the writhing purple energy flesh beneath. It had an effect. A glimmer of hope ignited in Krillin's eyes. Yet, this hope lasted scarcely 3 breaths. The infernal demon exhibited a disheartening resilience. The gaping wounds in the shell pulsated with vibrant purple energy, writhing like a living creature, as flesh and energy intertwined at a visible pace, the hardened shell cracking ominously, completing its repair in mere moments. The excruciating pain did not weaken Cell. Instead, it ignited his ferocity. One against many, armed with an unfathomable reservoir of terrifying energy and an almost immortal regenerative ability, Cell withstood the onslaught of all the elite warriors, including the fully powered Android 17. Not only without crumbling, but rather unleashing a more ferocious counterattack. Annoying flies. All of you get lost. Cell bellowed in an enraged frenzy amidst the chaos. The 3 surging torrents of infinite energy within him, akin to 3 ferocious dragons tearing at one another, became increasingly restless under the heat of battle. Like an apocalyptic flood poised to breach its dam, he desperately needed a moment to breathe, even if just for a few seconds, to forcibly contain this out-of-control energy furnace. In his colossal compound eyes, amidst the chaotic violet glow, a fleeting glimmer of cunning, characteristic of a biological weapon, flickered, with a roar resonating with a peculiar frequency. The purple energy enveloping Cell surged violently. Puff, puff, puff. Several basketball-sized orbs, composed of pure, viscous energy emanating a sinister purple light, were forcibly expelled from the tip of his fearsome tail that had once devoured androids 13, 14, and 15. The moment these energy orbs struck the ground, they rapidly expanded like inflating balloons, twisting and contorting. In the blink of an eye, several smaller versions of Cell, resembling him closely with deep blue shells, sharp tails, and compound eyes, emerged across the battlefield like demons crawling out of the abyss. They lacked the volcanic eruption of boiling purple energy that characterized their progenitor. Yet they were enveloped in concentrated violet flames, exhibiting astonishing speed and agility. Their compound eyes glinted with the same cold, bloodthirsty ferocity as Cell himself. What in the world are those things? The warriors were taken aback by Cell's actions. Be careful. These doppelgangers are formidable. Android 17's voice, laced with unprecedented gravity, echoed across the battlefield. He understood better than anyone that, in the original narrative, these smaller cells released by the complete Cell possessed terrifying combat capabilities. They could easily suppress all Super Saiyan warriors except Gohan. As soon as these diminutive cells formed, they pounced with lethal precision towards all targets except for Android 17, Android 18, Android 16, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. The battle dynamics shifted instantaneously. The tides of offense and defense reversed in the blink of an eye. The battlefield was forcibly segmented by these sudden smaller cells. Android 17 remained locked in a breathtaking confrontation with the original Cell, their close-quarters battle akin to 2 comets colliding, each clash sending ripples through the very fabric of space. Meanwhile, The others found themselves ensnared by their respective smaller cells, embroiled in individual struggles. Seizing the moment of respite afforded by the smaller cells, Cell unleashed an even more ferocious torrent of purple energy from within. This energy, driven by a reckless backlash, surged forth explosively, temporarily repelling Android 17, who clung to him like a parasite. In the wake of their fierce chase and combat, the warriors had unwittingly distanced themselves from the icy heart of the polar hell. The battlefield shifting to the edge of a vast, desolate expanse, barren save for yellowed grass and exposed rock layers. On the distant horizon, the outline of a human city flickered into view under the dim sky, its lights twinkling like stars, a fragile yet vibrant sign of life. Cell's immense, purplish-green form hovered ominously in the high air between the desolate land and the city below. He gazed down at the diminutive city, then surveyed the warriors ensnared by the smaller cells, finally locking his gaze onto the recently stabilized Android 17. Drawing a deep breath, the tumultuous energy within him surged violently, his voice transforming into a powerful, unmatched energy wave that enveloped the entire Earth. All conscious beings across the planet, regardless of their location, be it an office in a bustling city, a tranquil field in the countryside, a submarine deep in the ocean, or even the depths of an underground bunker, felt as if a chilling, brutal voice, tinged with a metallic rasp, forcibly invaded their minds. Foolish earthlings and the beleaguered warriors. Listen well. I am Cell, the ultimate life form of the universe. In 10 days, at noon. Coordinates, 36.0 feet, 39 inches. 00N, 138.0 feet, 39 inches. 00E, the plains at the foot of Mount Fuji. Right here, on this arena of my own making. The rules are simple. All who dare to call themselves warriors. Especially you, Android 17. And that Son Goku. His voice dripped with bitter hatred and mockery. All of you must be present. Here, before the eyes of the entire Earth. I shall crush each and every one of you so-called experts. To a definitive end. Make no mistake, it is all of you. This mental wave suddenly became akin to a myriad of icy needles, ruthlessly piercing into the depths of every soul. Warning that should even one dare to be absent or attempt to conceal themselves. The malevolent glare of Cell's compound eyes flared ominously as his colossal hand was abruptly raised, coalescing a massive energy sphere radiating an ominous purple light, aimed directly at the distant city. Thus, in the very first second of the game, this city became his target. You shall not succeed. Cell's devastating proclamation had yet to fully materialize in the minds of countless beings. When a voice cold enough to freeze souls pierced through the desolation of the night sky like a sword of judgment. It was number 17. In the instant Cell gathered the energy sphere, he transformed into a green streak, tearing through space. Surpassing the limits of visual perception, he appeared, as if teleporting, between the destructive energy sphere and the far-off city, along the trajectory of impending doom. There was no roar, no build-up. Number 17's gaze was sharp, his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, sliced through the air towards the ominous purple sphere pulsating with world-ending energy. A beam of green energy, honed to perfection and imbued with terrifying cutting power, erupted forth like a comet cleaving the night sky, striking precisely at the core of the energy sphere Cell had unleashed. With a hiss, the massive purple energy sphere burst as if punctured, its volatile energy spiraling into chaos. Although most of the destructive energy was neutralized and obliterated by number 17's pinpoint attack, the residual explosive energy surged forth like a wild stallion, transforming into a devastating tsunami of purple energy that violently radiated in all directions. The shockwave struck the edge of the city like an invisible hammer, shattering glass and igniting alarms that echoed through the night. Panic spread instantaneously, yet fortunately, the core structure of the city remained unscathed, averting immediate annihilation. However, this harrowing scene indelibly etched itself into the very souls of every inhabitant of Earth. Number 17 slowly retracted his fingers, gently blowing away non-existent energy dust. His gaze disdainfully fixed upon the ashen-faced Cell. Can you still attempt to maintain your facade before me? Rage roiled within Cell, nearly bursting from his chest. The three energies within him, already restless, surged violently in response to this unexpected disruption and fury, causing several purple energy veins on his surface to rupture under the strain, spewing forth scalding energy fluid. The intense agony made his massive form convulse involuntarily. Just wait until I fully harness and perfectly fuse this power, Cell gritted his teeth. The sounds of grinding echoing in the air. Your demise is imminent. Enduring the backlash of energy and the overwhelming tide of hatred, Cell's mental waves, now laced with a chilling intent to kill, delivered his final decree. The rules remain unchanged. In the absence of one, I shall erase an entire city. starting from the smallest towns, until this planet is reduced to silent cosmic dust. Do you comprehend, you insignificant insects? With this apocalyptic ultimatum, Cell's colossal form, enveloped in seething purple energy, transformed into a terrifying purple beam that tore through the night sky, vanishing in an instant. The chilling proclamation, the chaos of alarms and cries from the distant city, all conspired to tighten the metaphorical noose around the throats of every living being on Earth. A palpable cloud of despair descended, as heavy and tangible as lead, enveloping the world in darkness. A cold countdown ticked away, synchronized with the heartbeat of every individual. 10 days. Cell's game had become a sword of extinction, poised to descend upon the civilization of Earth at any moment. Chapter 49, Number 17's Intentions. Cell, shrouded in surging purple energy, vanished beyond the frigid horizon, like a calamity rending the heavens. The minuscule cells he summoned also dissipated into the void with his departure. What he left behind was not an end to battle, but a landscape utterly crushed, steeped in despair, and a heavy sense of urgency. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched energy, the mist of vaporized water, and deeper still, the lingering chill of Cell's doomsday declaration, intertwining with the remnants of battlefield smoke and blood. Number 17 hovered above this desolate ruin, a lone beacon standing firm amid the aftermath of a storm. He had reigned in the combat energy, yet his ice-blue gaze was sharper and more profound than ever, akin to the most precise quantum scanner, penetrating the distance and residual energy waves, locking onto the direction Cell had vanished, where the sky still bore the scars of destruction. His brow furrowed. The chaotic and formidable energy fluctuations were seared into his exquisitely honed perception, a lingering imprint he could not dismiss. Had he truly just left? Number 18 floated gracefully beside him, her exquisite visage marred by a tumult of resentment and unprecedented gravity, disrupting her usual icy demeanor. Her own ice-blue eyes remained fixed upon the empty sky, as if yearning to extract Cell's lingering shadow from the ether. Her voice quivered slightly as she whispered. The energy within him resembles a furnace on the verge of explosion. It's nauseatingly chaotic. Temporary, Number 17 replied, his tone low and steady, yet imbued with a certainty that dissected reality with surgical precision. He was forcibly restraining and suppressing the energy conflict caused by the fusion of 13, 14, and 15. This power exceeded the limits of his current form, akin to 3 frenzied dragons clawing within him. His retreat was not born of cowardice, but rather a calculated effort to buy time, to fully digest, control, and tame this horrifying power. He surveyed the ravaged ground beneath him, his tone imbued with unparalleled seriousness. When I next appear, he paused, each word weighted with gravitas, I will be stronger, more stable, and far deadlier. I shall no longer be a furnace on the brink of explosion, but a perfectly balanced entity. Number 16 silently approached them, his massive metallic form appearing even more imposing against the backdrop of ruin. His crimson electronic eyes flickered at an unprecedented frequency, processing the energy data stream from Cell's final explosion with remarkable speed. Ultimately, the complex data coalesced into a succinct conclusion. Delivered in a deep synthetic voice, target energy levels are escalating exponentially. Prediction, second encounter, threat level, galactic extinction class. The direction Cell had fled bore the mournful whispers of the cold wind, still echoing his global doomsday declaration. 10 days. Cell's game. After a brief silence, Number 17's gaze sharpened, transforming into a blade unsheathed, the resolve within cleaving through the shroud of despair before them. To passively await our doom is to invite our own extinction. His decisive voice shattered the silence as he glanced at Number 18 and Number 16, his tone brooking no dissent. Come with me to a certain location. Now. Without further explanation or hesitation, he turned and became a streak of light, targeting the celestial palace above the clouds, the embodiment of Earth's spiritual core, the heavenly temple. Number 18 watched his resolute silhouette, her lips curling slightly in disdain. She uttered not a word, effortlessly transforming into a striking cascade of golden light, which swiftly merged into the surging sea of clouds above. The massive metallic head of Number 16 inclined slightly, and its formidable form surged forth with resolute propulsion, akin to a loyal sentinel, silently and steadfastly trailing behind the 2 luminous beams ahead, disappearing into the vast expanse of mist. As the lights of Numbers 17, 18, and 16 vanished into the dense cloud cover, the polar wasteland was left in utter disarray and silence. The biting wind stirred up icy dust and charred metal fragments, emitting a mournful sound. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha leaned on each other, struggling to rise from the rubble of collapsed ice and rock, each bearing the scars left by the diminutive Cell, their breaths ragged and their faces etched with exhaustion and lingering terror. Piccolo's green visage was darkened to the point of seeming to weep, clutching his left arm where a deep claw mark revealed bone, purple blood dripping onto the snow. Freezing instantaneously, Vegeta stood not far away on a solidified mound of molten metal. His golden aura, though still ablaze, flickered violently, betraying his inner turmoil. A trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the direction where numbers 17 and 18 had vanished, filled with resentment. Trunks stood beside Vegeta, his youthful face equally marred by gravity and worry. "They've left? Where to?" Krillin gasped, his voice hoarse, shattering the oppressive silence. He gazed at the empty sky, then surveyed the battlefield strewn with devastation. "Where are they headed? Is there another way? What other way could there be?" Yamcha replied with a bitter smile, wiping the blood from his face. Even number 17 could only contend with that monster. What miracle could possibly manifest in such a short time? Cell has given us only 10 days. 10 days. His voice trembled with a hint of despair. TN's three eyes brimmed with bloodshot urgency as he clenched his fists, speaking gravely. Number 17 must be seeking a solution, regardless of whether one exists. We cannot remain idle here. We must act. Complaining serves no purpose. Number 17's actions are justified. The pressing question now is, what shall we do next? Piccolo's deep, authoritative voice resonated as he surveyed the battered group. Cell's threat looms over us all, especially Goku. At the mere mention of Goku, a heavy silence fell upon the group. Yes, Goku. He still doesn't know what has transpired here. He is still unwell. We must return immediately to inform him. Cell has specifically demanded his presence. Krillin exclaimed urgently. Piccolo nodded, his mind racing with clarity. We must hasten back to Kami's lookout and check on Goku's recovery. He paused, his tone grave. Regardless of his condition, Cell has called for him, and knowing his character, he will undoubtedly want to confront the situation head-on. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, a cold snort escaping him. Though deeply displeased, he recognized the truth in Piccolo's words. He needed to ascertain Kakarot's current state and how soon he could regain his strength. Moreover, Vegeta felt an acute need for a space to clarify his thoughts and strategize how to bridge that damned, disheartening power gap within a mere 10 days. His golden aura surged dramatically, propelling him skyward towards Kami's lookout. "Let us go. Back to Kami's lookout," Piccolo commanded, unleashing his energy to follow suit. "Wait for us." Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Trunks, unwilling to lag behind, suppressed their injuries and fears, each igniting their own auras, transforming into streaks of light that raced after Vegeta and Piccolo towards the distant Kami's lookout. The frigid winds of the polar region howled, swirling icy dust that soon concealed their departure, leaving behind a landscape utterly ravaged, a mere echo of an apocalyptic wasteland, and the ominous ticking of a 10-day countdown hanging over each heart. Chapter 50, The Forbidden Realm of Time. As they traversed the thick, damp clouds, the ancient and solemn silhouette of the Kami's temple emerged, exuding an aura of time-worn mystery beneath the feeble sunlight penetrating the clouds. The white stone pavement of the temple's courtyard gleamed like a mirror, yet could not reflect the heavy atmosphere enveloping the scene. Kami leaned upon his venerable wooden staff, accompanied by the ever-silent Mr. Popo, both standing at the edge of the courtyard, awaiting with palpable concern. They could distinctly sense the soul-shattering surge of malevolent energy emanating from the polar region, followed by the impending declaration of destruction that would blanket the globe. Upon witnessing the figures of numbers 17, 18, and 16 pierce through the clouds, Kami immediately approached, his aged face etched with anxiety. "Number 17, what is the situation?" His urgent inquiry was abruptly halted by a decisive gesture from number 17. The sharpness of his gaze pierced through Kami's worry and fear. Striking at the heart of the matter, devoid of superfluous words, he succinctly stated, "The hyperbolic time chamber." Both Kami and Mr. Popo were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of realization. The hyperbolic time chamber, a mysterious sanctuary that connected to an alternate dimension, where the flow of time diverged drastically from the outside world. One day in the outside world equated to an entire year within its confines. Yet, this temporal boon came at an unfathomable cost, a horror that transcended common comprehension. It was an endless expanse, characterized by a monotonous, deathly stillness against a backdrop of pure white, as if existence itself had been stripped away. The gravitational environment began at a minimum of thrice that of Earth, and the gravitational field was chaotic and uneven, akin to an unseen giant hand arbitrarily kneading the space around them. One moment, one could barely endure under 3 times the gravity, and the next step could plunge one into a death trap of 10-fold gravity. Even more terrifying were the countless, unpredictable, rapidly changing extreme climatic zones. One moment, it could be a frozen wasteland, capable of freezing souls, where one's breath crystallized instantly. The next, one could step into a searing inferno, where the air distorted and boiled due to the intense heat. The air was so thin it approached vacuum, and the silence was maddening, capable of breaking even the most resilient minds. It was the ultimate trial ground, inflicting dual torment upon both body and spirit. In the original narrative, it was the last glimmer of hope for Goku after his heart ailment had healed, as he faced the overwhelming power of Perfect Cell. Previously, when number 17 had trained in the Kami's temple, Mr. Popo had indeed mentioned the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber while elucidating the temple's secrets. But the specifics of its interior environment had been vaguely described. Only now, as number 17 made his request, did Kami reveal the terrifying truths within that could shatter iron wills. Number 17, are you certain? Kami's voice was laden with unprecedented gravity, even tinged with a note of caution. The environment within can obliterate the will of ordinary beings, even the formidable Goku of your endured, inhuman torment within, and did not last long before emerging. Are we really going in? Number 18's voice rose, laced with unabashed shock and revulsion. Her ice-blue eyes surveyed the austere surroundings of the Kami's temple, as if she could already envision the monotonous, lifeless, cosmic graveyard that the time chamber represented. Her delicate features were etched with resistance. What cosmic joke is this? You want me to spend an entire year in that godforsaken place, where not even a ghost can be found, surrounded by nothing but white? Listen, number 17, this is far more excruciating than being killed outright. I would rather charge down right now and confront that hideous, purplish-green monstrosity, Cell. For her, losing freedom, losing color, losing all external stimuli, and enduring a year of monotonous training akin to solitary confinement is a torment more unbearable than death itself. Simultaneously, number 16's colossal head slowly shook, his deep voice resonating with pure mechanical rationality. My structural foundation consists of a perpetual energy core and a solidified combat program. The gas training system affects the spirit and life energy of living beings, which cannot enhance my core logic or physical structure. Entering the time chamber is merely a meaningless expenditure of energy and an environmental endurance test for me, devoid of any combat efficacy enhancement. Number 17 was entirely unsurprised by number 18's impassioned reaction and number 16's rational analysis. He understood well number 18's innate pursuit of freedom and stimulation, as well as number 16's limitations as a purely mechanical life form. In his original plan, he intended to venture alone into that forbidden realm of time. His gaze once again turned towards the deity, devoid of explanation or sentimentality, only 3 unwavering words, declaring his unshakable resolve: I alone. The deity gazed deeply at number 17. Within the ice-blue depths of the boy's eyes, the usual playfulness and detachment vanished, leaving only a rock-solid determination and a desperate glimmer. As if he were betting everything on life against death. That radiance was pure and powerful, as if it could pierce through the despairing clouds enveloping the earth. The deity understood that, at this moment, this boy born in Dr. Gero's cold laboratory, who had transcended the will of his creator, might very well be the most resilient and final thread holding the fate of the entire earth and countless beings in the balance. The deity took a deep breath, as though to inhale the cold air of the temple along with the weighty responsibility, and then solemnly nodded, understood. Though his voice was soft, it contained the will of the entire divine temple. He turned his gaze towards Mr. Popo, who stood silently like an ancient rock. Mr. Popo, please open the door to the spirit time chamber. Mr. Popo nodded with gravity, his dark face devoid of expression. Yet his eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom and a subtle hint of concern. He moved silently towards an unremarkable door, seemingly made of heavy ancient wood, deep within the temple. However, as Mr. Popo stood still and began to chant the ancient, obscure incantation, with syllables as heavy as the pulse of the earth, everything transformed. A hum. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from the wooden door. As the incantation progressed, the door's surface, which appeared to be natural wood grain, seemed to come alive, pulsating with faint light like flowing veins. From the crevice of the door, a chaotic aura, neither light nor dark, began to seep out, as if what lay beyond was not merely space, but the very turbulence of time itself. Creak. The heavy wooden door, without any external force, began to slowly open inward, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of ancient groans. Beyond the door was not the anticipated room, but a violently distorted void that consumed all light, resembling the chaotic vortex at the dawn of the universe. The vortex spun languidly, emanating an ancient, oppressive, and utterly lonely aura that could shatter the sanity of an ordinary person merely by being gazed upon. Number 18, relax, number 17's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of soothing lightness. He turned to look at his sister, whose face was inscribed with a resolute refusal to enter, and even allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, as if he were merely visiting a neighbor and would return shortly. Having said that, without a trace of reluctance or hesitation, he took a deep breath, his figure flickering, then transformed into a decisive streak of light, akin to a stone cast into an endless abyss, instantly swallowed by the chaotic vortex of consuming light, vanishing without a trace. Bang! The heavy wooden door thunderously closed behind him, sealing tightly with a sound like the distant toll of an ancient bell, completely isolating the two worlds' temporal flows. Meanwhile, far from the clamor of the polar regions and the gravity of the temple, within the cozy yet faintly medicinal room of Sun Wukong, the atmosphere underwent a stark transformation. Cough, cough. A series of gentle yet relieved coughs shattered the tranquility within. On the bed, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. Though his complexion retained a hint of paleness from his recent illness, those characteristic eyes, always brimming with vitality and curiosity, had completely regained their former clarity and brilliance. As if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. Wow! He exclaimed with an exuberant, slightly childish cheer. His body springing up from the bed as if propelled by powerful springs, eagerly stretching his arms and twisting his waist, feeling the long-lost strength surging through his limbs. In his chest, the agonizing pangs that had once gnawed at him like a venomous serpent had vanished without a trace, replaced by a vibrant sense of life joyfully coursing through his veins. "Dad, you're awake," Sun Gohan, who had been vigilantly waiting by the bedside, his small face etched with worry, was suddenly overwhelmed by immense joy, launching himself towards the bed like a small cannonball, tightly grasping his father's arm. "Wukong." Chi-Chi rushed over, tears flowing freely like a string of broken pearls, as she enveloped Sun Wukong in a tight embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. How do you feel? Is your chest still hurting? That boy's medicine is truly miraculous." Her embrace was warm and firm, as if fearing that loosening her grip would cause this regained health to slip away. I feel fantastic." Sun Wukong beamed, revealing his trademark sunny smile, and clenched his fist with vigor, the distinct crack of his knuckles signaling the return of strength. He jumped in place twice, as if he had just indulged in a long, pleasant slumber, now brimming with energy. "I could run 100 laps around the earth." His joy was so pure that it instantly infused the atmosphere within the small room. However, this lightness did not last long. Several familiar, yet powerful auras, laden with leaden anxiety and urgency, like shooting stars piercing the night sky, approached at an astonishing speed, descending outside the small house. Heavy footsteps rapidly drew near. The door was pushed open, and the figures of Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha appeared in the doorway. Each bore the marks of battle, their faces shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, their eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. Chapter 51. Hope. "Wukong, you're awake. That's great," Krillin exclaimed upon seeing Sun Wukong standing there, full of vitality, his eyes bursting with excitement. "Krillin, Tien Shinhan, everyone." Sun Wukong's cheerful smile instantly froze. His keen instincts, sharp as a beast's, immediately detected the heavy, almost suffocating aura surrounding them, and the undeniable panic reflected in their eyes. "What happened?" Krillin exchanged glances with the others, each revealing a bitter expression. Finally, Krillin took a deep breath, as if summoning all his courage to recount the nightmarish experience. He stepped forward, his voice dry and hoarse, detailing how Cell had found and devoured the discarded androids 13, 14, and 15 deep in the polar regions, resulting in a terrifying transformation, grotesque as a demon. With power surging to a despairing degree, and the subsequent outbreak of a fierce battle, laying it all bare for Sun Wukong. He particularly emphasized the despairing power exhibited by Cell's new form, a grotesque level of defense and regeneration capabilities, and most crucially, that abominable creature whose strength defied all reason. Even number 17, with Krillin's voice laden with difficulty, could only barely hold his ground against him while unleashing a level of power we had never witnessed before. It was impossible to suppress. In the midst of that violent energy clash, we sensed that even number 17 might be at a disadvantage. He paused, the color draining from his face, and ultimately, that monster issued a doomsday proclamation for the Cell Games. He granted a mere 10 days, specifically calling for you, Goku. And number 17, you must attend, no matter what. Otherwise, he would annihilate the city until the earth was reduced to scorched earth. The carefree demeanor on Son Goku's face vanished entirely, replaced by a weighty gravity akin to a mountain. He listened in silence, his towering form standing like a statue, each word from Krillin striking his heart like heavy lead. Even that formidable number 17, who had left him breathless, was incapable of defeating the current Cell and might even be at a disadvantage. What about himself? just having clawed back from the brink of death due to a heart condition, although his body had recovered. What strength did he possess to confront this aberrant monster named Cell? To rely on this newly liberated body to fight? The outcome was, without a doubt, grim. A fierce sense of helplessness, almost overwhelming, surged within him like a cold tide. Yet beneath this tide of despair, a deeper, indomitable fighting spirit inherent to the Saiyan warrior began to stir, akin to the molten core of a dormant volcano, violently roiling and bubbling. We cannot lose. The earth must not fall. Our comrades cannot falter. Chi-Chi, Gohan, and so many innocent lives. 10 days. Son Goku murmured, grappling with this fleeting and anxiety-inducing time frame. The countdown of 10 days, under the scythe of death, appeared so minuscule and hopeless. However, just as this heavy sense of despair threatened to consume everyone, Son Goku suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, which always brimmed with optimism, now erupted with a stunning brilliance akin to a supernova. The radiance was so intense, so pure, filled with the wisdom to pierce through the fog and the resoluteness to embrace life against death, instantly dispelling all the gloom within the small room, as if igniting hope itself. No, we still have a chance. His voice thundered, imbued with a confident power, each word resolute and unyielding, under the astonished, bewildered, and even somewhat dazed gazes of everyone present. The supernova-like light in Son Goku's eyes blazed fiercely as he clearly and powerfully uttered the term representing our last hope. The hyperbolic time chamber. The hyperbolic time chamber? These 5 words struck the small room like stones cast into a still pond, instantly creating ripples of shock. Krillin, Tien, Yamchu, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and even Chi-Chi, who was holding Son Goku, all exclaimed in unison. Each face bore the expression of incredulous astonishment, as if they had heard a name that existed only in mythical tales. Indeed, Son Goku's voice was unyielding as a drawn blade, infused with a determination akin to burning bridges behind him. The hyperbolic time chamber of the divine realm. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze intense, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. It was a mysterious space connecting to another dimension. The flow of time within it was utterly different from our world. A single day of training inside equated to an entire year of arduous effort outside. A full 365 days and nights of tempering and accumulation. He clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly, his voice resonating like the beating of war drums. This is our last hope to create a miracle against Cell within these 10 days. His gaze swiftly turned to his son, the weighty responsibility and fervent expectation resting upon him like a mountain, pouring forth like a tangible beam of light onto the young, yet resolute face. Gohan, he called out, his voice imbued with an undeniable strength, akin to a father's expectation for his son, and more like a warrior's call to a comrade. Come with me. We must grow stronger, strong enough to confront Cell head-on. This was not merely because Gohan was his son. In the past 3 years of rigorous training, far removed from the clamor of the world, he and Piccolo had poured their heart and sweat into Gohan's training like the most exacting of craftsmen. Through countless extreme trials, Son Goku had repeatedly sensed that beneath his son's gentle demeanor, even a hint of timidity, lay a dormant supervolcano's core, harboring an almost infinite terrifying potential that could only be unleashed through pure, unrestrained fury. The magnitude of that power, like the thunder of the universe's inception, was merely the tip of the iceberg, and even the mere hint of it sent shivers down the spine of this seasoned warrior, who had faced countless formidable foes. This power, yet to be fully harnessed, bound by goodness, buried deep within the mixed Saiyan and Earthling bloodline, perhaps. No. Son Goku internally roared in defiance of that perhaps. It must be the crucial trump card to combat the impending catastrophe, the only glimmer visible at the end of darkness. He had to seize this last opportunity. In the distorted flow of time within the hyperbolic time chamber, he would exhaust all means to guide, awaken, and ultimately enable Gohan to master this dormant greatness. This was not only a father's responsibility, but also the mission of a warrior of Earth. Clarify this for me. Kakarot, what is this hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta stepped forward, fists clenched, his black pupils burning like a molten furnace, swirling with an extreme thirst for power. Intense dissatisfaction with the current state, and a seething anger at being left in the dark. Cell's threat, the terrifying power exhibited by number 17, and Kakarot's damnable instinct. Always a step ahead, gnawed at his pride like a venomous snake. He needed to know about this last bastion of hope Kakarot spoke of. Son Goku wasted no time. Meeting Vegeta's gaze, swiftly and clearly delineating the horrifying characteristics of that otherworldly space. The frenetic distortion of time flow, 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. The extremely harsh and utterly unpredictable environment, The gravitational field starting at a minimum of 3 times Earth's gravity, potentially reaching 10 times or more, and the rapidly changing, unpredictable extreme weather, freezing souls one moment and melting flesh the next, along with the air so thin it was suffocating, and silence so profound it could drive the most resilient will to madness. This was no comfortable shortcut to training, but a perilous path strewn with thorns. A furnace of hell leading to the pinnacle of power. Humph. Vegeta's cold snort fell like ice shards crashing to the ground, his overwhelming aura radiating like a tangible shockwave, instantly solidifying the already tense air within the small room. His eyes, ablaze with the pride of a Saiyan prince, fixed intently on Son Goku, as if trying to pierce him. Kakarot, you will not monopolize this opportunity to grow stronger, he growled. Each word like molten lava squeezed from between clenched teeth. The desire to become stronger had transformed into a blaze that would consume everything, Cell, and that damned number 17. I, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, shall surpass them. I will personally crush them into cosmic dust. The thirst for power overshadowed all else. The obsession to transcend surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, instantly drowning all pride, barriers, and reluctance. Even when confined to that so-called prison alongside his lifelong rival Kakarot, he accepted it, as long as he could attain strength. Chapter 52, Gathering at the Temple of the Gods. I shall join. Trunks stepped forward without hesitation, his youthful visage devoid of doubt, radiating an unwavering resolve akin to solid rock. The more hands we have, the greater our strength. Cell is our common adversary. It is my duty to safeguard the future, protect my mother, and defend everyone. His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, his azure eyes shimmering with the bravery inherited from his father and the tenacity bestowed by his mother. Goku's gaze swept over Vegeta's taut yet fervently determined profile, then landed on Trunks, whose youthful yet remarkably composed eyes brimmed with responsibility. He broke into that signature, somewhat foolish yet profoundly sincere sunny smile, his fist striking his palm with a resounding clap. All right, we shall go together. There was no excess sentimentality, only the purest promise between warriors and a resolute determination to stand shoulder to shoulder. Without a hint of hesitation, let us go. Goku's commanding shout rang out like the clarion call of a charge. A white aura erupted around him, soaring into the heavens, his figure transforming instantaneously into a dazzling white streak, piercing through the stifling air of the small room, propelled by an indomitable spirit towards the distant celestial haven. The Temple of the Gods. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta's response was equally swift, imbued with a ferocity that had long been suppressed and was now bursting forth. His blue battle suit left deep indigo afterimages in its rapid motion, the white aura roaring behind him like a fierce beast. Dad, wait for me. Gohan's youthful yet powerful voice echoed, his small frame unleashing an energy far beyond his years, darting forth like a comet in pursuit. Gohan. Chi-Chi's call was laced with concern and reluctance, but gazing at her son's determined silhouette, it eventually transformed into a silent prayer. Let us go, Piccolo murmured, his green figure enveloped in a white aura as he ascended. Trunks, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, all the Z-fighters present, now fully committed, transmuted their fears and worries into a blazing energy. They surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, like valiant warriors swimming against the current, unleashing their most potent auras, transforming into brilliant comets of varied hues, resolutely piercing through the vast skies in pursuit of the light ahead. Their destination, the Temple of the Gods. It was the sanctuary that held the last glimmer of hope for the entire Earth, the sole place where they could enhance their strength and clutch at the final strands of survival before the calamity descended. The hyperbolic time chamber was far more than merely a training ground. It was an otherworldly prison where time and space were forcibly twisted and folded, a place where the laws of matter were subverted and the natural order was mocked. The brutality and trials it presented were unparalleled by any arduous training in the outside world. It served as a sieve, existing solely for those who truly possessed the potential to strike the pinnacle of martial arts, warriors who harbored an awakening beyond life and death. Stepping inside was akin to plunging one's very flesh and nerves into the deepest furnace of hell. Either one would refine impurities in the throes of extreme pain and solitude, undergoing a rebirth of sorts, forging a weapon capable of severing despair, or succumb entirely to the relentless pressure, chaotic gravity, and extreme torment. They were Earth's last and most elite forces, gathered before the impending catastrophe. Each of their names had once left a vivid mark on the epic of humanity's survival. On their shoulders rested the final breaths of billions of living beings on this azure planet, carrying the faint hope of civilization's continuation. This weight was sufficient to crush mountains, Yet it only transformed into an even more fervent energy burning within them, propelling them towards the ultimate trial. Emerging through the surging, cold, and damp sea of clouds below, Goku and his companions finally descended onto the expansive and solemn plaza of the Temple of the Gods, paved with pristine white stones. The familiar tranquility enveloped them, soothing their anxious hearts. However, the sight before them caused Goku, who led the charge, to abruptly halt, an unmistakable look of astonishment crossing his face. The plaza was not solely occupied by the god and Mr. Popo. Android 18 was leaning casually against a thick stone column, arms crossed, her exquisite chin slightly raised, her stunning visage reflecting unabashed irritation and impatience. Her ice-blue eyes aimlessly scanned the sea of clouds, her golden hair fluttering restlessly with her unconscious foot tapping in the cool breeze of the temple. On the opposite side of the plaza stood Android 16, his massive fluorescent green form resembling an ancient metallic statue, standing in silence. His red electronic eyes calmly surveyed the newly arrived Goku and his companions. 18? 16? Goku exclaimed in surprise, his voice resonating distinctly in the vast temple. What are you doing here? Where's 17? Upon hearing his voice, 18 lazily turned her head, giving Goku a fleeting glance with her ice-blue eyes. Soon, however, her customary aloofness and a hint of boredom returned. She smirked slightly, speaking with a tone tinged with complaint and disdain. Humph, asked that training fanatic who locked himself in a little black room. He abandoned us in this utterly boring place while he dove in. Her words were pointed, laced with discontent towards 17's unilateral decision-making and disdain for the temple's cold environment. The god, with a grave expression, stepped forward, gazing at the weary yet fervently hopeful Goku and the others who were landing one by one. He sighed heavily, as if foreseeing their purpose. Goku, and everyone, you have arrived. It is indeed for the hyperbolic time chamber, I assent it? Indeed, God. Goku stepped forward eagerly, his tone filled with urgency. You must have sensed how dire the situation is. Cell has granted us only 10 days. We need to enter. We require a year of training time to grow stronger. His gaze was resolute, brimming with a determination akin to burning ships. The god exchanged a helpless glance with Mr. Popo, both displaying expressions of impotence. Slowly, the god raised his hand, pointing towards the seemingly ordinary, yet now firmly shut heavy wooden door deep within the plaza. His voice low and filled with regret. I'm sorry, Goku, you have arrived. Too late. What did you say? Vegeta's brow furrowed immediately, his golden aura flaring uncontrollably, exuding a dangerous undercurrent, as if a ferocious beast were poised to strike. A wave of rage surged through him, fueled by the abrupt severance of hope. Trunks' expression altered, and Gohan's small hand anxiously clutched at his father's clothing. Mr. Popo stepped forward, his dark visage solemn, his deep voice resonating like the chime of an ancient bell, clearly adding, not long ago, 17 entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Once the door closes from within, it becomes isolated from the external time and space, unless those inside choose to exit of their own volition, or, he paused, his tone growing heavier, or cannot withstand the environment that can shatter one's spirit and choose to leave involuntarily. There is no force from the outside that can forcibly open it. You must wait. Wait for him to emerge. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them. All eyes were fixated, wide with incredulity, upon the heavy wooden door that stood resolutely shut, as if it had severed the flow of time itself. After a brief, suffocating silence, number 17, Son Goku's voice broke the stillness, unexpectedly calm, devoid of complaints, embodying a trust forged through their previous encounters. He had faith that if it were him inside, after a year, he would undoubtedly emerge stronger. I believe in him, he thought, attempting to soothe the volatile Vegeta, whose demeanor resembled a powder keg poised to explode. With an earnest smile, he urged, Fear not, Vegeta, one day will pass swiftly. Let us take a moment to rest. Yet, this assurance, this notion of time passing quickly, ignited the fuse of Vegeta's fury. Fool Kakarot. Vegeta's rage erupted instantaneously, veins bulging on his forehead, his finger trembling as he pointed at the door. One day? He scoffed. How long will he take? Will it be just a day? Or will he squander his allotted 2 days inside? How do we divide that time? The countdown for the Cell Games has dwindled to just over 9 days. Tell me how we can wait. How do we split our time? He surged forward, his formidable presence sweeping like a tempest, his voice a resounding decree reverberating throughout the sanctuary. Let it be known. Until that brat number 17 emerges, I, Vegeta, must be the first to enter. Who dares to claim that position before me? His icy glare cut through Son Goku, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and all present, delivering a palpable threat laced with bloodlust. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His violent intent was unmasked. as though he would rend the tranquil sanctity of the divine hall with sheer power, spilling blood to secure his place. The countdown for the Cell Games continued its relentless march forward, and all they could do was linger in the oppressive silence of the temple, awaiting the door's reopening, yearning for the return of the solitary youth who had bravely ventured into the trial. Hope lingered, even amidst the chilling countdown. Chapter 53, The Crucible of Time. The name hyperbolic time chamber itself bore a poetic contradiction, entwined with an almost cruel reality. It was a prison of time, yet also a crucible for the strong. When that seemingly unremarkable door, crafted from ancient wood, thunderously closed behind him, Number 17 found not the anticipated tranquility of solitude, nor the refreshing air of a hidden paradise. Instead, he entered a stark, rudimentary resting area, seemingly abandoned within the crevices of time. It was termed an area because there were no tangible walls to delineate it. Rather, an invisible boundary vaguely separated it from the consuming whiteness beyond. The light here was akin to that of the outside world, soft yet of unknown origin, as if it seeped from the void itself. A frigid, unyielding stone slab served as a bed, while a rudely chiseled washbasin provided only the barest sanitation. In the corner, tubes of nutrient paste, sealed and dull in color, lay strewn like refuse, offering the bare minimum sustenance for survival in this desolate expanse. Monotonous, cold, and lifeless. Every detail underscored the singular purpose of this place: to survive, to grow stronger, or to exit in defeat. How utterly primitive, Number 17 thought. His ice-blue eyes scanning the meager confines, his voice laced with incredulity at such rudimentary accommodations. Even Dr. Gero's base had more life. However, when his gaze traversed the invisible boundary of this meager safe zone into the vastness beyond, an indescribable visual and spiritual shock engulfed his senses. It was an infinite expanse, a purity of white so extreme that it transcended the familiar. It was neither the crystalline whiteness of sunlit snow nor the soft, cotton-like clouds. It was a color not defined by any known material. It was an absolute void, devouring all outlines, details, and spatial perception. A blankness reminiscent of the universe before the inception of any rules, matter, or energy. It extended infinitely in all directions, devoid of reference points. A disorienting expanse of pure nothingness, as if one had plunged into a mirrorless world or been enveloped in an endless, dense fog that consumed even one's shadow. Yet beneath this seemingly pristine facade lurked the chaotic and primordial dangers capable of annihilating conventional life in an instant. As Number 17 stepped to the boundary of the resting area, he was met with a mixture of minute dust accumulated over eons, which seemed capable of choking his lungs. A sharp ozone smell from high-energy distortions, and a murky essence arising from the forced twisting and folding of space itself. This atmosphere was heavy and viscous, oppressing not only the body but attempting to infiltrate the mind, inducing a suffocating discomfort. However, perhaps due to not having fully entered this space, Number 17 felt no immediate peril. He had no intention of lingering within this rudimentary area, for there was little to explore. Taking a deep breath of the oppressive air, his gaze sharpened with newfound focus as he crossed the intangible boundary, truly stepping into this trial of spirit and time. Just as his foot landed, he was struck by a colossal force equivalent to 3 times Earth's gravity, as if countless invisible hands of immense strength were gripping him from all sides. Every muscle, every bone, even the flowing blood within him, instantly felt the weight of this sudden burden. Interesting. Number 17 raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected heaviness, but quickly acclimated. This level of gravity was manageable for his body, meticulously enhanced by Dr. Gero. Even less burdensome than the North Kai's planet where Goku and the others had previously ventured after death. Yet, this was merely the gentlest introduction this space offered its intruders. The true terror lay in the fact that the gravitational field here was anything but uniform or stable. It was chaotic and distorted, fluctuating like a seizure. One moment, Number 17 felt merely heavy, as though carrying extra weight. The next instant, as he took another step, the gravitational force could surge without warning. 5 times, 7 times, perhaps even higher, like an avalanche of invisible mountains crashing down upon him, intent on pinning him to the equally void ground beneath his feet. As the next step unfolds, gravity may suddenly diminish, as if the source of attraction beneath his feet has vanished without a trace, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surging forth, threatening to cast him into the boundless abyss of white nothingness like mere dust. His insides churned violently amidst this intense tugging, inducing a profound dizziness and wave of nausea. Each cell in his body moans in protest against this capricious, terrifying pull. This is not merely a burden on his muscles. It is a supreme trial for his circulatory and nervous systems, even the pathways of energy within him. And this is merely the introductory appetizer served by this temporal furnace. That seemingly empty expanse of pure white is far from a sanctuary. It is invisibly divided into countless realms of extreme climates, perpetually in motion, embodying the chaotic and tyrannical will of this very space. Just a moment ago, Subject 17 struggled under the tumultuous pressure, attempting to discern a pattern. Suddenly, without warning, a bone-chilling gale, as if conjured from the cosmic abyss of absolute zero, materializes out of thin air, howling with a piercing ferocity. Every molecule of moisture in the air instantly crystallizes into sharp ice shards, as a violent blizzard engulfs his vision. His eyebrows, eyelashes, and hair tips become instantly encrusted with a thick layer of frost, as a hard, icy shell rapidly encases his boots and pant legs. A sudden onslaught from a frigid hell capable of shattering steel and freezing souls. Instinctively, he channels the energy within him, a torrent of heat radiating outward, dispersing the encroaching chill that had seeped into his very marrow, yet the frost surrounding him has not fully melted. With his next step, the once solid ground beneath his feet inexplicably transforms into a searing, soft surface. The scene warps and contorts. It feels as though he has stepped into another dimension. The pure white beneath him vanishes in an instant, replaced by a seething cauldron of viscous bubbles, exuding the acrid stench of sulfur, an inferno of molten lava. Waves of heat, so intense they seem capable of igniting the very air, lash against his skin like the flicking tongue of a venomous serpent. As the rocks below emit a crimson glow and agonizing groans on the verge of melting, he can even detect the acrid scent of singeing rubber rising from the soles of his shoes. Only through extraordinary reflexes that surpass biological limits and a precise control over every muscle in his body can Subject 17 leap back just before the lava completely engulfs his ankles, narrowly escaping like a bolt of lightning. Scalding magma splashes up, leaving charred holes in his pant legs and smoldering spots of burnt fabric. Chapter 54, The Inner Star. Humph, what an excellent place for training. Subject 17 shakes off the remnants of lava clinging to his boots, his ice blue eyes devoid of fear, ignited instead by a fierce desire for conquest. This extreme, chaotic environment, teetering on the brink of life and death, is precisely what he needs. A crucible that can extract every ounce of his potential. He no longer moves blindly. Instead, he keenly detects a relatively stable area, where stability merely refers to a smaller amplitude of gravitational fluctuations, maintaining around 5 times normal gravity, and for the moment, free from extreme climatic disturbances. Without hesitation, he sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, and plunges his entire consciousness into the vast ocean of energy within him. The infinite energy emanating from the eternal energy furnace surges through every cell, akin to an inexhaustible sea of stars. It is the absolute source of his artificial power, one that any organic life form would envy. Yet, in this moment of profound introspection, Subject 17 clearly perceives another facet of this power, or rather, its unrefined state. It is immense yet dispersed, reminiscent of the chaotic expansion of a primordial universe, vast yet lacking a core. The energy manifests through a violent cellular fission, countless particles splitting and colliding, unleashing torrents of energy. This paradigm offers nearly limitless quantity, yet lacks the ultimate cohesion and qualitative transformation. It is akin to an atomic bomb undergoing continuous fission, immensely powerful but expansive and shockwave-driven rather than concentrated and penetrating. Insufficient, far from enough. Subject 17 whispers deep within his consciousness. Having witnessed the chaotic energy consumed by Cell, and felt Son Goku and Vegeta achieve qualitative transformation through their Super Saiyan transformations, he understands that merely relying on the accumulation of his energy will eventually lead him to an invisible limit. Moreover, depending solely on training to hasten energy accumulation pales in comparison to the explosive increase in energy triggered by the Saiyans' emotional outbursts. To truly surpass those monsters, and even touch upon the legendary higher realms, he requires not just a simple increase in quantity, but a thorough, core-level metamorphosis. The key to this transformation lies in extreme refinement and compression. This thought illuminates his consciousness like a flash of lightning. The goal is crystal clear: to take the chaotic, diffusive sea of fission energy and, with will and body as the furnace, compress, condense, ignite, and ultimately transform it into a stable star within him that releases light and heat. To shift the mode of energy release from a relatively primitive cellular fission explosion to a fusion-like release of energy particles. This represents a fundamental leap in energy levels, a complete qualitative elevation. It is the chasm that separates fission, nuclear power, from fusion, the sun. Yet, this path is fraught with peril. Fusion necessitates unimaginably high temperatures and pressures, as well as a robust vessel capable of containing the volatile energy akin to a star, namely, his own body. Every aspect, from energy meridians to cellular structures, muscles, bones, and skin, must undergo a transformation akin to rebirth, achieving an inhuman strength. If that is the case, then let the forging of this vessel commence. A fierce determination ignites in Subject 17's eyes, his resolve unwavering. No longer passively enduring the ravages of the chaotic environment of the time chamber, he proactively amplifies his energy output to a frenzied level. A colossal surge of verdant energy erupts, enveloping him entirely. This profound, concentrated radiance is the pinnacle of power he has simulated and stabilized, surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan level. Nearing the apex of Super Saiyan 2, the terrifying energy fluctuations spread like a tangible tsunami, momentarily suppressing the previously chaotic gravitational field around him. The roiling white void seems unable to fully consume this ardent green glow, momentarily illuminated, revealing the vast, unending emptiness beyond. At this moment, based solely on the energy level he has unleashed, he stands as a being second only to the fully realized Cell. Yet, this cataclysmic power is forcibly restrained by him. Not unleashed outwardly, but pressed inward, engaging in the most brutal self-forging. He meticulously guides this torrent of energy, as if wielding countless invisible hammers, each imbued with destructive power, mercilessly forging every inch of his flesh, every muscle fiber, and every bone. Simultaneously, the inherent chaos of the time chamber, with its fluctuating gravity and extreme temperatures, transforms from an adversary to the most rigorous anvil and quenching agent. It is akin to a simple metaphor. A bucket, embodying its very essence, yearns to safely contain an ever-increasing, tempestuous deluge of water, representing fusion energy. To achieve this, it must incessantly rise in height and fortify its walls, while also tempering its base, enabling it to withstand the tremendous internal pressure. Number 17 is currently forging itself from within, utilizing its peak energy for a rigorous internal transformation, while simultaneously confronting the extreme external environment that exerts pressure and refines it from the outside, engaging in a comprehensive enhancement and rebirth that begins at the microscopic level. The sound of cracking and creaking resonates, akin to the groans and frictions of bones under the dual torment of internal energy pressure and external gravitational shifts, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yet, under the timely nourishment and repair of boundless energy, impurities are forcibly crushed, rendering it denser and more resilient, even exhibiting a faint crystalline luster of energy. The subtle sounds of countless muscle fibers being violently torn asunder by the rampant flow of energy echo, only to be instantaneously rejoined and reorganized by overwhelming vitality, weaving together a more robust and explosive biometallic spring. The skin, subjected to the alternating onslaught of frigid cracks and searing heat, repeatedly fractures, oozing crimson blood, yet is rapidly healed by the immense energy's frenzied restoration. With each healing, the skin's resilience and tolerance to energy and physical impacts incrementally rise, transforming into a composite biological armor, as though forged through eons of relentless pounding. Interwoven with strands of energy, endless agony washes over every nerve, ending like a relentless tide. It is a torturous ordeal, where each cell screams in a hellish cacophony. However, this suffering is resolutely suppressed by Number 17's unwavering will, even transmuted into fuel for the refinement of that very will. This is a frenzied process of self-forging, from the most microscopic to the grandest scales, where it perceives itself as a piece of stubborn iron, thrown into the furnace constructed from its own energy and the chaotic currents of time and space, undergoing relentless trials. Only by tempering its corporeal form to withstand the horrific pressures within a star can the spark of energy fusion be ignited and blaze forth in this newly forged stellar furnace. Chapter 55, Condensation. In the realm of the divine, the celestial palace floats above a sea of clouds, yet at this moment, it resembles an iron frame slowly seared over a gentle flame. A day passes, marked by the anxious waiting of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, each moment seemingly stretched by an invisible hand, making every second feel like a century. The vast platform of the Divine Palace is suffused with an almost tangible oppression. Silence reigns, broken only by heavy breaths and the occasional flicker of pent-up energy that swiftly subsides. Vegeta paces like a caged beast within the limited space, each footfall echoing as if to shatter the white stone floor, his black pupils ablaze with impatience and fury, occasionally directing a murderous glare at the closed wooden door, as if to incinerate it with sheer will. Damn it, why is there still no movement? Vegeta growls through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse. Is that brat dead in there or what? Calm down, Vegeta. Sun Wukong sits cross-legged nearby, watching the agitated prince with a look of exasperation. Number 17 is incredibly strong. He must be pushing himself to unimaginable limits. We should wait patiently. Patiently. Kakarot. We have less than 9 days left. Vegeta whirls around, fiercely pointing towards the sea of clouds below, as if Cell lurks there, the lingering aura of that monster prickling his nerves like a venomous needle. How can you expect me to be patient? If he takes too long. Krillin, seated beside a stone pillar, wipes non-existent sweat from his brow, his voice weary and resigned. Ugh, this feeling is more excruciating than waiting for Goku to recover on Namek. At least back then, we could sense Frieza's terrifying presence drawing near. Now, it's an uncertain wait. Cell's pressure is overwhelming. Tien's 3 eyes are tightly shut, attempting to calm his mind through meditation, yet his furrowed brow remains unrelaxed. Yamcha leans against a nearby wall, his gaze vacant as he stares into the sea of clouds, muttering, a year. A whole year in that hellish place. Just thinking about it makes my scalp crawl. Number 18, still brimming with impatience, occasionally casts a glance at the door, where a faint, complex emotion lurks within her gaze. She seems to sense a transformation of indescribable energy occurring beyond that threshold, eliciting both her irritation and a flicker of anticipation. Number 16 stands like an unyielding rock, his electronic eye flickering occasionally, recording the passage of time and the emotional fluctuations of the group. The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo stand at a distance, their expressions grave. Their heightened perception allows them to faintly detect a minuscule yet disquieting pulse of energy emanating from beyond the door, a harbinger of some terrifying entity being birthed. Time crawls in this oppressive silence, each second stretching interminably. Yet behind that seemingly ordinary wooden door, severing the fabric of time and space within the hyperbolic time chamber, time has lost its meaning. There are no cycles of day and night, no changing seasons, only an eternal, maddening expanse of pure white and the most chaotic of physical laws. A year, 365 rotations of the external world. In this realm, each day, number 17 dances upon the razor's edge of mortality, struggling for survival amidst the extremes of seething lava and absolute frost, engaging in a perilous battle against the very chaotic will of this space. His objective transcends mere adaptation to the environment or enhancement of energy intensity. Countless times, he harnesses his terrifying energy, now at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, with unwavering will as his blueprint, attempting to construct within himself the theoretical matrix of energy contraction and fusion. It is not a tangible entity, but rather an invisible force field composed of highly refined, orderly energy, affecting the core of his energy, simulating the horrific high-pressure and high-temperature environment found within a star. Time and again, the vast, boundless energy, inherently prone to fission and expansion, becomes uncontrollable when forcibly compressed to a critical limit, as if a furious dragon had been provoked. The violent energy retaliates instantaneously, akin to a multitude of miniature nuclear explosions detonating within his energy pathways. The first attempt was perilously close to annihilation. The explosive force, lacking effective guidance and control, unleashed a cataclysmic impact upon himself. An indescribable agony engulfed every nerve ending, as if his very soul were being torn apart. Blood erupted like a fountain from his 7 orifices, his skin cracked and fissured, the once stable green energy form devolving into chaos, flickering erratically. Had it not been for the infinite energy bestowing him with terrifying regenerative abilities, he would have been obliterated long ago. Defeat and devastation. Relying on boundless energy to mend himself amid excruciating pain, he calmly analyzes the causes of his failure, adjusting his energy structure, and musters the courage to attempt once more. This cycle of despairing agony has repeated itself thousands of times over the past year. Each brutal failure has refined his microscopic control over his energy to a more exquisite level. Each instance of bodily destruction and rebirth serves as the most brutal of whetstones, purging the impurities from his will, rendering it as unyielding as the core of the hardest star in the cosmos. Each encounter with the precipice of destruction deepens his understanding of the enigmatic threshold of energy fusion, rendering it clearer and more profound. At long last, in a fleeting moment that transcends the confines of time, just before the expiration of a year within the spirit time room, he once again elevates the boundless torrent of energy within him to the absolute zenith of Super Saiyan 1, where the verdant energy coalesces in a stable and mighty form. Yet this time, he refrains from the reckless compression that characterized his previous attempts. Instead, he immerses his entire being into an unprecedented state of absolute focus and tranquility, akin to the serene stillness that precedes a tempest. His physique, having endured countless cycles of destruction, tearing, refining, freezing, and rebirth, has reached an unprecedented and terrifying intensity. Each cell brims with astonishing energy, and every inch of bone glimmers with a crystallized sheen that surpasses even diamond. This body has preliminarily acquired the capability to withstand the ultimate pressure. Now is the moment. He summons all his mental faculties and willpower, directing the vast, nebula-like energy within him, tamed but still infinite, toward the core point of the fusion matrix, an intricate design he has meticulously calculated within the depths of his soul. Initiating the final extreme compression. Gather now. A silent yet soul-shattering cry reverberates through the depths of his inner universe, akin to the first thunderclap that heralds the creation of the world. In an instant, to the outside world, the once thundering green energy enveloping his form does not dissipate. Rather, it is violently torn inward by an intrinsic gravitational pull that emanates from the very essence of his being, collapsing inward. The energy ceases to radiate outward. Instead, it plunges toward every core point of his body, every energy node, undergoing frenzied compression as if drawn into a black hole's event horizon. The brilliance of his surface dims at a visible pace, as if utterly consumed and sealed by his own gravity. No, it does not vanish entirely. In its place emerges a layer of dense, profound green aura that, though less than a millimeter thick, seems to bear the weight of an entire galaxy. This is no ordinary aura or outline. It is a critical zone formed from energy compressed to its physical limits, composed of pure destructive energy. The mere existence of this light elicits groans of unbearable strain from the surrounding space. Time appears to freeze in this moment. The chaotic gravitational field within the spirit-time room seems to be briefly suppressed, even assimilated, by this inward drawing force field. Compress. Compress again. Beyond the limits of compression, the once roaring streams of fissile energy within him are forcibly squeezed and melded under this unimaginable pressure. The repulsive forces between particles are crushed as they approach the limits of physical laws. And then, bam! It is not an explosion in the conventional sense, but a more profound, magnificent, and silent rumble, originating from a transformation of existence itself. It echoes the moment of the universe's singularity explosion. It is as if, at the very core of number 17's being, a miniature yet perfectly fusion-compliant star is born with a tremendous roar. No longer is it the fire of fission. Instead, it is fusion, collapsing and releasing energy, far surpassing the sum of all past energies. The light of fusion ignited, achieved. He no longer radiates energy outward. Rather, he becomes a source of light himself. An energy fluctuation, far more refined and pure than the zenith of Super Saiyan 1, an essence that is already transcended, surges forth like a cosmic storm awakened after eons, sweeping outwards with him at its center, silently and dominantly. The surrounding gravitational field is instantaneously smoothed, suppressed, and brought under the dominion of this newly birthed fusion force field. The pure white void distorts and vibrates violently, yet the spirit-time room remains steadfast. Indeed, this internal space is remarkably stable, number 17 reflects, glancing around at the effects. However, this is to be expected, after all, as depicted in the original work. Truly breaking through the spirit-time room from within requires a level of power akin to that of Majin Buu, or even stronger. Number 17's current breakthrough represents a qualitative leap in energy and a metamorphosis of inner structure, yet has not yet reached the degree of forcibly tearing through space with brute strength. Power. An unprecedented power fills every cell. As if with a mere gesture he could reduce stars to dust. The nature of this power has firmly stepped into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. And even in terms of energy density, it may surpass it. This is a distinct advantage on his unique path of evolution. He introspects. The fundamental nature of that core of infinite energy has undergone a revolutionary transformation. It is no longer merely a fission reactor, but has ascended into a core of a miniature star, eternally burning and continuously undergoing energy fusion. Each heartbeat signifies the ultimate collapse and perfect fusion of energy. Each breath exhales a force far exceeding the capabilities of the fission era. Complete cell? A confident smile curves upon number 17's lips. With the eternal energy bestowed by Dr. Gero, a flawless biological foundation, and an unwavering will as steadfast as the stars, he has forged a path of evolution uniquely his own. First form, primitive core, sea of fission. During this period, number 17's power ceiling was initially set by Dr. Gero at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1's second stage, weaker than the peaks of Cell's first form and Android 16. However, through his training in the Temple of the Gods, he successfully shattered the constraints of artificial beings, pushing his power to stabilize at the absolute zenith of Super Saiyan 1, comparable to Gohan before his fury in the early stages of the Cell games. With an energy form representing infinite fission at the cellular level, grand yet diffuse. Now, achieving the second form, Eternal Fusion Core, the genesis of stars, elevates the essence of his power to an astonishing realm capable of matching or even surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan 2. Energy has evolved from fission to eternal fusion, with the core resembling a newborn star, and each release marks a qualitative leap. This is my path. Number 17 slowly raises his hand, feeling the fusion energy naturally flowing through his palm, murmuring, the first stage of the eternal fusion core has been achieved. He rises to his feet. The intensely white light tinged with green, compressed to the utmost, rapidly retracts and sinks into the fusion core. Externally, he appears unchanged from before his entry. However, the oppressive force, akin to a dormant star waiting to unleash its power, has now deeply imprinted upon this pure white void, silently proclaiming the completion of this qualitative transformation. The second stage, he glances at the nearby hourglass, nearly drained, recognizing the need to further compress and stabilize the fusion energy, attempting to nurture an energy singularity deep within the core, which will signify a deeper transformation. But this requires more training. Number 17's lips curl upwards, his gaze directed toward the wooden door that separates time and space. It is time for this world to feel pain. A sack of rice must withstand several floors. Ahem, that was a mistake. Let me try again. Next, it is time to emerge and let the world experience the brilliance of this eternal fusion. Chapter 57, The Emergence. The air within the Temple of the Gods flows eternally with a coldness that cleanses the mundane, as if it could purify the very soul. The thin, humid mist of the early morning has yet to be entirely dispelled by the initial rays of the sun, which struggle to break through the gaps in the sea of clouds. They swirl like living, translucent silken ribbons, ethereal yet tenaciously entwined around the colossal stone pillars that have endured countless ages, engraved with the marks of time and mystery, silently meandering across the vast white stone platform. The celestial palace, suspended above the mundane world, was meant to eternally maintain its ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. However, this divine essence must first overlook the figures standing upon the platform, Saiyans, as steadfast as nails, exuding energies that were either blazing like the sun, solid as mountains, or sharp as blades, alongside their terrestrial companions and two artificial beings radiating an aura of cold precision and inhumanity. The platform presented a miniature tableau of beings awaiting their fates, each distinct, with undercurrents of emotion swirling beneath the surface. Seated cross-legged upon the cool jade floor, Sun Wukong resembled an ancient Buddha in deep meditation, his presence merging oddly with the temple's ambience. His eyes were gently closed, long lashes casting serene shadows beneath, and his breath flowed long and steady like a meandering stream in an uninhabited mountain realm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would be unimaginable that merely a day prior, he had struggled back from the brink of death due to a viral heart condition. In stark contrast to his profound tranquility stood Vegeta, a volcano on the verge of eruption. He did not remain still. Instead, he tapped the tips of his combat boots against the smooth, icy surface with a restless rhythm, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the stone beneath. His iconic, spiky black hair, each strand seemingly electrified by the tumultuous energy surging within him, stood defiantly, signaling his master's precarious patience. His brow was furrowed into a pronounced frown, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade, repeatedly scraping against the motionless wooden door. Close to Sun Wukong, the young Gohan stood, his form already hinting at the promise of maturity, although his frame still bore the slenderness of youth. In his clear eyes intertwined trust in his father and an intense anticipation of the unknown power. Yet, the bloodless tightness of his lips and the subtle tension in his shoulders betrayed an undeniable nervousness. Not far from Gohan, Piccolo floated serenely, legs crossed, hovering half a foot above the ground, reminiscent of Indian ascetics. His arms were folded across his chest, the vivid green of his skin contrasting sharply with the white of his demon cloak. The iconic hem of his white cape billowed behind him, flowing like water, as if animated by its own will, resembling a condensed cloud cradling him. The shadow cast by his hat obscured part of his features, rendering his hawk-like eyes even more profound in the dimness. Among the group, Trunks opted to stay closer to his father, Vegeta. Having weathered the bleak realities of a dystopian future, he bore a maturity and concern far beyond his years. His cautious gaze oscillated between his father's top profile and the enigmatic wooden door, silently calculating the passage of time. Android 18 leaned against a stout stone pillar, her slender yet powerful arms crossed over her chest, exuding an air of casual nonchalance, tinged with ennui. Her icy blue eyes lazily surveyed the temple's every corner, the mottled stone patterns, the swirling mist, and even the distant, roiling sea of clouds. Yet, to the observant, It became evident that her focus, after seemingly aimless wandering, invariably returned to that closed wooden door. Unlike the previous day when Sun Wukong and his companions first arrived, she now radiated a subtle tension, concealed beneath her seemingly relaxed musculature. Krillin chose a vantage point where he could survey the entirety of the scene, sitting cross-legged on the chilly ground not far from Sun Wukong. In this temple, which purged the soul, the anxiety and fear he had brought from the polar battlefield had gradually settled like sediment in a stream, restoring his usual calm and keen observation, far removed from the restlessness of his arrival. At this moment, his eyes, seasoned by countless storms, meticulously appraised each individual on the platform. His gaze flitted over the agitated Vegeta, the composed Piccolo, and finally, as if drawn by an invisible force, settled on Android 18. He noted her seemingly indifferent glances that always seemed to circle back to the wooden door. It appeared that even the android was not devoid of emotion, Krillin mused inwardly. A keen observer who had captured the undercurrents of concern beneath her frigid exterior. This realization struck him as curious yet not entirely unexpected. After all, Androids 17 and 18 had long since proven themselves to be more than mere killing machines. Further afield, the deity and his loyal servant, Mr. Popo, stood in quietude. The deity's aged visage strove to maintain a serene composure, resembling a placid well, yet his eyes, profound enough to reflect the starry skies, betrayed a hint of imperceptible worry as he gazed toward the lower realm, seemingly attempting to discern the subtle shifts in the chaotic strands of fate. Mr. Popo, as ever, wore an expressionless countenance, his dark skin and ancient garb blending seamlessly into the temple's ancient and mysterious backdrop, with only the occasional blink of his eyes revealing his presence. The tranquil wait seemed to stretch on for yet another century. Suddenly, Mr. Popo's deep, emotionless voice broke the silence like a smooth black stone cast into a seemingly calm, yet turbulent surface. 17 should be emerging soon. The abruptness and certainty of this announcement jolted everyone's spirits. Almost instantaneously, with the finality of his words echoing in the air, a weighty, ancient mechanism stirred, its grinding noise piercing the temple's silence that had persisted for nearly an entire day. The wooden door, which separated two streams of time, seemed to be gently pushed open by an unseen hand from within, exuding a slow yet irresistible heaviness as it swung outward. The creaking of the door hinges resonated sharply in the hushed atmosphere. All gazes were magnetically drawn to the widening crack of the door. The sound of hearts pounding echoed like thunder within chests. Shadows and light swirled behind the door, and something was traversing from another dimension. A foot, unhurried, stepped forth from the chaotic, distorted whirl of light, clad in pristine blue and white athletic shoes paired with uniquely styled green socks. It firmly planted itself on the temple's smooth stone floor, which reflected the drifting clouds above, producing a soft, yet distinct thud. Next emerged long legs, a tall physique. As a figure strolled out from that chaotic light, as casually as if taking a post-meal stroll. Chapter 58, The Established Node. It was Android 17. However, merely the act of stepping out caused the onlookers on the platform, especially the perceptive Sun Wukong and Vegeta, to narrow their pupils in astonishment. The android before them was no longer the boy who had entered the room of spirit and time a year ago. He was a transformed being entirely. Once, the youthful vigor, tinged with a hint of naivete and the unintentional exuberance, resembled the most masterful of artisans meticulously refining a piece of unparalleled jade, polishing it repeatedly until all its sharp edges were perfectly smoothed away, vanishing without a trace as if they had never existed. In its stead emerged a profound tranquility, unfathomable like the abyss of a starry sky, as if it had witnessed the passage of eons. He resembled an extraordinary sword, once brimming with brilliance, now ensconced within a simple, unadorned black scabbard after enduring countless cycles of tempering and forging. All its astonishing radiance now reigned in, obscured yet exuding a weighty sense of danger. His gaze, those ice-blue eyes, were as deep as if they contained a swirling cosmos, serene without a ripple, yet seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. As for power, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, all the warriors present instantly heightened their senses to the utmost, yet they remained oblivious to any external aura. Number 17's steps were steady and precise, each stride seemingly calculated with utmost rigor, imbued with an absolute sense of confidence and control. The simplicity of his attire did little to conceal the astonishing transformation that emanated from within. After taking a few steps, he came to a halt. The wooden door behind him seemed to possess a life of its own, silently closing on its own accord, culminating in an almost inaudible click that entirely severed the connection with the peculiar world beyond, where time flowed in an extraordinary manner, filled with extreme trials. as if nothing had ever transpired. Inhaling deeply, number 18, herself unaware, finally released the breath she had subconsciously held. The tension in her body imperceptibly eased a fraction. Her encircled arms gently lowered, and the contours of her shoulders softened instinctively. Almost instinctively, she stepped forward, her ice-blue eyes scanning number 17 with rapid precision, not allowing a single detail to escape her scrutiny, from the tips of his hair to the points of his shoes. Her tone, although striving to maintain its customary coolness and indifference, inevitably betrayed a hint of concern that was scarcely perceptible. How did it go? No mishaps, I hope? Number 17's gaze remained as calm as water, gradually sweeping over the varied expressions of those on the platform, ultimately resting on the face of number 18, who had nearly approached him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his tone as tranquil as if discussing the weather. Well, it was relatively smooth. I made it out alive. As for the results, he paused briefly, as if genuinely pondering an appropriate descriptor, ultimately settling on a term that was bland to the point of seeming dismissive. It should be acceptable, I suppose. Despite the casual words, the reality was that in that distorted realm of time, it felt akin to enduring an entire year of intense training. Monotonous, repetitive, and extreme pressure. Each second spent on the precipice of life and death. To be honest, such an immersive experience was one number 17 never wished to undergo again in this lifetime. It was nothing short of the ultimate torture for one's mental endurance. Sun Wukong's pure black pupils suddenly constricted, immediately bursting forth with unabashed surprise. Oh, number 17. His eyes sparkled with the delight of a child discovering treasure. He rose with a hearty laugh, his movements fluid and natural, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his pants. His tone brimming with genuine admiration. It seems this special training has yielded remarkable results. You feel entirely different, revitalized. His keen martial instincts were sharper than any energy detector, acutely capturing that profoundly restrained yet weighty and terrifying presence, which surpassed the levels displayed during his training in the heavenly temple by leaps and bounds. It was now utterly impossible to gauge its depth. Humph! Vegeta's iconic scoff echoed. His arms were crossed tightly over his chest, his black brows almost arching to meet his hairline, scrutinizing number 17 with a piercing gaze that felt as cold as a scalpel, mercilessly searching for any hint of bluffing. Stop with the theatrics. I hope you didn't waste 24 hours inside, squandering this invaluable training opportunity. His tone remained imbued with the inherent arrogance and provocation of a Saiyan prince, yet the tightening of his lips, the narrowing of his pupils, and the fleeting flicker of gravity and doubt in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within him. He loathed this feeling of being utterly unable to discern or measure his opponent's true depths. Unperturbed by Vegeta's provocations, number 17, fully aware of his character, barely lifted an eyelid. He simply retorted in a tone as flat as stating a fact. Even if the results are mediocre, it's still better than some individuals who do nothing but bombard innocent hills outside, venting their restless emotions. Indeed, Vegeta had sought refuge on a desolate planet to unleash energy blasts during his pre-Super Saiyan breakthrough. A precise jab, striking at the core issue. His gaze shifted back to the grinning Sun Wukong, laced with just the right amount of curiosity. So, what brings you all here collectively? Has the Heavenly Temple recently opened some unique tourist attractions, popularizing group excursions? Sun Wukong, scratching the back of his head in his habitual manner, revealed his signature sunny smile. Ha! Well, that guy Cell only gave us 10 days, right? Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We thought the hyperbolic time chamber could squeeze out a bit more potential, so I brought Gohan along to give it a try. As for Vegeta, he glanced sideways at the Saiyan prince, whose expression had darkened instantly, his tone tinged with an evident hint of helplessness and a barely perceptible jest. He insisted on tagging along, refusing to be stopped, as if he feared missing out on something. Kakarot! Vegeta exploded like a cat with its tail stepped on, veins popping on his forehead as he furiously shouted, "Stop babbling. There's no way I would let you and that little brat," referring to Gohan, monopolize such a crucial training resource. This is a strategic necessity. Do you understand? Strategic. Number 17 nodded knowingly, merely offering a nonchalant from his throat to indicate he had heard and understood. However, internally, he instantly comprehended. Oh right. I almost forgot about that. According to the inertia of the original storyline, during this precious time before the Cell Games, Sun Wukong would indeed take Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber, attempting to awaken the dormant, extraordinarily potent potential within him, enabling him to surpass his limits and become the key trump card against Cell. It seemed that even with my intervention and presence causing a significant deviation in this timeline, the powerful convergence of the world line still stubbornly guided them to this point, leading to this predetermined node. Well, that is fine. If their strength can continue to grow and they become stronger, It can only bode well for the protection of this often troubled planet. After all, I cannot remain on Earth indefinitely as a caretaker. The universe is vast, and I wish to explore it. Chapter 59, Arrival. At that moment, the god, who had been silently observing like an ancient statue, slowly lifted his eyelids. His voice, deep and aged, began to resonate. Number 17. His eyes, worn by the passage of time and seemingly capable of piercing the very soul, fixated intently upon number 17, attempting to penetrate the veneer of tranquility and capture any hint of energy circulating within. Yet, despite his divine insight, which allowed him to perceive the essence of life, what returned to him was only a disquieting, unfathomable void. Your essence, no, your internal energy, is entirely different from what it was when you first entered the hyperbolic time chamber. He paused, seemingly striving to articulate this ineffable transformation. It was not merely an augmentation of power, but rather a fundamental, deeper essence that had been ignited, a qualitative leap. Number 17 cast a sidelong glance, his icy blue eyes regarding this god of earth with a calmness that belied a flicker of unnoticeable surprise and admiration. Truly, you are a chosen deity. Though you may no longer rival the strength of these Z warriors, your intuitive perception of the changes in energy's essence is extraordinarily acute. Is it a special power granted by your divine role? Is it the result of accumulated experience over the ages? Or perhaps it is the latent talent inherited from that genius Namekian prior to the separation of Piccolo? Quite intriguing. He shrugged nonchalantly, his movements effortless and his tone as casual as if discussing the evening's dinner menu. It's nothing of great consequence, merely a thorough optimization and upgrade of the internal energy's circulation and release structure. Do you really think I could explain to you practitioners of Ki the phase transition of energy particles from fission to fusion, the critical mass, the restraining force fields, and the subsequent adaptations of the physique? Would the natives of this Dragon Ball world even comprehend such concepts? Though the deity could not fathom the implications behind the phrase optimized energy structure, his divine perception of the essence of life energy could not be mistaken. He felt distinctly that the dormant power within number 17 had transformed into something akin to the core of a burning star, profoundly unfathomable in stillness, but once unleashed, it would possess the might to incinerate celestial bodies. This power, transcending his understanding, instilled within him a reverence derived from the instinct of life itself. Number 17 ceased his words and, with measured, flawless steps, approached the edge of the temple platform. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the billowing clouds below, which resembled a wide ocean. His gaze seemed to possess the ability to penetrate all obstacles, effortlessly traversing the dense sea of clouds, crossing vast mountains and rivers, precisely landing on a specific coordinate on Earth, the battlefield proclaimed by Cell as a game. In 9 days, he murmured, his voice calm and unwavering, yet imbued with a rock-solid certainty. That tranquil declaration echoed in the frigid air of the temple, as though it had silently initiated the countdown to the impending clash. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors on the platform. In 9 days, number 17's voice resonated clearly, neither raised nor impassioned, but carrying an unmistakable assurance. At that coordinate, Cell's game, he paused, directing his gaze towards Goku. If you cannot handle him by then, I shall intervene. There were no fervent proclamations, no surges of battle spirit, only the announcement of an imminent reality. His tone was as unremarkable as discussing a supermarket sale 9 days hence. Arrogant fool. Vegeta seethed upon hearing number 17's slightly provocative words, the veins on his forehead bulging as his finger trembled with barely contained rage. Once I emerge from that so-called time chamber, I will make sure to take you and Cell down together. Goku, however, responded with a knowing and trusting smile, instinctively scratching the back of his head, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's palpable bloodlust. Ah, I see. Then I'll rely on you, number 17. We'll see how it goes. His tone was light, as though merely arranging a casual spar. Though Goku spoke lightly, number 17 understood the intensity he contained within, knowing he would likely be the first to charge at Cell, eager to surpass his limits and resolve the crisis with his own strength. Such was the nature of the combative Saiyan. This trust stemmed more from recognition of a comrade's strength than a genuine desire to be an onlooker. 18 approached silently, standing beside number 17, gently nudging his arm. Her ice-blue eyes scrutinized him sideways, and in a hushed tone only they could hear, she inquired, "Hey, can you manage? Don't overexert yourself." Her words were succinct and direct, infused with a unique, awkward concern characteristic of an elder sister. Number 17 inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. A wordless exchange between them. "So, are you prepared to meet your end? Your game shall conclude by my hand." The wind in the temple seemed to grow even more biting, as if the very air trembled in anticipation of the impending collision. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, drawing closer like a blade slicing through satin, brutally tearing through the ethereal clouds. Accompanying it was the deep, powerful roar of an efficient engine, shattering the sacred atmosphere of this isolated sanctuary. An advanced aircraft, sleek and adorned with the insignia of Capsule Corporation, hurtled through the sky at a recklessly swift pace. Incongruous with its technological sophistication, it executed a precise and agile stop amidst the clouds, the turbulence stirring the mist at the platform's edge into a frenzy. Before it finally settled smoothly onto the ancient, rugged stone slab of the temple, the landing gear emitting a faint hiss of hydraulic release. In such a place, the only individual daring enough to pilot a craft through the sacred confines of the temple, as if returning home, was undoubtedly the genius heiress, Bulma. Number 17 cast a glance at the recognizable aircraft, instantly understanding. Of course, one must exclude the trio of misfits from the Pilaf gang. Though they had once reached this place thanks to a robot, they had at least followed some semblance of decorum, having painstakingly climbed the Corinne Tower from below, thus demonstrating a modicum of sincerity and perseverance. Well, though their intentions were not entirely pure with a soft click, the aircraft's door slid upward. The first to emerge was Bulma, her fashionable short boots stepping out as she gracefully jumped down, cradling the curious little Trunks, whose big eyes darted about in wonder. She brushed her slightly tousled blue hair, her face bearing traces of travel fatigue, yet her bright eyes sparkled with the signature vitality and confidence that defined her. "Hello, everyone. It seems I've arrived just in time," she greeted, surveying the diverse expressions of those gathered on the platform, her voice ringing clear as if this were a backyard gathering rather than a celestial temple. "Bulma," Goku exclaimed in delight, his face lighting up with an unclouded, radiant smile as he rushed towards her. "What brings you here?" His joy was pure and direct, as though he had encountered a long-lost friend. Gohan eagerly followed his father, running over to greet her. "Hello, Aunt Bulma." On the other side, Vegeta appeared to maintain his typical posture of indifference, arms crossed and exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, as soon as the hatch opened, his piercing gaze was irresistibly drawn to Bulma and little Trunks, as if magnetically attracted. Within the depths of his eyes flickered an unperceived relaxation and concern, hinting at the nascent traits of a devoted protector for his future wife. Chapter 60. The Trail of Cell. What else could you possibly want? Bulma replied with a smile to Goku's greeting, carefully placing the little Trunks on the ground so he could stand on his own. With deft movements, she retrieved a familiar capsule from her seemingly endless pocket. Her words were direct and efficient. "Of course, I'm here to deliver your latest battle outfits. Do you think I'm here for the scenery?" Before her words had fully settled, she skillfully pressed the capsule's button and tossed it onto the vacant ground before her. With a soft pop, accompanied by a quick, dissipating cloud of white smoke, a rectangular box gleaming with metallic luster stood firmly on the stone floor, emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation's logo. "Vegeta, Trunks." Bulma stepped forward, adeptly lifting the lid of the box to reveal meticulously arranged items within. Her tone shifted to a more formal cadence, reminiscent of a product introduction. "This is the latest improved version of the Saiyan battlesuits, crafted from innovative nanocomposite materials and energy-weaving technology. The impact resistance is enhanced by at least 15 compared to the suits you're currently wearing, and energy conduction efficiency has been optimized by the same ratio, theoretically allowing for a more concentrated power in your ki blasts. Oh, and the flexibility and comfort have also been slightly adjusted." Inside the box lay the classic blue and white, form-fitting, highly functional battlesuits. The design adhered to Vegeta's preference, harking back to the old styles from the Frieza Force era, devoid of any extraneous shoulder pads or embellishments, maintaining a purely utilitarian aesthetic. Android 17, imbued with genuine curiosity, stepped closer, his gaze landing on these iconic pieces of equipment from the Dragon Ball universe. As someone well-versed in the original plot, he understood that this battle suit had nearly become Vegeta's second skin, an indispensable part of his combat persona. He picked one up, and the sensation beneath his fingertips was as anticipated, a remarkable softness akin to a second skin, yet imbued with astonishing resilience, light as a feather, almost imperceptible in weight, clearly crafted from materials beyond Earth's technological reach. "What's this? Do you want one too?" 18's voice chimed in from the side, laced with unabashed disdain. Her brows furrowed slightly as she scrutinized the blue bodysuit in 17's hands, judging its taste harshly. In response, 17 placed the battlesuit back into the box, shaking his head and explaining in a flat tone, it was merely a matter of technical curiosity. Just analyzing the materials and energy conductivity of alien technology, nothing more. As for the style, he glanced over at Vegeta, leaving personal preference unaddressed. The ensuing proceedings unfolded almost like the original narrative. Vegeta snorted, acknowledging the new equipment, and swiftly took his designated suit. Trunks stepped forward to collect his own battle attire. According to the plan, Vegeta would lead Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for a day of training, equivalent to a year inside, while Goku and Gohan intended to enter after their exit. On the third day in the outside world, we should be going, 17 stated quietly, having observed this familiar scene, confirming the storyline was proceeding smoothly along its predetermined path, rendering further delay unnecessary. He casually beckoned to 18 and the perpetually silent 16, decisively turning to walk toward the edge of the platform. In a forgotten valley somewhere on Earth, far removed from civilization and humanity, lay the deepest recesses of a shadowy mountain range, a corner completely forsaken by the world. The mountains loomed like the silent carcasses of ancient behemoths, jagged stones casting twisted, distorted shadows under the dim, murky moonlight, as if silently dancing to the rhythm of death. Once mighty trees had long since withered into charred remnants, their branches resembling desperate arms reaching toward the leaden sky, silently accusing some powerful, malevolent force of desecration. The earth had lost all vitality, riddled with unfathomable, spiderweb-like fissures. From these gaping crevices seeped ominous, viscous tendrils of dark purple energy, reminiscent of tainted blood, continuously oozing forth and eroding the surrounding rocks into honeycomb-like cavities, as if Mother Earth herself had been torn open, bleeding out corrupted lifeblood. Silence reigned as the only dominant melody here. Even the most resilient of insects and birds had vanished, as if life itself instinctively fled this cursed land. Only a deep, persistent hum, echoing as if from the depths of hell, stubbornly resonated between the cold stones and distorted air, a lament of overwhelming energy forcibly constrained, compressed, and twisted, groaning under the unbearable weight. At the heart of the valley, within a circular area entirely transformed into a glazed wasteland, Cell sat cross-legged. Yet, he was far from tranquil. His visage contorted with the extreme agony within and the necessity for unwavering focus, losing the previous arrogance and instead revealing a primal struggle. An uncontrollable maelstrom of chaotic energy swirled around him, its colors fluctuating erratically, sometimes flashing a blinding, ominous white, at other times erupting in a frenzied crimson, and occasionally revealing a chilling, ghostly blue. The energies derived from androids 13, 14, and 15 had not fully tamed or merged, resembling three ferocious elemental dragons crammed into a narrow furnace, raging within the depths of his cells, tearing, colliding, desperately attempting to break free from their imposed shackles and return to freedom, even turning against their master. He kept his eyes tightly shut, every muscle in his body taut as steel, the purplish-green armor quivering, as if enduring the crushing force from all directions. Each long, laborious inhale was accompanied by a grating hiss, his body expanding unnaturally, akin to a vessel forcibly inflated with excess gas, his skin stretched to near transparency, revealing the violet energy veins beneath, pulsating like frantic serpents, threatening to burst at any moment. Then came the even longer and more painful exhale and compression process. His body resembled a leaking high-pressure container, emitting a muffled, oppressive whimper, laden with an intense sense of energy resistance, slowly, inch by inch, contracting inward. Each contraction was accompanied by the faint cracking sounds of bones under immense strain and the sharp, nerve-wracking friction of disparate energies being forcibly crushed and melded back to the core. Upon reaching a critical point, his energy field would momentarily solidify, achieving a fleeting purity, the color coalescing into a deep purple, only to be shattered again by a new wave of violent energy clashes and expansions, tainting it once more. Beneath him, the ground of vitrified rock had long been marred by the relentless, brutish force of compression and energy erosion, riddled with terrifying fissures that spread out like a spider's web, plunging several meters deep, reminiscent of a shattered giant eggshell. Viscous sweat, infused with the tang of energy, trickled incessantly from his brow, splattering onto the scorching earth, where it hissed and released a thin plume of corrosive green smoke. This cycle repeated itself, each iteration akin to traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, each swell teetering on the brink of self-destruction, as the violent energy waves tore through his cells and energy meridians. With each contraction came an agonizing sensation that pierced his very soul, as if striving to utterly crush and decompose the three foreign cores, which were vehemently at odds with him, forcefully melding them into the crucible of his own essence. A low, rasping sound erupted, a cacophony of voices steeped in malice and a twisted delight, shattering the oppressive energy hum of the valley, painfully squeezing through the clenched gaps of Cell's teeth. His eyes remained shut, yet the grotesque curve of his lips twisted into a sinister grin, revealing his bone-white fangs. His voice, deep and gravelly, seemed to echo with multiple layers. "Number 17, just you wait." Do you think that brief encounter was the true limit of Lord Cell? It's coming soon. He appeared to be not only persuading the energy within him, but also declaring to his distant adversary. His voice trembling with overwhelming excitement, suppression, and agony. Feel the torrent of this power. This restless, delectable energy will soon, so soon, become a part of me. The perfect cell. The manic laughter abruptly soared, akin to the most sorrowful screech of a dying owl, mingling with unbearable cries of torment, echoing through the silent valley, creating an atmosphere of profound dread. Accompanying this hysterical laughter, the three entwined energies within him seemed to receive a final jolt, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. Like the birth of a grotesque energy sun, engulfing and obliterating his form in an instant. The entire valley of oblivion trembled under the sudden emergence of this terrifying aura, as massive boulders cascaded down the cliffs like torrential rain. The chaotic and blinding light persisted for a moment before receding, with a reluctant hiss, back to the valley's center. As the radiance dissipated, what remained was a silhouette, devoid of any energy fluctuation, yet more profound and introverted, emanating a lethal aura akin to a poisoned dagger. Along with the violent aftershocks of energy reverberating through the air, the prologue of the finale had begun to resonate, the first heavy and distorted note within this unfathomable abyss. Chapter 61, Mr. Satan. Three figures appeared silently in the bustling vortex of the West City's most prosperous city center, like droplets merging into the ocean. Skyscrapers jutted into the sky like cold steel forests, their glass facades reflecting the harsh afternoon sunlight, creating a bizarre spectacle of light pollution. Holographic billboards tirelessly flashed enticing product information, while hovering vehicles traversed the preordained aerial tracks, emitting a low hum that intertwined with the clamorous throngs of pedestrians below. The clumsy performances of street artists and the electronic sounds of various shops vying for attention, forming a disordered yet vibrant urban symphony. For number 17, who had endured an entire year of monotonous, infinitely repetitive toil in the pure white hell of the hyperbolic time chamber, where every moment pushed his will and body to the limits, the scene before him, brimming with the most vivid, raucous, and somewhat banal essence of human life, was akin to a dying traveler in a desert suddenly plunging into a refreshing oasis. Every sense was instantly awakened, flooded with a long-lost sense of reality. He paused, slightly tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His nostrils filled with a medley of complex aromas, the faintly acrid scent of exhaust fumes, the sweet, buttery fragrance wafting from a nearby bakery, the rich aroma of coffee from a roadside cafe, the mingled perfumes of passers-by, and the indescribable scent of life itself, forged by countless beings in the city. This was a stark contrast to the murky, oppressive air he had inhaled for the past year, which had been a prison of dust and ozone. A genuine, relaxed smile finally tugged at the corners of his usually aloof mouth. At last, he had returned to the normal flow of time. He opened his eyes, his icy blue irises reflecting the flowing lights of vehicles and neon signs. It was now the time to relish existence itself. Number 17's gaze, sharp as the most precise scanner, curiously swept across the dazzling shop windows lining the streets, showcasing the latest fashion, dazzling electronics, and exquisite artworks. He observed the hurried white-collar workers, the playful students, the affectionate couples, and the shouting vendors. Each vibrant individual was hustling towards their own goals, creating a vast and dynamic tapestry of life. Number 17 did not deliberately seek out Cell's whereabouts, for, according to the original narrative, Cell's character dictated that even if he appeared early, he would simply wait patiently for the appointed moment. Perhaps it was the influence of the Cells inherited from King Frisia that dictated this demeanor, as Frisia, in moments of perceived superiority, would exhibit a gentlemanly politeness towards his subordinates, addressing them as Mr. Cyberman, Mr. Dodoria. Just then, Number 17's attention was drawn to an enormous holographic display on the exterior wall of a colossal shopping center. The screen, which had been looping a fashion advertisement, abruptly cut to a live broadcast, revealing a scene in a vast outdoor square, bustling with voices. The words "Global Exclusive Live, Special Program featuring Mr. Satan, the Savior of Earth," adorned the corner of the screen alongside exaggerated lightning and explosion effects, as the enthusiastic voice of the host boomed through the street's sound system, instantly captivating the attention of all pedestrians. Global viewers, hold your breath, open your eyes wide, do not miss a single moment. It is time to witness the true power of Earth. Please welcome our undisputed world champion, the guardian of humanity, endowed with godlike strength, Mr. Satan. The camera zoomed out dramatically, accompanied by a rousing entrance tune and thunderous applause, revealing Mr. Satan making a dazzling appearance. However, his entrance was nothing short of astonishing in the eyes of the ordinary populace. He did not simply stroll into view. Rather, he stood upon a specially designed platform, his muscles rippling, his bronze skin gleaming under the lights. With his signature explosive hair, thick eyebrows, and a small mustache, his facial features were sharply defined. Dressed in his iconic battle attire, he donned a flowing white cape, its ties forming a white bow at the collar, under which he wore a burgundy karate gi. Cinched with a black belt adorned with metallic studs and a gold wide belt, the overall ensemble exuding an extravagant champion's flair. Most astonishing of all, he was draped in several thick, seemingly robust metal chains, the other ends of which were astonishingly connected to 4 weighty public buses, aligned side by side. Huh! Satan let out a thunderous roar, veins bulging at his temples, as an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his entire being. The jarring sound of metal scraping against metal resonated through the speakers, sending chills down spines. Under the incredulous gazes of a global audience, the 4 massive buses, their tires screeching against the pavement, were indeed being dragged forth by his raw physical strength, though the speed was not swift. The sheer visual violence of the act exuded a primal force. Oh! The crowd erupted into a frenzy, cheers and screams threatening to lift the roof of the broadcast venue. After pulling them several meters, Satan suddenly released the chains with a resounding clang. He appeared unfazed, at least in front of the cameras. He swiftly turned towards the lens, raising his hands high, with his index finger pointing skyward, revealing his signature. Exuberant smile and radiant teeth. This was Mr. Satan's classic victorious pose. But that was not the end. Before the audience's fervor could wane, Satan, seemingly from nowhere, perhaps his assistant quickly supplied it, produced 3 astonishingly thick, brick-like telephone directories made entirely of paper. This level of warm-up was hardly enough to make me break a sweat. He roared at the camera, then grasped both ends of the directories, declaring, "Let me show you what true grip strength looks like." Satan's ultimate obliteration. With an ear-splitting tear, the 3 stacked directories were simultaneously ripped apart by Mr. Satan's bare hands, his facial muscles contorting with effort. The shredded pages soared through the air like white snowflakes, creating a visual spectacle of shock and awe. The host was utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside, and after a moment, he regained his voice, exclaiming with an almost tearful excitement, "Oh my! Incredible! Is this something a human can achieve? Mr. Satan, you are the embodiment of strength. With you guarding the earth, what do we have to fear?" The cheers from the audience reached a new crescendo, their faces radiant with fervor and hope, as if they had already envisioned the scene of Cell being torn to shreds. Satan reveled in the glory of being the center of attention, casually discarding the remnants of torn paper and striding over to the bus he had just dragged. He patted the bus's sturdy frame, producing a dull thud, then turned towards the camera, his expression suddenly fierce, pointing an accusing finger as if Cell were lurking behind. "That green monster, Cell, hiding in some corner playing in the mud. Listen well." His voice boomed, resonating through the air. "Your pathetic game is accepted by this champion. He occasionally forgets to be humble. But you had better think carefully about who you are facing. If you dare to show your face, your fate will be just like this wretched vehicle that foolishly obstructed my path." No sooner had he spoken than, in a moment so swift that even the television audience barely registered it, Satan unleashed a powerful straight punch with incredible speed. Bang! A deep, thunderous sound reverberated through the venue. The bus's tough metal side was pierced through by his fist, creating a twisted hole from which his hand even emerged on the other side. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Then, it erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause that nearly shattered the glass. "Wow!" the host exclaimed in exaggerated awe, the camera zooming in on the punctured vehicle and Satan's fist, which showed no sign of exertion, utterly astonishing. Did you see that, viewers? This is the power of a world champion. What so? In the face of Mr. Satan's obliterating iron fist, he is utterly insignificant. Maintaining his punching stance, Satan erupted into his signature laughter once more. "Ha ha! Indeed, insignificant. I don't even need to exert my full strength. I, Satan, shall protect the peace and smiles of Earth." The power of a champion is boundless. At the bottom of the screen, a rolling subtitle appeared. Mr. Satan asserts that Cell's threat is a hoax, utterly powerless. The savior of Earth, Mr. Satan, is always ready for battle. Purchase the energy drink endorsed by Mr. Satan to gain the power of a champion, limited edition. Passers-by on the street mostly halted, gazing up at the screen, dumbfounded, before bursting into various exclamations and discussions. So powerful. We are saved now. I told you that was a scam. Mr. Satan is the real deal. Hurry and buy the protein powder endorsed by Mr. Satan. Number 17 stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the entire absurd live broadcast with keen interest, the smirk on his lips growing ever more pronounced, tinged with amusement. "Huh, Number 18 scoffed, her icy blue eyes filled with disdain. Is this the so-called world champion elevated to the pedestal? Foolish and ostentatious, if it came to blows. I could fix that ridiculous face of his in that foolish expression with just a finger. She cast a look of disdain at number 17. You actually find this lowbrow farce interesting? It seems that after a year in that place, even your taste has deteriorated. Unfazed by her biting remarks, number 17 shrugged. The entertainment value is off the charts, isn't it? In the shadow of despair. Humanity always needs a dose of blind optimism and heroes to numb itself, even if that hero is merely a puffed-up balloon. Look around, to some extent. He has achieved his purpose. Compared to the world of Pirate King Luffy, where Kazuki Odin is relentlessly criticized, number 17 and the others actually do not harbor any ill feelings towards Mr. Satan. Quoting a netizen, Mr. Satan is akin to a level 5 character stepping into a battlefield where everyone else is at level 100, starting with 10,000 damage, boldly taunting and taking damage. Upon hearing this, number 18 glanced around at the pedestrians who seemed genuinely relieved by Satan's grandiose declarations, curling her lip in disdain, yet she refrained from further rebuttal. The icy demeanor in her blue eyes had indeed softened, losing some of its usual coldness and murderous intent, illuminated by the vibrant glow of the city, reflecting a more relaxed and joyful aura, as if she had returned to the stage that suited her best. As the tiresome farce concluded, she tossed her golden hair and turned to number 17, her eagerness evident. Let us go grab a nice meal first. Then, a shopping spree. I want to sweep through the latest styles of clothes, bags, and shoes. Number 17 nodded nonchalantly. Number 16 silently followed behind. His massive form somewhat out of place in the crowd, yet his electronic eyes remained calm, recording everything. The trio seamlessly blended into the bustling throng of West City. Chapter 62, The Tumultuous Undercurrent. The camera, like a falcon freed from its constraints, tore through the oppressive clouds with a harsh decisiveness, diving towards the surface of the earth, ultimately locking onto a vast, desolate plain. This was the very location where Cell had proclaimed the game through a global, soul-deep mental broadcast. Coordinates 360039, 00N, 1380039, 00E, at the foothills of Mount Fuji. In the distance, the mountain revered as the holy mountain of little days, Mount Fuji, stood silently. Its summit capped with pristine snow contrasting starkly against the dark earth below, in stark contrast to the soul-cleansing serenity of the celestial temple and the intoxicating opulence of the city center. This chosen plain is suffused with an almost suffocating atmosphere of panic and cold, merciless hostility. The earth groans in agony under the relentless tread of heavy tracks, marred by ugly scars that reveal the soil beneath. Dozens of main battle tanks, adorned with mottled digital camouflage, stand like foreboding steel tombstones, their ominous barrels uniformly aimed at a central void on the plain, as if an unseen demon lurked within. Armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles are scattered amid the tanks, where soldiers, clad in full gear with faces painted in camouflage, huddle against the chilling metal shells, their knuckles turning white from gripping their rifles too tightly. As the cat-like earthling, King Frisia, declared to the world through television, in our relentless effort to safeguard our compatriots from this creature known as Gero, our Royal Defense Force shall spare no effort. Yet, these forces, formidable in conventional warfare, appear so diminutive and absurd in the face of an unknown, incomprehensible monster, akin to primitive men wielding wooden spears against interstellar warships. The air is thick with acrid diesel fumes, mingling with the metallic tang of weapon maintenance oil and the salty sweat of soldiers, coalescing into a grim atmosphere. Commander, the 3rd and 4th Armored Squadrons are in position. The outer perimeter has been preliminarily established. No signs of activity in the target area. A scout, crouched behind a tank turret, reported via radio, his voice trembling uncontrollably, as if each word carried a shiver of cold dread. Within the makeshift command center, a high-ranking officer, his insignia indicating his elevated status, bore a pallid complexion as he took a deep drag from the cigarette pinched between his fingers, the ember flickering erratically on his trembling fingertips, burning unnaturally fast. Damn it, this isn't a military operation at all. It's a spectacle destined for suicide. He nearly spat the order through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse. Headquarters has commanded us to hold the line. His order echoed across the desolate plain through the loudspeakers. Yet it sounded hollow and weak, barely audible even to himself, swiftly swallowed by the winds of the wilderness. Beside an infantry fighting vehicle, an exceedingly young soldier buried his face in the chilling gaps of the armored plating, his voice dry and hoarse, tinged with a quavering plea. Commander, can we really confront that monster? Or is it that the moment we see it, we'll be reduced to ashes alongside these metal hulks? Nearby, an old veteran, his face weathered and marked by scars, with eyes clouded yet exhibiting a semblance of numbed calm, placed a calloused, oil-stained hand heavily on the young soldier's shoulder. His smile bitter as if savoring wax. Don't dwell on it too much. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate, kid. At least history will remember that we fools once stood here, without turning to flee. He instinctively hefted the cold, heavy anti-tank missile launcher in his hands. The chill of the steel offering but a mere illusion of safety. Days prior, Gero's death knell reverberated across every corner of the globe, plunging humanity into a collective abyss of terror. The Royal Defense Force of Earth summoned every resource at their disposal, futilely constructing a final line of defense fashioned from flesh and steel on this land destined to become a battleground. However, all were acutely aware that in this ultimate arena between transcendental martial artists and monsters, the weapons and courage of mortals were as futile as children brandishing paper swords against a world-ending dragon, heroic yet hopelessly vain. Yet, at the brink of this despair-laden tide of steel and the heavy air of death, an incongruous surge of raucous energy intruded, contrasting absurdly with the oppressive atmosphere of the military. A noisy convoy of luxurious black cars, polished to a mirror shine, escorted an eye-catching, excessively long black limousine like loyal sentinels. The vehicle bore extravagant lettering declaring Hercule alongside a cartoonish logo of Mr. Satan, exuding an almost comical confidence, as if daring anyone to question the identity of its occupant. Following closely were several large satellite broadcast trucks brimming with antennas, emblazoned with the logos of major global television networks, their crews already aiming cameras at the elongated limousine. This bizarre procession paid no heed to the astonished, disdainful, or even crazed gazes of the soldiers, honking jubilantly as they stirred up clouds of dust, marching boldly towards the depths of the plain, reminiscent of a grand Oscar ceremony rather than a battlefield of death. Inside the elongated limousine, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the somber exterior. Mr. Satan, regarded by the majority of Earth's populace as a world champion and savior, meticulously adjusted his signature mustache and heavily gelled hair in front of a gilded mirror by the lavish bar, his face radiating an air of absolute confidence, as if preparing for a stand-up routine. Clad in his self-designed battle attire, the massive championship badge at his waist gleamed blindingly. Global viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of Mr. Satan's special operation. We are en route to the Shatter game site. A reporter, brimming with excitement, almost shoved the microphone into Satan's mouth, his voice piercing. Mr. Satan has arrived at the front lines. Fearless, what are your feelings facing an adversary like Gero, who is said to possess world-destructive power? Are you absolutely confident in delivering a knockout punch to save the world? Mr. Satan, instantly striking his iconic victory V sign for the camera, boomed with a voice that reverberated through the vehicle. My feelings? Absolutely exhilarating. Utterly thrilling. My blood is boiling. I can hardly wait to use my iron fists, born for justice, to teach that arrogant green-skinned clown a lesson. Let him know who truly reigns on Earth. Am I confident of victory? Is that even a question? It's not a problem at all. He pounded his solid chest, producing a dull thud, exclaiming, "Look, what is this? This is the symbol of strength, the gold standard of a world champion, a body forged through relentless trials. Gero is merely a juggler. Witness my righteous iron fist sending him back to the womb." His two disciples, the swift Coroni and the powerful Paloki, applauded enthusiastically off camera, their faces alight with sycophantic grins. Master Satan is imposing and formidable. Gero is but a pitiful insect beneath our feet. The reporter, infected by this fervor, turned crimson with excitement, shouting into the camera, "Did you hear that, global viewers? This is the strongest man on Earth. This is the embodiment of invincible confidence. This is the spirit of a champion. Mr. Satan will surely represent all humanity and achieve a resounding victory, utterly shattering the evil conspiracy." Please ensure that you tune in to our channel, so as not to miss each and every moment that unfolds ahead, as we collectively witness this momentous occasion destined to be etched into the annals of history. Justice shall prevail. The convoy, propelled by an unyielding optimism and the cacophony generated by the media, brazenly surged through the fragile veil of the outer forces, constructed from tension, fear, and iron, hurtling indomitably towards the central expanse, a void shrouded in ominous silence. Chapter 63, The Harbinger of Daylight. Under the blazing sun at midday, the sky was a pristine azure, devoid of any impurities. The fierce sun hung high, generously pouring its searing light and heat upon the earth, as if intent on evaporating all shadows from existence. However, this natural majesty was abruptly overshadowed by an even more terrifying presence. A comet of deep green, without forewarning, rent the tranquil blue canvas asunder. It appeared from a distant point in the sky at a terrifying velocity that surpassed the limits of biological perception, carrying with it an oppressive force that froze the very soul, plunging towards the designated coordinates at the foothills of Mount Fuji like a sword of judgment. There was no howling, no sonic boom. All sounds seemed to be left behind by that extraordinary speed or devoured by the invisible force that surrounded it. Boom. Bang. A sound resounding with profound intensity, as if erupting from the depths of the Earth's core. Yet, the anticipated scene of earth-shattering chaos and dust obscuring the sky did not materialize. Instead, the ground at the impact site appeared to be struck with an invisible yet absolute force, smoothing and compressing it as if by a gargantuan hand. All kinetic energy was astonishingly contained within an incredibly confined area through an unfathomable precision of control. At the core of the impact, soil and rock were instantaneously melted and crystallized by unimaginable heat and pressure in a billionth of a second, forming a terrifying depression several dozen meters in diameter. The edges of the depression radiated intricate cracks like a spider's web, silently narrating the fact that the terrifying power capable of easily shattering mountains had been forcibly constrained to this very spot. So, hereby announcing its arrival. At this moment, it had already become utterly distinct from the grotesque entity that had issued death notices days prior. Its form grotesquely swollen and unstable due to the forced assimilation of units 13, 14, and 15. The once excessively bloated figure, with muscles knotted like a rock behemoth, had vanished, seemingly refined through an ultimate crucible of distillation. In its place stood a creature approximately 2 meters tall, a paragon of biomechanical and cold aesthetic perfection, distilled to its utmost essence. Every contour was smooth and restrained, as if crafted by the cosmos's finest artisans from black alloys forged from dark matter and stellar cores, discarding all excess to reveal only the most pure and explosive core of power. The exoskeleton displayed a profound emerald hue, as smooth as the most exquisite aerodynamic form, with mottled patches gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, flickering as if breathing energy. The once grotesque visage, marred with gnarled features, had entirely receded, revealing a coldly handsome face, which appeared inhuman due to its piercing eyes. The once serpentine compound eyes had now transformed into 2 unfathomably deep emerald gemstones, radiating an aloofness that suggested the gaze of an absolute overlord surveying mere ants. The iconic tail, capable of devouring all, had not vanished but instead coiled elegantly and perilously behind him, following the perfect curve of his spine, its terminal suction appendage tightly closed, as if in slumber. Yet, it was not mere ornamentation. It lay in wait like a king of venomous serpents, poised to strike with lightning speed at his command, giving rise to a fearsome creation known as Mini-Cell. Cell's size had diminished, yet its power seemed to be compressed to an extreme. The invisible pressure, which suffocated the very essence of the soul, had not weakened but instead expanded like tangible heavy water, pressing down upon the entire core area, rendering even light thick and dim. Standing in the center of the barren expanse, Cell's emerald eyes slowly scanned the desolate wasteland, now devoid of all life and thoroughly purged by his might. A subtle curve of coldness and absolute dominion blossomed at the corners of his eerily perfect mouth, akin to an artist gazing upon a flawless canvas awaiting brushstrokes. He gradually raised his arms, palms facing down, his stance as graceful as a conductor poised to initiate the symphony of creation. Buzz, not an embodiment of destruction, but rather a manifestation of cold creation and a will to reshape, radiated outward from him like a supernova explosion, instantly enveloping a radius of several kilometers. Under the vast and unmatched influence of his mental field, the ground beneath him ceased to be inanimate. It transformed into a pliable clay, rumbling, cracking, creaking. The deep, rhythmic sounds echoed like the friction, compression, and fracturing of rocks from the depths of the earth, becoming the sole background melody of this land of death. This sound was not chaotic. It embodied a grand sense of order. Enormous boulders were precisely cleaved, stripped, and forcibly lifted from the depths by absolute power. They broke free from the shackles of gravity, manipulated as if by an invisible cosmic hand, floating in the viscous air, slowly rotating, fine-tuning to the most perfect angle, then crashing down with tremendous force, fitting together with absolute precision. The rocks collided violently, producing a sound as deep as the heartbeat of ancient titans, stirring minute crystalline dust. Yet under the absolute constraint of Cell's powerful energy field, they could not soar freely. They adhered to the newly formed structure like a tamed sandstorm. The entire process was efficient and precise, akin to a colossal 3D printer operating at unimaginable speed. In a mere moment, a massive arena, with a surface as smooth as a mirror and presenting a grid of pristine limestone white, emerged from the barren earth in the eyes of the observing armies. The edges of the platform were sharply defined, exuding an absolute sense of order. For colossal pillars stood tall at the corners of the platform, their surfaces equally smooth, reaching towards the heavens, like monumental markers supporting the cosmos, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. This colossal creation was a seamless entity, resembling a chilling chessboard meticulously crafted for the ultimate duel. The stark white stone reflected a blinding yet frigid light under the scorching sun, amplifying the atmosphere of inevitable slaughter and foreboding. Cell's figure flickered like a phantom, vanishing and reappearing, now firmly positioned at the very center of this grand chessboard. His deep green form stood out starkly against the pale backdrop, solitary yet formidable. He stood with arms crossed, head slightly raised, his indifferent emerald gaze seemingly piercing through layers of spatial barriers, traversing mountains, rivers, and seas, precisely directed towards the distant West City. "Come, number 17, Sun Wukong. I await you here." He lifted his chin slightly, the cold curve at the corner of his mouth deepening. His stage had been forged through miraculous means. The final actors were about to be compelled to make their entrance. The storm of destruction was silently gathering beneath this stillness, poised to erupt. Chapter 64, The Lament of Iron. In the distant periphery of the arena, the remnants of human civilization forged what appeared to be an impregnable steel defense. Yet it was pathetically fragile in the face of Shalu. Dozens of camouflaged main battle tanks lay in wait upon the ground, akin to restless steel beasts. Their heavy turrets emitting a dull, mechanical whir, while the long barrels, under the meticulous adjustments of fire control computers, hissed softly, all aimed squarely at the dark green figure at the center of the arena. In the higher skies, several squadrons of fighter jets circled like vigilant swarms of bees, their advanced fire control radars having firmly locked onto the ground target, the pilots' fingers hovering anxiously above the firing buttons, cold sweat soaking the lining of their flight suits. The infantry, taking cover behind armored vehicles and hastily erected makeshift bunkers, bore expressions of tension. Every young or weathered face was taut, beads of sweat mingling with the dry dust, carving furrows down their cheeks, while none had the luxury to wipe them away. Weapons were gripped tightly, knuckles turning pale from excessive strain. At that moment, the targeted Shalu sensed the situation and slowly ascended, landing on a small hill near the arena, prompting the artillery to adjust their aim in unison. Countless eyes, peering through the complex lenses of high-powered binoculars or bloodshot, and filled with terror and despair, fixated on the same direction. Hearts raced wildly within chests, beating far beyond their limits, as if they might leap from their throats at any moment. The silence of the public radio channel was shattered only by heavy, oppressive breaths and the erratic crackle of unstable electrical currents, akin to the suffocating stillness before a storm. Suddenly, a voice, distorted by extreme tension and fear, pierced through the shroud of silence like shattering glass. "Target confirmed. Coordinates locked. Repeat. The target has appeared. He has ascended. The speed is slow. It seems to be moving. Requesting firing orders. Repeat. Requesting firing orders." The speakers sounded as though gripped by an invisible hand around their throat, each word trembling on the brink of death. Within the temporary command center, the air was thick with tension. The highest-ranking commander stared intently at the flashing red warning dot on the tactical screen, his jaw clenched, the muscles in his cheeks bulging like rock, his temples throbbing. After a brief silence that felt like an eternity, he abruptly closed his eyes, then opened them again. All that remained in his gaze were bloodshot veins and a frenzied determination, as if he were extracting a hoarse, resolute command from the depths of a torn throat, one that seemed to consume every ounce of his strength. "Fire!" The command was akin to the final turn of a handle releasing a floodgate. It ignited the fuse to hell. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the deafening roar of artillery fire, powerful enough to rend the earth asunder, erupted like a multitude of giant drums simultaneously beaten, tearing apart the once silent sky. Dozens of large-caliber cannons simultaneously unleashed tongues of searing fire and thick smoke several meters long, the immense recoil causing the heavy tank bodies to jerk backward violently. The ground trembled violently, as if a high-intensity earthquake had struck. Armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive shells, and shrapnel shells, a torrent of destruction wrought from steel and gunpowder, traced countless deadly arcs across the sky, weaving a net of death that blanketed the very airspace above Shalu and the small hill beneath him. Following closely, missile launchers stationed further back in the valley unleashed their deadly shrieks. Dozens of ground-to-ground missiles and individual air defense missiles, trailing long white tails like vengeful serpents ascending to the heavens, soared into the sky, roaring as they joined this reckless and catastrophic saturation assault. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and flames instantly consumed all. Explosive fireballs fused into one, as if creating a fleeting sun upon the ground. Shockwaves radiated outward like tangible walls, lifting clouds of dust, rubble, and even lighter remnants of equipment high into the air. The pitiful little hill visibly shattered, collapsed, and disintegrated under such a relentless barrage. Reduced to mere powder, a veritable baptism of steel and flame. The roar of human civilization expending its utmost effort. A terrifying firepower capable of erasing an entire modern armored division from the map in an instant was unleashed without reserve upon a single entity. The explosions persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Thick, acrid smoke, laden with the pungent scent of gunpowder, slowly ascended, resembling a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured a small patch of sky. All who had fired their weapons stared intently at the still-burning, roiling cloud of smoke, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. Prayer? Curses? Perhaps their minds had gone blank. The wind seemed to hold its breath at that moment, awaiting the outcome of judgment. As the smoke was partially dispersed by the updrafts from the explosions and the natural winds, and as the blinding light of the flames faded completely, the scene gradually came into focus. The little hill had vanished entirely, as if it had never existed, leaving only a massive crater, emitting wisps of smoke and covered in molten, glassy material. However, above that crater, at an altitude of about 20 meters, the dark green figure remained, quietly suspended, one hand casually resting on his hip. His posture showed no change from before the bombardment. It was as if the cataclysmic explosion, capable of annihilating armies, had merely been a trivial breeze, failing even to ruffle a non-existent hair on his head. Not a speck of dust marred his form. Shala's emerald gaze remained cold, like the highest magnification of a sniper's scope, indifferently sweeping over the neatly arranged tank clusters below, which resembled mere children's toys, exuding the scent of steel and gunpowder, as well as the soldiers, insignificant as dust, sheltering behind the steel. A slight curve formed at the corner of his contemptuous mouth. The struggles of these mortals, in his eyes, were hardly worthy of theatrical representation, merely an irritating cacophony. Annoying insects, he murmured, his voice not raised, yet seemingly imbued with a certain power, piercing through the deafening echoes of the explosions and crossing thousands of meters to reach the ears of every soldier behind the line. I simply do not wish for your inferior gunpowder and rusted scrap to tarnish the perfect arena I have just painstakingly crafted. His tone was as calm as if he were stating a cosmic truth, devoid of anger or excitement, only expressing a condescending impatience at the disturbances of such insignificant beings. Yet, you foolish humans, he paused slightly, the cold curve of his lips widening into a cruel and mocking smile. Since you were so eager, it would be remiss of me not to grant you some punishment. Suspended in the low air, bathed in the searing radiation emanating from the molten pit below against a backdrop of swirling smoke, Shalu slowly raised his left hand. The motion was elegant and unhurried, as if he were not about to unleash destruction, but rather a conductor lifting his baton, with his palm facing upward and fingers gently curled. A pulse of heart-stopping energy coalesced in an instant. A profound and ominous purple radiance surged forth from the palm of his hand. That eerie glow cast a fluctuating light upon his frigid visage, rendering him akin to a deity wielding the scepter of annihilation. In the next instant, Sel's hand merely gestured forward, as if brushing away dust. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the chilling sound of the air being torn apart erupted violently, merging into a cacophony that heralded the arrival of death. The purple energy coalescing in his palm instantaneously exploded into countless orbs, each the size of a fist, yet imbued with an energy far surpassing any human weapon. They descended like a swarm of self-aware harbingers of destruction, transforming into a precise, yet frenzied tempest of purple energy, blanketing the sky and obscuring the sunlight, cascading down upon the ironclad defense line with an indiscriminate ferocity that defied the bounds of physics. The tanks, resembling colossal beasts of steel, melted upon contact with the energy orbs, distorting and then violently exploding into expanding fireballs. The heavy reactive armor modules and the internal linings designed to withstand collapse were rendered as fragile as mere parchment, effortlessly ripped apart and pierced, scattering into droplets of molten metal. The soldiers, caught unawares, could not even muster a single terrified scream. The moment the purple radiance touched their bodies, whether clad in resilient bulletproof vests, wielding firearms, or simply flesh and blood, it was as if they were exposed to the blazing sun, disintegrating instantaneously. They were completely dismantled on a molecular level, decomposed, vaporized. There was no suffering, no process, only utter, absolute obliteration. Along with their armored vehicles and hastily piled sandbag fortifications, they were silently and completely erased, as though they had never existed upon this land. From the moment Cell raised his hand to the instant of destruction, everything concluded in the blink of an eye, perhaps even shorter. The once formidable defensive line, bustling with tanks, soldiers, trenches, and weapons, the pride of human civilization, was as if erased from the map by an invisible eraser. Cell hovered in place, slowly retracting his hand, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His emerald gaze did not spare a glance at the desolation, as if it had never warranted a modicum of his attention. His stage required absolute cleanliness. Now, all was quiet. Chapter 65, Transformation. West City. On the bustling streets, throngs of people flowed like a river, the clamor of the market serving as an ever-present backdrop. In a corner by the street, 17 casually leaned against the glass window of an upscale dessert shop, watching 18 inside, eagerly selecting yet another dessert, while 16 stood beside her like a silent guardian, indifferent to the sweet temptations surrounding them. Suddenly, a shift. The finely honed senses of 17, akin to a radar triggered by a signal, flicked up in surprise. He distinctly perceived from the southeastern direction, approximately near the base of Mount Fuji, a sudden explosion of destructive energy, which then swiftly receded. The quality of this energy was frigid and brutal. No doubt it belonged to Cell. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by an understanding of its origin. There was only his aura erupting, without any other formidable presence to contest it. It seemed he found the venue unsatisfactory and decided to set the stage himself. This was a miscalculation on 17's part, based on his own understanding. In the original narrative, Cell also utilized his power to create that iconic arena, leading 17 to subconsciously believe that this world-s Cell would naturally do the same. 17 and 18 both sensed the momentary disturbance. She emerged holding a freshly purchased strawberry parfait, her ice blue eyes glancing at him with a hint of inquiry, confirming that Cell's energy, isn't it? The intensity of that energy wave is quite formidable. Should we head over immediately? Despite her attempts to maintain a calm demeanor, the slight furrow of her brow and the unconscious fidgeting of her fingers revealed that her inner tranquility was far from intact. Cell's existence always hung like the sword of Damocles over the heads of those in the know. No need to rush, 17 replied lightly, as if discussing which cafe to visit for the afternoon. After all, it was still early, and noon had yet to arrive. The scheduled time for their game was set for tomorrow. He squinted slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the multitude of towering buildings, clearly perceiving the events unfolding at the base of Mount Fuji. A grand performance had yet to commence. How could he intrude early and spoil the enthusiasm of the supporting characters and audience? That would be terribly rude. Indeed, he possessed the absolute power to confront Cell head-on at this moment, even the assurance of victory. This strength stemmed from the relentless trials endured within the time chamber for a year. Yet, this was never the original intent behind his pursuit of power. His fervent training, breakthroughs, and transcending of limits were not aimed at becoming anyone's savior, nor merely to vanquish a specific foe. These were merely necessary means and processes to achieve a final goal. What he had always sought was the dominion over his own fate. To navigate this bizarre and infinitely intriguing world, free from any threats, and to indulge in experiences and witness everything according to his own will. Since Cell's current objective seemed to be merely a self-assumed game, desiring to witness the struggles of human warriors before him, their despair and panic, without an immediate threat to the Earth's existence, or more specifically, to 18 and 16, whom he regarded as kindred spirits, he was more than happy to remain an observer, playing the role of a calm spectator. Given the serendipitous arrival in this world, 17 mused, with an anticipation akin to gathering rare collectibles. It would be utterly dull not to witness those iconic moments destined to be recorded in history, belonging to the original narrative. After all, the price of admission had been paid with a year of grueling training. His gaze seemed to transcend time, glimpsing the fierce battles soon to unfold upon that stark white arena. Moreover, the existence of the 7 Dragon Balls, superior artifacts capable of granting nearly any wish, provided him with immense strategic depth and margin for error. Post-war recovery? Urban reconstruction? Casualties? Merely a matter of making a wish to the dragon. Simple and efficient. He pondered idly, but then a thought crossed his mind. If 16 were to be unfortunate enough to be killed one day, he would need to clarify his wish with the dragon. In the original narrative, when Krillin and the others wished for the revival of all those slain by Cell, they likely did not realize that 16, being a robot, could not be revived. 17 couldn't help but cast a peculiar glance at 16. It would be quite the spectacle if, after the wish was granted and everyone returned, 16 remained nothing but a pile of parts. The dragon, picking its nose. Let us not delve into the details here. 16, JPEG, the celestial palace. Suspended above the earthly realm, continued to bask in eternal tranquility and the gentle rays of sunlight, seemingly untouched by the turmoil and panic of the world below. However, beyond that wooden door of the spirit time room, a symbol of the shackles of time, the passage of time surged forth like a galloping white steed, vanishing at a speed unimaginable to the outside world. Creak, crack. The ancient and heavy wooden door swung open once more. As the doors parted, the first figure to emerge from the bizarrely twisted light and shadow was one of striking stature, as upright as a pine tree. His golden hair stood aloft like a blazing inferno, each strand distinct, yet curiously embodying a rhythm of composure. Those eyes, now a vibrant emerald green, exuded a calmness that belied their ability to pierce through illusion. The contours of his muscular form were smooth and perfect, not the explosive bulk of raw power, but a latent strength that hinted at terrifying capabilities. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Following closely was the youthful Sun Gohan, whose stature had just reached his father's waist. Adorned with a similarly dazzling crown of golden hair, his youthful visage bore an unexpected resoluteness, a maturity that seemed incongruous with his age, even tinged with a sharpened edge born from forced refinement. What was most astonishing was that both father and son maintained the form of Super Saiyan 1. However, the trademark aura, akin to golden flames raging with unrestrained energy, had entirely dissipated. This was not a sign of diminished power or inability to sustain it, but rather a manifestation of a deeper, more restrained mastery. Their presence felt as if forged from an alloy tempered through countless trials, highly condensed and harmoniously unified, almost indistinguishable from that of ordinary individuals. This exquisite control over the once frenzied Super Saiyan energy silently proclaimed their remarkable leap in strength, firmly establishing them at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1's full power. They were even perilously close to touching the threshold of an even higher power. While the outside world experienced merely a day, an entire year had elapsed within the confines of the spirit time room. The harsh environment of the time room acted as a crucible, refining their strength and will to unprecedented heights. Wukong, Gohan, you finally emerged. Krillin, who had been waiting with bated breath, was the first to contain his excitement, quickly stepping forward to greet them, his face alight with anticipation and curiosity. He, along with Tien, Yamcha, and the other Z fighters, had followed Sun Wukong to the sacred place 2 days prior. However, due to the almost draconian rules of the time room, only 2 individuals could enter at any given time. Thus, they could only await in this hallowed space, anxiously adjusting their own states, each day feeling like an eternity. Piccolo's deep, hawk-like green eyes had been fixed intently on the pair since the moment the wooden door opened. Particularly, he was captivated by Gohan's striking golden hair and the terrifyingly subdued, yet powerful aura surrounding him. Astonishment, disbelief, and a complex array of emotions coursed through him like a palpable electric current. Old son, your current state. His voice was low and gravelly, tinged with undeniable tremors. And Gohan, you two have succeeded in breaking through and mastered the power of Super Saiyan to this extent. He could distinctly sense that Gohan's aura, at this moment, was far more refined than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, reaching a realm he could scarcely comprehend. Haha, indeed. Piccolo. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, instinctively scratching the back of his head, that somewhat silly gesture contrasting beautifully with the masterly aura he now exuded. The days in the spirit time room were truly arduous, yet the results are astounding. This boy, Gohan, is exceptionally remarkable, even more resilient and diligent than I ever imagined. His gaze fell on his son, brimming with unabashed pride and satisfaction. Gohan, feeling the weight of Piccolo's penetrating gaze, shyly lowered his head, instinctively mimicking his father's gesture of scratching the back of his head, his tone respectful and sincere. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Without my father's meticulous guidance and your unwavering, rigorous training and protection, I would never have achieved this. He harbored the deepest respect for Piccolo, once the Demon King's offspring, who later became a stern mentor and guardian. Piccolo's gaze lingered on the restrained yet immensely powerful aura of the father and son, his inner astonishment difficult to quell. This spirit time room, he murmured, as if re-evaluating the wonders of this world, truly possesses such incredible power? As a genius from Namek, he was not only Sun Wukong's lifelong rival, second only to Prince Vegeta, but also his most significant ally. Piccolo's pursuit of strength was similarly intense and pure. He had repeatedly risen to the occasion in dire situations that threatened Earth's very existence, consistently ranking among the elite of the Z fighters. Now, experiencing the suffocating magnitude of progress the father and son had made, a fierce sense of urgency and an unwillingness to be outdone ignited within him, along with a more primal desire to grow stronger in order to face impending crises. Then I shall enter as well, everyone, Piccolo declared, casting aside any hesitation. succinctly articulating his intent before his form transformed into a green gust of wind, charging resolutely through the just-closed door of the time room. Without a second thought for his companions. "Hey, Piccolo, wait for me." Krillin, witnessing Piccolo's fervor and decisiveness, quickly called out to Tien, Yamcha, and the others present. Excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I'm going in too, everyone. Just wait and see how we emerge transformed." He did not wish to lag behind, and with that, he followed closely behind Piccolo, his form vanishing into the radiant light, the heavy wooden door closing once more. Observing the two who had just entered, Sun Wukong turned to his son and gently inquired, "Gohan, over the next few days, do you wish to return home to see your mother and reassure her? Or would you prefer to stay here and continue training with everyone?" Gohan hesitated for barely a moment, a warm yet slightly resigned smile gracing his youthful features. Dad, I think I'd rather stay here with everyone." He paused, his voice dropping slightly, tinged with youthful awkwardness. "If I go home now, Mom will surely worry herself sick. And then she'll do everything she can to keep me at home, absolutely refusing to let me participate in such dangerous affairs again." Vivid images of his mother, Chi-Chi, wielding a book and a spatula, filled his mind, both worried and angry, passionately urging him to focus on his studies instead of engaging in perilous battles. "Haha, that's true. Chi-Chi is just like that." Sun Wukong chuckled, instantly empathizing, his laughter carrying an air of awkwardness and reverence for his wife's formidable convictions. As a husband, he understood Chi-Chi's tenacity all too well. He could vividly foresee that scene. Chi-Chi would not only cling tightly to Gohan, but would also unleash a storm of reprimands upon him. Her fury likely more intense and enduring than Frisia's death beams. "All right then, you'll stay at the sacred place for the next few days, training and sparring with Tien, Yamcha, and the others, solidifying and adapting to your new strength." Sun Wukong clapped his son's still slightly slender shoulder, his tone turning serious. His gaze swept over the waiting Tien, Yamcha, and the others, and he added gravely, "I plan to set off now to gather the Dragon Balls scattered across the world. Their existence may very well become our ultimate safeguard in the battle against Cell, a pivotal contingency plan." His tone was steady and imbued with foresight, revealing the profound contemplation born from enduring trials. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong no longer lingered. He raised his left hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together in a sword-like gesture, and firmly pressed them against the center of his brow. An unparalleled sense of perception radiated outward like invisible ripples, swiftly expanding from the temple of the gods, transcending mountains and rivers, precisely capturing the familiar essence of Bulma. Far away in West City, with a soft whoosh, almost imperceptible, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a subtle ripple of energy in the air, a testament to his previous presence. His mastery of instant transmission had reached an extraordinary level. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation estate, the afternoon sun generously poured down, illuminating the meticulously trimmed expanse of the massive lawn, making it shimmer brilliantly. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of grass and earth. Beside the lawn stood a futuristic, silver, hemisphere-shaped structure, the high-intensity gravity training room, resembling an extraterrestrial artifact that had fallen into the courtyard, creating a striking juxtaposition with the surrounding natural beauty. The maintenance hatch on the side of the gravity room was ajar, revealing a complex array of mechanical structures and flickering energy lines within. Bulma, clad in an oil-stained white work uniform, had her light blue hair casually tied back, with a few strands falling beside her focused visage. She was engrossed in upgrading a core energy regulator of the gravity room alongside her father, Dr. Brief, who perpetually held an antique pipe, his hair resembling a chaotic nest, and wore a lab coat that did not exude seriousness. "If we enhance the conductivity by another 5%, theoretically, it could support higher intensity gravitational fluctuations," Bulma said without looking up, deftly wielding a precision screwdriver on a complex circuit board. Indeed, Dr. Brief replied cheerfully, the smoke from his pipe curling upwards. "But the cooling module must keep pace, otherwise it might puff smoke like a toaster," he added, as the laser welder in his hand precisely struck a tiny junction, emitting a brilliant burst of blue sparks. In that very moment, as Sun Wukong's form solidified in Bulma's courtyard through instant transmission, just a few blocks away in the premier shopping center of West City, an extravagant display of the latest luxury goods unfolded before number 17, who was being unwillingly dragged along by number 18, forced into the role of a human clothes hanger. His handsome, yet perpetually aloof visage briefly faltered, his ice-blue eyes flickering with a barely perceptible glimmer, akin to a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. A powerful and familiar aura suddenly appeared within his perception. This presence was undoubtedly that of Sun Wukong. In that direction lay Capsule Corporation, Bulma's home. Number 17's gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of buildings, directed eastward. A knowing smile crept across his lips as he whispered to himself, Sun Wukong, appearing there at this moment. According to the established narrative, he is likely retrieving the crucial device for locating the Dragon Balls, the Dragon Radar. Preparing for the imminent resurrection phase, perhaps? Let him be. His thoughts remained undisturbed, even tinged with a hint of boredom. The fate of the world, the hero's struggles, the predetermined destiny, at this moment, all paled in comparison to the exaggeratedly designed shirt that number 18 handed him. Resigned, he accepted the shirt and continued on this drawn-out, yet costly urban shopping spree. Chapter 67, The Final Day. Bulma. Doctor. Greetings. Sun Wukong's eternally vibrant voice abruptly shattered the peaceful ambience of the courtyard, interrupting the mechanical hum of operations. Oh, isn't this Wukong? Dr. Brief was the first to react, leisurely turning around, removing his pipe, his face adorned with that ever-cheerful, benevolent smile. As if no problem in the world warranted a frown. What a rare visitor. What brings you here today? Are you hungry? The kitchen just baked a new cake. Bulma didn't immediately halt her intricate work, merely responding without looking up, her tone tinged with familiar teasing. Indeed, Wukong, quite the rare guest. Shouldn't you be training at the Temple of the Gods with the others? Haha. Unperturbed by the jest, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head habitually and stated his purpose directly. The training just concluded. I came to borrow the Dragon Radar. It's somewhat urgent. The Dragon Radar? Bulma finally paused, standing upright and wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her oil-stained hand, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Let me think. It should be in that chaotic drawer over there. Feel free to rummage through it. My hands are all greasy. All right, Sun Wukong replied, swiftly making his way to the nearly disassembled drawer. Beneath a pile of screws, circuit boards, and small robotic arm components lay the sleek, streamlined silver Dragon Radar with its conspicuous green screen, quietly resting there, as if a forgotten treasure. Found it. Thanks a lot, Bulma, Doctor, Sun Wukong exclaimed, holding up the critical device that held the hope for Earth's future, his sunlit smile brightening the space. I have to rush now. See you later. Oh, you're leaving already? Want you stay for a cup of coffee? I just bought new coffee beans. Dr. Brief's warm yet slightly regretful voice echoed behind him, even as he raised an imaginary coffee cup to the air. Next time for sure, Doctor. Sun Wukong's voice trailed off as his figure began to blur and fade once more, instant transmission already activated. With a soft whoosh, nearly imperceptible, the courtyard was once again left with only Bulma and her father. Bulma gazed at the empty yard, shrugging helplessly before donning her goggles again, focusing intently on adjusting the core components of her gravity room. Dr. Brief, chuckling, resumed his pipe, muttering to himself, what a hasty child. But it's good to be full of vitality, indeed. As if everything that transpired was merely a trivial, yet harmonious interlude of this afternoon in West City. Days passed swiftly, like the relentless clouds outside the Temple of the Gods, silently, yet resolutely racing by. Each day felt like tearing a heavy page from the calendar in the countdown to the final confrontation. In this fleeting span of 6 days, Sun Wukong's figure appeared as an unyielding streak of golden lightning, continuously flashing across the vast expanse of Earth, disappearing and reappearing. Armed with Bulma's precisely engineered Dragon Radar and the almost divine convenience of instant transmission, his footsteps traversed the planet's most hidden and perilous corners. He ventured deep into the heart of tropical rainforests, where few dared to tread, enveloped by dense foliage that obscured nearly all sunlight. He delved into the shadowy depths of oceanic canyons, where frigid currents flowed silently. He even soared over the polar ice cap, perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of ice, in search of that faint yet distinctive energy signal within the pristine white expanse. Although the entire collection process lacked any heart-stopping battles, it was far from a smooth journey. The formidable forces of nature, the treacherous environment, and some unexpected familiar faces posed minor obstacles. Among the most amusing encounters was the unexpected meeting of Sun Wukong with an old acquaintance from his childhood, the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. At this juncture, Tao Bai Bai had been partially transformed, surviving as a half-cybernetic being due to certain circumstances. Time seemed to have left him relatively unscathed, yet his strength had stagnated, lagging far behind that of the current era. He stubbornly continued his old profession as an assassin. After a day spent engaging in unlocking puzzle games, Sun Wukong successfully acquired several Dragon Balls from them. For the current Sun Wukong, these encounters were merely trivial interludes, laced with irony, during a tense preparation for battle, failing to elicit any serious concern from him. The 7 orbs, imbued with the power of the dragon and shimmering with an orange glow, symbolizing infinite possibilities and hope, were thus retrieved one by one and carefully tucked away in his pocket. Each acquisition seemed to bestow a precious assurance against the heavy future that lay ahead. During this time, the ancient and heavy wooden door of the room of spirit and time opened multiple times over the course of several days. Akin to a mysterious maw that ingests and exhales the essence of the strong. The first to emerge was Piccolo. His aura had grown deeper and more restrained. His green skin glinting with an unyielding, cold luster under the temple's light, his gaze sharp, as if slicing through the air. He spoke little, merely nodding slightly to the waiting Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, and others, before silently moving to the edge of the temple, sitting cross-legged in midair. Immediately entering a deeper state of meditation and energy integration, resonating subtly with the ancient energy field of the temple itself. Next came Krillin. A confident and composed smile adorned his face. Although still diminutive in stature, his demeanor had markedly evolved, with his eyes radiating a newfound combat wisdom. A year of rigorous training had elevated his micromanipulation of energy to unprecedented heights, and his understanding and application of techniques had become increasingly refined. Notably, the speed of his signature technique, the Qianzhen, had undergone a qualitative leap, becoming a truly lethal move capable of threatening formidable foes. Subsequently, Tian Shinhan and Yamcha also emerged. Tian Shinhan's broad forehead showcased a brilliantly radiant third eye, his muscles taut and his aura as robust as a mountain, evidently having focused his training over the past year on maximizing explosive power and increasing his energy reserves. A new prototype of a more concentrated and ferocious energy attack seemed to be continuously evolving within his formidable mind. Yamcha appeared even more lithe and poised, his aura as fluid as the wind, having shed much of his past frivolity for a newfound determination and decisiveness forged through trials. He seemed to have discovered a new breakthrough on his path, blending the pursuit of absolute speed with the follow-up variations of his unique technique, the Wolfang Fist. Moving with a wild elegance reminiscent of a wolf, the years spent in the room of spirit and time had been a hellish forge, bestowing these Earth's most loyal guardians with a transformative surge of power and spiritual enlightenment. In the days following their emergence, the once solemn and tranquil temple of the gods transformed into a vibrant, bustling open-air training ground. The warriors seized the final moments to familiarize themselves with their surging strength, sparring with newfound techniques and exchanging insights on their training. Shouts, bursts of energy, and the resonant hum of colliding forces filled the air. Upon Sun Wukong's instant return to the temple of the gods, carrying the 7 Dragon Balls that embodied the hopes of Earth, he was greeted by a scene brimming with vitality and strength. The sunset's afterglow spilled like molten gold, bathing the entire temple platform in a warm crimson hue. The silhouettes of comrades intertwined amidst the light, freely shedding sweat as vibrant energy surged and sliced through the air. The atmosphere thick with the heat generated by their fierce collisions, and the fervent desire for ascendance reflected in each warrior's eyes. Sun Wukong quietly surveyed this group of allies who, under the looming shadow of despair, had not crumbled but instead erupted with greater resolve, continuously pushing their limits. A radiant smile of genuine satisfaction and indomitable fighting spirit illuminated his face. The ominous cloud of the Cell Games still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet the 10 days spent in the Temple of the Gods had forged a more solid and formidable foundation of strength, preparing them for the impending final showdown. This once austere temple had transformed into a crucible of hope and power, eagerly awaiting the day of the ultimate trial. Chapter 68, The State of All Beings. The day of the decisive battle arrived, like the heavy sword of Damocles suspended above their heads. On the platform of the Temple of the Gods, the morning light was faint, yet it failed to dispel the gravity that hung over the assembled warriors. Sun Wukong scanned the faces of his companions, Piccolo, Krillin, Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, Gohan, and Trunks, all of whom displayed a blend of resolve and an unmistakable hint of anxiety. His keen gaze swept across the gathering, only to note the absence of one figure. Where was Vegeta? He went ahead alone, Piccolo replied in a deep voice, his green visage as inscrutable as an ancient well, revealing no trace of emotion, save for a flicker of understanding regarding the Saiyan prince's solitary nature. Is that so? Sun Wukong's face broke into his characteristic cheerful smile. Tinged with a hint of approval, he hadn't anticipated Vegeta's confidence to be so unwavering. It seemed his power must have undergone remarkable enhancement. Following the warrior's sequential use of the Room of Spirit and Time, Vegeta had once again entered that temporal prison, undergoing a second and even more arduous training regimen. The Vegeta of now was surely a far cry from his former self. Beneath that arrogance lay an almost obsessive pursuit of power that fueled his confidence. However, Sun Wukong's optimistic conjecture failed to resonate with his companions. Instead, the Z fighter's expressions grew increasingly somber, the atmosphere thickening with a silence akin to the stillness before a storm, permeated by an invisible anxiety. "What is wrong with you all?" Sun Wukong asked, bewildered by the tense faces and rigid postures of his friends, each appearing deflated. "Is it too much pressure? Just relax." After a brief silence, Krillin took a deep breath, his voice quivering slightly as he broached the question that weighed heavily on everyone. "Goku, time is really running short. This battle, none of us can escape it. But can the Dragon Balls truly bring back everyone who was killed by Cell, with just one wish?" The last few words were almost a whisper, as if speaking them too loudly might disturb something. "Absolutely," Sun Wukong replied without a moment's hesitation, his eyes clear and resolute, imbued with an unwavering faith in the dragon and the power of the Dragon Balls. "That's good. That's really good, just like after the battle on Namek. This is wonderful." Krillin sighed deeply, releasing the pent-up tension from his chest as if a great weight had been lifted, his face finally regaining some color. Behind him, the tension among Tien, Yamcha, and the others seemed to ease slightly, reassured by the unwavering response. Although fear lingered, at least there was a semblance of finality to their security. "All right." Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately rallied his spirit, a golden aura subtly emanating from his being. Though not yet fully unleashed, it dispelled the surrounding gloom. "Let us not dawdle. It's almost noon. Let us set forth." Their destination was the plains at the foot of Mount Fuji, the chosen stage for their ultimate confrontation. At the base of Mount Fuji, the sky was no longer a vibrant blue but resembled a solid mass of lead, the oppressive weight making each breath feel laborious. Deep purple clouds hung low like colossal tufts of cotton soaked in tainted blood, suffocatingly draping over the landscape, casting a dim yellow light upon the desolate ground. In the heart of the wasteland stood a massive, sharply defined grayish-white square arena, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the eerie light of the heavens. Akin to an ancient altar awaiting sacrifice, radiating an aura of foreboding and silence. At the center of the arena, Cell stood imperiously. He maintained his formidable perfect form, his dark green biological exoskeleton refracting a metallic chill under the dim light. The purple energy patterns on his surface pulsated rhythmically, each beat tightening the oppressive air around him. With arms crossed and a faint, icy smirk playing on his lips, he awaited the entrance of the protagonists, like a sovereign orchestrating a grand spectacle. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are less than 20 minutes away from the commencement of the Cell Games, a contest that will determine the fate of the Earth." Not far away, atop a relatively intact hill, a reporter with meticulously groomed mustaches, his face as pale as parchment, gripped the microphone with trembling hands, feigning composure as he conducted a live broadcast. Beside him, the cameraman wore a similarly ashen expression, his arms shaking as he held the camera. Indeed, it seemed that only these two dedicated journalists remained in the battlefield, while their colleagues, who had eagerly followed Mr. Satan's entourage in pursuit of a sensational scoop, had vanished at the moment Cell effortlessly obliterated the army, revealing his godly power. After all, the job belonged to the boss, the bonuses to others. But one's life was one's own. Cell stood motionless at the center of the arena, while Mr. Satan, who had vowed to personally defeat him, had yet to arrive. The reporter's voice quivered, nearly faltering. Just then, a savage roar of engines pierced the heavy silence, violently breaking the tension and stirring up clouds of dust. A black stretch limousine came barreling in like a wild stallion, skidding to a halt beneath the arena. The door swung open with a resounding thud. Draped in his signature white cape and clad in a burgundy karate gi, Mr. Satan leaped out with an immensely athletic, or so he believed, demeanor. "Oi!" He immediately locked onto the camera on the hill, raising his arms high, flashing a trademark smile radiating self-assurance, as if victory were already assured, coupled with a V sign. His gleaming white teeth stood out against the dim light. With resolute strides, he approached the arena. Humph, just a nuisance, Cell thought, too lazy to glance in his direction, the minuscule presence of Mr. Satan feeling as bothersome as a buzzing mosquito to a dragon. Oblivious to the disdain, Mr. Satan enthusiastically beckoned the frightened reporter and cameraman closer for a close-up. Then, addressing the camera with a booming voice, he declared, to all the viewers around the world, "Worry not. Leave this monster known as Cell to me. Witness how I, Mr. Satan, shall defeat him with these invincible iron fists. Justice will prevail." Through the solitary broadcast signal, his heroic proclamation echoed to countless corners of the globe. Many, waiting before their screens, prayed in despair, as if grasping at a final lifeline, erupting into thunderous cheers and exclamations, believing they had seen the arrival of their savior. Far away at Kame House, Master Roshi, clad in a green tank top, also watched this absurd yet tragic scene unfold on television. Upon witnessing Mr. Satan's obliviously provocative antics, he sighed, removing his sunglasses to wipe them, muttering under his breath, Oh, this foolish clown. If he gets killed by Cell, it might spare some of Earth's dignity. Yet, regardless of Mr. Satan's fervent provocations and exaggerated displays, Cell remained as steadfast as a boulder in the center of the arena. The icy curve of his smirk unchanged. In West City, the time had come. Number 16 spoke first, his voice as steady as stone. As the red electronic eye precisely announced the hour. Is that so? Number 17, languishing on the sofa, sat up slowly as if awakening from a deep slumber. However, his ice blue eyes sharpened, his formidable perception akin to unseen radar waves, scanning the distant horizon. I sense them. Sun Wukong and the others are on the move. Rapidly approaching the base of Mount Fuji. Are you truly certain? Number 18 inquired, setting down her magazine, her ice blue eyes betraying an uncharacteristic hint of worry. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed on. That monster Cell. His aura feels even more unfathomable than before. Fear not. Number 17 rose, stretching his neck. A calm and absolute confidence gracing his features. The rigorous training in the time chamber was not in vain. Let us go. With that, the three figures shimmered momentarily, akin to phantoms, before soaring from the spacious balcony, transforming into three fleeting streaks of light, piercing the sky at a speed beyond the eye's grasp. Only the curtains in the living room swayed gently in the wake of their departure. Chapter 69. The arena begins on the scorched earth beneath the ominous clouds at the foot of Mount Fuji. Mr. Satan and the trembling reporter continued their comedic performance, attempting to fill the empty space with their exaggerated bravado. Suddenly, the previously tranquil Cell, with his eyes closed like a stone statue, snapped them open. Cold brilliance erupted forth like a tangible force. He abruptly lifted his head, his razor-sharp gaze penetrating the clouds, precisely locking onto a distant figure on the horizon. An overwhelming, domineering energy, imbued with the unique essence of a Saiyan, surged towards him at high speed. Vegeta, is it? Cell's voice, deep and magnetic, resonated with a hint of amusement and anticipation, relishing the arrival of a worthy opponent. Finally, someone who might pique my interest. I hope he is not as tedious as the scrap metal. What is this? The bewildered host observed a figure plummeting from the sky like a meteor, exuding an alarming aura, descending as if defying gravity, crashing heavily onto the empty space across the arena, creating a shockwave. He seems to be flying down? What in the world is this? The phenomenon that transcended all rational comprehension caused his mind to falter, leaving him momentarily speechless. Merely an elaborate illusion and a mere trick of the wires. Such petty sleight of hand is hardly unfamiliar to me. Mr. Satan, arms crossed, maintained an unwavering confidence that bordered on the blind. Any occurrence beyond his meager imagination would be promptly categorized as a mere deception. The host, summoning his courage, trembled as he raised the microphone, inching closer to the ominous presence of Vegeta. Sir, might I inquire if you are here to compete? If you are merely here for amusement, please, I urge you to leave. It is truly perilous here. Get lost, you insignificant fool. The proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, bestowed not even a fleeting glance, his chilling words slicing through the host's courage like an invisible blade, ensuring that any further intrusion would bear consequences. His full attention, those eyes ablaze with the fire of battle and pride, were fixed with pinpoint precision upon the dark green figure at the center of the arena, his singular target for this endeavor. The reporter, struck with terror, retreated hastily, scrambling back behind Mr. Satan, his voice quivering. Oh my, it seems we have an unstable and dangerous individual here. Overestimating oneself. Such a charlatan will only be a hindrance. Mr. Satan scoffed, attempting to reclaim control of the situation. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The reporter forcibly redirected the focus. Addressing the camera, his voice rising in pitch from sheer excitement and fear, we are now merely 5 minutes away from the official commencement of the Cell Games. An ultimate confrontation that will determine the fate of the Earth. Almost simultaneously, Cell's senses detected an even more formidable presence swiftly approaching from afar. And a smirk of amusement widened on his lips. At last, you have arrived, Son Goku. Do not let me down. He slowly turned his gaze toward the sky. Brilliant beams of light, in various hues, cut through the oppressive gray atmosphere like swords of hope, roaring forth with a resolute intensity. There it is, the arena. Krillin voiced, his tone laced with tension. All right, let's go. At Goku's command, he retracted the surging golden aura surrounding him, diving toward the edge of the arena like a precisely guided meteor. With a series of muted thuds, Goku, followed by Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, landed solidly on the cold, unyielding ground at the arena's edge. The golden aura around Goku dissipated in an instant, yet his eyes remained calm and sharp, as if concealing a brewing storm. His comrades, solemn in demeanor, held their breath, the power honed in the hyperbolic time chamber restrained and ready, forming an invisible bastion of resilience. Goku's gaze, steady as a deep pool, swept across the arena, landing on the malevolent figure of Cell at its center. This was his first encounter with perfect Cell. Previously, when Cell absorbed Android 13, he had been bedridden, ravaged by a viral heart disease, only able to sense the rise of that despair-inducing aura. Son Goku, our first meeting. Cell's voice dripped with amusement, instantly recognizing this fated adversary from the data inputted by Dr. Gero. Oi, where are androids 17 and 18? Krillin anxiously scanned his surroundings, sweat beading on his palms, his heart racing. As essential combatants against Cell, the absence of androids 17, 18, and 16 would significantly diminish their odds of victory. The collective arrival of the Z fighters immediately captured the attention of the last remaining camera lens in the vicinity. It seems they also arrived flying, didn't they? The host muttered in bewilderment, grappling with the series of phenomena that defied the laws of physics, thoroughly challenging his worldview. Perhaps this is a recent trend in elaborate collective illusions? Although Mr. Satan shared in the astonishment, internally flustered, he remained steadfast in defending his crumbling fortress of common sense. Feeling overshadowed, Mr. Satan hastily leapt to the center of the arena. With an air of exaggerated flair, he pretended to untie his iconic white cape. Striking a pose, he seemed poised to initiate an assault on the motionless Cell. Just as this suffocatingly ridiculous moment unfolded, a sudden trumpet sound resonated from the heavens, abruptly interrupting the awkward scene. Buzzing. As the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air, everyone instinctively looked up. An ostentatiously painted pink dual-rotor helicopter awkwardly hovered above the arena, the source of the earlier blaring horn. Who on earth is that? What is happening? Krillin scratched his bald head in curiosity, fixated on the out-of-place helicopter. Unlike the others, Mr. Satan, upon recognizing the familiar aircraft, wore an expression of realization tinged with impatience, as if to say, these guys have finally arrived. What a timing. As the flamboyant pink helicopter, starkly contrasting the grim atmosphere of the battlefield, descended with a deafening roar, it hovered precariously just a meter above the arena floor, shaking unsteadily as the cabin door was roughly flung open. Three indistinct figures jostled at the threshold. The first to leap down was an extravagantly postured man. His long hair meticulously styled like a golden waterfall, a vibrant red rose perched flamboyantly between his lips. Dressed in a pure white, form-fitting battle suit adorned with a rose emblem embroidered in gold thread, he knelt dramatically upon landing, the rose still firmly held in place. Following him was a rotund man clad in bizarre armor, his head topped with a dark metallic helmet featuring sharp angles, his face obscured by a gas mask-like apparatus, revealing only a pair of beady eyes. His upper body was encased in dark metal armor accented with purple, the tight purple bodysuit underneath accentuating his ample frame, while sturdy legs were shod in intricately laced dark boots. His landing produced a resounding thud, seemingly shaking the arena. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. After steadying himself, the rotund man turned toward the cabin door, arms outstretched in an embracing gesture. A woman with flowing orange waves of hair, clad in a dazzling pink bodysuit and possessing a striking figure, giggled as she leaped out, landing perfectly in his arms, twirled around, and then gracefully touched down, as if this were not a deadly arena but a glamorous stage. Now, in front of Mr. Satan, three mysterious individuals had appeared. Who were they? This peculiar entrance, this astonishing appearance. The dedicated host, despite an overwhelming urge to scoff inwardly, strained his voice, shouting into the microphone, attempting to interpret this ludicrous spectacle. Upon hearing the host's words, the blond man and the corpulent man appeared to receive an unspoken command, swiftly striking a bizarre pose in unison as they proclaimed, "We are disciples of Mr. Satan." The blond man brandished a rose, winking at the camera, and declared, "I am the man of the wind, the world's most handsome man, Gero." Meanwhile, the corpulent man strained to showcase his nearly invisible biceps, growling in a deep voice, "I am the embodiment of strength, the world's mightiest warrior, mighty Perilous." Observing their self-introductions and outlandish antics, Krillin, Yamcha, and others at the edge of the arena were left utterly dumbfounded, speechless, their mouths twitching as if their brains had been force-fed indescribable nonsense. Even the typically composed Piccolo furrowed his brow in disbelief. At the television set on Korin Tower, Master Roshi exclaimed, "Are there truly more skilled fighters?" If Android 17 were present, with his sharp tongue and outsider's perspective, he would undoubtedly have pointed at Gale Karoni and mighty Perilous, unleashing a torrent of sarcastic commentary. Who says Gohan adopted his masked Saiyan superhero persona due to the aesthetic influence of the Ginyu Force on Namek? Could it not be attributed to these two fools instead? Regrettably, 17 missed this rare opportunity for mockery. At that moment, An orange-haired woman emerged from nowhere. Microphone in hand, swaying her hips as she approached Satan, her sugary voice introducing. These two are the finest warriors, personally trained by the world's strongest fighter, Mr. Satan. And I, of course, am the #1 beauty agent, Bisha, who has discovered and supported them, embodying both wisdom and beauty. She punctuated her statement with a playful kiss toward the camera. Master, Gale Coroni elegantly gestured toward the center of the arena, where Cell, who had barely lifted an eyelid throughout, ignored them completely. He turned to Mr. Satan, speaking in a tone that suggested he was eager to alleviate his burdens. Dealing with a third-rate character like him does not require your direct intervention. That would tarnish your invincible iron fists. Exactly. Mighty Peloki chimed in, thumping his sturdy chest with both hands, producing a dull thud, his voice brimming with confidence beneath his mask. As long as we two take action, we can dispose of him in just a few moves. That does hold some merit, Mr. Satan mused, stroking his chin, genuinely contemplating the situation. For a nameless individual like this, it would indeed be an overuse of resources for me to intervene personally and act beneath my dignity. With a decisive wave of his hand, he made an enlightened choice. Very well. I entrust this task to you two. Show the world the might of Satan's martial arts. Do not hold back. With that, Mr. Satan donned an expression of busy superiority, turning and strutting off the stage, leaving the spotlight to his two esteemed disciples. Dear viewers, did you hear that? The host bellowed into the camera. Mr. Satan, out of his magnanimity as a strong warrior, has granted the opportunity to his esteemed disciples, Gale Coroni and Mighty Peloki, to engage in the first round of combat. As the camera zoomed in, capturing the confident faces of the two, the anticipation spread worldwide. I can't take this anymore. What a bunch of fools, Krillin muttered, unable to suppress his exasperation, feeling as though he was about to succumb to second-hand embarrassment. First up is contestant Gale Coroni. Under the host's fervent words, Mighty Peloki and Bisha stepped back to the edge of the arena, leaving only Gale Coroni, self-proclaimed the world's most handsome man, and the still statuesque Cell in the ring. Suddenly, Gale Coroni produced a vibrant bouquet of roses from seemingly nowhere, inhaling their fragrance with fervor before tossing them high into the air. Thereafter, he leapt like a ballet dancer, spinning gracefully, and with a slicing gesture, he astonishingly severed the bouquet into countless fragments mid-air. The petals cascaded down like crimson raindrops, enveloping him in a floral shower. Surely, this performance will increase my female fanbase by at least another 100,000. Gale Coroni reveled in his spectacular opening display. Brimming with confidence, he leapt once more, executing an extravagant kick aimed at Cell's head while shouting the name of his signature move. Prepare yourself. Satan-style secret technique. Flying attack leg. However, Cell at the center of the arena did not even alter his posture, merely lifting his eyelids. He regarded the noisy fly before him with a disdainful gaze. Without needing to make any movement, the potent purple aura emanating from him rippled like water, effortlessly dismantling Gale Coroni's seemingly grand kick. With a startled gasp, Gale Coroni was sent hurtling backward, even faster than he had rushed forward, tracing a clumsy arc before crashing into the area where Mr. Satan and others stood, landing on his back, dazed and disoriented. Alas, Mr. Satan observed his disciple being effortlessly defeated without Cell lifting a finger, shaking his head seriously as he assumed a stern mentor's pose. What a pity. Coroni is actually quite exceptional. He possesses great potential, yet he is far too easily swayed by pride, lacking substance. It is precisely this flaw that prevents him from surpassing me, his master. Strangely enough, Mr. Satan's grave demeanor, combined with his aura of a world champion, was indeed capable of deceiving some unsuspecting television viewers. Fear not, master. I shall defeat Cell and avenge Coroni. Mighty Peloki thundered, striding heavily back onto the arena, his voice resonating through his mask, yet imbued with an inexplicable confidence. He took a deep breath and began to remove his gear. First, he removed the spiked helmet, revealing a shiny bald head, then struggled to unfasten the dark armor from his upper body, exposing a purple bodysuit beneath, along with his round, bearded face. Next, he bizarrely began to crush the helmet and armor with brute force, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds, ultimately twisting them into a grotesque metallic ball. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he opened his mouth wide, attempting to shove this metallic sphere into his mouth. Yet, Cell remained utterly indifferent to his antics, treating him as if he were mere air. Instead, Cell slightly turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through the arena, locking onto Goku, who had been quietly observing below. At that moment, Goku sensed something, calmly lifting his gaze to meet Cell's stare. Their eyes connected in the air, though there was no tangible explosion of energy. An invisible and overwhelming battle intent surged between them like two mountains poised for collision, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. It was a sensation reserved for the most elite of warriors, as if the surrounding air had grown heavy. Chapter 71, The Clown's Final Dance. Completely oblivious to the situation, mighty Peloki, attempting to showcase his strength, was now swinging his fists and bellowing as he charged at Cell with all his might. However, just a few steps into his charge, he felt as though he had collided with an invisible, unyielding wall. His steps grew increasingly labored, each advancement becoming an arduous task. His face turning crimson. The intangible aura of battle interwoven between Cell and Son Goku exuded an oppressive force that felt as tangible as an impenetrable wall of air to any ordinary person. Daring Peloki was drenched in sweat, his muscles quivering as he finally grasped the daunting chasm of disparity in power. His tiny eyes widened with terror. No, this cannot be. What on earth is this? Before he could finish his thought, the invisible barrier quivered slightly, unleashing an irresistible rebounding force that sent daring Peloki's corpulent form soaring like a rubber ball. He landed clumsily beneath the arena, rolling several times before coming to a halt, in a state far more pitiful than the whirlwind of Coroni. As the host frantically inquired about the unfolding situation, Mr. Satan maintained his composure, adopting a tone of someone who had already seen through it all, deflecting the inquiry by insinuating that Cell had employed some sort of cheating device. Witnessing his two esteemed disciples suffer such a ludicrous and complete defeat, Mr. Satan's pride finally began to falter. With cameras from all over the world trained upon him, he felt compelled to act in defense of his dignity as a world champion, at least in his own eyes. Taking a deep breath, he forced a facade of calm, even tinged with contempt, as he stepped onto the arena that had brought shame upon his disciples. With a sudden flourish, he yanked at the iconic white cloak's tie, casting it aside to reveal a deep crimson karate gi beneath. Then, with an exaggeratedly slow and solemn motion, he unfastened the championship belt that symbolized the pinnacle of global honor, placing it with great care at the corner of the arena. As the audience held their breath, expecting to witness the Earth's strongest man finally unleash his true might, he unexpectedly produced a mysterious universal capsule from within his robes. With a soft pop and a puff of white smoke, a large sports duffel bag materialized on the ground. Under the bewildered gazes of the global audience and the Z-fighters at the arena's edge, Mr. Satan crouched down, unzipped the bag, and retrieved a thick stack of showbiz tiles. He placed them solemnly in the center of the arena, adjusting their position to ensure they were perfectly framed for all cameras. Assuming a solid stance, he drew in his energy and bellowed with full force. Hey-ya! His hand struck down, and with a resounding crack, the stack of tiles shattered into two. Standing tall, Mr. Satan wore a self-satisfied grin. As if he had just accomplished a remarkable feat, he eagerly glanced at Cell, anticipating a reaction of shock, fear, or even surrender. However, what he received in return was a cold glare from Cell, filled with utter disdain, as if he were gazing upon an imbecile. Ha! Mr. Satan erupted into exaggerated laughter to mask his inner turmoil and embarrassment, pointing at the broken tiles. Cell, did you see that? This is the power of a world champion. In just 1 minute, you will be utterly defeated like this stack of tiles. With a self-motivating roar, Mr. Satan initiated what he termed a fierce assault. He unleashed every ounce of his karate prowess, striking at Cell's head, neck, and vital regions with punches and kicks that resembled a torrential storm. To the untrained eye, his speed appeared swift, accompanied by a whistling wind and a fierce stance. Yet, before the overwhelming might of Cell, his efforts were as insignificant as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Cell barely bothered to defend himself. He stood unperturbed, allowing Mr. Satan's feeble strikes to rain down upon him, producing futile thuds against his body. His form remained unwavering, seemingly irritated by the buzzing insect that was Mr. Satan. As Mr. Satan prepared for a powerful punch, believing he had gathered all his strength for a decisive blow to Cell's face, Cell finally made a move. With a casual flick of his hand, akin to brushing off a speck of dust from his shoulder, he effortlessly redirected the attack. An agonizing scream erupted from Mr. Satan, who felt an unassailable force crash upon him. He was sent hurtling back like a baseball struck by a bat, screaming as he transformed into a blurred silhouette, soaring through the arena and crashing against the rocky wall of a distant hill. Boom! A dull thud resonated as the wall was dented by his impact, debris cascading down and raising a cloud of dust. After a brief silence, a voice broke through. He is still alive? Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched Mr. Satan struggle to rise from the rubble, clutching his head in pain. It seemed Cell lacked even the interest to crush such an insignificant creature. At that moment of chaotic yet temporary calm, a voice rang out from above. Oh, it seems we arrived just in time, as if we didn't miss the most thrilling part. The clear, teasing tone of Android 17 echoed, perfectly timed as he, along with androids 18 and 16, descended gracefully from the sky, witnessing Mr. Satan's comical exit in its entirety. Oi, 17, you finally made it. Goku called out with a smile, waving at them as if the preceding events had been merely a trivial warm-up. Android 17 nodded slightly, but directed his gaze, sharp as a laser, past all irrelevant parties, fixating on the imposing green figure of Cell at the arena center. Meanwhile, Cell's previously tranquil expression transformed, his eyes locking onto Android 17 with an excited yet cruel glint. At last, you've arrived, 17. Cell's voice resonated with a long-suppressed battle intent, declaring the end of the frivolous prelude and dismissing the insignificant players. Now, the game truly begins. His voice rose in undeniable authority. Who among you shall step forward to meet your demise first? In response, Goku crossed his arms and casually began stretching, nonchalantly loosening his shoulder joints. He began calmly. Mr. Goku. Trunks interjected immediately, a look of confusion etched across his face. You don't need to jump in right away. We should, according to Trunks' pragmatic mindset, shaped by the harsh realities of the future. The strategy should involve a rotation of fighters to exhaust Cell's energy before Goku made a grand entrance to clinch victory, ensuring the most efficient and least costly outcome. Android 17, catching Trunks' unfinished thought, raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. He was not surprised by Trunks' realistic, if somewhat underhanded, notion. After all, in the bleak future from which Trunks hailed, the Z fighters had nearly perished, leaving only Gohan, a figure of both mentor and brother, to bear the burden. Each battle signifies immense peril and sacrifice. Any squandered ounce of strength could lead to annihilation. The spirit and resolve that once flourished during the zenith of the Z fighters, embodied by figures such as Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, evoked a sense of confidence, righteousness, and a daring spirit eager to confront formidable adversaries, even relishing the act of combat itself. Yet, in that dark era, Trunks found it nearly impossible to fully grasp or experience such sentiments. Chapter 72, the battle commences. Very well, number 17, Vegeta. Indeed, as number 17 had surmised, Sun Wukong did not heed Trunks' counsel. He merely halted his warm-up, turning to face the stoically poised number 17 and Vegeta, his gaze calm, as if seeking their consent, or perhaps, merely notifying them. These were the only two present who were qualified to contend for the honor of the first strike. It matters not, Vegeta scoffed. Crossing his arms and lifting his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with unshakable confidence and pride. Regardless of who struck first, it was destined to be I, Vegeta, who would ultimately vanquish Cell. Number 17 regarded Sun Wukong with an unruffled expression and stated with a hint of indifference, I can grant you an opportunity for practical combat. Should it prove futile, he paused, his tone imbued with an air of inevitability. Then I shall take over and eliminate Cell myself. Arrogance. At those words, which seemed to proclaim his doom, Cell's long-suppressed fury ignited instantaneously. A terrifying purple aura erupted uncontrollably from his being, warping the surrounding air with its intensity. Once I dispatch Sun Wukong with the ease of crushing an insect, you shall be next, number 17. I will make you pay dearly for your arrogance. Very well. I await your arrival, number 17 replied nonchalantly, even waving dismissively, as if Cell's rage were but the flailing of a powerless creature. However, he suggested that Cell should first deal with Sun Wukong. Amidst the anticipatory, anxious, and exhilarated gazes of those present, Sun Wukong maintained his familiar smile and stepped forward, confidently ascending the vast arena. The first round of the ultimate battle was about to commence under his orchestration. Upon the stark white expanse of the colossal arena, the air felt solid as iron, as if time itself slowed in the face-off between these two extraordinary warriors. The leaden sky hung low, clouds seemingly parted by an invisible force, forming a colossal vortex that loomed over the arena, resembling a cold, indifferent eye of the heavens, observing the impending epic conflict below. Cell and Sun Wukong stood several meters apart, both slightly leaning forward, their centers of gravity lowered, adopting their meticulously honed combat stances. Cell's posture exuded a chilling efficiency and elegance akin to a precision killing machine, his dark green exoskeleton glinting ominously in the dim light, while the undulating purple energy patterns upon his surface pulsed like breath, distorting the surrounding space with each flicker. Sun Wukong's stance appeared more natural and harmonious, as if he were one with the cosmos. Though his aura was intensely repressed, the latent sense of overwhelming power emanating from him instilled awe in all who perceived it. His gaze was clear and focused, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey, yet infused with a pure respect and fighting spirit for his formidable opponent. With no superfluous words, not even the slightest hint of forewarning, the battle erupted in a sudden explosion as their eyes met for the final time. Boom, boom. Two nearly simultaneous sonic booms shattered the silence. The spots where they once stood were left with two expanding shockwave clouds, remnants of their instantaneous breach of the sound barrier. Their true forms had already morphed into phantoms, transcending the limits of the human eye, soaring into the heavens. In the next instant, the sky reverberated with a series of dense, thunderous impacts, akin to a superspeed pile driver mercilessly hammering steel. The golden and purple lights dominated the sky, moving like sentient meteors, intertwining at a bewildering pace, colliding fiercely, then instantaneously separating. Each unembellished exchange of strikes produced not merely sound, but visible shockwaves of terrifying energy. These waves, imbued with destructive force, swept across the earth like the scythe of death, shattering the towering stone columns surrounding the arena. The solid ground was furrowed with unfathomable chasms, resembling the grotesque scars upon a planet's surface. This the remaining host at the scene had long since lost the ability to articulate, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit within. He and the nearby cameraman futilely attempted to capture the battle on film, yet their eyes could not even keep pace with the fleeting remnants of their motions. All they could perceive were blurred, distorted shadows flickering, coupled with the blinding flashes of energy erupting from the sky and ground, and the relentless roaring that filled the air. Fear and insignificance washed over them like a deluge of ice water, rendering their bodies rigid. However, in the eyes of number 17, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, every detail of the battle unfolded vividly within their heightened perceptions. High above, Cell unleashed a right punch, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait, its angle sharp and lethal, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it tore through the vacuum, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's heart. In that critical moment, Sun Wukong exhibited extraordinary flexibility and neural reflexes, evading the fatal punch by a mere hair's breadth, as if he were devoid of bones, twisting his body in a near-contorted sidestep that allowed the lethal strike to graze past his chest. Simultaneously, his right knee, charged with the potency of a battering ram, collided squarely with Cell's abdomen. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated. Cell's body was propelled backward as if struck by the main cannon of an interstellar battleship, hurtling toward the arena below at astonishing speed. Crash! The incredibly sturdy white stone surface of the arena could not withstand this tremendous force, instantly yielding to a colossal crater exceeding 10 meters in diameter, its edges radiating outward in cracks, and a dense cloud of dust billowing upward like a mushroom cloud. Too powerful. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed, his excitement spilling forth as he witnessed this spectacular counterattack, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Do not be too optimistic. You fool. Vegeta retorted coldly, his perception sharper and his expression grave. Cell shows no signs of weakening. Rather, he appears even more invigorated. As if to validate Vegeta's words, Cell emerged unscathed from the swirling dust, casually brushing away non-existent dust from his abdominal armor. The playful smile upon his face had not only persisted but had deepened, suffused with delight akin to a child discovering a new toy. Indeed, truly remarkable, Sun Wukong. You are far more entertaining than I had anticipated. It seems I shall be able to enjoy this thoroughly. Before his words could fully dissipate, he spread his arms wide, gathering energy into two swirling orbs in his palms, an unmistakable Kienzan. Taste this. Cell thrust his arms forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Two high-velocity, whirring purple energy discs, resembling the Grim Reaper's flying wheels, surged forth with absolute cutting intent, perfectly flanking Sun Wukong and instantaneously sealing off all possible avenues for evasion. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed suddenly. Confronting this lethal strike, he chose not to retreat, but to surge forward once more. His form transformed mid-air into the most agile of fish, deftly slipping through the minuscule gap between the two spiraling energy blades at the very last moment, navigating with perilous precision. The two energy blades he narrowly evaded continued their relentless trajectory, hurtling towards the distant edges of the arena, where two low hills awaited. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the faint sound of slicing, reminiscent of a hot knife gliding through butter, as the upper portions of the hills gracefully sheared away along the smooth, mirror-like surfaces, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, in the act of evasion, Sun Wukong had already drawn his palms to his waist, azure energy converging at a frantic pace, compressing and compressing once more. Kamehameha, accompanied by a ferocious roar, a colossal blue energy beam, as robust as a dragon unleashed from its bindings, surged forth with the terrifying might to obliterate all, aimed directly at the still recovering Cell. A splendid challenge. Cell cackled maniacally, defiantly refusing to evade. Thrusting his palms forward with force, a formidable purple energy wave surged forth to meet it. Boom! The two cataclysmic forces collided violently in midair, engaging in a fierce contest. At the core of their clash, an immense sphere of energy formed, a chaotic amalgamation of blue and purple, annihilating and roaring with ferocity. It resembled an unstable miniature sun, radiating destructive light, illuminating the dim battlefield as if it were day. The ground trembled violently beneath this unimaginable might. Fissures radiating outwards like a spider's web from the arena's center. The tempest of dispersing energy further ground the remnants of the distant hills to dust, flattening them to the earth. Chapter 73, Wukong vs. Cell. Oh, this power is utterly monstrous. At the arena's edge, the energy storm raged like a tangible tsunami. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others clenched their teeth, their facial muscles contorting from the exertion, even as they unleashed their full power without reservation. They were but rocks struggling to maintain their stance amidst the rapids. The ground beneath them groaned under the weight of this terrifying energy, cracking inch by inch. As debris was effortlessly lifted into the air, only to be pulverized by the more violent energy currents. Android 17's short black hair whipped wildly in the energy hurricane, resembling black flames dancing before his forehead. Yet, his tall and slender figure remained as steadfast as a statue rooted to the earth, unyielding against the storm capable of tearing steel ships apart. The chaotic energy currents crashed against the invisible yet indestructible barrier before him, parting like titanic waves against a breakwater, failing to budge him even slightly, nor disturbing the ground beneath his feet. His eyes, as deep as the starry sea, narrowed slightly, piercing through the blinding light and swirling dust, locking onto the eye of the storm. Two figures, one gold and one purple, entangled in a furious clash. Their expressions focused and calm, akin to a master scientist observing a fierce particle collision experiment. Is the Saiyan bloodline truly so unreasonable? Android 18 stood behind Android 17, shielded by the barrier, thus spared the full brunt of the pressure. Yet, the raging wind still tousled her brilliant golden locks like flowing light. Her exquisite visage bore the mark of incredulous astonishment, her voice cutting through the storm's deafening roar. Recalling the son Wukong they had battled not long ago, his power was nowhere near this exaggerated. The speed of his enhancement is utterly absurd. A naturally gifted warrior, a favored child of the cosmos, Android 17's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling objectivity that pierced through the essence of life. More terrifying was their near-cheating ability of returning from the brink of death. Each time they clawed back from the jaws of demise, their bodies seemed to shatter some limiter, enabling their strength to leap geometrically beyond reason. Had it not been for the serendipitous mastery of Ki and the subsequent qualitative enhancement of their energy levels and control. He slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Android 18, his tone flat yet piercing, perhaps in your current state. You lack even the qualification to be their warm-up opponent. Beside them, Android 16's massive metallic form stood silent as a mountain. Yet his crimson electronic eyes flickered with unprecedented frequency, the internal processors straining under overload, cold data streams cascading like a waterfall. Android 17 spoke the truth. His deep, mechanical voice resonated devoid of emotional fluctuation. The energy levels currently unleashed by Cell and Son Wukong have completely surpassed the highest recorded energy output of Android 18 in the database. Based on existing combat data models, the current energy intensity exceeds my maximum response threshold. In direct combat, I am no longer their match. His words fell like a cold verdict, rationally condemning his own obsolescence, devoid of any tumult, yet laden with a chilling reality. Upon hearing this, Android 18 furrowed her brows tightly, biting her lip. Android 16's brutally calm assessment poured cold water over her burgeoning sense of superiority as an artificial being. Indeed, since mastering the power of Ki, her training had grown somewhat lax. The battle before her, far exceeding her imagination, served as the sharpest mirror, ruthlessly reflecting her complacency and shattering it to pieces. In the air, the two forces representing different extremes of destructive energy fiercely grappled, locked in a stalemate for several seconds. The blue and purple lights clashing like two roaring dragons. Ultimately, the balance of energy shattered, triggering a cataclysmic explosion of unprecedented magnitude. Boom! It was as if a miniature sun was born only to collapse and annihilate in an instant. An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted. Blinding white light instantaneously consumed all vision, while the devastating shockwave of energy expanded outward in a perfect sphere. The terrifying recoil of energy hurled both Cell and Son Wukong through the air like stones from a catapult, tracing blinding and chaotic paths across the sky. As they flew back, a glint of cunning and extreme impatience flashed in Cell's eyes. He acutely sensed that the broken arena beneath his feet symbolized an insidious rule, falling out of the ring meant defeat. A confining shackling that restrained him and Sun Wukong from engaging in a truly unrestrained battle. Huh. A cruel grin curled at the corners of his mouth as he seized the inertia of being thrust back, instantly condensing a highly compressed sphere of purple energy in his palm, one capable of erasing mountains from the map. Without a glance, he thrust it downwards towards the already shattered core of the arena. He intended to utterly obliterate this obstructive stage. Everyone be careful. His battle instincts were razor-sharp. The moment Cell's energy sphere left his hand, Sun Wukong fully grasped his intention. His warning echoed like thunder, instantly reaching the ears of every companion. Move. Without needing further instruction, the onlookers by the arena reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing their ki to its utmost, transforming into streaks of light as they swiftly exited the anticipated explosion range of Cell's energy sphere. Amidst the chaos, Android 16's massive and heavy form now displayed astonishing speed and precision, incongruent with its size. He resembled a moving fortress of steel, with mechanical arms extending with millimetric precision. Swiftly grasping the already petrified Mr. Satan, as well as the two hosts and cameramen, who were frozen in terror, unable even to flee, along with their precious equipment, lifting them with unwavering steadiness. In the next instant, they transformed into a streak of emerald light, hastily retreating from the impending cataclysm of the explosion. Do not panic. Amidst the chaos, where everything was in disarray, the voice of number 17 remained eerily calm, devoid of any ripple, as if the roaring energy projectile hurtling towards them was merely a gust of wind, slightly stronger than usual. He did not even shift his stance. Upon hearing his seemingly enchanted words, number 18 felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The posture she had just prepared to evade froze in place, and she stood trustingly behind him, her golden strands of hair soaring straight back in the tempest created by the energy blast. Just as the deathly purple energy sphere was about to engulf the two of them, a resonant hum echoed. A semi-transparent shield, its surface resembling liquid jade and radiating a profound emerald aura, materialized instantaneously before number 17, like the most impenetrable cosmic barrier. The surface of the shield shimmered, its structure astonishingly stable. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion erupted as anticipated. The blinding light and devastating flames swiftly consumed the arena, with heat waves scorching enough to vaporize steel, and shock waves imbued with terrifying kinetic energy crashing against the verdant shield, sending rippling energy waves spiraling outward. Yet beyond the shield, it was as if two worlds existed. Number 17 and number 18 remained untouched, their garments unruffled by the cataclysm so near. Their expressions serene as if they were at the calmest core of a storm, coldly observing the apocalyptic scene unfolding around them. The aftershocks of the explosion howled past them, swirling dust and debris, further ravaging the surroundings into a nightmarish chaos. Just as the blinding light and deafening roar of the explosion had yet to fully dissipate, the obscuration of sight and sound served as the perfect cover. In the air, propelled by the force of the blast, Sun Wukong twisted his body in a manner that defied the laws of physics, stabilizing his position. The next moment, he vanished into thin air. Instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, like a specter emerging from the void, he appeared with impeccable precision behind the unsuspecting Cell, who had just launched the energy projectile and was looking down with a smirk of triumph, his defenses still recovering from the last attack. Timing, angle, power. The three elements fused flawlessly. Sun Wukong's core muscles tensed like a dragon, unleashing a cataclysmic force that could shake the very stars, twisting his body. A spinning kick. His right leg, enveloped in a tempestuous golden aura and infused with all his might, cleaved through the turbulent energy currents like the axe of Pangu cleaving the heavens, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed directly at Cell's unprotected nape. This strike encapsulated Sun Wukong's battle wisdom and strength, honed through countless trials. Should this kick land, even the ancient stars would shatter. Chapter 74. The prince's astonishment in the nick of time. The smug expression on Cell's face froze, akin to a lake suddenly encased in ice, replaced by an instinctual horror. This was not a warning conveyed through sight or sound, but a primal sense of impending doom echoed through every cell in his being. He had no time to turn around. His body instinctively sank downward with a sudden urgency. Whoosh! The lethal boot, entwined with surging golden flames and crackling arcs of electricity, narrowly grazed his green-spotted scalp. The rush of air created by the near miss felt like a tangible blade of energy, stinging his cheek and leaving a faint white mark. The attack had missed. Yet the terrifying kinetic energy behind Sun Wukong's determined strike surged forward, compressing the air in front of him for hundreds of meters, releasing a series of explosive sounds akin to cannon fire. And in that fraction of a second, The tide of battle shifted, completed in the blink of an eye. Cell's thick tail, glimmering with cold light at its tip, struck like a poised serpent, using the momentum of his descent to whip through the air at a speed beyond visual comprehension, leaving a blurred afterimage as it aimed upward at Sun Wukong's unstable footing. This tail sweep was silent, yet contained the terrifying power capable of rending the toughest materials. The angle was acute, the timing ruthless, a killing technique honed to perfection. Sun Wukong's azure pupils constricted to pinpricks. The extraordinary battle instinct granted by his Super Saiyan 1 state manifested in its most refined form. Without a trace of hesitation, not even a moment to think, his body reacted instinctively, executing the most appropriate response. The golden aura erupted once more, and in an instant, he vanished. Crack! Cell's deadly tail struck only a rapidly dissipating afterimage, the whip-like sound of air splitting echoing sharply. In the next moment, Sun Wukong reappeared at Cell's left side, precisely within the theoretical blind spot of vision and defense. His energy coalesced with utmost efficiency, completing the spatial leap and reconcentrating his power. A short yet powerful shout erupted from Sun Wukong's throat like thunder. His waist, taut like a drawn bow, transmitted the entirety of his strength. His left elbow, like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, bore down with an intensity that seemed capable of melting anything, enveloped in a tempestuous force that could shatter mountains. Striking toward Cell's temple, where his elbow passed, the air compressed to its limit before bursting open, creating a series of heart-stopping explosions. Yet Cell, the perfect creation embodying the cells of countless powerful beings, possessed a combat instinct that was equally inhumanly terrifying. Without even glancing back, he made no attempt to track Sun Wukong's figure. His left arm, like a boneless serpent, shot upward with an uncanny swiftness. The elbow struck first, as if part of the most precise missile interception system, meeting Sun Wukong's earth-shattering elbow strike head-on. Bang! The sound of the collision reverberated with a weight that could halt a heartbeat, akin to two meteors colliding at high velocity. A wave of terrifying shockwaves, condensed into a tangible force, mingled with gold and purple hues, radiated outward from the point of impact, like ripples on water. As they passed, every particle of dust, every fragment, even the faintest remnants of energy in the air, were instantaneously cleared away. The two combatants disengaged, propelled backward for dozens of meters, suspended in midair. Their gazes clashed once more in the void, igniting invisible sparks of fierce intensity. Their arms trembled slightly. The unadorned clash they had just exchanged made them acutely aware of each other's unfathomable power. No words, no pauses. In the next moment, this pinnacle confrontation, transcending the realm of imagination, plunged into an exhilarating realm of supersonic offense and defense. Boom, 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 boom. The two streams of golden and purple light transformed into phantoms of space, completely breaking free from the shackles of speed. Just a moment ago, they were fiercely exchanging blows in the high skies, each punch landing with resounding force, the golden and purple energy surging like a meteor shower. In the next instant, the ground became a battleground where fierce kicks met with ferocity, their legs a blur as each collision sent tremors through the already shattered earth, causing it to sink and crack anew. The very fabric of space appeared to be torn asunder by their violent speed and power. All around the battlefield, remnants of their swift movements lingered, accompanied by the relentless explosions and billowing smoke that erupted from their fierce clashes. The entire arena of Cell had devolved into a seething tempest of golden and violet energy. Their velocity was astonishing, transcending the limits of human capability. Yamucha's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the battlefield, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His voice trembling with incredulity and a hint of barely perceptible despair. My eyes can barely keep up. Even the afterimages began to blur. The inability to keep pace posed an extremely perilous and potentially fatal signal for the Season Z warriors, whose acute senses relied heavily on the perception of energy to anticipate their opponent's movements and energy flows. However, the absolute speed exhibited by Cell and Goku had reached a level where even the energy they emitted became indistinct and elusive. The failure to keep up with visual inputs indicated a significant delay, if not a complete breakdown, of sensory information. A haze surrounding their energy perception signified the malfunction of their most crucial warning system. Consequently, their physical reactions lagged, leading to potentially fatal delays. This predicament mirrored that of Sasuke during his first battle with Lee and Naruto. Even with the Sharingan, he could barely track Lee's movements. Yet his body's nerve response and muscle speed struggled to align with the visual stimuli, leaving him helpless to evade the oncoming attacks. The Z warriors found themselves in a similar, if not worse, plight, struggling even to see clearly. It wasn't just speed. Tian's three eyes strained to focus, his forehead glistening with sweat, while the third eye displayed bloodshot veins from overexertion. The residual energy from each collision sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of the threat of instant obliteration should they be grazed even slightly. His tightly clenched fists turned pale from exertion. Krillin swallowed hard, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, akin to the despair he felt in the presence of Frieza on Namek, now resurfacing quietly. Piccolo, arms crossed, an expression hardened like iron, remained silent. Yet within, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. He perceived the situation with greater clarity than Krillin and the others. And that very clarity deepened his apprehension regarding the terrifying and distant realm that the two fighters had attained. It was a chasm of despairing disparity. Nearby, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, maintaining the innate pride of a Saiyan prince. However, the rigidity of his stone-like form and the bulging veins on his hands betrayed the tempest within. His teeth were clenched tightly, jawline taut as if resisting some invisible but immense pressure. His keen, hawk-like eyes were fixated on the frenetic clash of golden and green figures above, particularly that blazing golden form, Kakarot. How could this be possible? The thought echoed in Vegeta's mind, a silent roar filled with scorching indignation and disbelief. In the room of spirit and time, he had clearly surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan. His power, his speed, had reached unprecedented heights. He should have left Kakarot far behind. Yet the harsh reality before him pierced his pride like a red-hot dagger, mercilessly twisting it. Kakarot not only caught up, but had once again surged ahead. That speed, that power, that seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of combat potential. Each explosive clash unleashed energy waves that threatened to pierce his skin with a chilling sense of danger. All of this coldly proclaimed a singular truth. The gap had not only failed to close, but had instead widened to a suffocating degree. An almost humiliating burn surged through his veins. He, Vegeta, the Saiyan prodigy, the noble prince, found himself once more relegated to the role of an onlooker, helplessly witnessing that lower-class warrior radiate a brilliance he could scarcely bear to behold. And that creature named Cell, the one who had stolen the power of the Saiyans, possessed an unfathomable strength, akin to an abyss without bottom. Damn it, Kakarot, Cell, he muttered through clenched teeth, each word laced with a tremor he had not even noticed. It was not merely anger but a mix of despair at the whims of fate and a profound shock he was reluctant to acknowledge, yet could not fully suppress.